2853, Getting Unjustly Ridiculed. 1. The two pieces of news that Xia Ruofei released at the press conference on behalf of the Spanish club, in addition to giving the Sports Daily a headache, making Pablo completely disheartened, and making Myers go all out, the most depressed one was the Girona club. Xia Ruofei announced at the press conference that he would be representing the Espanyol club in the weekend's home game against Girona, which chilled the hearts of the club members. Since the beginning of the season, Girona had been struggling in the relegation zone. Now, there were only a few rounds left, and they were still in the third to last position. If they could not seize the time to grab points, according to the promotion and demotion rules of La Liga, the last three teams would be relegated. The probability of Girona being relegated to La Liga was already very high. In the face of a mid to low team like the Spaniards, it should have been a chance for Girona to grab points. Even if Espanyol had killed off Bar A in the last round, on paper, Girona still had the ability to fight. Although the Spaniards' morale was high after their victory over Bar A, and it was a home game, Girona was still preparing for the league tournament this weekend with the mentality of at least 1 point. Of course, this was under the premise that Xia Ruofei did not appear. Although Xia Ruofei had only played 1.5 games, his fame in La Liga was no less than that of the first-tier star players. Therefore, everyone knew about his situation. Everyone knew that Xia Ruofei was not a professional player at all. He was a shareholder of the club and had a large company in China. He rarely trained with the team and would only come back to participate in crucial games. Therefore, Heron did not even consider Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, based on Xia Ruofei's performance, their chances of getting points would be very slim. Girona's coaches and players were also secretly glad that Xia Ruofei was not a regular player in the Spanish club. Otherwise, when the two teams met, the probability of winning would be too low. They did not expect Xia Ruofei to suddenly announce that he would be staying for the match this weekend. In just a few days. The reason was that the Chinese player's abilities had been questioned by some reporters, so he wanted to slap them in the face with his actions. The coaches and players of the Girona club felt like crying but had no tears to shed. This was a complete lie. If one were to ask who hated the Sports Daily and Pablo the most, the Spanish fans might not be in the first place, because the first place must be the players from the Girona club. There were even some Spanish fans who, after watching the news, cheered and thought, please, the media, doubt Xia and Wu to your heart's content. This way, Xia could play more games for the team. This was probably the first time that their own fans wanted their own club's star players to be dissed. After an emergency consultation, the Sports Daily finally released another statement in the afternoon. This time, the statement was much more sincere. Although they still said that it was Pablo's personal behavior and that the newspaper did not know that Pablo had fabricated completely fake news, they still expressed their sincere apologies for their work mistakes and apologized to the real Espanyol club, Espanyol fans, Xia Ruofei, and Wu Lei who had been hurt. They also said that they would strengthen the review of news material in the future to prevent such incidents from happening. In addition, the Sports Daily also strongly condemned Pablo's unethical behavior in a statement, calling Pablo a scum of the reporter community, and calling for his media peers to ban Pablo. At this juncture, the Sports Daily could only stomp on Pablo. This was not considered adding insult to injury. At most, it could be said that they had a strong desire to survive in order to protect themselves. In any case, after this incident, the credibility of the Sports Daily had dropped significantly. Although they had no credibility in the past and were very biased towards when reporting, it was the first time they had created fake news out of nothing. No matter how they tried to push the blame away and say that they were completely unaware, the public would not believe them. In that case, the Sports Daily was really a little wronged, because they did not instruct Pablo to do so. It was just that when they reposted, the editor-in-chief in charge of review had a trace of suspicion. However, from the perspective of being pro-Barcelona, they reposted it immediately. So from this point of view, they could be considered to have brought it upon themselves. The storm of public opinion became fiercer and fiercer. In addition to the Sports Daily, the other sports media in Spain and Europe seemed to be enjoying a feast. They constantly dug out news topics from various angles and followed up on the matter. They mercilessly beat the dog when it was down. In the evening, another piece of news appeared in the public's view. This was a statement issued by the International Sports Reporters Association. The abbreviation for the International Sports Reporters Association was AIPS. It was a top professional organization representing the international sports media. It had more than 9,000 members around the world and represented the leading international newspapers, websites, journals, and radio and television channels of the 5 continents. 2854 Getting unjustly ridiculed, 2, founded in Paris in 1924, AIPS was based in Lausanne, Switzerland, the capital of the Olympics. It was led by the president of the International News Union, François Reichel, and Victor Boyne from Belgium. It could be said that this organization was an authoritative organization formed by the sports media and was very influential. AIPS's statement was mainly to severely condemn the sports reporters' fraudulent behavior in news interviews. The statement stated that such behavior, which completely lost the basic ethics of news, should be spurned and boycotted by the entire industry. At the same time, it also issued severe criticism for the lack of security of the media organizations. It could be said that it was a flogging on both the daily sports news and Pablo. This statement practically declared the end of Pablo's career. After all, AIPS had members all over the world, and almost all well-known sports media were its members. In theory, this statement represented everyone's common attitude. Under such circumstances, which media company would dare to risk universal condemnation and hire Pablo? Major media outlets also rushed to report on the matter while taking the opportunity to trample on the daily sports news a few times. After this incident, the Sports Daily had definitely suffered a huge blow. This loss of credibility would be difficult to make up for in the future. One of the key parties of this incident, Mayers, had also suffered a huge mental blow. In addition, many media outlets had been trying to interview him, which caused him a lot of trouble. In addition, and not only cancelled his annual ticket, but also put him on the unpopular list, which meant that in the future, even if he spent his own money to buy a loose ticket, he would not be able to enter the Nakapu Stadium. Myers was also disheartened. The feeling of being abandoned by his beloved club was even sadder than when his wife had left him. Disheartened, May sold the property and left Barcelona to live in another city. Of course, this was all a story for later. Xia Ruofei, who had personally arranged everything and successfully ignited public opinion, did not continue to make any comments in the media after the press conference. He was like a brilliant swordsman who, after defeating the enemy in one move, brushed his clothes and left. In 3 days, it would be Espanyol's home game against Girona. Xia Ruofei's schedule for the next few days was very simple. Every day, he would take half a day to train with the Espanyol club players, and the other half would accompany Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to continue touring the beautiful city with a long history. RCD Espanyol's home game against Girona was scheduled for around 1 p.m. local time. At this time, whether it was for the players participating in the game or the fans watching the game live, it was actually not very friendly. However, almost all the remaining games of the Spanish clubs were held during this time period, and it was only recently adjusted by Spanish football. Of course, this was not the Spain Football Association deliberately targeting the Spanish clubs. Their adjustment was entirely out of market considerations. Since Wu Lei joined Espanyol and Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance, the exposure of Espanyol clubs in China had greatly increased. In the past, the Chinese fans did not even know that there was such a team in La Liga. Now, after a few weeks, the Chinese fans knew the names of the players in Espanyol's first team as if they were family treasures. In particular, the few players who were willing to cooperate with Wu Lei, such as Granello, Iglesias, and so on, became very popular in China. Metatron and the others, who were very clingy to the ball and were not very willing to pass the ball to Wu Lei, became the players that Chinese fans hated the most. The first match that Wu Lei participated in had tens of millions of people watching the live broadcast in China. There were also other channels that watched the text live broadcast. And so on. The total population was even more than that of Spain. The Spain Football Association was also shocked by the number, so they quickly adjusted the game time. All of Spain's games were set to start at about 1 p.m. In China, it was just past 7 p.m., which was the prime time. 3 days passed by in a flash, and soon it was the day of the Espanyol club's home game against Girona. PP Sports, as always, set the Espanyol's game as free to watch, and the game started at 7 p.m., which was simply too good for the Chinese fans. After dinner, they could sit in front of the computer and wait for the game to start. Some fans got off work later, so they simply met up with their friends and went straight to the bar after work. They watched the game while drinking and eating skewers, which was quite carefree. In Barcelona, although the game started at 9 o'clock in the afternoon, the Spanish fans were still very active. Before 12 o'clock, a lot of fans had gathered at the home of the Spanish club, the El Prat Stadium. Many of them were holding paper bags of McDonald's and KFC in their hands. Obviously, these fans had not eaten lunch but bought some fast food directly and were ready to eat when they entered the stadium. The Espanyol club players' training this morning was not very intense. It was mainly to adjust everyone's state and practice free kick tactics. Everyone was more relaxed. The morning training also ended earlier than usual, and then the players had lunch together in the training base's restaurant. After the meal, they took a short break and took a bus to El Prat Stadium. Since Xia Ruofei had decided to participate in the competition, he did not want to make things special at a time like this. Hence, he was moving with the team. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, accompanied by Zhou Leiyun, had lunch at the hotel they were staying at, and then drove to the El Prat Stadium. Unlike in Nakapu, this was the home ground of the Spanish, so the Spanish clubs naturally left the best box for their club chairman. The private room that Zhou Leiyun, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue were in was the best place to watch the match in the entire stadium. Furthermore, there was a special passageway that allowed them to enter and exit without any external interference. When they arrived at the box and took their seats, the Spanish players were warming up on the field before the game. Ling Xingxua saw Xia Ruofei, who was fighting for the circle with Wu Lei, I Gracias, Mark Roca, and Granello at first glance. The person in charge of snatching the ball in the circle was the tall and long-legged Iglesias. The football passed quickly under everyone's feet, and Iglesias's long legs did not play a role at all. It was precisely because he was taller that he was more or less clumsy, and he almost managed to snatch the ball every time. In the end, Granello made a small mistake and kicked the ball away. It was only then that Iglesias was released and it was Granello's turn to go in and grab the ball. Song Wei smiled and said, "Ruofei, you look like you're in good shape. How about we bet on how many goals he can score today?" Zhou Leiyun thought for a moment and said, "That's not easy to guess. He can score 2 goals while playing bar A, and he even has an assist. This Hirona's defense is much worse than bar A.'s. Who knows how many goals he can score?" Ling Qingxue grinned. "There's no point in guessing the number of goals scored. Ruofei's goal today is to score goals. He'll definitely score as many as he can." "Yep," Zhou Leiyun said. "I heard that he even asked Ruby for unlimited shots. I think the players will give him more shots today and let him shoot freely. It's hard to say how many goals he will score in the end." Song Wei thought for a while and said, "How about this? Let's guess how long it will take for him to finish his first goal." Ling Qingshua's eyes lit up and she said, "That's a good idea. How about a bet on a meal? A big meal at the top restaurant in Barcelona. We'll each say a time, and the person with the biggest difference will lose." "Sure." Zhou Leiyun laughed. "Then I'll go first. I think within 20 minutes. Forget it. 15 minutes. I'm guessing 15 minutes. General Manager Zhou, don't you have too little confidence in Ruofei?" Ling Qingxue said, "I think we can definitely score within 10 minutes. I'll take 10 minutes. Wei, it's your turn." Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei, who had finished his warm-up and was walking back to the changing room. She thought for a while and said, "I feel that Ruofei's killing intent is very strong today. You guys are too conservative. I guess 8 minutes. I think Ruofei will score within 8 minutes of the game." 28:55 A dream start. 1. The sun at around 9 o'clock in the afternoon was still quite strong. Under the sunlight, the projection of the stadium's ceiling made the entire stadium appear to have 2 distinct parts, which were commonly known as the yin-yang field. Whether it was for the broadcaster or the fans, the experience was very bad. The broadcasting unit had to constantly adjust the camera's luminosity according to the position of the football, and the fans' eyes would also be very uncomfortable. In addition, on this warm winter afternoon, many fans could not help but feel a little drowsy. Even when the referee blew the whistle for the game, everyone would cheer loudly, but they always felt that the excitement was not as high as the late game. However, after the opening, the fans' mood experienced a brief low tide and quickly rose to an extremely high height. The entire El Prat Stadium seemed to be boiling. The reason was simple. As soon as the game started, Espanyol scored. At this moment, the time was displayed on the scoreboard. The first minute of the match had not even passed. The camera cut back to the start of the game. Espanyol was determined to win this game. While everyone was still preparing to kick off, the players of the RCD Espanyol club had already shown a fierce offensive posture to encourage the Espanyol to get the right to start the ball. Before the start, the Espanyol players in the middle and front field were lined up in a straight line behind the center line, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle, and then everyone rushed to Girona's half of the field together. Generally, using this formation at the start of the game was the most direct embodiment of a team's desire to attack. The Spanish team was not bluffing. The referee blew the whistle and the game began. Iglesias passed the ball to Wu Lei, who was also in the starting lineup, and then began to rush to the front field. At the same time, the other players in the middle and front field of Espanyol quickly pressed past the half of the field and spread out in Girona's half. Xia Ruofei was among the attacking players. Because everyone plugged in quickly, Wu Lei didn't even pass the ball back as he usually did. In just a few seconds, there were several points for the ball in the front field of Girona. Xia Ruofei's speed was extremely fast. He was almost sprinting at full speed and had already far surpassed Iglesias. Wu Lei only took a glance at the ball before he raised his leg and dangled it over Xia Ruofei's head without hesitation. Wu Lei's control of his footwork was not very precise. He was just trying to make a shot at the right time. Moreover, the head coach had made it clear before the game that he had to pass and make more balls for Xia Ruofei in this game so that Xia Ruofei would have more chances to shoot. Xia Ruofei did not turn back to look at the ball to judge where it would land. His spiritual power had already spread out, and he had already predicted where the ball would land. Hence, he did not need to slow down. Instead, he stomped on the ground and increased his speed. Wu Lei's pass drew a parabola and quickly fell from the sky. Xia Ruofei did not rush to the football's best landing point to run because he would not have a chance to receive the ball. He would have been cleared by the opponent's header from the back. Xia Ruofei had chosen a spot slightly ahead. When he ran to his position, Girona's defensive midfielder had already blocked his position. However, Xia Ruofei only squeezed lightly and used a reasonable collision to push the opposing player to his side. He took the best position to receive the ball. In the blink of an eye, the football had already fallen from the air. Xia Ruofei opened his arms and trapped Girona's defensive midfielder behind him. At the same time, he jumped back slightly in the direction of the ball and stopped the ball with his chest. The soccer ball bounced off Xia Ruofei's chest after a clever diversion. It was completely under Xia Ruofei's control. At this time, Girona's defensive midfielder was still behind him, desperately trying to squeeze forward. In fact, Girona's defensive midfielder had completely lost his position, but he had to use as many small movements as possible to interfere with Xia Ruofei so that he could not easily take the ball. Otherwise, with Spain already firing arrows and several attacking players in the middle and front field already in Girona's half of the field, if the ball was easily divided by Xia Ruofei, it would immediately become a great threat. However, the defensive midfielder of Girona had overlooked the possibility of Xia Ruofei turning around to break through. In a sense, he had also blocked his position. Xia Ruofei's back was facing the goal and he was stopping a high ball. Another Girona midfielder not far away had come to help with the defense. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for Xia Ruofei to turn around. However, Xia Ruofei was just that unexpected. After he stopped the ball with his chest, the football only bounced up slightly and then fell down. He did not wait for the ball to land on the ground. It was basically at his waist. He suddenly stretched out his right foot and gently flicked it. The ball drew an extremely beautiful arc and went over Xia Ruofei's head. It also went over the defensive midfielder's head and landed behind them. As Xia Ruofei picked the ball, he nimbly lowered his center of gravity and quickly went around Hirona's defensive midfielder. The entire pick, turn, and pass were done in one go. It made people think of Ronaldinho at his peak. Xia Ruofei's turning speed was extremely fast. When he circled around Hirona's defensive midfielder, the football had not even landed on the ground. 28:56 A dream start. 2. Xia Ruofei's position was about 36 to 37 meters away from the goal. To the opposing defenders, this was a relatively safe distance, so Hirona's center-backs did not rush up. They just stood in their defensive positions and made sure that they did not lose their positions. The center-back did not press on, nor did he immediately make a move to interfere. Xia Ruofei naturally noticed the gap in the shot. He even had time to glance at Hirona's goalkeeper and found that the goalkeeper's position was relatively closer to the front. Xia Ruofei would not be polite. He did not wait for the ball to fall to the ground at all. Using the inertia from turning around and rushing over, his left foot was firmly planted in the grass, and his right foot quickly and widely swung. His thigh drove his calf, and he firmly kicked the middle of the football. There was a loud bang, and the nearby players even trembled involuntarily. The football was like a cannonball fired from a heavy cannon, whistling straight to the dead end of the top left corner of the goal. The speed of the ball was too fast. It was a 37-meter shot, but in the blink of an eye, it had reached the goal. The Hirona center-back, who was defending a little further ahead of the penalty area line, even felt a strong wind brush past his face. His face hurt from Xia Ruofei's shot just now. The football just happened to brush past his ear. And when the Hirona goalkeeper realized that Xia Ruofei was shooting directly, he almost reflexively pounced to the left. This was also because the shooting distance was still relatively far. Otherwise, at this speed, the ball would have already entered the goal by the time the goalkeeper reacted. But the Hirona goalkeeper was still too far for him to reach. He felt that his fingertips were about to touch the football. But at that moment, the speed of the football seemed to increase a little. It brushed past his fingertips and continued to rise, and then went into the corner between the left pillar and the crossbar. The accuracy of the shot was so high that it was outrageous. The ball just happened to drill into the dead corner of the upper left corner, but it did not touch the pillar or the crossbar at all. It was only after it hit the net with a bang that the net was knocked back violently. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the football was already spinning around in the goal line. It had only been 15 seconds since the referee blew the whistle to start the game and the goal was scored. These 15 seconds included when Iglesias passed the ball to Wu Lei, who paused for a second or so, and then used a big kick to dribble the ball to the front. The ball flew in the air for a few seconds. Xia Ruofei caught the ball at a position of about 37 to 38 meters. He stopped the ball with his chest and immediately picked the ball to pass. Then, before the ball landed, he shot it with his foot. Throughout the entire process, Hirona's players did not touch the ball. The Spanish players did not touch the ball either, except for Iglesias and Wu Lei, who kicked off. In just 15 seconds, Spain had taken a 1-goal lead. It was a dream start. Many of the Spanish fans were still looking for a seat when they saw the fans beside them stand up. The entire stadium went into an uproar. The fans who were looking for a seat looked at the field with a dumbfounded expression and found that the Hirona goalkeeper was gloomily fishing for the ball from the net. The Spanish players had not even reached their first sprint, but they had already turned around and rushed towards Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not know that his first shot was so accurate from such a long distance. He could not help but smile brightly and spread his arms. Iglesias, who was running at the front, rushed over excitedly and hugged Xia Ruofei. "Boss, you're simply too awesome." Xia Ruofei. Iglesias kept shouting beside Xia Ruofei. Even though the huge body of Iglesias was charging at him at such a high speed, Xia Ruofei was still as steady as a mountain. He stood on the spot without moving an inch. On the other hand, it was as if the giant had crashed into an unmoving mountain. However, he was so excited that he did not feel any pain. More and more Spanish players rushed over. Wu Lei, Granello, Marc Roca. Everyone hugged each other tightly and surrounded Xia Ruofei in the middle. And the players of Girona were all dumbfounded. Everyone stood in their positions the moment the goal was scored, with a confused look on their faces. The Spanish players celebrated for a while, but the time on the scoreboard only skipped a minute. Everyone had just gone on stage and had not even entered their competitive state. Their bodies were not even warm at all, and they had already been hit by such a heavy blow. One could imagine how depressed they were. Before the game, Girona had fully estimated the difficulty of the game, especially Xia Ruofei's targeted arrangement. After all, from his limited performance in the game, Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly the most comprehensive and most threatening player in Spain. The head coach of Girona had arranged for someone to specifically keep an eye on Xia Ruofei and coordinate with the area defense. The purpose was to keep an eye on Xia Ruofei and not give him any chance to lift his leg. However, he did not expect that the match had just started and the Spain players were rushing up all the way, causing the local players to be a little flustered. The defensive midfielder responsible for marking Xia Ruofei could not resist at all. In fact, even if Xia Ruofei had passed the defensive midfielder, that position was not too dangerous. After all, the distance was too far, and Girona's entire defensive line had blocked the position. But who would have thought that Xia Ruofei would kick him from so far away? And with just a kick, it actually went in directly. This was a completely unreasonable crushing. Other than China's PP Sports broadcasting the match live, many other sports channels around the world were also broadcasting it. On one hand, Espanyol had been in the limelight this week. Not only did they kill Bar-A, but they were also the absolute focus outside of the field. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had also expressed his interest in participating in this match, which made it even more interesting. On the other hand, the game's opening time was set at 8 o'clock in the afternoon to take care of the Chinese audience. It basically did not clash with the other La Liga teams' game time, so there were naturally more platforms to broadcast the game. When Xia Ruofei stopped the ball with his chest, most of the commentators just praised Xia Ruofei's technique. After all, for such a long-distance high ball, the chest needed to be very accurate to dissipate the force, otherwise the ball would easily bounce far away. However, Xia Ruofei's dribble was amazing. Some commentators whistled and everyone gave him all kinds of praises. They thought that this dribble fully demonstrated Xia Ruofei's spirituality in football. However, before the football commentators could finish their praises, Xia Ruofei did not wait for the ball to land and immediately shot. The speed of the ball was so fast that it even left an afterimage on the broadcast screen. If someone blinked when watching the ball, they might find that the ball had already entered the goal in the next moment. Football commentators all over the world fell silent almost at the same time, followed by a burst of passionate commentary in various languages. Goal, goal, goal. The ESPN commentator repeated the word goal at the top of his voice. His mind seemed to be completely blank. Goal, the commentator of the Spain Channel 4 said in a measured voice. The ending tone was like an air defense alarm, fully demonstrating the volume of his lungs. After a series of goals in various languages, the commentators came back to their senses and began to rack their brains to think of all kinds of our words. They were not stingy with giving them to Xia Ruofei. Although there is still a certain gap between this goal and La Liga's fastest goal record, it is more exciting than that. Xia said before the game that he wanted to respond to those who were prejudiced against the Chinese players with actual actions. He did it in only 15 seconds. Xia is indeed Mr. Bo of the world. He has once again dedicated a wonderful world wave. 28:57 The tide of attacks, 1. This was Xia Ruofei's third match in La Liga so far. He had scored in the previous 2 matches, and they were all extremely difficult world waves. Therefore, some people on the internet had already given Xia Ruofei the nickname Mr. World Wave. Mr. World Class Bo did not let everyone down today. In just 15 seconds of the game, a violent shot from 37 meters away broke through Girona's goal. Before this goal, Xia Ruofei's stopping and picking of the ball were quite light and agile. His shooting movements were even more coherent. It could be said that this goal was a combination of the aesthetics of violence and technique. It made people's blood boil, and they could not help but praise it. In the PP Sports studio in Beijing, the old partners Shen Fangjian and Jia Tianing were all excited by the goal. A moment ago, Shen Fangjian was still routinely introducing the starting lineup of both teams. However, he was interrupted after reading 2 names. The moment Xia Ruofei stopped the ball, Shen Fangjian shouted, "This is an opportunity." We all know that Xia Ruofei's personal skills and shooting accuracy are outstanding. He picked the ball, turned around, and passed. Beautiful. It's very open up ahead. Wow. Xia Ruofei is going to shoot. Jia Tianing, who was standing at the side, had completely forgotten the principle that 2 commentators could not steal each other's words. At that moment, he couldn't help but shout out, "Shoot." The ball went in. The ball went in. It had only been 10 seconds since the match started, but Xia Ruofei had changed the score with a world wave. This is crazy. Shen Fangjian quickly said, "This is the cooperation of 2 Chinese players." Wu Lei made a long pass from the center circle. After Xia Ruofei received the ball, he nimbly picked it up and passed the ball. Then, he immediately raised his leg and shot. The football goes straight into the theoretical dead end. And the Girona goalkeeper has no way to deal with it. The camera briefly gave the Spanish players some time to celebrate, and soon the televised broadcast began to replay the goal. Jia Tianing, as a professional guest, also interpreted the goal for the fans in time. As we can see, the Spaniards have already shown a strong desire to attack. Before the game began, they have at least 7 players on the halfway line, including Xia Ruofei. After the referee whistle was blown, they all pressed forward in unison. It's precisely because of this offensive attitude that they were given such an opportunity. Wu Lei's pass was just right. If he were to pass the ball to another player, the force of his kick might be a little too strong. However, he clearly knows Xia Ruofei's speed very well. He passed the ball to Xia Ruofei's most comfortable position. Jia Tianing was indeed the leader of Wu Chui Hall. It was Wu Lei who had spread the rumors but he could still make it sound like Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei had great chemistry. Jia Tianning continued. Xia Ruofei stopped the ball, picked the ball, and turned around. This series of actions fully reflected his solid basic skills and unparalleled sense of the ball. It was also this beautiful back pass that laid the foundation for the next step. We saw that when Xia Ruofei shot, none of the defenders of Girona came up to intercept or interfere. The goalkeeper's position was also a little forward. They did not prepare enough before the game. I didn't know Xia Ruofei's shooting range was so far. Shen Fangjian chuckled and said, the commander of Girona is probably worried now. The goal completely disrupted his pre-game deployment. Now that the team is behind, it's definitely not going to work to just defend, but the attack must be pressed on, which gives the Spaniards a chance to fight back. Yes, I am. Jia Tianning said. Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei's tacit cooperation resulted in this beautiful goal. Of course, Xia Ruofei's personal ability was perfectly displayed. This is also the role of a superstar on a team. They can often rely on their personal ability and their own flash of inspiration to change the outcome of the game when the team is in a difficult situation. Even though Xia Ruofei does not participate in many competitions and still lacks the support of data, I still think that if he focuses on football, he will not be worse than those superstars. Jia Tianning returned to his summer bragging mode, but the fans watching the game didn't feel any discomfort, and no one in the bullet screen ridiculed Jia Tianning. The reason was very simple. Xia Ruofei's goal was not to be criticized. No matter how much Jia Tianning bragged at this time, no one could refute it. Even the brainless Black Xia was now very wise to hide and not speak. The bullet screen of PP Sports was filled with the word awesome. The fans who were watching the game were in a neat formation and all said the word in unison. It was a spectacular sight. In the VIP box at El Prat Stadium, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Zhou Leiyun subconsciously stood up and cheered the moment Xia Ruofei scored the goal. In fact, although the box had a certain sound-proofing effect, they could still hear the loud cheers of the fans in the stands, and everyone was singing and dancing. They could even feel the box shaking slightly. After the excitement died down, the three of them looked at each other. This should be considered Wei Wei's win? Ling Qingxue asked. 28-58 The tide of attacks, too. The three of them made a bet before the game started. They were guessing when Xia Ruofei's first goal would come. Zhou Leiyun was more conservative and took 15 minutes to guess. Ling Qingxue took 10 minutes while Song Wei, who had the most confidence in Xia Ruofei, took 8 minutes. The three of them did not expect Xia Ruofei to score in just 15 seconds. Of course, in theory, Song Wei's answer was the closest to Ying Luo's, even if it was still far from it. Song Wei was a little embarrassed and said, I think it's a draw. If I win, I'd feel bad. Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, hey, why are we so conflicted about this? When the competition is over, let Ruofei treat you. He's in the limelight today, shouldn't he treat us to a big meal? That makes sense. Song Wei agreed with a smile. Zhou Leiyun saw that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had come to an agreement, so he naturally wouldn't raise any objections. With their wealth, it didn't matter who treated them. The most important thing was to be happy. Although Xia Ruofei's goal did not break the La Liga's record for the fastest goal, it would definitely be the best goal of the week. Even if it was the first match of La Liga, there would be no suspense, unless Xia Ruofei himself scored an even more exciting goal. This had severely slapped the faces of several media outlets, led by the Sports Daily, that questioned the ability of Chinese players. The Spanish players did not celebrate for too long and quickly returned to their own half of the game. The game had just begun, and they were not satisfied with winning a goal, so they could not delay time by celebrating a goal at this time. The players of Girona wanted to cry but had no tears. It had only been a minute, and it was already the second time the ball had been kicked off in the center circle. This time it was their turn to kick off, and the score on the scoreboard had become 1-0. As usual, the home team was in the lead. Before the Spanish players kicked off, another 6 or 7 players lined up in a row on the center line, as if they were the ones behind. They could not wait to rush to the other half of the field. The players of Girona all had the same thought in their hearts: what are you guys doing? Can't we just have fun? The Espanyol's manager, Rubi, did not stand on the sidelines to give instructions. He sat in the technical area, leisurely crossing his legs and chatting with the assistant manager beside him. Before the start of the match, this was what Rubi had arranged for the players. They were to attack at the start of the match. Even after they scored a goal, they could not retreat. At least for the first 15 minutes, the players only had one task, and that was to press forward and keep pressing. When the other side took the ball, they had to press and snatch it on the spot, and they had to be surrounded by many people to ensure that their side had the advantage of numbers in the local area. When their team controlled the ball, they had to boldly plug in, and the full back had to spare no effort to assist forward. This was indeed very physically exhausting. The forward pressing tactic required every player to put in more energy than usual. Everyone ran more to further reduce the space of the other side. The fullback's frequent insertion was even more challenging. First of all, the fullback's attack range was relatively far, and every time he sprinted up and down, it was a test of physical strength. Second, after the full back plugged in, the space left behind would require other players to fill in the defense, which would further consume the physical strength of other players. However, the Spanish players were very determined. Even if they took the lead from the start, they did not change their tactics. After Girona kicked off, several Spanish players quickly surrounded him, and the other players quickly ran to further cut off the passing route of the opposing player who had the ball. Under this kind of high-intensity rush, the players who had the ball would be very nervous, and the probability of making mistakes would increase correspondingly. The firm implementation of the offensive tactics also quickly bore fruit. In the 8th minute of the game, Xia Ruofei's extremely penetrative, straight pass directly crossed 2 layers of Girona's defense. Wu Lei, who had been roaming around the offside line, understood. After a reverse run, he accelerated again. With a perfect reverse offside operation, he formed a single-handed knife. However, the moment Wu Lei dribbled the ball into the penalty area, the ball was a little too wide, and Girona's goalkeeper had already struck decisively. Although Wu Lei still managed to catch up with the football, Girona's goalkeeper was already in front of him, almost completely blocking the angle of his shot. Fortunately, Wu Lei was still very calm. From the corner of his eye, he saw someone quickly plug in the middle of the penalty area, so he gave up on the shot. With a swing of his ankle, he flicked the ball past Girona's goalkeeper and passed it to the middle. The person who plugged in at a high speed was the center forward of Espanyol, Iglesias. Wu Lei's pass was much more accurate than The one he had passed to Xia Ruofei before. When Iglesias ran to his position, the football was just delivered. And the height was just right. Iglesias did not even need to jump, he just lightly headed the ball on the spot and easily sent the ball into the unguarded goal. If he could not even head the ball in, he would really be ashamed to death. After Wu Lei passed the ball, he was also tripped by Hirona's goalkeeper. He lost his balance and fell on the grass. After Iglesias scored, he ran directly to Wu Lei and pounced on him. 2. It had only been 8 minutes since the start of the game and Spain was already leading by 2 goals. 2,859 tide of attacks. 3. When Xia Ruofei passed the ball, he was still quite far away from the opponent's goal. Moreover, Wu Lei had already formed a single blade. Hence, every time he rushed forward, he just stood there and watched. When he saw that Wu Lei changed his shot to a pass at the last minute after he rolled big, Iglesias picked up a big pie and ate it, he could not help but laugh. It had only been 8 minutes since the match started, and Wu Lei had already gotten 2 assists. But he was clearly a forward. Wu Lei, who was a little breathless as he was pressed down on the grass by Iglesias, was also depressed that he didn't want to help. "I've always had the heart to score a goal." More and more RCD Espanyol players rushed up, and Wu Lei could not move under the pressure. It was only when Xia Ruofei grinned and pulled everyone away that Wu Lei was released. Xia Ruofei whispered into Wu Lei's ear, "Don't worry, the game has just begun. We both have to score in this game, and I'll continue to feed you the ball." Wu Lei was a little embarrassed and said, "Brother Xia, I didn't expect that I would make such a big mistake at the critical moment. I'm fine." "It's fine. You can't care too much about things like throwing a single blade. Otherwise, the more the netizens ridicule you, the more pressure you'll feel." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "And your mental strength is good enough. You made the right choice to pass the ball in a flash and not force a goal. This means that you're calm enough." Xia Ruofei patted Wu Lei's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let them kick off quickly and try to help you complete your goal in the first half." After conceding 2 goals in a short 8 minutes, the players of Girona were a little flustered. Their manager was shouting orders on the sidelines, in sharp contrast to Ruby's calm and composed demeanor. Under the manager's loud reminder, the players of Girona finally calmed down a little. After the restart, they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they first stabilized their defense. With the momentum of the Spanish team today, if they dared to press on and attack in a short time, they might accidentally lose another goal. Since the Spanish were so confident, Girona chose to avoid them. Under such a guiding principle, they finally managed to stabilize their position. The Espanyol's full game close on tactics were physically exhausting. Unless everyone was as energetic as Xia Ruofei, it was impossible to use this tactic for the entire game. As the Spaniards' pressure gradually decreased, Girona was finally able to control some of the ball. Although Spain's possession rate had declined, they still had the initiative on the field, especially when Xia Ruofei took the ball in the middle, which often posed a threat. Now, as long as Xia Ruofei took the ball, Girona would have at least 2 players come over to defend. If it was a dangerous area, more people would quickly come over. Even so, it was difficult for them to snatch the ball from Xia Ruofei's feet. In the 19th minute of the game, Xia Ruofei took the ball from his back 33 meters away from the opponent's goal. After a beautiful Marseille turn, the opponent's player directly grabbed Xia Ruofei's jersey and pulled him to the ground. The referee whistled and the referee quickly ran to the foul spot. As he ran, he took out a yellow card from his shirt pocket and flashed it at the player who had fouled. Espanyol was awarded a free kick 33 meters away from the goal, slightly to the left of the middle. Xia Ruofei looked at the time on the scoreboard and a smile gradually appeared on his face. 2860, paying respects _ as long as Xia Ruofei participated in a game, he would definitely be ranked first in the free kick category. This was without a doubt. Moreover, the players were convinced that no one would have any intention of competing with Xia Ruofei for the free kick after watching the free kick match between Xia Ruofei and Markroka. Before the match, Ruby had even made it clear that no matter who created the penalty kick in the match, Xia Ruofei would be the one to take it. Besides, the ball was about 33 meters away from the goal. Any other player would have a very low success rate with a free kick from that position, except for Xia Ruofei. After the free kick was made, Wu Lei immediately ran over and pulled Xia Ruofei up from the grass. He asked with concern, "Brother Xia, are you all right?" Xia Ruofei grinned. "I'm fine. I just wasn't prepared. I lost my balance when I was suddenly pulled. Otherwise, I could have gone in and shot directly. It's almost the same now. Your success rate for free kicks in this position is still very high," Wu Lei said with a smile. The team's defensive midfielder, the old player, Victor Sanchez, picked up the ball and jogged to Xia Ruofei. He grinned and said, "Boss. Good luck. Let's try to get another one." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The foul was so obvious that Xia Ruofei's jersey was severely deformed, so the players of Girona had no dispute about the penalty of the free kick and the yellow card. They quickly began to form a human wall under the command of the goalkeeper. The Spanish players also deployed their forces in front of the penalty area, ready to enter the penalty area at any time. The ball was further away from the goal. If it had been another player who took the ball, the Girona team would basically only symbolically arrange one or two players to form a human wall, and the focus would be on the defense in the penalty area because the ball would probably hang into the penalty area and let the local players grab the point to shoot. However, the head coach of Girona had obviously studied Xia Ruofei's game videos. He knew that 33 meters was not a safe distance. It was completely within Xia Ruofei's shooting range, so he had given instructions in advance. This time, there were 4 Girona players standing in a row on the line marked by the referee. They were constantly adjusting their positions according to the goalkeeper's instructions. The goalkeeper was also on guard. Xia Ruofei could shoot directly, but he could not rule out the possibility of the ball going into the penalty area. After all, the Spanish team had several high points and were not at a disadvantage in competing for a header. Therefore, the defense in the penalty area could not be ignored. But a team only had 11 players. After removing the 4 human walls, the remaining players in the penalty area were somewhat stretched out. Even though the ball was far away from the goal, the entire Girona team was very nervous. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, looked relaxed. He placed the football on the spot where the foul was committed, which the referee had drawn with a foam spray. Then, he began to slowly retreat and open up the running distance. Espanyol did not even arrange for other players to come over to fake a run to deliberately confuse the team. Xia Ruofei was left alone in front of the football. Anyway, it was no secret that Xia Ruofei was the team's first free kick player. The referee confirmed the human wall and reminded the players near the penalty area not to make any moves. He would keep a close eye on everyone. Then, the main judge looked at Xia Ruofei, put the whistle in his mouth, and blew the whistle. At the same time, he made a gesture of a free throw. Xia Ruofei raised his head to look at the big screen on the scoreboard. It was about 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the first half of the game. Xia Ruofei muttered to himself and made a gesture to the referee. He then walked forward and adjusted the ball again. Although the referee was a little surprised, he quickly came back to his senses. He did not say anything. After all, the Spanish team was in high spirits. Xia Ruofei did not need to use such means to delay time. Moreover, it was only 21 minutes into the first half. There was still a long time before the end of the game. In addition, some players were more particular about the ball placement. Some would specifically find the position of the valve, which was the hardest place on the football. If they hit the valve during a free throw, they could propose a faster speed of the ball and make it easier for the elevator ball to be thrown. Once the grass was not flat and the position of the football rolled a little, many players would go over to place the football again. This was also allowed by the rules, so the main judge did not say anything. The players of the Girona team were a little upset. They had been nervous for a long time, and now Xia Ruofei had suddenly repositioned the ball. It did not feel good to be so surprised. Xia Ruofei slowly spent more than 10 seconds to put the ball back in place and then stepped back. As he retreated, he looked at the big screen on the scoreboard. The time was now 20 minutes and 55 seconds. Xia Ruofei stood still and looked up at Girona's goal. He started to run. The Girona goalkeeper also lowered his center of gravity and stared at the football, ready to save it at any time. The human wall formed by the Girona players was even more nervous, afraid that the football would slip over their heads if they jumped too early or too late. Xia Ruofei's run up took 3 seconds. 20 minutes and 58 seconds later, Xia Ruofei had reached the soccer ball. His left foot was stuck in the grass, but his right leg did not swing too far. Instead, he used the inertia of the run up to kick the ball in the lower middle of the ball with his outer instep. 2861 Salat _ just by looking at Xia Ruofei's movements, many people even thought that he was passing the ball. But in fact, Xia Ruofei's kick was quite powerful. After a bang, the Girona players who formed a human wall subconsciously jumped with all their strength. However, Xia Ruofei's kick was not only fast, but also very high. The human wall did not play any role and the football flew directly over the human wall. Shots from the outside of the instep often had a wide arc, so the Girona goalkeeper made a quick judgment in a flash. When the football appeared above the heads of the players who formed the human wall, he had already quickly pounced in the direction of the far post. However, he did not expect the arc of Xia Ruofei's shot to be so strange. At first, the football was indeed heading towards the far corner. If the arc was not too wide and it did not slide out, the trajectory should have led to the far corner. However, in the process of flying, the football swayed slightly due to the friction with the air and the arc was further widened. When the Girona goalkeeper pounced out, he saw the football first approach him quickly, then quickly draw an arc away from him and rush in the direction of the near corner of the goal. Girona's goalkeeper felt desperate. He had already lost his center of gravity and could not possibly pounce in the opposite direction. In the process of landing, it was as if There were countless alpacas running in the mind of the gate general Heron. He gritted his teeth and thought, this was the first time they had seen someone take such a long detour to get close to the corner. Are you showing off your footwork? Damn it. In fact, Xia Ruofei's shot was very fast. The football only flew in the air for 2 seconds. When the time shown on the big screen jumped to exactly 21 minutes, the football also whizzed into the net at the same time. Boom. Boom. The stands at El Prat Stadium were in an uproar. All the Spanish fans stood up from their seats and applauded Xia Ruofei excitedly. After scoring the beautiful arc, Xia Ruofei signaled to his teammates not to come up and celebrate. He extended his index finger and pointed to the sky with both hands. Then, he ran to a huge tifo on the north side of the stands. He stood below the stands and saluted the tifo. Xia Ruofei's celebration made the Spanish fans even more excited. They applauded in Xia Ruofei's direction and cheered loudly. The fans in the stands were even more excited. Some of the young fans were constantly beating their chests, while others were waving the flags in their hands. The El Prat Stadium suddenly became a sea of joy. The commentators, who were familiar with the history of the Spanish clubs, immediately reacted. The Spain national television Channel 4's football commentator immediately said, "There is no doubt that Xia's goal was wonderful and worthy of the world's Mr. Bo. However, what I want to say is that this goal has a more important meaning." After Xia scored the goal, he immediately rejected his teammates' celebration. Instead, he pointed his hands to the sky and ran to the north stands. I think the Spanish fans should know best what this means. After a short pause, the commentator immediately explained to the fans watching the game in front of the television, Xia is paying respects to the late captain of the Spanish team, Danny Helk. Therefore, he saluted Danny Helk's tifo in the north stands. Since Danny Helk's sudden death from a heart attack, there has been an additional tradition at El Prat. In the 21st minute of every game, the fans in the stadium will spontaneously applaud to pay tribute to the late captain of Espanyol, because Danny Helk's jersey number in Spain was number 21. Xia scored this goal in exactly the 21st minute. The commentator continued, so, it's obvious that he's taking this goal as a gift to Danny Helk. The Spanish fans in the stadium were obviously very touched. Through the close-up shots, we even saw that several female fans' eyes were red. Now, all the fans in the stadium are calling Xia's name. At this moment, he is the well-deserved king of this stadium. On China's side, PP Sports commentators Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing, who were in charge of the live broadcast, were also excited about the goal. Moreover, the two football commentators already had enough understanding of the Spanish club. In Wu Lei's first game on behalf of the Spanish, in the 21st minute of the applause, Jia Tianing explained to the Chinese fans watching the live broadcast the reason for the applause of the Spanish fans. So, when Xia Ruofei made this celebratory gesture, Jia Tianing immediately said, Xia Ruofei is paying his respects to Danny. Hark! The fans were very touched. They chanted Xia Ruofei and Danny Helk's names. It is not an exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei has become the Spaniards' new spiritual leader with this goal. Shen Fengjian's observation was more detailed than the Spain commentator's. After all, there were only 2 Chinese players on the field, and their every move was closely watched by the Chinese commentator. So, he immediately continued Jia Tianing's words, I also noticed a detail. Before the free throw, Xia Ruofei kept looking at the time on the scoreboard. He even used an excuse to reset the ball. and wasted more than 10 seconds. Then, he did not hesitate to shoot directly. The ball went into the goal. At the 21st minute, without a second of deviation. Obviously, Xia Ruofei had planned this. I also noticed this detail. Jia Tianning laughed. In fact, when Xia Ruofei created this free kick, he had already taken a look at the time on the scoreboard. He clearly realized the special meaning of this time, so he deliberately controlled the time. This fully shows Xia Ruofei's confidence in his footwork. Shen Fangjian said, he even thought about how to celebrate with such a long-ranged free kick before the penalty shot. It's terrible. Other than his skills, I think Xia Ruofei's emotional intelligence is also very high. Jia Tianning laughed and said, I'm sure that after this goal, Xia Ruofei will definitely be the most popular among the Spanish players. Also, since he's a shareholder of the club, I think some of the local fans' resistance to the Chinese capital-controlled club will be reduced a lot because of Xia Ruofei's goal. And the celebration to pay tribute to Danny Hark. We can pay attention to the slow-motion playback. Shen Fangjian said, I'm not sure if the live broadcast team noticed these details. It would be a pity if Xia Ruofei's actions before the free throw were not cut into the replay of the goal. I'm sure our Spain counterparts won't make such a mistake. Jia Tianning laughed. Based on my experience of commentating La Liga matches for so many years, the Spain broadcasters are still very professional. As they spoke, the television had already begun to replay the goal. Jia Tianning's guess was right. The Spain television broadcast did not miss out on the details before the free throw. They cut in the few times Xia Ruofei looked at the big screen time, including the delay of more than 10 seconds when Xia Ruofei repositioned the ball. They also cut in the camera language. They even cut in the scene of the big screen time on the scoreboard from another fixed position, followed by Xia Ruofei's retreat, run, up, the free throw, and then naturally, the multi-angle replay of the goal. Finally, it was the scene of Xia Ruofei running to the stands with Danny Hark Tifo for a special celebration. The replay edited the entire process of the goal and told the audience in camera language that Xia Ruofei had already planned to pay respects to Danny Hark before the free throw. 28-62 Complete collapse. 1. The fans watching the game in the stadium might not have noticed these details, but the staff in charge of the television broadcast keenly captured them and clearly told the audience through the camera language. In addition, the commentators who saw the replay also realized that they had missed this detail when they explained, so they began to make up for it during the replay. In this way, the fans watching the game in front of the TV would soon know. At that moment, whether they were Spanish fans or not, they were all in awe of Xia Ruofei's operation. The Spanish fans were touched, while the neutral fans saw Xia Ruofei's absolute confidence before the free kick. Before the free throw had even started, he had already calculated to let the ball enter the goal. At the 21st minute. No one could compare to this. This also reflected the stability of Xia Ruofei's footwork. Through these 3 matches, the public had a rough picture of Xia Ruofei: exquisite footwork, wide field of vision, strong overall vision, excellent long shot ability. With all these advantages gathered in one person, he was simply born to play football. Using the slang of the crosstalk world, this was a gift from the Grandmaster. If the football industry also had ancestors. Xia Ruofei's goal successfully set off a frenzy in El Plart Stadium. The fans were unwilling to sit down for a long time. They kept shouting Xia Ruofei's name, and many fans even made worshipping actions. It seemed to have announced the birth of a new king at the Elprat Stadium. Ruby was also very excited on the sidelines. When Xia Ruofei was ready to take the free kick, he had already stood up and walked to the side of the field. When Xia Ruofei's shot accurately hit the goal, Ruby couldn't help but raise his arms and cheer. He knew that Xia Ruofei's free kick technique was very accurate, but he was still excited when it turned into a goal in an official game. It was just like a foreign commentator who had analyzed Xia Ruofei's goal and ridiculed that any free kick within the 30-meter zone would be a penalty kick for Xia Ruofei. There was a big difference between a free kick and a penalty kick. When Ruby heard the fans in the stadium chanting Xia Ruofei's name and even worshipping him, he was happy but also secretly sighed. He was such a good player and definitely had the potential to become a star player at the level of Ronaldo and Messi. He would definitely be a big shot in Espanyol, but why did he have to be a successful businessman? Xia Ruofei's career was so successful that he could not make football his main business. This was simply a waste of God's gift. In the VIP box in the stands, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei cheered at the same time when Xia Ruofei's shot entered the net. They hugged each other tightly. Zhou Leiyun also stood up and applauded with a smile on his face, especially when he saw Xia Ruofei use such a special way to pay respect to Danny Hark and receive the worship of all the fans in the stadium. Zhou Leiyun could not suppress his excitement. After he took over the Espanyol club, there were always some voices of opposition, whether it was within the club or among the fans. The arrogant Europeans seemed to be unable to completely accept the fact that China had risen. When the club's master became a Chinese, these people's hearts still couldn't take that turn. Although there was no large-scale resistance, Zhou Leiyun could still feel the rejection. One could imagine that after today, because of Xia Ruofei's actions, at least at the fan level, their impression of the Chinese people would suddenly change a lot. Their rejection of the Chinese boss of the club would also be much less. After all, Xia Ruofei was one of the bosses of the club. Zhou Leiyun could not help but secretly sigh. He had spent a lot of effort, but it was still difficult to change the prejudices. Perhaps Xia Ruofei's one goal could change everything. Now that he thought about it, it was the best decision he had ever made to bring Xia Ruofei's capital into the Spanish club. After the Spanish team reversed the situation and defeated Bar A, the stock price of Zhou Leiyun's Glory World Corporation reached its limit. His net worth had also increased by at least 1 or 2 billion because of Xia Ruofei's hook shot. The news of Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei's outstanding performance in this game would obviously become a huge piece of good news for Xingshi Group when it was spread back to China. If the Spanish team finally made it to the European region because of these 2 victories, that would be even better. Zhou Leiyun could not help but laugh when he thought about the stock price that was likely to soar all the way up. On the court, the Spanish players also reacted after seeing Xia Ruofei's celebration. They all ran towards Xia Ruofei and surrounded him in the middle. They saluted Danny Hark's huge tifo in the stands. Several of the players were old players of the Espanyol club. They used to be teammates with Danny Hark. Some of these players were still fighting for the club on the field, while others spent most of their time sitting in the substitutes bench, reaching the end of their careers. At this moment, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. This time, the celebration of Xia Ruofei's goal took a little longer. It was not that he wanted to delay the time, but the fans in the stands and his teammates on and off the field were too enthusiastic. 2863, complete collapse. 2. The main judge clearly knew Danny Hauck's importance to the Spanish team, so he did not interrupt Xia Ruofei's team. Even the players of Spain's opponent, Girona, did not protest, and no one was in a hurry to restart the game. Although the game had only been going on for more than 20 minutes, Girona was already behind by 3 goals. He had just managed to recover a little on the field when he was immediately hit by Xia Ruofei's super, long free kick. Now, the faces of the players in Girona were filled with confusion, and their manager was even more dazed. In such a situation, even the best manager could not do anything. Even if he used the substitution quota in the 20-minute mark to make adjustments to the team, the effect would not be good. That was because the problem with Girona was that he was completely suppressed. It was not the weakness of any player or link at all. How could the manager adjust? The morale of Girona's players was already very low. They did not even have any hopes of catching up with the score. As long as they did not concede any more goals in the back, they would be grateful. The problem now was that there were still more than 70 minutes of the game. With the state and strength gap between the two sides, it was too difficult to not concede the goal. In fact, Girona's next goal concede came very quickly. After the restart, Girona could not attack and could not defend. The players played very hard and everyone's thinking was not unified enough. The middle and backfield were also disconnected. It was Xia Ruofei who seized the opportunity. In the 35th minute of the game, he passed the ball like a scalpel and directly passed through the defensive line of Girona. Wu Lei, who had an excellent sense of smell in front of the goal, once again rushed forward from between the Girona defenders. With a wonderful straight pass and anti-offside cooperation, he once again got a chance to be alone. This time, Wu Lei did not let Xia Ruofei down. Facing the goalkeeper who was attacking, Wu Lei calmly used his bow to kick a low flat ball. It passed directly through the goalkeeper's crotch and went in, together with the small gate. 4. The first half of the game was not over yet, and the score had already reached 4-0. Out of the 4 goals, Xia Ruofei took 2 of them. The other 2 were scored by Iglesias and Wu Lei respectively. In fact, both goals were directly related to Xia Ruofei. They were both from his sharp straight ball. If Wu Lei had not stepped too far for the first goal, he would have already scored. In the end, it became an assist for Iglesias, and Xia Ruofei, who should have received an assist, became the instigator for the attack. Naturally, Xia Ruofei assisted with the second goal. In other words, at the 35th minute of the game, Xia Ruofei had already scored 2 goals and 2 assists. Wu Lei had also scored a goal and had 2 assists in hand. Such a performance was something that even CR or Messi could not perform in every game. Even if this was the data for the entire game, it was still a rather eye-catching result. In the face of such a result, who dared to say that the Chinese players were not good? After Wu Lei scored, he ran towards Xia Ruofei excitedly. He even shook off a few teammates who came to celebrate with him and hugged Xia Ruofei tightly. "Thank you, brother Xia, thank you," Wu Lei said excitedly. Xia Ruofei laughed and patted Wu Lei's shoulder. "Did you see? A single blade was actually that simple. Don't feel any psychological pressure. In the future and play normally. The probability of scoring a goal is very high. And even if he didn't score, don't take it to heart. No player has a 100% scoring rate when he's single-handed. You've already Shown your abilities as an archer by getting the chance to fight solo. Xia Ruofei took advantage of the celebration to give Wu Lei some psychological counseling. After all, Wu Lei's impenetrable image had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Every time he missed a shot, he would attract a huge wave of ridicule, and the psychological pressure on him would also increase, forming a vicious circle. Xia Ruofei did not want the best striker in the country to be traumatized. Besides, Wu Lei was humble, hard-working, and had almost no negative news outside the field. Xia Ruofei felt that he was very much like him. I know. Thank you, brother Xia. Wu Lei grinned. His teammates also came up to celebrate, and everyone walked towards their own half with their arms around each other. After conceding 4 goals in a row in about half an hour, the players of Girona were on the verge of collapse. After the restart, they did not even have the desire to organize an attack and kept on returning the ball in the backfield. However, the Spanish team took advantage of their high morale and immediately tacitly began to press forward in the front field, which made it difficult for Girona to pass the ball around. As long as the ball stayed at his feet for a little longer, the Spanish players would quickly approach, making the players of Girona very embarrassed. They could not pass the ball out and could only kick the other side halfway. The result of doing so was to return the ball to the other party for nothing. On the Spanish side, their attack was impressive. With 4 goals at the end, all the players no longer had any psychological burden. This was a game that they were sure to win. In a game, the more relaxed one was, the better one could play. Many players performed very well during training, but once they entered actual combat, they would expose various problems, which were mostly caused by mentality. In fact, no player could bring their form from training 100% into the game. This was why even the footwork that many Chinese football players showed off the field looked good, but when they played in the game, people could not help but curse and make mistakes immediately when they were pressed. Spain's 2 wings also began to frequently plug in to assist. Girona was in danger in front of the goal and relied on the goalkeeper's superb play to barely hold on to the current score. However, they were still unable to defend to the end of the half. In the 43rd minute, the tragic Girona goal was lost again. In fact, the goal was a bit accidental. It was already close to the end of the half. The Spanish players were not made of iron. They had been carrying out the pressing tactic, with the boost of morale from consecutive goals. At this point, everyone was more or less tired, so the pressure on Girona was not as strong as it was 10 minutes ago. There were only 2 exceptions, Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei, who were full of energy. Ever since Wu Lei started practicing the first set of the Golden Man body refining movements that Xia Ruofei had taught her, his physical fitness level had been on a straight line. At the beginning, it was difficult for him to support himself in the high intensity matches of La Liga. Now, he was almost one of the most physically fit people on the team. Therefore, even if the other players were a little relaxed, Wu Lei continued to carry out the harassment tactics in the front field without tiring. As for Xia Ruofei, he always kept an appropriate distance from Wu Lei, ready to support him at any time. Wu Lei's efforts seemed to be in vain most of the time, but in the end, he still received rewards. This time, it was Girona's center-back who gave him a big gift. Under the Spaniards' overall pressure, Girona had almost no way to send the ball forward, and they were forced to constantly pass the ball back. In the end, the football reached the center-back's feet, and Wu Lei, after following the football in a big circle, still rushed at the Girona defender at high speed. The Girona center-back back, who took the ball, misjudged Wu Lei's speed at the beginning, so when Wu Lei came a few meters in front of him, he seemed a little flustered and hurriedly sent a long kick to the front field to clear the siege. However, the tragedy was that he made a mistake. The ball did not rise at all, but rolled softly toward Wu Lei. In the face of this sudden gift pack, Wu Lei was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stopped the ball. Then, with a kick, he bypassed the already dumbfounded center back and got the chance to face the goalkeeper directly. The Hirona goalkeeper did not even have time to curse as he rushed to the football. In fact, at this time, Hirona's goalkeeper hurriedly attacked and could not block all angles. Wu Lei had a lot of space to shoot. However, he caught a glimpse of Xia Ruofei from the corner of his eye. In an instant, his restless heart as a striker calmed down. He even calmly took a step in the direction of the Hirona goalkeeper. Just as the Hirona goalkeeper, who had already landed, was about to touch the football, Wu Lei nimbly did a pick pass. The football passed over the Hirona goalkeeper's body and bounced and rolled toward the middle of the penalty area. At this time, Xia Ruofei was cutting in at high speed. In front of him was the empty Hirona goal. 28-64 run after pretending, 1. When Xia Ruofei saw Wu Lei pass the ball over, he was stunned. That was because Wu Lei's position was actually very good, and the angle of his shot was not small. He could totally shoot on his own, and the probability of scoring was very high. Xia Ruofei did not expect Wu Lei to pass the ball. To be honest, Xia Ruofei felt that it would be a bit of a bully to kick a ball without any skill. He was facing a big gap now. Even if someone had never played before, they would still have a high chance of scoring. Of course, since Wu Lei had already brought the biscuit to his mouth, Xia Ruofei could not reject him. He steadied his mind, sped up, and ran 2 steps to catch up with the football. Then, with a light push of the arch of his foot, he easily sent the ball into the empty goal. 5-0. Near the end of the first half of the game, Xia Ruofei wrote the score again. He also made use of this easy goal to perform a hat trick in the first half of the game. Wu Lei, as a striker, actually performed a hat trick with an assist. The faces of the players from Hirona were a little numb. They stared at the football in the goal as if the first half of the game was a nightmare. In particular, the center-back who had just made a big mistake and given a big gift lay on the grass with his face in his hands, not getting up for a long time. Wu Lei was even more excited than Xia Ruofei after the goal. He rushed to Xia Ruofei and said loudly, "Brother Xia. A hat trick. A hat trick. You only used half the time to score. A hat trick." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, "Lazy, why didn't you just open the door? You could have easily scored." Wu Lei laughed and said, "Your position is even better. Besides, if the goal was scored, it would be a hat trick, which would be different. Also, didn't I also help with a hat trick? Speaking of which, it's a milestone. In the past, my assists in a season might only be in the single digits, but today, I got 3 in one game. It's still better to play football with you." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "We could have scored a goal. Yet, you turned it into an assist. You're still laughing." "I'm just as happy as you are when you score," Wu Lei said with a smile. At this time, the Spanish players also came up to celebrate. Xia Ruofei did not say anything more. Anyway, the goal had become a reality. He touched the back of Wu Lei's head and said, "Let's continue to score in the second half. No matter how many assists you get, it's not as practical as a goal. After all, you're a striker." "Understood," Wu Lei said happily. The RCD Espanyol players did not celebrate. After high-fiving Xia Ruofei in celebration, they walked in the direction of their own half with their arms around each other. The Spanish fans in the stands were really singing and dancing, as if they were celebrating a festival. With the overall strength of the Spanish team, it was extremely difficult to have such a big victory in the entire season. The home fans were really worth the ticket price. The commentators from all the broadcasting platforms were naturally not stingy with their words of praise. They did their best to give all the praise to Xia Ruofei. The commentators from China, Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing, were even more excited. After all, the ball came from the exquisite cooperation of two Chinese players. First, Xia Ruofei's brilliant pass tore Girona's entire line of defense apart, giving Wu Lei the chance to face the opposing goalkeeper. Then, Wu Lei returned the ball to Xia Ruofei without any hesitation. In the end, Xia Ruofei easily pushed open the empty door and completed the entire attack process. Basically, the other players of Espanyol did not participate in the attack. It was completely the cooperation of Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei, who easily penetrated Girona's goal. As Shen Fengjian and Jia Tianing chatted, they changed the topic to the national football team. The news of Xia Ruofei's confirmation to join the national football team a few days ago had long been known to the fans, which meant that the national football team had another stable scorer. Especially Xia Ruofei's free kick, which could definitely bring a surprise to the national football team at the critical moment. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei's form was hot, and everyone was full of anticipation for the World Cup qualifiers. Many sports media reporters, including some Chinese sports media reporters stationed in Barcelona, had also come to the El Prat Stadium. While the reporters marveled at Xia Ruofei's state, they couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for Xia Ruofei's sacrifice, Girona. Especially when they saw the blank and numb faces of the players on the field, they couldn't help but feel sympathetic. However, competitive sports was cruel. If you were not good enough or in a bad state, you could not blame the other party for not showing mercy. The reporters had even thought of the title for the game report, which was inseparable from keywords such as tragedy and one-sided massacre. After the game resumed, Spain finally stopped their frenzied attacks, and Girona's side had no fighting spirit at all. So, in the end, with about 5 minutes of injury stoppage time, both sides played a little dull. The control of the football was more often switched back and forth in the midfield area. As soon as the injury stoppage time was over, the referee did not even make up for a second more and directly blew the whistle to end the first half of the game. The players of Girona felt as if they had been granted amnesty and heaved a long sigh of relief. In their hearts throughout the first half, they felt that every second on the field was torture. After hearing the whistle, they did not hesitate at all and all walked towards the players' passageway with their heads lowered. 28-65 run after pretending to. On the other hand, the Spanish players were all smiling as they walked to the sidelines, talking and laughing with each other. It was a stark contrast to the players of Girona. Even though it was only the end of half the game, manager Rubi still stood on the sidelines to welcome his players and high-fived each of them in celebration as if the whole game had ended. He only turned to the locker room when the last player left the field. The 15-minute halftime passed quickly, and the players from both teams returned to the field under the lead of the referee. At this moment, the fans in the stadium realized that Xia Ruofei was not on the field. The fourth official also raised the substitution card on the sidelines. At the same time, the Spanish number 14, Merendo, also stood on the sidelines. After the fourth official showed the substitution card, Merendo ran straight to the field as he did not need to wait for the player to be replaced to leave the field. It was only then that everyone was sure that Xia Ruofei had been replaced. Not only did he not appear on the field, but he was also not even seen on the substitutes bench. The fans watching the game at the stadium and in front of the television could not help but feel a little regretful. With Xia Ruofei's hot form and his complete physical fitness, if they continued to play in the second half, they would definitely score more goals. The chances of getting 4 big happy goals and 5 goals were very high. In the PP Sports studio, Shenfeng noticed the substitution and immediately said, "I'm a little surprised that Xia Ruofei has been replaced." However, no one would think that Xia Ruofei's strength was only enough to play half the game. I even think that he should have asked to leave the field. After all, he had only used half a long time to show his strength and the team had long taken the lead. I guess he felt that it was meaningless to only bully noobs. Although it's a little disappointing, the fans must not go away, Jia Tianing said with a smile. There's also a Chinese player, Wu Lei, on the field. He scored a goal in the first half and got 3 assists at the same time. His performance was quite eye-catching. However, in terms of the number of goals, he was slightly inferior to Xia Ruofei's hat-trick. I believe his performance in the second half is also worth looking forward to. Right. Shenfeng said, although Xia Ruofei is not on the field and the RCD Espanyol's offensive power in the front field will be reduced, Wu Lei's characteristics are very distinct. His running position is quite outstanding and his sense of smell in front of the goal is also top-notch. Against a completely dispirited Girona, there's still a full 45 minutes. He definitely has a chance to score. Shenfeng and Jia Tianing's guess was right. Xia Ruofei's departure was indeed his own request. Otherwise, how would Ruby dare to replace him? During the half-time break in the changing room, Xia Ruofei told Ruby that he did not intend to continue playing in the second half. From Ruby's point of view, he was still a little worried that Girona would lose in a fit of rage and would stoop to Xia Ruofei's level, the initiator of today's tragedy. Xia Ruofei was not only a core player of the team, but also a shareholder of the club. If he was crippled in the competition, he would really become a joke. Thus, Ruby happily expressed that he had the same intention. Then, he called Merendo over and told him to go out and warm up in advance so that he could replace Xia Ruofei in the second half. There was no longer any suspense in this match, so Xia Ruofei did not even appear on the court. Instead, he showered and changed in the changing room. Of course, he didn't forget to remind Wu Lei to bring back a game ball. Although he easily completed a hat-trick, it was still a real hat-trick, so he definitely had to bring a ball back as a memento. When the Spanish main players walked out of the field, Xia Ruofei had already taken a shower and changed into the Spanish team's yellow training suit. He quietly came out of the locker room and walked to the VIP box in the stands. Along the way, Xia Ruofei even changed his appearance slightly and lowered the brim of his hat. In addition, many of the fans were wearing the Spanish team's uniform or training uniform. Xia Ruofei's outfit was not catching it all, so the fans did not notice that the new king of the team, Xia Ruofei, was walking past them. Xia Ruofei quickly arrived at the VIP box of the host team. Before he pushed the door open, he had already restored his original appearance. In the private room, Zhou Leiyun, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue were discussing. They had also noticed the substitution and found out that Xia Ruofei was not playing in the second half. At this moment, the door was pushed open by Xia Ruofei. The three of them turned around at the same time. When they saw that it was Xia Ruofei, they were all in disbelief and quickly stood up to welcome him. "Why did you come here?" Song Wei asked with a smile. "President Xia, you said you'd play a game to show your strength, but you haven't finished playing yet." Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "And you're not in the bench. You're in the stands." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I've already made my opponent cry in the first half of the game. I'd be bullying him if I played again in the second half. As for the replacement seats, how could that place be more comfortable than this place? It's just watching the game anyway, so it doesn't matter where we watch it." Xia Ruofei then walked to a soft seat and sat down comfortably. He turned around and said, "Sit down and watch the game. The second half is starting." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. They returned to their seats. In the second half of the game, the morale of the Herona team was still low. Even though their manager had given everyone a lot of encouragement during the halftime interval and even made changes to the players, it still seemed to have little effect. Without Xia Ruofei, the Spanish team's attack power and control of the midfield had declined. However, overall, the Spanish team still had the initiative. Wu Lei was still very active, cruising between the defensive lines of Herona. His running was too flexible, which gave the players of Herona a headache. Besides, with Xia Ruofei's support and his own hard work, Wu Lei was no longer isolated. In the team, everyone was getting more and more familiar with his characteristics. He often passed good shots to him, and his running position was often responded to by his teammates. However, when it came to passing, Xia Ruofei's pass was the most comfortable. Without Xia Ruofei, the Spanish team's attack power dropped significantly. Compared to the first half, the game was a lot more dull. However, Wu Lei's relentless running still paid off. At the 63rd minute, Spain's number 10, Dardel, made a long shot in front of the penalty area, causing the Herona goalkeeper to lose his grip on the ball. When Dardel shot, Wu Lei had already quickly inserted himself into the penalty area to make up for the shot, and the football just happened to bounce in Wu Lei's direction. He faced the incoming ball with the tip of his foot and gently poked it, and the football went into the net. After the goal, Wu Lei ran to the billboard. The fans sitting in the front also reached out to him and shouted his name. Wu Lei also kissed the team emblem in front of the fans and suddenly gained a lot of good feelings. The moment the goal was scored, the director in charge of the live broadcast immediately used the walkie-talkie to inform one of the cameras in charge of the grandstand area to quickly point the camera at the Spanish VIP box. They had long discovered that the Spanish boss, Zhou Leiyun, was also watching the game live. So every time the Spanish team scored a goal, the broadcast camera would be aimed at this box. After the slow-motion replay of the goal, the director cut the scene to the VIP box after the goal was scored. Naturally, Zhou Leiyun stood up with a smile on his face and applauded his compatriot for scoring a goal. This scene was not surprising, but very quickly, the director in the stadium, the commentators in charge of the commentary, and the fans who were paying attention to the big screen in the stadium and the fans watching the game in front of the television all widened their eyes in unison. That was because they saw Xia Ruofei standing beside Zhou Leyun, clapping and laughing. 2866 Good news. 1. According to the rules, if a player was replaced, he would not be able to play again in the game. Even so, the player who was replaced would still sit in the substitutes bench and wait for the end of the game. This was also a form of support and respect for his teammates, as well as team spirit. Of course, no one would think that Xia Ruofei had no team spirit or disrespected his teammates when he appeared on the bench. After all, he was one of the bosses of the club. However, when everyone saw Xia Ruofei directly go to the VIP box to watch the second half, they had a feeling that Ying didn't treat the Herona team as a dish anymore. This was undisguised contempt. What was the underlying meaning? I only need half a long time to deal with the Herona team. In the second half, I can take a shower and sit in the stands quietly waiting for the game to end. Many commentators could not help but laugh when they saw this scene. The Spanish fans seated near the VIP box were quite excited, although their area was separated from the VIP box. They could not help but stand up and wave and shout in this direction to express their love for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei saw a close-up of his VIP box on the big screen and knew that he had been a little impulsive. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly when all the fans in the stadium were waving and shouting in the direction of the VIP box, completely forgetting about the two opposing teams in the game. Zhou Leyun laughed as he watched the show, while Song Wei and Ling Qingxue laughed so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Xia Ruofei could only stand up and wave to the two sides of the stands to show his respect to the fans. The live broadcast camera was also broadcasting the reactions of the fans in the stands and the situation in the VIP box. For a full half a minute, the camera did not switch to the field. This was probably a very rare situation in the history of football broadcasting. Beijing, China, PP Sports Studio. The commentator, Shenfeng Jian, laughed and said, "It seems that Herona's threat to the Spaniards is really too small." It took President Xia a long time to feel bored and simply run to the stands to watch the game. Jia Tianing added, "I saw some fans on the bullet screen saying that Xia Ruofei's behavior is disrespectful to his teammates and opponents. I don't know what these netizens are thinking. When our Chinese players don't perform well, they want to criticize us. Now, we finally have a Chinese player who is performing so outstanding." No. It was two. Our players were just replaced and did not return to the substitutes bench, and there were actually people who criticized them. Had they really knelt for too long? If it were C-list, would the same person say something different and think that C-list had a personality? Domineering, Jia Tianing was only a guest invited by PP Sports, so he didn't have much scruples in his words. Shenfeng Jian, as the commentator for PP Sports, felt that Jia Tianing's words made sense, but he could only smooth things over. It's normal for the netizens to have different opinions. After all, everyone has different opinions. However, I personally think that it's better to be more tolerant to everyone. Besides, Xia Ruofei's performance was really eye-catching. His performance in the last two matches was definitely phenomenal. Even the foreign media is doing their best to praise him. Why are we so harsh on him? This is indeed worthy of our deep thought. Shenfeng Jian was more tactful, but his meaning was the same as Jia Tianing's. To put it bluntly, he was on Xia Ruofei's side. The match on the court had to continue. And the broadcast camera could not always be facing the stands. After the commotion, everyone finally focused on the court. Xia Ruofei could finally have some time to rest. Director Xia, Zhou Leiyun turned around and said with a smile, "We're definitely winning this round." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If we still lose, then we can forget about the European war. Next season, you should think about staying in the league." Espanyol already had no worries about staying in the league this season and was now working hard for the European tournament. Zhou Leiyun laughed out loud and said, "Didn't you already say that you were going to invest at least 100 million euros to bring in players after your press conference with Barcelona? With such a large sum of signing costs, do we still have to worry about staying in the league next season?" Xia Ruofei said, "General Manager Zhou, get this straight. It's our club, not me. I'll only pay for the portion of money that's equal to my shares. All the shareholders had to pay in proportion. If they didn't, they would be diluting the shares. Are you willing to have your shares diluted? Although I really want to say that I'm the one who can make the decision, if I'm not willing to spend a lot of money to buy the players, it's useless even if you say it, because you and I are a team and my decision is the final one." Zhou Leiyun chuckled and said, "But I do think your suggestion is good. So I'll definitely fork out the money. As for the remaining few small shareholders, it would be perfect if they were not willing to pay. I was just thinking of buying more shares." 2867 Good news, too, Zhou Leiyun had tasted the sweetness of investing in football clubs. Initially, Glory World Corporation's acquisition of the Spanish clubs did not cause much response in the country. Now, there were many Chinese clubs, including Granada, who was about to rush into La Liga, and even Inter Milan, who was in Serie A, were actually Chinese teams. It was just that the Spanish club made a clever move and brought in Lulé. In just 2 or 3 months, they had become a well-known club in China. The direct benefit of this wave of reputation harvesting was that Glory World Corporation's stock price continued to rise. Indirectly, there was also an invisible reputation, which was even more difficult to estimate. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he shrugged and said, "That's good. 100 million euros, it can only be more, not less. You have to think about it. If we play in Europe next season, we will face a situation of multiple tournaments at the beginning of the season, especially when RCD Espanyol has not appeared in the European arena for many years. We will definitely have all kinds of difficulties adapting to it. When the bench is not deep enough, we may collapse in multiple tournaments. Not only will we not gain anything in the European tournament, but the league will also fall into the mire of relegation. So, bringing in players is necessary. And we must bring in good players at all costs." "Understood." Zhou Leiyun nodded and said, "The club has already sent scouts to inspect the players." Once Ruby heard that the club was going to vigorously sign players, he became more enthusiastic about his work. At this time, Song Wei said, "Wasn't there a rumor some time ago that his former club, Real Betis, was going to invite him back and let him coach the Betis team next season?" Zhou Leiyun was slightly taken aback. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect Miss Song to know so much about our club." Zhou Leiyun had only said it casually, but Song Wei's face had inexplicably heated up, and she actually felt a little guilty. After all, to the public, Ling Qingxue was Xia Ruofei's official girlfriend. This was something that everyone knew. "I just happened to see this news a few days ago," replied Song Wei quickly. Zhou Leiyun smiled. "That's true. Also, Royal Beauties is really in contact with Ruby. I'm not sure if Ruby was tempted before, but he's clearly rejected now. This is all thanks to President Xia. Just because I said that the club will spend no less than 100 million euros on the transfer fee next season? Xia Ruofei asked, raising his eyebrows. Not entirely, Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. Ruby told me frankly that, in addition to the 100 million euro transfer fee that President Xia said, which made him more confident about the multi-line battle situation that the team might face next season, what made him determined to renew his contract was President Xia's superior skills. Although President Xia cannot guarantee that he will participate in every game with the team, as long as President Xia can provide support for the team in key games, it will be much easier for him to be the manager. Maybe he can make a name for himself in the European arena next season. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So you've been waiting for me here. It's not enough to make me run around this season and you're thinking about it next season? Zhou Leiyun, quickly, smiled apologetically and said, the capable do more work. President Xia is a fan of football. Now that the club is united and the results are so gratifying, don't you want the club to flourish in the future? Xia Ruofei replied. Non-committally, it depends. It seems that no matter how good the club's performance is, I don't have any benefits. On the other hand, someone's company stock price, it's going up like crazy. Zhou Leiyun replied without hesitation, Director Xia, Glory World Corporation will always welcome any partnership with you on the capital level. I can transfer a portion of my shares to you or use your Paradise Corporation shares in exchange. There's no problem with that. Zhou Leiyun was determined to be deeply tied to Xia Ruofei. If Xia Ruofei was willing, he could not wait to give some shares of Glory World Corporation to Xia Ruofei for free. However, he knew that Xia Ruofei would not take it for free, which was why he suggested a capital cooperation. Of course, Xia Ruofei wasn't too interested in it. He smiled and said, I was just joking, let's talk about this later. Let's watch the game first. Zhou Leiyun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, since Xia Ruofei did not seem to be interested, he could not rush to ask Xia Ruofei to invest in Glory World Corporation. Hence, he nodded and said, all right. President Xia, you can consider my suggestion when you have the time. Oh right, there's another piece of good news for the club. Oh? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows. Can you tell me? Our opponent for 7th place, Team Sevilla, has just started their game. Our staff has sent news from the venue that they are now 1 goal behind. Zhou Leiyun smiled as he waved his phone. It happened while we were chatting. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but say, there's basically no suspense in our game now. If the Sevilla team ends with this score, then we can rise to the 7th place? Yes, I am. Zhou Leiyun said excitedly, if that's the case, then the initiative will be in our hands in the remaining 3 rounds. As long as we don't make any mistakes, we don't have to hope that our opponents will make any mistakes to reverse the situation. After all, we no longer have the chance to face off against Sylvia. That's great. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he picked up the glass of wine on the coffee table and said, then what are we still talking about? Let's drink one. Let's cheer for Sevilla's opponent. Zhou Leiyun laughed out loud when he heard that and said, that makes sense. Drink one. Everyone laughed and clinked their glasses, then continued to watch the game. Oh right, Ruofei. We made a bet just now on when you'll score, and in the end, Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Who won in the end? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. No one won. Ling Qingxue said, Wei. Wei is the closest to the correct answer, but she's still a long way off. Who knew you would score? In 15 seconds. Yup. I'm embarrassed to say that I won. Song Wei said. Therefore. Ling Qingxue said. We had originally agreed that whoever lost would treat everyone to a big meal. In the end, we decided that. You'll be the one treating. Who asked you to not play by the rules? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, No problem. This meal is on me. You guys pick the place. That's right, if the Spanish team could really rise to 7th place after this round, I'll treat the entire team to a big meal. Naturally, there was no suspense in the game. The Spanish fans were singing and dancing in the stands for the entire half of the game, enjoying the joy of victory in advance. To the Chinese fans in the stadium and the fans who were watching the live broadcast in China, it was actually a hat trick by the referee, Xia Ruofei, and a goal by Wu Lei. They even had 3 assists. Their performances were perfect. However, everyone still felt that something was missing. It was Xia Ruofei's performance that raised everyone's expectations, so everyone hoped that Wu Lei would score another goal in the second half. Even if they couldn't perform a hat trick, they could at least do something like a plum blossom. After all, a fish belly was not something that could be encountered often. Wu Lei did not let everyone down. To be precise, the entire Spanish team did not let everyone down. In the 45 minutes of the second half, the Spanish team scored 3 more goals, one of which was the goal in the 80th minute. The goal was not very exciting. Both sides of the game had some physical problems at this time. Wu Lei was still energetic. He still used his best running position and keenly found an opening. Then, he used his speed to tear open Girona's defense. After breaking into the penalty area, he shot with a strong kick and steadily scored the ball. After Wu Lei scored this goal, the Spanish team finally stopped their frenzied scoring. In the end, they swept Girona with an 8-0 disparity and obtained a hearty big victory. 28-68. Everyone is happy. 1. When the referee blew the whistle to end the game, the players of Girona did not want to stay on the field for a moment longer. The humiliating defeat that would almost be written in the team history had dealt a heavy blow to their minds. The matches of their relegation opponents had not yet ended, and some had not even started. Even so, Girona was still ranked 3rd from the bottom. After this round, they would undoubtedly be deep in the relegation zone. Although there were 3 rounds left, the possibility of struggling to get out of the relegation zone was very low. In particular, they had lost 0-8 in this round, which was a kind of devastation to the players' confidence. They really did not know how they would play in the next 3 rounds. Sometimes, a team that wanted to stay in the league just had to hold on. Once this momentum was released, coupled with the despairing number of points they had before reaching the top, there was really no way to turn this situation around. Although in theory, there was still hope for Girona to stay in the league, anyone who understood football could see that if they wanted to watch Girona play next season, they would probably have to go to the LA Liga. As soon as the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "General Manager Zhou, let's go to the changing room together. Give the morale of the players another boost. Give out some bonuses?" Zhou Leiyun asked. "It's a must." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, of course, it's enough to increase the prize by 20%. Just take it as an early encouragement. In addition, we have to promise that if we enter the European battle, everyone will get a generous bonus. Sometimes, money is the best way to stimulate enthusiasm. No problem, Zhou Leiyun said. Xia Ruofei turned to Song Wei and Ling Qingxuan said, should I get Chief Zhou to send you two back to the hotel first? It was not suitable for the two girls to enter the changing room. Xia Ruofei did not want them to wait for him, so he wanted them to go back to the hotel first. Sure. Ling Qingxuan nodded. But don't forget your promise to treat us to a big meal. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, don't worry. I can't forget. I'll get it done tonight. General Manager, Zhou, please get someone to arrange for the best place. I'll pay. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Zhou Leiyun said with a smile. The four of them left the room together. Zhou Leiyun's assistant came over to take Ling Qingxue and Song Wei back to the hotel, while Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun walked down the steps of the grandstand to the changing room. This time, Xia Ruofei did not deliberately hide his appearance. Moreover, the fans knew that he was in the VIP box. So, along the way, the fans beside him kept coming over to greet Xia Ruofei. They were so enthusiastic that Xia Ruofei felt that the muscles on his face were frozen from the smile. From the VIP box down, it took him more than 10 minutes to walk the short distance. Zhou Leiyun also received a lot of warm greetings from the fans. As the club chairman, he also enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by fans for once, which was rare. He was in a good mood. When the two men arrived at the locker room, the Spanish players had just returned from the field to check on the fans. They were too enthusiastic. Ruby was also in a very happy mood as he went to attend the post-match press conference. This time, the player under him was Wu Lei, who had scored 2 goals and 3 assists. He was the most eye-catching player in the game, besides Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei had only played half a match, he still won the best of the match without a doubt. When Mark Rocca returned with the trophy for the best single match, he happened to see Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun at the entrance of the changing room. Mark Rocca was holding a ball in one hand and a trophy in the other. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun, his face lit up with joy. He quickly walked over and greeted Zhou Leiyun before turning to Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, this is your trophy for the best player. And this ball was specially left for you by Wu. He went to the press conference and told me to give it to you personally. Xia Ruofei took the 2 items with a smile and said, thank you, Rocca. He then said to the players, everyone, go in and take a shower and change your clothes. The season had entered the crucial closing stage. And he couldn't fall sick at this time. General Manager, Zhou, and I have good news to announce to everyone. In a while. The players agreed and walked into the locker room. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun, the 2 bosses, did not put on any airs. They just sat in the changing room and chatted while waiting for everyone to come out. The players all knew that the big boss was waiting outside, so they all took a shower as fast as they could, changed into dry sportswear, and quickly came out. Coincidentally, Wu Lei and Ruby had also finished the press conference and returned to the locker room together. Ruby saw Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun and hastened his steps to greet them. After politely greeting Zhou Leiyun, he turned to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could communicate with him in Spanish. Besides, Xia Ruofei was not only the boss, but also a big-time player of the Spanish team. In comparison, He naturally felt closer to Xia Ruofei. "Mr. Xia, your performance today was completely phenomenal," Ruby said excitedly. "Most of the questions at the press conference were about you." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Team Hirona isn't that strong. There's nothing to be proud of even if we beat them." 2869 Everyone is happy, too. Ruby couldn't help but show an unnatural expression. Although Espanyol was not as miserable as Hirona this season and had established their advantage of staying in the league early on paper, Espanyol and Hirona were basically similar in strength. Xia Ruofei had so casually placed Hirona in the weak ranks that Ruby felt that he was not showing his face. After Xia Ruofei left the field, Espanyol used their regular main players to score 3 goals in 45 minutes of the second half. It seemed that the strength gap between the two teams was quite big, but this had to be looked at separately. Without the 5-goal lead in the first half, the Spanish players could not play so casually, and the players of Hirona could not be distracted, which led to frequent mistakes in the rear defensive line. Under such circumstances, it was normal to concede 3 goals. Ruby thought for a moment and decided not to discuss the issue of Hirona. He said sincerely, "Mr. Xia, thank you very much for everything you've done for the team. The 6 points from these 2 games are valuable to the club. Maybe after the end of the season, they will look back and find that these 6 points will be the key to our entry into Europe. Especially against Bar A, that was an unexpected 3 points." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "If possible, I'd even like to play for the team in the last 3 rounds, but I'm really sorry. I'm very busy at home, so I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you all for the remaining 3 rounds." Ruby quickly replied, "Mr. Xia, please rest assured. We'll definitely do our best to get a spot in the European tournament." Xia Ruofei had already exceeded his mission. He had originally come to play 1 game for the team against Bar A and was going to leave. Now, he had played 1 more game and helped the team win a big victory of 8-0. Not only did they obtain 3 points, but they also added 8-goal difference for the team, 5 of which were directly related to him. For the club, if they needed to calculate the small points for the end-of-season tie, these 8-goal difference might play a decisive role. Xia Ruofei had already helped the team through the toughest game. They had successfully defeated Bar A in the away game and then made Hirona cry. This was like in a game. The most difficult obstacle had been pushed through, and they had also gotten rid of a small fish. If they could not deal with the remaining opponents and could not hold on to the victory in the final stage, they would be too ashamed to face the elders of Jiangdong. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I heard that Sevilla is still behind. If this score is maintained until the end of the game, then we'll be in the top 7 and basically have a place in the European tournament. Then, in the remaining 3 matches, as long as we do not make any mistakes, no one will be able to snatch the fruits of victory from our hands." Ruby nodded excitedly and said, "Yes. Our staff has been watching the game from the front. The score is still 1-0 and Sevilla is behind." Xia Ruofei said, "Then turn on the TV and let's watch the game together. I don't want to keep thinking about this matter." The home team's locker room was well equipped. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, a player ran over to turn on the TV and quickly found the channel to broadcast the game. Everyone looked at the live broadcast and saw that Sevilla was still behind by 0-1. The second half of the match had just begun, so Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun decided to watch the match with everyone. The 45-minute game was fast, but it was still quite torturous for the Spanish players, especially now that Sevilla was behind. They could not wait for time to pass and the score to not change again. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun sat in the middle of the front row. Ruby sat beside Zhou Leiyun. Xia Ruofei called Wu Lei, who had just finished his shower, to sit beside him. The three of them watched the game and chatted in Chinese. The strength of the Sevilla team was still quite strong, especially in the situation where they were one goal behind. Their offensive was even more fierce. Throughout the second half, Sevilla's opponent, Malagate, was jittery and did not have any decent counterattacks. The three lines were almost pressed together, so the Spanish players were also frightened. Fortunately, even though Mallorca looked like he would concede the ball at any moment, luck was always on their side. In the second half alone, Sevilla had already shot twice at the pillar. There was also a powerful header that was about to go in, but it was cleared by the Mallorca defender on the goal line. The feeling of losing the ball at any moment made the Spanish players extremely nervous. They were even more nervous than Mallorca's fans, and even more nervous than when they were playing. As time passed, Mallorca miraculously managed to keep the goal from falling despite the wind and rain. The Spanish players felt like every second was like a year. The game finally entered the injury stoppage time. The fourth official raised the sign. When everyone saw that the stoppage time was actually 5 minutes long, they could not help but curse. Although the Spanish players knew that it was useless to curse in front of the television, they still subconsciously cursed. The broadcast camera also showed that Mallorca's manager was very dissatisfied with the stoppage time and kept looking for the fourth official to protest. 28-70. Everyone is happy. 3. In fact, from an objective point of view, Mallorca had more or less used some lying on the grass tactics in the second half. With just a little physical contact, he would fall to the ground in an exaggerated manner, especially after the 70th or 80th minute. There were people falling to the ground with cramps, and the main referee had to interrupt the game again and again. When Xia Ruofei was watching the game, he was much more relaxed than the other RCD Espanyol players. The game had just entered injury time when another Mallorca player fell to the ground, clutching his thigh in pain. The Sevilla player next to him also looked helpless. There was no physical contact between the two men at all. After the referee blew the whistle to stop the game, the Mallorca player indicated that he had a cramp. Many Sevilla players showed dissatisfaction, while the Mallorca players nervously went over to press on the player's leg. The referee could only signal the team doctor to enter the field. From what I can see in the second half of the match, Mallorca's team doctor is probably the most tired. I'm even worried that their team doctor might get cramps from all the running, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The Spaniards' players burst into laughter. In fact, although Spain's strength wasn't very strong, their professional ethics in the game were good. They rarely deliberately delayed time in the game. However, when they were watching this match, none of them showed any contempt for Mallorca. In fact, they were secretly hoping that Mallorca would be even more shameless and drag the time out a little longer. Under the continuous demands of the referee and the protests of the Sevilla players, the team doctor helped the Mallorca player out of the field. They had wanted to go out from the sidelines, but the referee stopped them in time and let them leave the field from the end line. After Mallorca's player left the field, he jumped on the spot and became lively again. He quickly ran to the sidelines and raised his hand to signal to the referee that he wanted to get back into the game. The main referee was probably a little displeased with Mallorca's behavior, so he turned a blind eye to it and dropped the ball first, letting Sevilla kick off first. The Sevilla players had not committed a foul just now, and the game was blown to a stop because of an injury. So, after the game resumed, the ball was still on Sevilla's side. Sevilla immediately took the ball and launched an attack. The Mallorca player waited anxiously on the sidelines, his hands almost sore from raising the ball. The referee finally turned his head to look at him and then waved to signal him to enter the field. In the end, the game's actual injury time reached more than 6 minutes. This was also the referee's compensation for Mallorca's delay in the injury time period to Sevilla. However, Sevilla was indeed lacking in luck in this game. The bombardment in the final stage still could not penetrate Mallorca's goal. In the end, they could only pay for a low-level mistake in the first half and lose the away game with a score of 0-1. When the referee finally blew the whistle to end the game, the El Prat locker room burst into loud cheers. The Spanish players hugged each other in celebration, happier than when their team had won. Xia Ruofei, Wu Lei, Zhou Leiyun, and Ruby hugged and celebrated. After the result of this match was out, no matter what the other team's results were, the Spanish team was guaranteed to be in 7th place at the end of this round. In other words, the Spanish team had already taken half a step into the European arena. 2871 Return Journey 1. After the players had calmed down a little, Xia Ruofei clapped his hands and said loudly, "Guys, calm down. Since everyone is here today, I have a few things to announce." The RCD Espanyol players quieted down. Everyone looked at Xia Ruofei with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Some even thought that since the team was in a good position to compete for the European tournament, would Xia Ruofei simply stay and finish the remaining 3 rounds? If that was the case, then it could really be said that he could rest easy. After all, the opponents in the last 3 rounds of the Espanyol were not particularly strong. Even without Xia Ruofei, they still had to strive to win these 3 matches, and the hope was not small. If Xia Ruofei could represent the team, it was no exaggeration to say that the combat power of the entire Espanyol would be improved by a large margin. There was no doubt that they would win the next 3 rounds. Obviously, the players were overthinking it. Xia Ruofei could not possibly stay in Spain for the next 3 weeks. He looked around and said with a smile, "The first thing is that I have just discussed with General Manager Zhou. We have won a hearty big victory today, and Sevilla has also lost an unexpected defeat. We have finally rushed to the 7th place position, which is something to be happy about. So, we have decided that the winning bonus for today's game will be increased by 20%. Remember to check your bills after you have received it. Long live the boss. The shop owner is so handsome." Some of the players even whistled, and the locker room was filled with cheers. In fact, a 20% increase in the goal bonus was not a lot of money for professional players with a high income. However, everyone was in a good mood today. When Xia Ruofei announced the good news, they all cheered. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the loudest young player, Pedro, and said, "I like your useless looks." The players in the locker room burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei waited for everyone to quiet down before he continued. "The second thing is that if the club can enter the European region this season, even if it's just a spot for the qualification round, the club will provide a sum of money as a special bonus for everyone. The exact amount will be kept a secret for now, but it will definitely surprise everyone." This time, the cheers from the players were even louder. This time, Everyone was really happy from the bottom of their hearts, because everyone knew that since Xia Ruofei had specifically mentioned this matter, once they really achieved their goal of returning to the European arena at the end of the season, the club would definitely give out a considerable amount of bonus. Xia Ruofei finally said, "There's one more thing. I'll treat the entire team to a big meal tonight. I've already asked Director Zhou to send someone to pick the place. It's definitely the highest standard restaurant in Barcelona. Everyone had to attend, and no one was allowed to be absent. In addition, family members are allowed." "Boss, how many can I bring?" Markelka asked with a smile. "How many wives do you have?" Xia Ruofei immediately asked. The players burst into laughter. One by one, they touched Mark Rocca's head and asked him how many girlfriends he had. Markelka scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. Xia Ruofei had obviously misunderstood him on purpose, but it made the atmosphere in the changing room even more cheerful. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's no limit to the number of people. You can bring your girlfriend, wife, and children. It's a family gathering." "Understood. The shop owner is generous." "Thank you, boss." The Spanish team's game kicked off very early today. Even though they had watched half the game in the locker room after the game, it was not even 5 o'clock yet, so the players went home to change their clothes and brought their families to meet. The time was just right. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked out of the locker room. The players had to take the team's bus back to Danny Halk base. Everyone's car was parked at the training base, and then they took the bus together. Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei walked out side by side. He said, "Lei, when you go back, bring your wife and children with you. This is also a rare opportunity to interact with your teammates. If you want to play on a team for a long time, it is impossible to do so without the support of your teammates, so you have to learn to integrate into the team." Wu Lei was a humble person, and his training and game attitude were very positive. He could be said to be a player full of positive energy. However, he was a little shy, and he had not learned Spanish well, so he usually communicated with his teammates less. "I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Xia." Wu Lei nodded and said. Xia Ruofei did not leave with the team's bus. Instead, he took Zelayan's car back to the hotel. Although it was said that Xia Ruofei was treating Zhou Leiyan's assistant, was actually the one handling everything, including deciding on the restaurant and informing the players and coaches. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun chatted for a while in the hotel. When it was past 6 in the evening, they took Zhou Leiyun's luxury business car to the restaurant with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Although the season was not over yet and there was still the league next week, Spain had won 6 points in these 2 rounds. One was to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from Barcelona, and the other was an 8-goal victory. The team was filled with a joyous atmosphere and morale was very high, so it was just right to call everyone together for a meal. 2872 Return Journey 2. Almost all of the Spanish first team was present today, including the players, coaches, and staff. Everyone had brought their families to the high-end restaurant booked by the club to chat happily. When Xia Ruofei and his group arrived, everyone stood up and applauded. Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leiyun also shook hands with everyone. When they were shaking hands with Wu Lei and his family, Xia Ruofei even stopped to chat with them in Chinese. At this point, Xia Ruofei was no longer a player, but a shareholder of the team. Of course, because they had fought side by side before, the players' affection for Xia Ruofei was far greater than for Zhou Leyun. Soon, the dinner started. Xia Ruofei did not purposely invite Wu Lei to sit at the same table. Instead, he asked him to sit with his other teammates. This was because calling his family over could backfire and make the players feel that Wu Lei was giving special treatment because he and the boss were from the same hometown. Moreover, Wu Lei also needed to integrate into the team. Such a family gathering dinner was the easiest way to get closer to each other. Before the banquet started, Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leyun both gave a short speech. Then, everyone started to enjoy the food that the restaurant had specially prepared. Since most of them were professional players, and it wasn't the off-season yet, the restaurant didn't provide any alcoholic drinks today. Everyone only had juice. Even so, the atmosphere of the banquet did not turn cold because there was no wine. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei saw that Wu Lei, Diego Lopez, Naldo, and the others were all chatting happily. Of course, with Wu Lei's current level of Spanish, it was unknown how much he could understand, but it was still an improvement. Even if he communicated with simple words and gestures, he could still close the distance between him and his teammates. Soon, everyone started to serve fruit juices to the table. Many people came to toast Xia Ruofei and Zhou Leyun. Wu Lei also came with his wife and children. They used fruit juice to toast the two bosses. Everyone left happily at the dinner. It was a way to relax after the game. Tomorrow, they would be back in training to prepare for the league tournament this weekend. The remaining 3 rounds were very important for Spain. The best outcome would naturally be for all of them to win. In that case, no one would be able to shake their current ranking, and they might even advance 1 or 2 places. Considering the matches of the few teams that theoretically had a chance of competing for the top 7, if Spain could get 6 to 7 points in the last 3 rounds, that meant that they would win at least 2 games and a draw or loss. If they could do that, there was a high probability that they would maintain their current ranking. Winning at least 2 out of 3 games was still a challenge for the Spanish clubs, which did not have an advantage in La Liga on paper. Fortunately, their opponents in the last 3 rounds were not too strong. In addition, the morale of the Spanish team was high. So it was still possible to win in one go. The premise was that the entire team had to be united and everyone had to devote themselves to the preparation. With Xia Ruofei's 2 promises in the locker room, everyone used the dinner time on the day after the game to gather again. The players were very enthusiastic now, and were clamoring to defeat all 3 opponents. Xia Ruofei could tell that both the players and the manager, Ruby, wanted him to stay and continue to play for the team. Even if he played 1 more game, his chances of entering the European competition would be greatly improved. However, due to Xia Ruofei's status, they did not dare to mention it. Even though Xia Ruofei was also very concerned about whether the team could enter the UEFA Europa League, he really had no intention of staying in Spain. On the one hand, it was because he had been away for more than 10 days, and there were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in Paradise Island and the company. On the other hand, the more important reason was that he could feel that he was about to make a breakthrough. Therefore, he had to return to the Peach Source Island as soon as possible. Only in an environment with rich spiritual chi like the Paradise Island would the breakthrough be smoother. Furthermore, no one could disturb him during the process of his breakthrough. The array on the Peach Blossom Island was undoubtedly Xia Ruofei's safest guarantee. Hence, when the banquet ended, Xia Ruofei greeted Zhou Leyun and told him that he would be leaving Spain the next morning. This time, Xia Ruofei had done enough for the club. Naturally, Zhou Leyun did not dare to expect Xia Ruofei to continue to stay on the team and contribute. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was leaving the next day, he quickly said that he would definitely send him off at the airport. After they returned to the hotel, Xia Ruofei sent Song Wei and Ling Qingxue back to their room. Then, he went to his room to take a shower and went to bed. He didn't cultivate that night because almost all the true qi in his body had been converted into vital qi. If he continued to cultivate, he might have a breakthrough here tonight. At this point, Xia Ruofei had to strengthen his foundation, and the external environment for his breakthrough had to be in the best condition. Hence, he could only suppress his cultivation for now and wait until he arrived at the Peach Source Island the next day before breaking through. The next morning, Zhou Leyun came to the hotel and personally sent Xia Ruofei and the other two to the airport in Barcelona. He also helped to make the necessary arrangements. After going through the security check on the private jet, Xia Ruofei and the other two took the business car that the airport had prepared for high-end customers and arrived at the landing strip where Paradise was parked. Captain Liu N, who had been informed a day in advance, had already made preparations with the crew. After Xia Ruofei and the other two boarded the plane, Paradise was soon allowed to slip out and join the take-off sequence at the busy Barcelona airport. At 8:30 a.m., Paradise received permission to take off. Soon, it glided on the runway and took off. After docking in Australia and refueling, Paradise flew all the way to the southeast and finally landed on the runway of Paradise Island in the deep night. Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou were waiting on the tarmac. As soon as the cabin door opened, the two of them quickly greeted them. Xia Ruofei walked out of the cabin first. Mr. Xia. The two of them greeted him in unison. The crew members of the Peach Source were also present, so the two of them followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and addressed him as Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei nodded. Yongshou, you stay here. After the crew is done with their work, you can personally bring them to their resting place. There was a formation on the Peach Source Island. Although the formation did not change its position and its range was surrounded by barbed wire, Xia Ruofei was still worried that the ordinary crew members might accidentally enter it, which would be life-threatening. Moreover, there were many secrets on the Paradise Island, so he arranged for Jing Yongshou to follow him the entire time. Yes, Mr. Xia. Jing Yongshou quickly said. Foster husband, let's talk while we walk. Xia Ruofei said. He brought Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Li Yifu to the business car that was parked on the tarmac. However, Xia Ruofei did not get into the car. He only said to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, Qingxue, Wei Wei, you two take my car. He will arrange a place for you to rest. From what he had said, it was obvious that he was not prepared to go back with them. Li Yifu didn't dare to have the slightest bit of hesitation about his senior granduncle's decision. He didn't even dare to ask about it. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, naturally didn't have such concerns. She immediately asked, Ruofei, where are you going? Li Yifu and Song Wei also looked at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've suddenly gained some enlightenment in cultivation, so I want to go into seclusion. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Li Yifu, foster husband, I will go to the core of the array to seclude myself. At the same time, I will also mobilize some arrays around the surroundings for protection. So the position of the array may change slightly tonight. You also have to tell Jing Yongsho in a while that you all stay in the building tonight and don't run around. 2873 Early Gold Core. 1. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei knew what was important and what was not. Li Fu followed Xia Ruofei's orders obediently, so after they heard Xia Ruofei's words, they all nodded with a serious expression. Ruofei, you must be careful when you're cultivating alone, Song Wei said. They had been with Xia Ruofei for a long time, but they had rarely seen him in closed-door cultivation. This time everyone knew that Xia Ruofei was about to break through to the golden core stage, so they had already guessed the purpose of Xia Ruofei's closed-door cultivation. They just didn't say it. Xia Ruofei nodded at everyone, then disappeared into the night. Li Fu went over to Jing Yongsho, who was waiting by the plane, and gave him some instructions. Then, he respectfully took Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and left the tarmac. Xia Ruofei flew all the way and soon arrived at the cement house near the cliff on the west side of the island. This was the core of the entire formation, and also the place with the tightest defense on the island. However, Xia Ruofei had long been familiar with the Taishu Shanqing formation and naturally came here with ease. He first went to the core array board and used his mind power to activate the array, forming layers of protection around it. Then, he sat down cross-legged next to the core array board. With a thought, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting from his palm. Under the heavy protection of the Taishu Shanqing formation, this place was naturally very safe. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator could break into the island, it would take a lot of effort to break through the heavy encirclement and reach the core formation disk. As for ordinary people, they couldn't even use advanced equipment to spy on it, let alone get close. All they could see was a cloud of fog. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not worried when he took out the spirit map scroll here. Then, Xia Ruofei quickly took out the talismans from the spirit map and placed it in a hidden corner of the room. Then, he began to skillfully set up a protective array around the place where the spirit map was hidden. These talismans were all made by Xia Ruofei when he was free. They were almost all of his assets. In this way, with the layers of protection of the Taishu Shanqing formation on the outside and the protection of many formations around the spirit map scroll, it could be said to be impregnable. After setting everything up, Xia Ruofei entered the space with a thought. He had chosen to break through in the spirit map space after careful consideration. The concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit map space was much denser than the outside world. At a critical moment like breaking through to the golden core stage, the denser the spiritual energy, the better. After all, he had no experience and only read about the experiences of his predecessors from various cultivation books. He was not sure how much spiritual energy was needed in the process of breaking through, so it was more secure to break through in the space. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that when he cultivated in the spirit map space, not only was the spiritual qi more concentrated, but his cultivation state, including his comprehension, was obviously better than the outside world. Perhaps this was one of the magical effects of the spirit map space, a little benefit that the spiritual master of the spirit map space had left for the younger generation. During normal cultivation, this kind of difference was not a big deal. At the critical point of breaking through to the next realm, Xia Ruofei would not let go of any advantage. In addition, there was another crucial point in making use of the spirit map's environment to make a breakthrough. The spiritual qi in the outside world had already accumulated over this period of time and was already quite dense. Therefore, there was no need to worry about excessive consumption during the breakthrough process. Other than absorbing energy from the chaotic space, the spirit map could also absorb spiritual qi from the outside world to replenish and purify it. There was basically no need to worry about the foundation of the space being damaged by the excessive consumption of Reiki. Xia Ruofei directly entered the spirit map space's Archean realm and sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing, telling him not to come over to pay his respects. He told Xia Qing not to enter the Archean realm without his summons. He needed an environment where he would not be disturbed. When Xia Qing sensed Xia Ruofei entering the spatial zone, she was prepared to come and pay her respects to her master. After receiving Xia Ruofei's voice transmission, she hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." Xia Ruofei then crossed the jade bridge beside the spiritual pond and arrived at the small island in the middle of the pond. He sat down cross-legged on the small square in front of the Linglong Tower. He first meditated to adjust his state of mind and calm his mood. Xia Ruofei didn't set up time array flags, because he was close to breaking through. He might be able to complete it in a moment and didn't need much time. Furthermore, at the Archean realm, time flowed 30 times faster than normal. This was already enough to save time. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei got rid of all distracting thoughts and entered a state of clarity. There was no sorrow or joy in his eyes. He naturally began to operate the mental cultivation method of the Great Tao chant. Rich spiritual qi poured into his body and washed his meridians and dantian. After a while, the last trace of true qi in his dantian was transformed into primordial qi. At that moment, Xia Ruofei felt as if all the meridians in his body had trembled slightly. The circulation speed of the Great Tao technique had obviously increased a little. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort all over his body. From this moment on, the spiritual qi that was absorbed into his body would directly produce primordial qi after passing through his dantian, and no longer produce genuine qi. 2874 Early Oris Core Stage 2. In fact, ever since he broke through the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage, Xia Ruofei had been practicing the second level of the Great Way of the Tao. However, because the genuine qi in his body had not been completely transformed into vital qi, the spiritual qi that he absorbed during cultivation was basically a mixture of vital qi and genuine qi. As the proportion of the transformation of genuine qi increased, the proportion of vital qi in the mixture that he cultivated would also increase. Today, he finally cultivated his first wisp of pure vital qi using the second level of the Great Tao Scroll. Of course, cultivating vital qi was not Xia Ruofei's main task today. His main focus was on his dantian. At this moment, there was a large amount of elemental energy in his dantian. It was all converted from Xia Ruofei's cultivation. Of course, since vital qi was many times purer than true qi, the same dantian could naturally hold more vital qi. In comparison, Xia Ruofei's current dantian felt much more spacious than when he was at Lianqi 9th level. The second level of the Great Tao Arts was still running, continuously replenishing his dantian with yuan qi. The most obvious sign of the early stage golden core was the formation of a yuan qi vortex in the dantian, which was the embryonic form of the golden core. As long as this yuan qi vortex was formed, it meant that the cultivator had reached the cultivation of the early stage golden core. The Great Tao Arts was a supreme cultivation technique that pointed directly to The great Tao of heaven and earth. The second level corresponded to the golden core stage, so naturally, there was a detailed description of how to form a yuan qi vortex. Xia Ruofei had already memorized it. His main task this time was to form this yuan qi whirlpool. As for the second level of the great Tao arts, he only needed to split a bit of energy, and he would be able to circulate it naturally. Xia Ruofei followed the instructions of the technique and used his mind to control the vital qi in his dantian to slowly rotate in a clockwise direction. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei felt a strong resistance. With such a huge amount of vital qi, he felt that his spiritual power could not bear the burden of moving the whole body even a little. He had almost completely studied the second level of the great Tao arts. He was very clear that this was a normal phenomenon. For example, in foreign Hercules competitions, it was common to see the scene of Hercules pushing a heavy truck. At the beginning, it was also the most laborious. They often used all their strength, but the truck only moved a little. However, it became easier towards the end because the truck itself had inertia. The situation in Xia Ruofei's dantian was similar. And this was when Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation far exceeded his vital qi cultivation. When he was in the mid-stage of qi refinement, his spiritual power had already broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, which was equivalent to the golden core stage. If it were an ordinary cultivator, their spiritual power would barely break through to the spirit-gathering realm at this stage, and some people would even lag behind. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to drive such a huge amount of primordial qi. Therefore, it often took many years for ordinary cultivators to break through the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage and officially enter the golden core stage. Luo Qingfeng was one such example. The main thing was that although there was no bottleneck from the foundation establishment stage to the early Jiedan stage, there were still many difficulties to overcome. Many people were stuck in the area of mental power and needed to spend a lot of time to improve their mental power cultivation. Of course, when ordinary cultivators reached this stage, the amount of vital qi in their dantian was not as high as Xia Ruofei's in terms of quantity or quality. Thus, it was relatively easier for them. Xia Ruofei only felt slightly strained. Under his full control, the primordial qi in his dantian began to move with heavy steps and slowly moved in a clockwise direction. In order to form a yuan qi vortex, it was naturally not enough to simply let the yuan qi spin. In the process of spinning, one also needed to consciously use the yuan qi to construct a structure similar to an array at some key positions. Only in this way could the yuan qi vortex that was finally formed be stable and continuously absorb yuan qi, gradually evolving into a true golden core. Different cultivation techniques would naturally have different methods of constructing the yuan qi vortex. Hence, the yuan qi vortex that was formed in the end would also be different. In addition, the mass of the yuan qi vortex was also closely related to the mass of the yuan qi itself. Therefore, the golden core was divided into 9 grades, whether it was the upper 3 grades, the middle 3 grades, or the lower 3 grades. In fact, when the yuan qi vortex was formed, the grade of the golden core had already been determined. The reason why Xia Ruofei placed so much importance on this breakthrough and took every step steadily and made full use of the external conditions was so that the final formed vital qi vortex would be of a higher grade. This was a key step in his future cultivation path. The vital qi in his dantian was slowly rotating. Xia Ruofei was paying full attention to the situation of his vital qi, not daring to be distracted at all. As he controlled the yuan qi with all his might to speed up the rotation, he also continuously used his mental power to weave mysterious patterns, integrating them into the yuan qi. This was the framework of the yuan qi vortex. Only when the skeleton was stable would the yuan qi vortex that was formed be stable. Of course, Xia Ruofei had absolute confidence in the great Tao arts. He knew that as long as he followed the requirements of the cultivation technique and completed the construction of the essence qi whirlpool meticulously, the grade of the essence qi whirlpool that was formed would not be low. The rotation of the vital qi was getting faster and faster. With this inertia, Xia Ruofei no longer needed to use all his strength to drive it. On the contrary, he even started to control the rotation speed a little. This was because he had entered a critical stage in building the skeleton. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's mind had no distracting thoughts. All he could think of was the part in the second level of the Great Tao chant that described the construction of the vital qi vortex. He used his spiritual power to construct the runes without any mistakes and wrapped his vital qi around them, forming a mysterious web-like structure. The rune network also became more and more complete as the vital qi circulated. It almost covered the entire inner wall of the dantian. When the last rune was integrated into the network and was closely integrated with the vital qi, Xia Ruofei finally heaved a sigh of relief. He had completed the most problematic part of the whole process. The following work would be much easier. He began to push his vital qi with all his heart and soul to speed up the rotation. As the vital qi's rotation became faster and faster, the vital qi in his dantian seemed to have a trace of violent qi. However, with the restraint of this rune network, all the violent qi was firmly suppressed. No matter how strong the centrifugal force was, not a trace of it leaked out. When the yuan qi began to rotate, it was like the flywheel of a huge electric motor. It was extremely heavy at first, but once the inertia took effect, the speed was so fast that it made one's heart palpitate. As the vital qi rotated to its extreme, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that the vital qi under the centrifugal force was about to dissipate at any time. But now, it suddenly changed. It suddenly collapsed inward and a huge suction followed. This was like riding a pirate ship, and after reaching the highest point, it suddenly began to fall again. The instantaneous transformation from overweight to weightless made one's heart feel like it was about to fly out of their chest. This feeling was very similar, and it made Xia Ruofei feel uncomfortable. Of course, he didn't have the time to think too much. When the yuan qi vortex produced a suction force, he instantly felt a void in his dantian. The technique described this feeling. So Xia Ruofei did not panic. Instead, he felt a burst of joy. He knew that when the yuan qi vortex in his dantian began to have the devouring attribute, it meant that the yuan qi vortex had been successfully built. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not dare to relax. The yuan qi whirlpool was like a black hole, constantly swallowing the free yuan qi to strengthen himself. At this time, his dantian was extremely empty. Xia Ruofei quickly circulated the second level of the Great Tao technique and absorbed the rich spiritual qi in the outside world. He quickly converted it into elemental energy in his dantian. 2875 Achieving success in one stroke. 1. The spiritual qi in the spirit map space was extremely dense. It had even formed a misty spiritual liquid in the air. Hence, Xia Ruofei started absorbing at full speed and the efficiency was shockingly high. The moment Xia Ruofei fully activated the second level of the Great Tao technique, a spiritual energy hole appeared in the small square where he was meditating. A large amount of spiritual energy that was almost liquefied rolled towards Xia Ruofei, who was sitting upright. After Xia Ruofei had broken through to the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm, the meridians in his body had also been strengthened greatly. Therefore, although the amount of spiritual qi was large, he could still bear it. He only felt that the meridians in his body were full. The spiritual energy in his meridians quickly circulated along the path of the second level of the great Tao arts. After one circulation, it entered his dantian, and a wisp of extremely pure vital qi naturally appeared in his dantian. Every time yuan qi was produced, the vortex that was spinning rapidly in his dantian would automatically produce a huge suction force and absorb the yuan qi into the vortex. The vital qi whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. Basically, no matter how much vital qi was produced, the whirlpool could absorb it all. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei was trying his best to absorb spiritual qi to cultivate, he could still feel the emptiness in his dantian. It was as if he had been hungry for days and had a strong desire for vital qi. Countless spiritual qi gushed in from the outside and surged in Xia Ruofei's meridians. He could feel the yuan qi vortex in his dantian growing bit by bit. At the same time, he also felt his strength rising steadily. For the first time, Xia Ruofei had a direct understanding of the strength of an early-stage golden elixir realm expert. He felt that he had been able to defeat Luo Qingfeng with the help of the array more or less due to luck. Even though he had broken through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage at that time, his strength was obviously much weaker than it was now before he had formed the vital qi vortex. However, Xia Ruofei also felt that Luo Qingfeng's strength seemed to be weaker than what he had expected. He had not completely stabilized the vital qi vortex and could not be considered to have entered the early stage of the golden elixir realm. However, according to his judgment, his strength was already stronger than what Luo Qingfeng had shown that day. Not only was Luo Qingfeng a true early-stage golden elixir realm expert, but he had also broken through many years ago. Xia Ruofei's breakthrough had not even been completed. The only explanation was that the essence qi vortex formed by Luo Qingfeng was much worse in quality than the one Xia Ruofei was trying to stabilize. Of course, this thought flashed across Xia Ruofei's mind, and he quickly focused on his cultivation. Xia Ruofei let go of all his worries and absorbed the spiritual qi with all his might. The effect was that the spiritual qi around his body temporarily had a hole. Of course, the spirit qi from other places in the space was also being replenished quickly. The current concentration of spirit qi was still enough to support his cultivation. However, Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed of absorbing spiritual qi was too fast. The spiritual qi in the spirit map was consumed at a very fast rate, which naturally triggered the lowest level of array. Hence, the space began to absorb energy from the chaotic space outside the membrane wall and quickly transformed it into spiritual qi. The speed of absorbing energy from the chaotic space could not keep up with Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed. After all, the energy absorbed from the chaotic space needed to be transformed by the array in the space. It would take time. In this way, the total amount of spiritual energy in the space was always in a slow process. For example, in the classic math problem, if there was a pool with water on the tap and water leaking out from the drainage valve, if the speed of adding water was slower than the speed of releasing water, the water level of the pool would naturally decrease slowly. If the speed of descent was fast enough and the Time was long enough, the water in the pool would definitely be drained dry. Fortunately, the pool in the spirit map space had another tap, besides absorbing energy from the chaotic space, which was the Paradise Island in the outside world. Therefore, when the total amount of spirit chi in the space continued to decrease, the low-level array of the spirit map space also triggered the protective mechanism and began to absorb spirit chi from the outside world. What the spirit map space absorbed from the Peach Blossom Island was the rich spiritual energy, and the process of transformation was omitted. Naturally, the speed of energy absorption was much faster than that of the chaotic space. Soon, with the two faucets supplying water continuously, the spirit chi in the spirit map space stopped declining and began to slowly rise again. Xia Ruofei was so immersed in his cultivation that he didn't notice anything. He was still fully operating the second level of the great Tao arts. The spiritual energy in the space was also continuously pouring into his body, and it was constantly producing wisps of pure yuan qi in his dantian. It was already late at night on the Peach Blossom Island. However, other than the flight crew led by Luan, who had already washed up and gone to bed early, no one else was sleepy. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were staying in different rooms tonight. It was a tacit understanding. After all, they had to practice the absolute beginning scripture with Xia Ruofei on the Peach Blossom Island. It would be inconvenient if they stayed together. As for what would happen after the other party and Xia Ruofei trained together, they both knew it. From their own point of view, they were all adults. Not only men, but women also had such needs. During their time in Spain, the two simply lived together because they were shy. After returning to the Peach Source Island, they had at least a reason that could convince themselves. Naturally, the two of them chose to live in their own rooms. 2876 achieving success in one stroke, too. Anyway, the reception rooms in this building were basically empty. Let alone one room per person. Even if one person stayed in 10 rooms, it would not be a problem to change rooms every hour. At that moment, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were both standing on the balcony of their room, looking towards the west of the island. Their faces were filled with worry. Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou had also been looking in the direction of Xia Ruofei's cultivation place. They were waiting in their rooms with anxiety. After a while, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and the others raised their eyebrows in unison and looked to the west of the island. At this moment, the spiritual qi on the west side of the island had a huge fluctuation. Although Song Wei and the rest were not as powerful as Xia Ruofei, and they were so far away, they could still feel it. Soon, all the spiritual qi in the entire Paradise Island seemed to be circulating rapidly, rushing toward the core of the formation on the west side of the island. When Xia Ruofei was setting up the protective array for the spirit map, he also added a spirit gathering array around it. After gathering for so many days, the spiritual energy on the Paradise Island was already very rich. Xia Ruofei added another spiritual energy gathering array, which was equivalent to gathering the spiritual energy from other places, increasing the density of the spiritual energy. When the spirit map space first started to absorb the spirit chi from the outside world, it was like a whale swallowing. This was because the spirit map space was not like cultivators who needed to circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb spirit chi. The spirit map space was truly swallowing. No matter how much spiritual energy was absorbed, the spiritual energy stored would be the same. At most, it would be compressed a little. Therefore, the absorption speed was quite terrifying. Song Wei and The rest felt as if a black hole had formed in the direction where Xia Ruofei was cultivating. The surrounding spiritual qi was pouring in as if it was free. Soon, they felt that the concentration of spiritual energy around them had a slight trend of decline. This speed was really terrifying. It should be known that the array of the Paradise Island was so large that the total amount of spiritual energy was quite considerable. Moreover, once the concentration of spiritual energy dropped, the spirit-gathering array of the Taishu Xianqing array would immediately speed up its absorption. Under normal circumstances, when the concentration of spiritual energy reached an extreme, a dynamic balance would be formed. Only when the speed of consumption was far greater than the speed at which the formation absorbed spirit qi would the spirit qi concentration of the entire island begin to decline. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what Xia Ruofei was doing. Could it be that breaking through to the golden core stage would really cause such a big commotion? Xia Ruofei's cultivation level was beyond the reach of Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Fu, and the others. They did not have a clear idea of what it was like to be in the early stage of the golden core realm. Hence, they could only watch Xia Ruofei's situation with a trace of worry. At the same time, they were praying for Xia Ruofei. In their hearts, Xia Ruofei, who was in the spirit map space, was not in as much danger as everyone had thought. However, the constant hunger in his dantian made him feel a little uncomfortable. No matter how many wisps of yuan qi he cultivated, the yuan qi vortex in his dantian would absorb them all as if it would never be full. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to continue to operate the second level of the Great Tao Sutra while absorbing the spiritual qi in the space. It could be said that Xia Ruofei was absorbing countless spiritual qi every second. This was also due to Xia Ruofei's unique conditions. Otherwise, even a sect leader like Luo Qingfeng would not have so many resources for him to squander. In fact, for Luo Qingfeng and most of the cultivators, even if the framework of the yuan qi vortex was completed, the formation of the entire yuan qi vortex was not done overnight because the consumption of spirit qi was too great. Therefore, normal early Jidan stage cultivators would also spend a lot of time in the yuan qi vortex stage, constantly producing yuan qi through cultivation, and at the same time, the yuan qi would be absorbed by the vortex, making the vortex slowly grow stronger. This process could last for months or even a year or two. Before a cultivator successfully constructed a yuan qi vortex, the entire vortex would only enter and not leave. It would not form a normal energy circulation with the dantian and the body. Moreover, yuan qi was the purest energy in the cultivator's body, so it led to a side effect. That was, during the period from the initial formation of the yuan qi vortex to the complete stabilization, most cultivators would be as thin as a stick, like a skeleton. This included Luo Qingfeng. Xia Ruofei didn't know how ordinary cultivators formed their vital qi whirlpool. However, the second level of the Great Tao technique didn't mention it. Furthermore, the cultivation technique did not mention that this yuan qi vortex could be stabilized bit by bit and did not need to be completed overnight. Even if Xia Ruofei knew that he could take it slow, he would not choose this relatively safe path of cultivation if the conditions allowed it. The reason was simple. The constant hunger was too unbearable. Furthermore, if he stopped cultivating, the remaining yuan qi in his meridians, bones, and muscles would be sucked away and then swallowed into the yuan qi vortex. This was also the reason why many cultivators at this stage were like skeletons. If Xia Ruofei had known that he would end up like that, he would not have made the right choice. In short, before the vital qi vortex had completely stabilized, Xia Ruofei had been constantly absorbing spiritual qi for cultivation. Of course, he could also feel that the yuan qi vortex in his dantian was starting to stabilize bit by bit. He had not absorbed so much yuan qi for nothing. Xia Ruofei actually spent quite a long time cultivating this. Time. Fortunately, time was 30 times faster in the outside world than in the Archean realm. Hence, Song Wei and the others did not have to wait long in the outside world. The concentration of spiritual qi in the outside world had dropped to about half of its usual stable state, and the spiritual qi in the spirit map space had also dropped due to the thinning of the spiritual qi in the outside world. Xia Ruofei finally felt that the vital qi vortex had completely stabilized. He had just produced a wisp of vital qi from his cultivation. Although the vortex had also absorbed it, it had actually spat out half of it. This wisp, to be precise, it was half a wisp of yuan qi. It was floating outside the range of the yuan qi vortex in his dantian space. Xia Ruofei was pleasantly surprised. This long cultivation process was finally coming to an end. He roughly estimated that if the vital qi produced during this cultivation was not absorbed and compressed by the vortex, but directly stored in his dantian, even 10 dantians would not be able to contain it. In other words, the yuan qi vortex had successfully compressed the energy at least 10 times, and the energy per unit volume was more than 10 times higher than ordinary yuan qi. Compared to the true qi before, the difference was even greater. Xia Ruofei could finally relax a little. He could also feel that the concentration of spiritual qi in the spirit map space seemed to have decreased to a certain extent. However, the decrease was not very large and it was far from hurting the foundation of the space. Hence, he did not stop his cultivation immediately. Instead, he continued to operate the second level of the Great Tao technique and continued to absorb spiritual qi. The reason was very simple. Although Lao Ai's yuan qi vortex was finally full, his dantian was still empty. No matter what, he had to first fill up the yuan qi in his dantian. However, the hunger had started to ease, so Xia Ruofei deliberately slowed down his cultivation speed. He steadily absorbed spiritual qi and then produced vital qi to fill the space in his dantian. Xia Ruofei slowed down the speed of absorption, which was a relief for the spirit map space. Under such circumstances, the spirit map space continued to absorb energy from the chaotic space and spiritual qi from the outside world. Hence, the concentration of spiritual qi in the space slowly stabilized. 2877 The magical bead. 1. Xia Ruofei cultivated for another 2 hours, and his dantian was finally filled. Right now, in addition to the yuan qi vortex that was emitting a terrifying aura, his dantian was also filled with wisps of extremely pure yuan qi. Xia Ruofei only stopped cultivating when he felt that his dantian had reached its limit. In fact, he had already felt it. Although he had fully charged his dantian through more than 2 hours of cultivation, the essence qi vortex was still devouring the essence qi all the time. However, after the vortex had consolidated, the speed of devouring the essence qi was no longer as fast as before. Instead, it had become a kind of nourishing and silent absorption. Although the speed was not fast, it was carried out at all times. As a result, the yuan qi in his dantian was still in a state of slow reduction. He needed to cultivate frequently to replenish it. This was also a situation that all cultivators in the early stage of the Golden Core realm would encounter. Xia Ruofei had already understood it from the cultivation manuals. Moreover, the speed of the consumption of vital Qi was not very fast, so he was not worried at all. In fact, he had hoped that his vital Qi would be consumed faster. Because after the Yuan Qi vortex absorbed Yuan Qi, it did not absorb it for nothing. With every wisp of Yuan Qi absorbed, the vortex would grow a little stronger, and the final evolution form would naturally be a complete golden core. The faster one's vital Qi was consumed, the faster one's cultivation speed would naturally be. Unfortunately, even a top cultivation method like the Great Tao Arts could only rely on grinding at this stage. Unless there was a special encounter, it was difficult to take a shortcut. After Xia Ruofei stopped cultivating, he did not leave the spirit map space immediately. He first inspected his body and checked the condition of his body. After the major realm breakthrough, especially during the process of constructing the Yuan Qi vortex, his body had also been tempered to a large extent. The width and toughness of his meridians were now incomparable to when he had just broken through the bottleneck of the Qi refining stage. In addition, the most obvious change was the increase in his strength. He could use the energy of the Yuan Qi vortex at any time. Even if he didn't use his Yuan Qi, the strength of his body alone was much higher than that of a cultivator at the Qi refining stage. He even felt a little unaccustomed to it. It seemed that he still couldn't control the sudden increase in his strength freely and completely. Finally, Xia Ruofei carefully observed the vital Qi whirlpool in his dantian. In the early stage of the Golden Core, the most important thing was this Yuan Qi vortex. The grade of the Yuan Qi vortex would determine the quality of the Golden Core formed in the future. Naturally, it would also determine how far the cultivator could go on this thorny road. Basically, after the formation of the Yuan Qi vortex, the upper limit of the cultivator's Golden Core stage was already determined. Very few cultivators could form a high-quality Golden Core after building a relatively garbage Yuan Qi vortex, unless they had a fortuitous encounter that completely changed their physique. The so-called ninth grade Golden Core actually referred to the grade of the Yuan Qi vortex. Xia Ruofei followed the method described in the cultivation manual and observed the Yuan Qi whirlpool in his dantian with a trace of anticipation. The structure of the Yuan Qi vortex was compact and stable, and the power of Yuan Qi was very pure. From the outermost layer of the Yuan Qi vortex, one could see wisps of Yuan Qi dissipating, each wisp containing a terrifying energy. When the Yuan Qi vortex spun, it seemed to be able to devour a person's soul, which made people's hearts palpitate. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. This was at least a third-grade Yuan Qi vortex. He looked at the center of the whirlpool and realized that the black hole in the center was giving off a faint golden light. For the center of the vortex to emit a golden light, this essence Qi vortex had to be at least at the 8th grade. In fact, most of the things that happened were at the 9th grade. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei was even more delighted. He thought to himself, the Great Tao Arts are indeed extraordinary. A top cultivation technique is indeed a top cultivation technique. If he could form a 9th grade Golden Core in the future, his future cultivation path would be much smoother. Furthermore, a cultivator with a grade 9 Yuan Qi vortex could even challenge a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator at the early Golden Core stage. Their combat power was very shocking. Xia Ruofei continued to look at the vital chi vortex and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. He found that in the center of the vital chi vortex, where there was a faint golden light, there was a small bead floating steadily in the center. It was even spinning in the direction of the vortex. This pearl was purple, golden color, and there was a faint purple, gold light flowing on the surface. Xia Ruofei could feel the terrifying energy contained in the bead just by using his inner sight. What the hell is this? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. According to the basic knowledge of the golden core stage that he had learned from the cultivation manual, this was not in line with the norm. Although the vital chi vortex was very stable in structure, it was still made up of vital chi. Xia Ruofei had never heard of a vital chi vortex that could condense into a solid. Xia Ruofei did not know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, he could feel that the structure of the vital chi vortex was very stable. Although the purple, gold pearl contained a terrifying amount of energy, it was completely controllable. There was no risk of accidentally blowing up his dantian. Thinking of this, he felt a little more at ease. Xia Ruofei searched through all the cultivation manuals related to the golden core stage in his mind, but he could not find any description of the purple, gold pearl. He could not think of anything either. 2878 The magical bead, 2, therefore, after some slight adjustments, he stood up and prepared to leave the spirit map space and return to the outside world. He knew that Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and the others must have been worried about him. However, before he left, Xia Ruofei still used his heart to inform Xia Qing to come over to the Archean realm. He wanted to ask about the situation in the space. Very quickly, Xia Qing's figure appeared at the Archean realm. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had just returned to the side of the pond after crossing the Jade Bridge. Xia Qing saw Xia Ruofei for the first time and revealed a trace of joy. Then, she immediately lowered her head and said respectfully, "Congratulations to Master for breaking through to the early golden core stage. You can tell that I've broken through?" Xia Ruofei asked with great interest. "Master," Xia Qing said respectfully, "the aura on your body is completely the aura of a golden core cultivator. I can sense it." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look deeply at Xia Qing. Although Xia Qing was a soul puppet that completely obeyed him, his understanding of Xia Qing was very limited. Xia Qing was restricted by the established rules of the space, and there were many things that he couldn't tell him before his cultivation reached the required level. Now, it seemed that Xia Qing could tell that he had broken through to the golden core stage at a glance, so his own strength should at least not be weaker than that of a golden core cultivator. Xia Ruofei didn't ask further because he knew that if he couldn't tell him, he would definitely keep his mouth shut even if he was his master. "Master," said Xia Qing, "since you've already broken through to the golden core stage, I have something to give you." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "Let me see." It could only be taken out when he broke through to the golden core stage. This thing was definitely not simple. Xia Ruofei's anticipation was immediately aroused. "Master, please wait for a moment," Xia Qing said respectfully. After saying that, Xia Qing left the Archean realm with a flash. Xia Ruofei subconsciously tried to sense it, but was surprised to find that he couldn't sense Xia Qing's existence. He had absolute control over the spirit map space. No matter where Xia Qing was in the space, he could find her immediately with a thought. Now that Xia Ruofei realized that he had lost track of Xia Qing, his curiosity was piqued. Could it be that there was a place in the space that he could not control or even sense? Xia Qing returned very quickly. Almost a moment later, he reappeared at the Archean realm. At this moment, he had a jade pearl in his hand. Xia Qing presented the jade pearl to Xia Ruofei with both hands and said respectfully, "Master, this is what the previous master instructed me to give you when you have reached the golden core stage. Please accept it." Xia Ruofei took the bead curiously and asked, "What is this?" The surface of the pearl was engraved with the Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual power to examine it but realized that his spiritual power could not penetrate the surface of the pearl. Naturally, he could not get any useful information. Xia Qing said, "When the previous master gave it to this subordinate, he didn't say what it was. However, the previous master said that when master breaks through to the golden core stage, he can give it to you. The previous master also said to ask you to input your spiritual power and vital qi at the 2 points of the yin-yang fish pattern at the same time. Other than that, there are no other instructions." Xia Ruofei's curiosity had reached its peak. He didn't hesitate and held the bead with 2 fingers. At the same time, he injected his spiritual power and primordial qi into the yin-yang fish pattern to check it out. He knew that the immortal Shanha wouldn't be so bored as to use such a bead to plot against a junior. Since the immortal Shanha had instructed so, he would just do as he was told. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy and yuan qi were transferred into the pearl lit up immediately. The brightness was so high that it was like a small sun. Xia Ruofei subconsciously closed his eyes. However, he quickly opened his eyes again because he didn't want to miss a single detail. Just then, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, a wisp of green smoke emerged from the pearl and quickly condensed into the figure of a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. Xia Ruofei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at this unimaginable scene. He had thought of countless possibilities. Perhaps this pearl contained an exquisite cultivation technique or a mystical formation, or perhaps directly consuming it would allow one's cultivation to advance greatly. However, he had never thought that a figure would actually run out of the pearl. Xia Qing also opened his eyes wide. His body trembled slightly as he cried out in a trembling voice, "Master." Xia Ruofei thought that Xia Qing was calling him. But he soon realized that Xia Qing's eyes were completely focused on the Taoist, robed figure that had just appeared. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had a thought. Could it be that the person in the Taoist robe was the previous owner of the spirit map space, Immortal Mountain River? If it was Immortal Mountain River, then this state, could it be his soul? In other words, Immortal Mountain River was already dead, and his soul had always been hidden in this small bead? Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that his brain was not working. The middle-aged man in a Taoist robe looked kind and had a gentle smile on his face. His eyes fell on Xia Qing and said, "Little Six, are you okay? Xiaolu?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have a suspicion. Could it be that this Immortal Mountain River's soul had stayed in the pearl for too long and his memory was affected? This was obviously Xia Qing. However, Xia Qing said respectfully, "Master, Little Six has been fine. He just misses you." Only then did Xia Ruofei pat his forehead, completely coming back to his senses. He was the one who gave her the name Bayan, Xia Qing. Before he became the master of the spirit map space, Xia Qing was definitely not called Xia Qing. It seemed that everything was so shocking that his brain had short-circuited. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. At this moment, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes nodded at Xia Qing and then turned his eyes to Xia Ruofei. He had a warm smile on his face, and his voice seemed to have a unique charm. "Little friend, we finally meet." Xia Ruofei was a little confused. He looked at the shadow and asked with uncertainty, "May I ask? Are you Venerable Mountain River?" The shadow smiled. "To be exact, I'm not a mortal mountain river. However, you can also think of me as a mortal mountain river. There's no problem with that." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was even more confused. Seeing this, the shadow smiled and explained, "In fact, I'm just a thought left behind by a mortal mountain river. However, I also have the memories of the main body. If that's the case, do you understand?" Ever since Xia Ruofei started cultivating, he had seen many things that were beyond his imagination. Hence, his mental endurance had also been greatly trained. Although he did not fully understand immortal Shanha's explanation, he still nodded and said, "I think I understand. Senior Mountain River, hello." Immortal Mountain River smiled and nodded, saying, "Young friend, congratulations on reaching the Oris core stage. From this moment on, you've truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. It seems that the opportunity one left in China was not wasted." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. He had never reached the point where he would forget to eat and sleep in his cultivation. After obtaining the spirit map space, the first thing he thought of was to plant all kinds of vegetables, fruits, and rare medicinal herbs in the space. Of course, Xia Ruofei had also caught some key information from Immortal Mountain River's words. He quickly asked, "Senior Mountain River, does this mean you've already left Earth?" 2879 A Super, Grade Golden Core, 1. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Immortal Mountain River raised his eyebrows and said, "Earth? This name is quite fitting. So you already know that the place we live in is actually a very large sphere?" Xia Ruofei was speechless. This was common sense, okay? Even a 3-year-old would know, right? However, on second thought, he realized that Taoist Master Mountain River had lived at least hundreds or thousands of years ago. Even if Taoist Master Mountain River had accepted Li Fu's Grandmaster, Li Beihui, as an named disciple, it had been more than 300 years ago. It should be during the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty. After that, Taoist Master Mountain River disappeared. He had probably left Earth at that time. The real proof that the Earth was round was Magellan's global voyage in the 16th century. This scientific theory was brought to China by missionaries at the end of the Ming dynasty, but it was only widely accepted by the Chinese at the beginning of the 20th century. In addition, cultivators probably didn't care much about the scientific theories of the secular world. Therefore, Immortal Shanha might not know that as early as the 16th century, someone had already confirmed that the Earth was round. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded. Yes. In fact, more than 500 years ago, there were people who sailed in one direction and eventually returned to the starting point. This proved that the Earth is round. Oh, really? I didn't think that the ordinary people of the secular world would have such a way. Taoist Master Mountain River said with a smile and then asked, "Oh right, what era is it now?" Senior Shanha, it's 2019 AD. This year, Xia Ruofei said. Immortal Mountain River calculated silently and said with emotion, "So it's been over 300 years." Xia Ruofei saw that Immortal Mountain River was sighing, so he did not disturb him and just stood aside silently. Immortal Shanha quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled at Xia Ruofei. You just asked whether I left Earth? Actually, I don't know either. Xia Ruofei looked at Immortal Mountain River in confusion. I don't even know if I'm still alive, Immortal Mountain River said with a smile. He laughed and looked at Xia Ruofei. Is this hard to understand? You'll understand when your cultivation base is high enough to separate a thought. Senior, please advise me. Xia Ruofei said respectfully. Immortal Mountain River nodded and said, I've already said that I'm just a thought left behind by Immortal Mountain River. When he left this thought behind, he was indeed preparing to leave the earth you speak of. Before he left behind this mountain and river spirit map and sealed my thought here. As for what happened after that, I naturally have no way of knowing. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that the thought that Immortal Mountain River had left behind also carried his previous memories. However, the thought itself would not know what would happen after it separated from the thought. Xia Ruofei was just caught in a thought process. He instinctively thought that the shadow in front of him was Immortal Mountain River. In fact, strictly speaking, this was not the actual Immortal Mountain River. I understand. Thank you for your explanation, Senior. Xia Ruofei said respectfully, I would like to ask you why Senior Shan he left Earth more than 300 years ago. Moreover, according to my observation, the spiritual energy on Earth is very heterogeneous and not suitable for cultivation at all. If it weren't for this space treasure left behind by Senior, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the golden core stage in such a short time. I also know that the cultivators on Earth are generally not very good. What about those high-level cultivators? Did they all leave Earth? With a smile, Immortal Mountain River said, You're right. More than 300 years ago, most of the cultivators above the nascent soul stage left the divine continent in batches, which is what you call Earth. As for the reason, the most direct one is what you said just now. The cultivation environment of the divine continent has suddenly deteriorated. Of course, the experts' departure wasn't simply to avoid disaster, so I can only explain it to you in simple terms. As for the deeper reasons, with your current cultivation, knowing them will only bring you harm. Xia Ruofei was a little speechless. He didn't expect that a senior expert like Taoist Master Mountain River would play this trick. It was as if Immortal Mountain River had seen through Xia Ruofei's thoughts. He laughed and said, Little friend, it's not that I'm deliberately tantalizing you. But knowing too much won't do you any good. I can only tell you that the deterioration of the cultivation environment in the divine continent is not a natural development, nor is it caused by the cultivators on the continent. If you want to understand all of this, you must first possess the basic strength to interfere in this matter. Then may I ask, Senior, what cultivation level do I need to reach? Xia Ruofei asked. At least the nascent soul stage, or more accurately, the advanced stage. And I must practice the great Tao arts to reach the advanced stage. Taoist Master Mountain River said seriously, I can also tell you that the deterioration of the cultivation environment has not stopped. I estimate that more than 300 years have passed, and the cultivation environment on the divine continent is probably even worse now. This deterioration will continue, and the speed will get faster as time goes on. By then, it will not only affect cultivators, but even the living environment of ordinary people will be affected. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. He knew that Immortal Mountain River would not lie to him, and there was no need for him to lie to him. 2880 Super, grade golden core, 2, it was just that he didn't even have the right to understand this matter now, which also gave him a deep sense of defeat. Seeing Xia Ruofei fall into silence, Immortal Shanha couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't feel too much pressure. Since I've left behind this mountain river spiritual map and you've inherited it, you'll have a high chance of reaching the advanced stage of the nascent soul stage. Also, when you reach the yuanying stage, I'll give you a big gift that will be of great help to you." "Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Mountain River," Xia Ruofei said, "but I'm worried that my cultivation speed is too slow." "You're overthinking it," Immortal Mountain River said with a smile. "I said that the rate of environmental deterioration is intensifying, but that's relative to the long river of history. How long will it take for you to cultivate to the nascent soul stage? In addition, this is only the worst possibility. There is another possibility. If it succeeds, you don't even need to do anything, and the problem will be solved. You can't tell me exactly what this possibility is, right?" Xia Ruofei asked. "You're teachable." Immortal Mountain River laughed and said. Xia Ruofei smiled helplessly. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Senior Mountain River, may I ask if you have a disciple named Li Beihui?" Li Beihui was Li Yifu's grandmaster. Although Xia Ruofei had basically confirmed this relationship from his cultivation technique and the personal notes left behind by Perfected Mountain River, he still wanted to confirm it since Perfected Mountain River was here. Immortal Mountain River's expression changed, and he said, "Young friend, you know Li Beihui? He's indeed an named disciple I've taken in." Beihui's talent wasn't bad, but at that time, the cultivation environment in the Divine Continent had already deteriorated by a lot, so I'm afraid that his path of cultivation would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, I was already planning to leave the Divine Continent, so I only took him in as an named disciple. At this moment, the illusory figure of Immortal Mountain River trembled slightly. He spoke faster and said, "Little friend, if you have any more questions, ask them quickly. As long as I know, and can say it, I'll definitely tell you. I won't be able to maintain this will for much longer." Xia Ruofei was shocked and quickly asked, "Senior, you're..." "I'm just a thought, and now that I've completed my mission, it's time for me to disappear," Immortal Mountain River said. With a smile. "The spiritual pearl's energy can still be maintained for a while. If you have any questions, young friend, please ask them quickly." Xia Ruofei nodded quickly. He did not have time to be sad. He racked his brain to think of what questions he had that needed to be answered. However, the more anxious he was, the more he could not think of anything. After half a minute, he saw that the shadow of Immortal Mountain River was starting to fade away. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Xia Ruofei quickly asked, "May I ask, Senior?" "When I was forming the beginner Aurus Core energy whirlpool, I noticed a small purple, gold ball in the center of the whirlpool. It seemed to contain a very terrifying power. What caused this? Are there any hidden dangers?" Immortal Mountain River smiled. "Don't worry, my young friend. You've broken through to Jindan by cultivating the Great Way of Tao. It's normal for vital qi beads to appear in the vital qi whirlpool. Moreover, the vital qi beads have reached the highest grade of purple, gold, which means that your cultivation foundation is very solid. You just need to seriously cultivate according to the Great Tao chant. As long as you don't make any mistakes, there won't be any problems." Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Ever since he discovered the purple, gold bead in the Yuanqi vortex, he had been feeling uneasy. It was mainly because he had read through the descriptions of the early Jiedon stage in many cultivation books in his mind, but none of them had mentioned that there would be a solid bead-like object in the Yuanqi vortex of the early Jiedon stage. This made him even more worried about whether there was a deviation in his cultivation process. Immortal Shanha's words completely dispelled Xia Ruofei's concerns and worries. Senior Shanha, Xia Ruofei continued, according to the cultivation records, the quality of the golden core is closely related to the grade of the vital qi whirlpool. What grade is the vital qi whirlpool with the purple, gold, vital qi condensed pearl in the center of the 9 grades? Hearing this, Immortal Mountain River revealed a confident smile and said lightly, the 9 levels of the golden core are divided according to most cultivation methods. Little friend, you practice the great Tao arts, so your golden core is naturally not in the 9 grades. If you have to divide it, then it's super grade, right? After all, the golden core formed by cultivating the great Tao arts is much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade golden core. Xia Ruofei's mouth was wide open in shock. Taoist Mountain River's words were really domineering. A super grade golden core. They all sounded much more domineering than the upper 3 ranks, middle 3 ranks, and lower 3 ranks. He also said that the golden core formed by cultivating the great Tao arts was much more powerful than an ordinary 9th grade golden core. Furthermore, according to what Immortal Mountain River said, the essence qi whirlpool that Xia Ruofei had created this time was the highest grade purple gold essence qi pearl. Wouldn't the golden core that he would form in the future be awesome? Xia Ruofei was still in shock and deep in thought. He didn't even notice that the apparition of Immortal Mountain River had become fainter. It was as if he would disappear without a trace with a gust of wind. At this time, Xia Qing, who had been standing respectfully at the side, shouted in a sad voice, "Master." Only then did Xia Ruofei come back to his senses. He saw that the apparition of Immortal Mountain River had faded so much that it was almost unrecognizable. He couldn't help but cry out sadly, "Senior Mountain River." Immortal Mountain River's illusory figure was in the dark and in the light. He smiled and said, "Little Six, little friend, don't be sad. We will meet again. If we are fated." Immortal Mountain River's voice became more and more ethereal. He said, "Little friend, I hope you will work hard in your cultivation and not waste this rare opportunity." Xia Ruofei looked at the shadow of Immortal Mountain River that had almost disappeared. He suddenly shouted, "Senior, this junior has a presumptuous request. I hope to be your disciple, and I hope that Senior will grant me this wish." At this moment, the apparition of Immortal Mountain River could no longer be seen with the naked eye. However, Immortal Mountain River's hearty laughter could still be heard. He said, "You obtained my opportunity and cultivated my cultivation technique. You and I are naturally fated to be master and disciple. I will take you as my disciple." The sound stopped abruptly and the shadow of Immortal Shan. He disappeared completely. The pearl with the pattern of the yin-yang fish in Xia Ruofei's hand cracked into a few pieces. Xia Qing's face was filled with grief as she shouted, "Master." Xia Ruofei could hear Xia Qing's sorrow. If Xia Qing was not a spiritual puppet but a human with flesh and blood, she would be in tears by now. Xia Ruofei's emotions were also a little agitated. After a while, he slowly calmed down. He first knelt down solemnly in the direction where the illusionary figure of Immortal Mountain River had disappeared and kowed out 3 times. Respectfully. After completing the ceremony of acknowledging a master, he stood up and said, "Xia Qing, you don't have to be too sad. Master just said that this is only a thought of his old man. Master has already left Earth. I promise you, when my cultivation reaches Master's requirements in the future, I will definitely find an opportunity to take you to him." Xia Qing's face was filled with gratitude as she respectfully said, "This subordinate thanks Master. No need for formalities," Xia Ruofei said, waving his hand. After that, Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing a few more questions about the recent situation in the spirit map space. After knowing that everything was normal, including the labor team formed by the mercenaries, he left the spirit map space in a hurry and returned to the outside world. Xia Ruofei also knew that Song Wei and the rest must be looking forward to it, so he did not stay in the spirit map space for long. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei kept the spirit map scroll in his palm and removed the array talismans that he had just set up. Through the core of the array, he restored the many protective arrays of the Taishu Xianqing array to their original positions. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the building where Song Wei and Ling Qingxue lived. 2881 Overjoyed. 1. The building that was originally used as the project department's building had now been designated as a comprehensive building by Xia Ruofei. Other than a part of the floors being renovated into rooms of different grades, the rest of the floors would become the operations center of the entire Peach Garden Island. All related staff would work there. However, due to the location of the Paradise Island, the ordinary staff of the secular world were as simple as possible. This building was more than enough, and even the staff's dormitories could be arranged in the guest rooms upstairs. As for the name of the building, Xia Ruofei did not name it because the company's headquarters in China was called the Paradise Building. He thought about it in his spare time and decided to use a simple yet grand name to look down on the Yan Huang Building. All Chinese people were descendants of Yan Huang. On this island that was thousands of miles away from home, naming it the Yan Huang Building was a small way of remembering their family. At this moment, in the Yan Huang Building, Li Fu, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Jing Yongshou, who had been taken in by Xia Ruofei as his sole slave, were not sleepy at all. Everyone was paying attention to the situation on the west side of the island. While Xia Ruofei was absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy to form the Yuan Qi whirlpool, the spiritual energy on the Paradise Island was also consumed at an extremely fast rate. Especially since the time in the spirit map space was 30 times faster than the outside world, the spiritual energy consumed in the outside world for 1 minute was equivalent to the spiritual energy replenished in the spirit map space for half an hour. In this way, the concentration of spiritual qi within the range of the array on the Paradise Island dropped at an extremely exaggerated speed. In just 1 or 2 minutes, it had not even reached half of its original concentration. It should be known that the area covered by the Taishu Xianqing Formation was very large. Not only did it include the entire Paradise Island, but even a part of the sea outside the island was also within the scope of the formation. Although the spiritual energy in such a large area was different from the core of the formation, and the density of the spiritual energy was also somewhat different, on the whole, it was several times richer than the spiritual energy outside the formation. It could be called a paradise on earth. And in such a large area, the total amount of spiritual energy that had been condensed after such a long time was also an astonishing number. In just 1 or 2 minutes, more than half of such a huge amount of spirit qi had been consumed. This was completely beyond the knowledge of Li Fu and the others. If they were to cultivate, they would probably not be able to absorb all of it in a year and a half. Within the range of the array, it could absorb the free spirit qi from the outside world at any time, to purify and condense it, and constantly replenish it. Therefore, in theory, even if there were hundreds of cultivators at the same level as Li Yifu and Song Wei cultivating on the island at the same time, the array could basically maintain the dynamic balance of the total amount of spirit qi. To be able to cause an imbalance in the spiritual energy in just 1 or 2 minutes, and even lose more than half of it, what kind of terrifying absorption speed was that? Fortunately, due to the difference in the flow of time, this whale-like absorption did not last long. After a few minutes, when the concentration of spiritual energy in the outside world had actually dropped to a level not much higher than that of the spiritual energy outside the array, this terrifying absorption came to an abrupt end. Of course, Xia Ruofei had not stopped cultivating. However, he had already completed the formation of the vital qi vortex and was only circulating his cultivation technique to fill his dantian, so he had slowed down his cultivation speed. The spirit map space could also absorb energy from the chaotic space outside the membrane wall to maintain a stable increase in the total amount of spiritual qi. Naturally, he stopped the lower priority option of absorbing spiritual qi from the outside world. Li Yifu and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. They thought that Xia Ruofei's closed-door cultivation should have ended. Although this closed-door cultivation was probably only about 10 to 20 minutes, this included the time Xia Ruofei went to the core of the array and stayed outside to set up the array. In reality, if the time he spent in the Archean realm was calculated at 30 times the normal speed of time, it would definitely be less than 10 to 20 minutes in the outside world. Li Yifu and the rest did not know about the existence of the spirit map space. Unlike Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingsua knew that Xia Ruofei had array flags that could change the flow of time. Hence, they were not as surprised as Li Yifu when he swallowed the spiritual qi so quickly. They also thought that Xia Ruofei had finished his closed-door cultivation, but they thought that he had used the time array flags. However, Li Yifu and the others waited for a few more minutes before they finally sensed a familiar aura flying over from the west side of the island. Everyone revealed a trace of joy, and then came out of their rooms. In unison, they took the elevator and quickly went downstairs, gathering at the door to wait. As expected, Xia Ruofei's figure appeared in front of everyone very quickly. Everyone felt their vision blur. Xia Ruofei, who was a few hundred meters away, was now standing in front of them with a smile. This speed had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Besides, Xia Ruofei didn't deliberately restrain his cultivation. Li Yifu and the others were all cultivators. Xing Yongshou, who had the highest cultivation, had even reached refined qi level 7. Therefore, they immediately felt a strong pressure and felt a little breathless at that moment. Li Yifu and the others immediately came back to their senses, and everyone revealed a look of surprise. 2882 Overjoyed, 2, Li Yifu took the lead and said with a trembling voice, "Martial Granduncle, if I may be so bold as to ask, have you broken through?" Although Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Xing Yongshou did not say anything, their eyes were also filled with anticipation. The four of them looked at Xia Ruofei eagerly. Without a doubt, Xia Ruofei was the backbone of the team and the core of the team. Xia Ruofei's breakthrough in cultivation was something worth celebrating for everyone. Not to mention that there was Xing Yongshou, who was absolutely loyal to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had a gentle smile on his face. He nodded and said, "You're quite lucky. I've already broken through to the early jit on stage, and I absorbed a lot of spiritual qi when I was consolidating my cultivation. I hope I didn't scare everyone?" As soon as Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world, he could feel that the concentration of spiritual qi on the Peach Blossom Island had dropped drastically. He thought for a while and guessed the reason. This was actually good. If he had only absorbed the spiritual energy within the spirit map space, there would not have been any fluctuations in the spiritual energy outside, and he had already broken through to the early jit on stage. That was obviously a bit too strange. Now that the concentration of spiritual qi in the outside world had dropped so much, it meant that the breakthrough just now had caused a lot of movement on the island. Everything made sense. Although these people in front of him were worthy of absolute trust, the spirit map space was ultimately Xia Ruofei's core secret. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never reveal it to a second person. Li Yifu said, "We've already guessed that it's senior granduncle who's breaking through a major realm. Therefore, the more spiritual qi he absorbs, the more excited we are. This means that senior granduncle's strength will definitely be greatly improved after this breakthrough." Jing Yongsho also said with a happy expression, "Mr. Xia, I remember that after my master turned all his Zhen qi into Yuan qi, he went into seclusion for more than a year before he finally broke through to the early stage of the golden core. I didn't expect you to complete it in just 10 minutes. This is simply a miracle." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. "You can take your time to build the vital qi vortex?" he asked. "Yuan qi vortex?" Jing Yongsho was a little puzzled. Xia Ruofei then realized that qi refinement cultivators like him probably didn't know much about the golden core stage. They didn't even know what a Yuan qi whirlpool was. Hence, he explained, even if I break through to the early Aurus core stage, can the process of breaking through be dragged on for more than a year? Shouldn't you finish it in one go? Obviously, Jing Yongsho only knew that Luo Qingfeng had broken through to the early stage golden elixir realm after a year of seclusion. He did not know the details of the process, let alone the matter of cultivators constructing the vital qi vortex. So, he was also confused. And said with a confused expression, "Mr. Xia, I'm not too sure about this. Before my master went into seclusion, he said that he had successfully transformed all the true qi in his body into origin energy. This time, he was going into seclusion and would only come out after he broke through to the early golden core stage. After that, he spent more than a year in closed-door cultivation." Xia Ruofei nodded. It seemed that Jing Yongsho didn't know much either. He also felt that other cultivators wouldn't be able to construct the vital qi vortex like him. Otherwise, with the current cultivation environment on Earth, no one would be able to construct it successfully. However, what he didn't understand was that before the Yuan qi vortex was completed, the cultivator should find it hard to endure the extreme hunger in his dantian and the feeling of constantly absorbing any trace of Yuan qi in his body. Even if he could endure it, wouldn't he be sucked dry after a long time? Anyway, the second level of the Great Tao Arts did not mention that the formation of the vital qi vortex could be carried out step by step. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that his method should be more reliable. However, it might not be suitable for the current cultivation environment on Earth. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself for a moment, and then said to Jing Yongsho, "Yongsho, contact your master. If he doesn't have many things to do, ask him to come here." I have something to ask him. It was naturally better to ask Luo Qingfeng directly about the golden core stage. Furthermore, before Luo Qingfeng left last time, he had mentioned that there would be an auction in the cultivation world in the near future, and there were rumors that storage rings might appear. Xia Ruofei calculated that the time should be close, so he decided to summon Luo Qingfeng over. All right, I'll contact Master immediately, Jing Yongshu said respectfully. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he turned to look at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. The two of them were naturally happy that Xia Ruofei had broken through to the early golden elixir realm. However, compared to the breakthrough in his cultivation, they were more happy that Xia Ruofei had safely overcome the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm. If anything were to happen during the breakthrough process, they could not believe how they would handle it. In reality, whether it was Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, they would rather Xia Ruofei be mediocre than see him in any danger. However, both of them knew that Xia Ruofei was not destined to be mediocre. They could not drag Xia Ruofei down, so they could only keep their worries to themselves. When Xia Ruofei looked over, the two of them smiled sweetly and said in unison, "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's just a matter of time. As long as you continue to cultivate, you're not far from the golden core stage. Both you and Yongshu, stay on the Peach Blossom Island and cultivate. You'll know in the future that the golden core stage is nothing." Li Fu and Jing Yongshu both revealed excited expressions and nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei continued, "Let's not just stand here. Let's go in and talk. Adopted husband, find a bigger room and prepare some food and wine. We have to celebrate today. Martial granduncle, I'm ready." Li Fu smiled and said, "It's in the reception room on the 3rd floor. It's spacious there." "Oh, really? What were they waiting for? Let's go." Xia Ruofei laughed. The reception room on the 3rd floor of the Yanhuang building was originally designed to receive important guests as a place for official meetings. It was very spacious, but the main decoration was a circle of leather sofas with high comfort. Li Fu knew that Xia Ruofei was going back to Paradise Island, so he set up a long table in the middle of the reception room with Jing Yongshu in advance. They also prepared a lot of delicious food and fine wine. Currently, there were no other staff members available on Paradise Island, so they had to do everything themselves. However, Xia Ruofei had gone straight to the core of the formation to cultivate after getting off the plane, so the small welcome party was not put to use. Now, it was time to change it to a celebration party. Xia Ruofei and the others came to the reception room on the 3rd floor. Although Jing Yongshu's cultivation was much higher than Li Fu's, he knew that his status was definitely not as high as Li Fu's, so he consciously took on the role of a waiter. Soon, he brought out the cold dishes that he had prepared and was busy pouring wine for everyone. Just as he was about to heat up the dishes, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Yongshu, don't be busy. Let's have a drink first." When Jing Yongshu heard this, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Xia." As Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were present, Jing Yongshu had to address Xia Ruofei as Mr. Xia. He was so excited that he almost spilled the beans. Xia Ruofei didn't blame him. He just smiled gently and said, "Pour the wine yourself." "Yes." Jing Yongshu quickly poured wine into his own glass. Xia Ruofei raised his cup and said, "Today, I have finally broken through to the golden core stage. This is a day worth celebrating. Let's all have a toast." In addition, everything on Paradise Island will gradually get on the right track. Many ordinary people will come to the island to take on some basic work, including our own guards, so there are still many follow-up matters. I'll have to trouble foster husband and Yongsho. Senior granduncle, you're being too serious. This is what a disciple should do. Mr. Xia, it's my honor to be of service to you. Li Yifu and Jing Yongsho both said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, good. In the future, everyone can cultivate here. Building the Peach Blossom Island is like building your own home. I won't be polite with everyone. Cheers. 2883 Night and Star Journey 1. After the simple celebration, Xia Ruofei asked everyone to go back to their rooms to rest. He was tired from his breakthrough today, so even though he had not slept with Song Wei or Ling Qingxue for a long time, he decided to wait until tomorrow to adjust his condition. If he didn't perform well in bed, it would be embarrassing. Although the possibility of such a situation happening was very low for a cultivator, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were also cultivators. In terms of endurance, the two of them were naturally much stronger than ordinary girls. The next morning, after eating Jing Yongsho's carefully prepared breakfast, Xia Ruofei called Li Yifu to his room. Ever since he met Li Yifu, Xia Ruofei had been very satisfied with his performance. This old man respected him from the bottom of his heart and treated him as an elder of his sect. He had done everything he asked him to do beautifully and had never let Xia Ruofei down. Xia Ruofei had no doubts about Li Yifu's loyalty. Besides, last night in the spirit map space, after that spiritual will have perfected Mountain River personally confirmed that Li Beihui was his named disciple, Xia Ruofei naturally felt closer to Li Yifu. As soon as Li Yifu entered the door, he bowed respectfully to Xia Ruofei and said, "Good morning, senior granduncle." Xia Ruofei smiled gently and pointed at the sofa beside him. "Adopted husband, come over and sit down to talk." "Thank you, granduncle." "Master," Li Yifu said, then walked to the sofa next to Xia Ruofei and sat down. Although he said he was sitting, he was actually sitting next to half of his butt. He kept his back straight in front of Xia Ruofei. Whether there were outsiders or not, he would always maintain sufficient etiquette. Xia Ruofei glanced at Li Yifu and said helplessly, "Foster husband, relax. I'm asking you to sit, not do the horse stance." "Yes." Li Yifu adjusted his sitting position slightly, but he still maintained a straight posture. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stopped correcting Li Yifu's sitting posture and asked affectionately, "How's the situation on the island? Tell me about it." "Yes, senior granduncle." "Yes," Li Yifu said. "I followed your instructions and set up all the locations where the arrays are placed as forbidden zones. I've also installed barbed wire fences and hung eye-catching warning signs. In addition, during the time when Marshal Granduncle was away, everything was normal on the island. There were no accidents." "That's good. Did you manage to contact the seller of the list of weapons and equipment that I sent you last time?" Xia Ruofei continued. After Xia Ruofei and the old company commander confirmed the equipment of the guards, they sent the list to Li Yifu and asked him to purchase it. Li Yifu quickly said, "Granduncle, master, I've already made an order with the black market arms dealer in Mexico through the Hong sect. The list is all common American standard equipment. It's not difficult for big arms dealers to prepare. The goods should be ready soon." Xia Ruofei asked, Curiously, from Mexico? I see that the list is full of U.S. military equipment. Li Yifu smiled and said, "You may not know this, Uncle, Master, but although the United States allows guns, its gun control is relatively strict. In addition, it's more convenient to order such a large number of weapons and equipment Mexico. Although those black market arms dealers charge higher prices, they have their own channels to get bulk goods from the U.S. military suppliers. Also, the United States and Mexico border, so it's very convenient to smuggle arms. In addition, the demand in Mexico's market is also relatively large. There are big and small drug lords there, and they are all important customers of these black market arms dealers, so it's more convenient to get the goods from Mexico." "I understand," Xia Ruofei nodded. "Also, Li Yifu added, according to their rules, they're only responsible for transporting the arms to the ship in the Mexico of Mexico. They have nothing to do with the rest of the matter. Is it difficult for us to retrieve the goods?" Xia Ruofei asked. The Hong sect also controls a shipping company in Mexico. It's not a problem to board the ship from Mexico. Li Yifu said, "Now, we have to decide where to hand over the goods as soon as possible so that the freighter of the Hong sect can plan the route." Xia Ruofei nodded. He knew that the Freemasonry shipping company would not just help them transport a batch of firearms. Xia Ruofei had bought the firearms to equip about 100 guards. They would not use an ocean-going cargo ship to transport the firearms over. Moreover, the cargo ship would definitely need to carry some goods to cover up their tracks. As long as they entered the international waters, there would be no problem. They're probably looking for a freighter that will pass through the South Pacific Ocean to help us, right? Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes, I am." Li Yifu said, "The freighter has already docked. In fact, the goods have already been loaded and can set off at any time. We're just waiting for the batch of arms we bought to board the ship. I just contacted him yesterday, and it should be within the next 2 days. Sailing from the Mexico of Mexico to here should take a long time, right?" Xia Ruofei asked. "If there's no delay, it'll take at least a month." Li Yifu asked uneasily, "Senior granduncle, are you a little delayed?" 2884 Night and Star Journey, 2. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "That's not necessarily the case. The guards are used to deal with ordinary people's invasion. The defense of Paradise Island mainly depends on the Taishu Xianqing formation. Besides, this isn't your fault. It's not realistic to transport such a large batch of firearms by air. There's actually a way, but the risk isn't small." Li Yifu said, "Granduncle, Master, should I contact the Hong sect and try to send this batch of goods to the nearby airport by air?" Li Yifu could tell that even though Xia Ruofei said that the safety of Peach Blossom Island mainly depended on the Taishu Xianqing formation, he still hoped that the firearms could be transported here as soon as possible. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not want to wait for more than a month. He was not worried about the safety of Peach Garden Island. The main thing was that the veterans had already gathered and were even undergoing some intensive training. He was going to let them station on the island in the next few days. If everyone was in place and the equipment had to wait for more than a month, he would feel a little embarrassed in front of his old comrades. After all, he had already made it clear. However, Xia Ruofei knew the risk of transporting the firearms by air. He did not want his brothers from the Hong sect to take the risk. After all, they were helping. Hence, Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "We don't have to take the air transport. However, Tell them not to load the ship for the time being. I'll deal with it. Also, tell the cargo ship not to wait and tell them to set off first. Don't waste too much of their time because of us. He already had a preliminary plan in mind, but it was not convenient to tell Li Yifu for the time being. Li Yifu had never hesitated when it came to Xia Ruofei's decisions. He immediately nodded and said, "Fine, Grand Uncle, Master, I will contact the people Mexico a short while." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Adopted husband, how's your cultivation recently?" "Thank you for your concern, Grand Martial Uncle," Li Yifu said. "I've been living on the Peach Blossom Island for a while, and the spiritual energy environment here is really good. Cultivating here for a day feels better than cultivating outside for a month. All of this is thanks to Martial Granduncle, and this disciple will never forget Martial Granduncle's great kindness. The only help I can give you is the external environment," Xia Ruofei said with a pleasant expression. "In the end, you still have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. Foster husband, you're a bit old, and you've been delayed by the cultivation environment in the early stages, so you have to double your efforts and not relax for even a moment. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to have any great achievements on the path of cultivation." "Yes. This disciple will definitely remember Martial Granduncle's teachings in my heart." Li Yifu said, "Actually, Grand Uncle, Master gave me a complete cultivation technique and allowed me to cultivate in such a unique environment. How could I not cherish it? During this period of time, as long as I have free time, this disciple will work hard to cultivate and strive to improve my cultivation. In the future, I will be able to share more of Martial Granduncle's worries." Xia Ruofei nodded with relief and said, "You and I are from the same sect, so I will definitely spare no effort in cultivating you. As for what kind of height you can reach, it will depend on your own fortune." "Yes. Thank you, Senior Granduncle," Li Yifu said with a grateful expression. Then, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu talked about the daily management of Peach Source Island, including the barracks of the guards after they landed on the island, the scope of their inspection, the recruitment of ordinary staff, management, and so on. Xia Ruofei had decided to let Li Yifu recruit some reliable staff who were willing to work on Peach Blossom Island through his channels. It would be even better if they or their families had the Hong sex background. Of course, these people would be interviewed by Xia Ruofei alone before they were hired. Under his spiritual hypnosis, those with ulterior motives would never be able to get in. Li Yifu also shared some of his thoughts and reported to Xia Ruofei some of the work he was working on. Just as the two of them were about to finish their conversation, there was a knock on the door. Xia Ruofei scanned with his spiritual power and found that Jing Yongsho was standing at the door with a respectful face. He said indifferently, "Yongsho, come in." "Yes." Jing Yongsho then pushed the door open and walked in. When he saw that there were only Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu in the room, he immediately greeted the two of them respectfully. "Master." "Senior Li." "What's the matter?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "Reporting to Master. He's already near the Peach Blossom Island." "Zheng." Yongsho said respectfully, "Master would like to ask for your permission. Can we go to the island to meet him now?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "He's already here?" After this subordinate contacted Master last night, he immediately rushed over on his flying sword through the starry night, said Jing Yongsho. Qingfeng Luo had been to the Peach Source Island once. For a cultivator in the beginning stage of the Golden Elixir realm, it was easy to find this place again. Therefore, he did not need anyone to lead the way this time, nor did he need to take a plane. Especially when Xia Ruofei personally summoned him, he put down everything at hand and immediately came on his flying sword. Xia Ruofei silently calculated the time and smiled. It seems like the speed of sword kinesis flight is much faster than that of an airplane. Then, Xia Ruofei immediately said, since we're here, what are we waiting for? Let him get on the island quickly. I just happen to have something to talk to him about. Foster husband, go with Yongshou and see which direction Qingfeng is coming from. Open a hole in the defensive formation and let him in. Also, guide him. Yes. Senior granduncle. Yes, master. Li Yifu quickly replied. Then, he and Jing Yongshou bowed to Xia Ruofei and left his room. Half an hour later, a tired-looking Luo Qingfeng appeared in Xia Ruofei's room. After Jing Yongshou led Luo Qingfeng here, he respectfully left. As soon as Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately bowed deeply and said, Master, Qingfeng is here to report to you. Qingfeng, you must have had a hard journey, right? Xia Ruofei said with a pleasant expression. It's not hard, Luo Qingfeng quickly said. It's just some vital qi. It's not hard. I'll be fine after recovering for a while. If Master has any orders, please let me know. In fact, Luo Qingfeng had not only consumed some vital qi, but almost all the vital qi in his body. He had been flying at high speed all the way and did not care about the consumption of vital qi at all. Halfway through, he could not hold on any longer and landed on an uninhabited island to recover. Xia Ruofei was already in the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm. He could tell that Luo Qingfeng was almost at the end of his rope. He smiled, took out a piece of crystal, and handed it to Luo Qingfeng, saying, I'll use this to meditate and recover my yuan qi first. Luo Qingfeng looked at it and could not help but widen his eyes. He asked with a trembling voice, Master, these are origin crystals? Now that the cultivation environment on Earth was so harsh, spirit crystals were already very precious, let alone origin crystals, which were even more precious. When the cultivation environment was good, origin crystals were the standard of golden core cultivators. It was the most convenient way to recover origin energy. However, Luo Qingfeng had never even seen an origin crystal before. When he saw the origin crystal in Xia Ruofei's hand that was emitting dense spiritual energy, he did not even dare to confirm. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Hurry up and recover. If you stay in this state for too long, you will hurt your foundation. Master. Luo Qingfeng said fearfully, Master, I'll just adjust my breathing for a while. The spiritual qi on the paradise island is rich. He suddenly stopped and looked embarrassed. Xia Ruofei had almost absorbed all the spiritual qi on the island yesterday. Although there was some increase after a night's recovery, to an Aurus core stage cultivator, the concentration of spiritual qi was not much different from the outside world. No matter what, it was definitely not rich in spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei smiled and stuffed the crystals into Luo Qingfeng's hands. He said, You dare to disobey my master? Just take it if I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense, quickly sit down and regulate your breathing. In addition, this isn't a gift for you. You can return it to me after you've recovered a portion of your vitality. 2885, Flying on a Sword. 1. Qingfeng Luo thought to himself, it's not as easy as you say. The spiritual Energy contained in this origin crystal can't be replenished after it's been consumed. In fact, according to what Luo Qingfeng had learned from the ancient records passed down by the sect, even in the era where the cultivation environment was better, origin crystals were not common goods. On the contrary, origin crystals had always been precious. In the past, golden core cultivators would not easily use origin crystals to absorb and recover. They would usually save origin crystals for critical moments, such as when they were about to break through or when they were saving their lives. After all, even in the era where the cultivation environment was the best on Earth, origin crystals were not common. The efficiency of directly absorbing the free spiritual energy in the air was also far inferior to using origin crystals. However, Xia Ruofei had already given the order as the master. How could Luo Qingfeng dare to disobey? He could only gratefully accept the origin crystal that seemed as heavy as 1,000 June with both hands, and said in a trembling voice, "Master, then this old servant will have to suffer." "Thank you, Master, for your generosity. Let's not talk about this. Just meditate here and recover," Xia Ruofei said. He only had Luo Qingfeng as his golden core stage soul slave. And he did not wish to see Luo Qingfeng's foundation damaged due to over-consumption of vital qi. "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. He forced himself to calm down, and directly sat down cross-legged on the soft carpet in the living room. He held the origin crystal in his hand and began to transfer his cultivation technique to absorb it. Luo Qingfeng did not hold back at all during the night's sword flight. Taking into account the time difference, he had flown for more than 10 hours. Halfway through, he had to adjust his breathing. At this time, his dantian was almost dry. The dense spiritual energy in the origin crystal was like sweet spring water, quickly nourishing his dantian. In a short time, his dantian had produced a lot of yuan qi. Luo Qingfeng did not dare to absorb too much. He felt that his condition had stabilized a little, at least it would not affect his cultivation foundation. He immediately stopped cultivating, stood up, and respectfully handed the origin crystal to Xia Ruofei. He said, "Master, this old servant has already adjusted my breathing. Next, I only need to absorb spiritual energy normally to slowly recover. If I continue to use origin crystals, it would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. Master, please take it back." Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and said, "Absorb a little more. Although this origin crystal is precious, I won't go bankrupt because of a piece of origin crystal. There's really no need for that." Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Master, the concentration of spirit qi on the Paradise Island has been increasing. I only need to meditate for half a day, and I should be able to fully recover." Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and took the crystals. He then nodded and said, "All right then. Let Jing Yongshou arrange a room for you to recuperate. When you've recovered to your best condition, I still have something to ask you." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Then this old servant will take his leave." Ever since Xia Ruofei had given him the crystals to recover his energy, he had changed his address from subordinate to old servant. This was also because he was truly convinced of Xia Ruofei's abilities from the bottom of his heart, and it was not just the soul seal that was controlling him. After Luo Qingfeng left, Xia Ruofei also left his room. He quietly went to Ling Qingshua's room. With his current cultivation, as long as he did not want anyone to know, even Luo Qingfeng would not be able to detect his traces easily. Ling Qingshue, who was in a daze in the room, was shocked when she saw Xia Ruofei. She touched her chest and asked, "How did you get in?" "I came in from the door." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wife, I'm here to help you with your cultivation. You've been in Spain these days, and your cultivation progress has been delayed a lot. I'm free this morning, so I'll take the time to come and practice together." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "Why don't you go to Wei Wei's place first? Aren't you afraid that she'll be jealous?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "There's always a first and a second. If I go to Wei Wei's place and she asks me this, what should I say? I'm willing to, you wish." Ling Qingshue's face was red as she lowered her eyes and said, "What are you thinking?" Xia Ruofei was stunned and said, I'm willing to cultivate with you guys at the same time. Unfortunately, the cultivation technique doesn't allow 3 people to cultivate together. Is there a problem with my words? Ling Qingshue's pretty face heated up. She glared at Xia Ruofei and said, "Don't even think about it even if you have the support of your cultivation technique." Xia Ruofei laughed as he took out his hand from behind his back. He was holding the time array flag. As he skillfully set up the time array in Ling Qingshue's room, he said, "Qingxue, let's not waste any more time. I might have something to do in the afternoon and have to leave Peach Blossom Island. I've already broken through to the golden core stage, so I should be of even greater help to you during our joint training." Ling Qingxue asked, curiously, "You're leaving in the afternoon? Are you going back to China?" "No, I didn't." Xia Ruofei said, "I'm going to take Luo Qingfeng to do something. At the same time, I'll practice sword kinesis flight. If everything goes well, I should be back in 2 or 3 days at most." Flying on a sword was also a clear sign of the golden core stage. When a cultivator reached the early stage of the golden core stage, the Yuan Qi in their dantian would be enough to support the use of sword techniques and form a protective shield while flying at high speed. This was something that no cultivator in the Qi refining stage could do. There was a clear generation difference between true Qi and Yuan Qi. 2886 Riding a flying sword. 2. Ling Qingshue's eyes lit up. Flying on a sword? That's so cool. Her eyes were filled with yearning as she said, "It'll be great if I can experience it one day." Xia Ruofei laughed. "We now have the unique conditions that no other cultivation sect has. Moreover, the martial arts you're cultivating are all of the best quality. If you can't reach the golden core stage even with this, then you should really be locked up in a small black room and reflect on yourself. Also, if you just want to experience it, I can take you flying once after I master it, as long as you're not afraid." "That's a deal." Ling Qingxue said, "You're not allowed to go back on your word." "I won't regret it." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Wife, the time formation is done. Let's go in and cultivate." N. Ling Qingxue nodded her head and said, "I will also work hard to cultivate and try to reach the golden core stage as soon as possible." Xia Ruofei stayed in Ling Qingshue's room for about 2 hours. Most of the time was spent on rolling around in bed after their cultivation. This was because they were cultivating within the time array flag's range and the time flow was more than 90 times slower than the outside world. After leaving Ling Qingshue's room, Xia Ruofei sneaked into Song Wei's room. The process here was basically the same. First, they practiced the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra together in the time formation. Then, when they were in deep love, they left the formation and fell into the soft bed, hugging each other. Xia Ruofei was like a hard-working bee, working hard in Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's room. The morning passed quickly. When they went to the restaurant downstairs for lunch, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue blushed at the same time when they saw each other. Their eyes met for a moment, then they quickly looked away. They knew that Xia Ruofei must have been busy with both sides in the morning. When they thought about the crazy time in bed that morning, their faces blushed and their hearts beat faster. Luo Qingfeng also appeared in the restaurant on time. When he saw Xia Ruofei and the other two, he quickly walked up and bowed respectfully in front of Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia Qingfeng, have you recovered your energy? Xia Ruofei nodded and asked. Luo Qingfeng nodded gratefully and said, Mr. Xia, the Yuanqi Inn my dantian has recovered by more than 80%. If you have any orders, you can order me to do so at any time. When Song Wei and Ling Qingxue heard this, they were also shocked. This was an Oris Core stage cultivator. They were even more shocked when they saw how respectful Luo Qingfeng was to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, let's eat first. After the meal, come to my room with your adopted husband. Yes, Mr. Xia. Yes. Luo Qingfeng replied respectfully. After lunch, Xia Ruofei soon saw Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng in his room. Senior granduncle. Master. The two of them greeted Xia Ruofei with great respect. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, come and sit. He first looked at Li Yifu and asked, Yifu, has the weapons and equipment been prepared in Mexico? Li Yifu quickly replied, Senior granduncle. Everything is ready, but according to your instructions, the goods have not been loaded onto the ship yet. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, by the way, how much is the equipment? I'll transfer it to you later. Senior granduncle, didn't we have an agreement? Li Yifu quickly said. I'll pay for this. I can't help much with the construction of the Peach Blossom Island. This kind of problem can be easily solved with money, so I ask Marshal Granduncle to give this disciple a chance to show filial piety. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, you've already put in a lot of effort by using your connections in the Hong sect to do this. How can I let you pay for it? This is not appropriate, suitable. It's very suitable. Li Yifu said, it's only about a few million US dollars in total, and the people in the Hong sect are my old brothers. The only difficulty in this matter is that the black market arms dealers all require cash transactions. After I transfer the money, they need to find a safe channel to exchange it for cash. But all these things have been done, so you don't have to worry about it. Marshal Granduncle, the problem now is how to transport it back to the Peach Blossom Island. Have you decided? Xia Ruofei saw that Li Yifu had put it this way, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Li Yifu. He nodded and said, all right, I'll take this money as your contribution for the construction of the Peach Blossom Island. Thank you, Marshal Granduncle, for your help. Li Yifu was overjoyed. I don't have any strong points, but I've indeed accumulated a lot of worldly wealth. In the future, I hope that Senior Granduncle will not treat me as an outsider. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'm an elder of your sect. It's improper for me to keep using your money. Besides, I have some savings. Let's not talk about this for now. Foster husband, I've decided that I'll personally go and get this batch of firearms. What? Li Yifu was stunned for a moment. Great uncle, master, you're going to Mexico in person? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's right. I'll try to get it done in 3 days. I've just broken through to the early Jidan stage, so I'm going to practice sword riding. This trip to Mexico will be my training." Luo Qingfeng, who was standing at the side, could not help but gasp. He looked at Xia Ruofei with wide eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Master, you've already broken through to the early Jidan stage?" Regarding Xia Ruofei's breakthrough last night, Jing Yongshou and Li Yifu, who were in charge of picking Luo Qingfeng up, did not dare to tell him much without Xia Ruofei's permission. Since Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei this morning, Xia Ruofei had not deliberately released his aura and even restrained it a little. As a result, Luo Qingfeng had not even noticed that Xia Ruofei had officially entered the early stage golden elixir realm. There were 2 things that shocked Luo Qingfeng. The first was that Xia Ruofei had completed the formation of the vital qi vortex in such a short time. He had personally witnessed Xia Ruofei break through the bottleneck of the qi refinement realm. Xia Ruofei had completed the breakthrough in the battle with Luo Qingfeng. From that battle that could affect him for the rest of his life until now, it had only been more than 20 days. Xia Ruofei had actually crossed 2 large steps, transformed his vital qi, and formed a vital qi vortex. Luo Qingfeng had spent a lot of time and effort to complete each step. He had spent more than a year to build the vital qi vortex. In comparison, Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed was unbelievable. What shocked Luo Qingfeng even more was that he had not noticed that Xia Ruofei had broken through to the early stage golden elixir realm even though he had met him several times in the past half a day. Generally speaking, a cultivator with a high cultivation level could easily see the cultivation level of a cultivator with a low cultivation level. If Xia Ruofei could hide his aura in front of him, didn't it mean that Xia Ruofei's cultivation was more powerful than his? Or did Xia Ruofei cultivate some special secret technique to hide his aura? The news that Xia Ruofei had broken through to the early stage golden elixir realm was so shocking that Luo Qingfeng could not help but be a little dazed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I just broke through last night. Qingfeng, I'll have to ask you some things about the early Jidan stage later." Luo Qingfeng also came back to his senses and quickly said in awe, "Master, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. This old servant will definitely answer everything I know." Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at Li Yifu. "Foster husband, contact the people in Mexico and get the firearms ready. You'll have to arrange in advance where I'll go and who I'll contact after I arrive in Mexico. When the time comes, you can send me the specific location and contact information, and leave the rest to me." 2887 dumbfounded _ no problem. Li Yifu quickly replied. This batch of firearms had already been delivered to the Hong sect and was stored in the warehouse of the shipping company. I'll contact them immediately and ask them to find a reliable person to contact you. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Just send me the specific address and contact information of the docking person as soon as possible." "All right, Marshal Granduncle," Li Yifu said. Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked, "Granduncle, Master, may I be so bold as to ask, how do you plan to transport this batch of firearms back? These weapons and equipment take up quite a lot of space." The brothers from the Freemasonry in Mexico said that they almost filled up a whole container. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng also said with some difficulty, "Master, are you thinking of using a spatial magic treasure to transport these supplies?" Although I have a storage ring, the space is very limited. I wonder. How big is this container? Qingfeng Luo had been living in the sect for a long time, so he had no idea what containers were. However, his storage ring could not hold many things, so he was worried that he would screw up if he could not bring his things back to Mexico after so much difficulty. He would be too ashamed to face his master. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I'm indeed planning to use a storage artifact to carry it, but your storage ring definitely can't hold a container. This, Luo Qingfeng could not help but freeze. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Don't worry. Since I proposed this plan, I've naturally prepared a storage treasure. You just need to accompany me. The secret of the spirit map space could not be revealed to Li Yifu. Even if it was Luo Qingfeng and the other soul slaves, Xia Ruofei did not want to let them know unless he had used the spirit map space to subdue Lu Qingfeng. However, it didn't matter if they knew that he only had a storage treasure. Everyone, including Li Yifu, knew that Xia Ruofei was the personal disciple of Immortal Mountain River. Wasn't it normal for such a senior expert to leave behind a large capacity storage magical treasure? After listening to Xia Ruofei's words, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng disappeared. Li Yifu also heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and said, since Marshal Granduncle has already made preparations, then this disciple can rest assured. Marshal Granduncle, if there are no other instructions, this disciple will take his leave first. Xia Ruofei knew that Li Yifu must be in a hurry to contact the people Mexico, so he nodded with a smile and said, You go. I'll be away for a few days, so I'll have to trouble you with all the affairs on the Peach Blossom Island. Oh, and also, please take good care of Weiwei and Qingxue. Please rest assured, Marshal Granduncle, Li Yifu said quickly. Then, he bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and left the room. The shock in Luo Qingfeng's heart did not dissipate. He lowered his head and said to Xia Ruofei, Master, you're the most talented cultivator I've ever seen. To be able to convert true qi into yuan qi and construct a yuan qi whirlpool in just over 20 days is simply unheard of. Xia Ruofei laughed. Stop flattering me. I really do have some things I want to know from you. Please speak, Master. Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Actually, it's also about the construction of the yuan qi vortex. Xia Ruofei said, I heard from Jing Yongsho that you went into closed-door cultivation for more than a year before you completed the breakthrough process? Master, Luo Qingfeng said with a look of shame. I'm not talented enough. I can't compare to a genius like you. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. That's not what I wanted to ask. I mean, can the construction of the vital qi vortex be done step by step? Can it be completed slowly through grinding? Don't you know, Master? Luo Qingfeng looked surprised and said, As far as I know, most cultivators use this method to break through to the early stage of the golden core realm. Very few people can do it overnight. At least, I have never heard of it. Xia Ruofei was very confused. But when I was building the vital qi vortex, I felt that my dantian was extremely empty. Once the vortex started to spin, it would absorb energy all the time. If I stopped cultivating, even the weak vital qi in my muscles, bones, and meridians would be completely absorbed. How could I stand it? And you've been in closed-door cultivation for more than a year. Xia Ruofei found it hard to imagine such a feeling, so he was also full of confusion. Could it Be that the cultivation technique practiced by Luo Qingfeng and the others was not so overbearing, and the Yuan Qi vortex would not have such a strong suction force? Luo Qingfeng smiled bitterly and said, the process is indeed very painful. Once you stop cultivating, the incomplete Yuan Qi vortex will continue to absorb the weak Yuan Qi in your body. Once the Yuan Qi is completely absorbed, even the energy in your muscles and bones will continue to be absorbed. In the year that this old servant has been in seclusion, I've basically been skin and bones like a skeleton. This old servant has been in seclusion for about a year and a half, but in reality, it has only taken me 1 year and 3 months to break through. I spent the remaining 3 months recovering. I really can't show my face to anyone. Qingfeng Luo paused for a moment and continued, in addition, just as Master said, I feel a strong sense of hunger in my dantian at all times. Even if I stop cultivating, I can't fall asleep. When I think back to what I experienced over the past year, it was like a nightmare. 2888 Flabbergasted, 2, Xia Ruofei had just completed his breakthrough and naturally had a deep impression of that feeling. He nodded in agreement and said, that hunger was really intense. I couldn't stand it even after a few hours. It's hard to imagine that you've been suffering for more than a year. Master, Luo Qingfeng said with a bitter smile, this old servant's breakthrough speed is actually quite fast. As far as I know, some cultivators take 3 to 5 years to break through to the early stage golden core realm. That was the real torture. However, all cultivators, as long as they're at the golden core stage and above, will go through this process. It's rare for someone to complete a breakthrough in a few hours like Master. What caused you to drag this process out so long? Xia Ruofei asked. Master, this is caused by many factors, Qingfeng Luo said. From an external perspective, continuous and rapid cultivation requires a large amount of resources. Many cultivators do not have that many resources at all, so they can only rely on the normal cultivation method of absorbing spirit energy to complete the formation of the vital qi vortex. As for the cultivators themselves, even if they had enough resources, the process of building a vital qi vortex was relatively long. Basically, no one could maintain a high-speed cultivation state continuously. They had to stop to adjust and rest. Of course, if it's someone like you, Master, who completed the construction of the vital qi vortex in a few hours, then there won't be such a problem. This old servant feels that it should be because of the difference in cultivation techniques. Master's cultivation technique must be of a very high grade. Luo Qingfeng's explanation was simple and easy to understand. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand now. For most cultivators, it's not that they don't want to, but that they can't do it. So, they can only endure the constant hunger and the pressure of the vortex on their body functions. Luo Qingfeng smiled wryly and thought to himself, you just found out. However, he naturally wouldn't show it. He only nodded respectfully and said, yes, Master. This is what most Oris core stage cultivators experience when they break through. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let's go. I'm going to say hello to my friend, then we'll get ready to leave. Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei walking towards the door. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Then, he quickly followed. In fact, Luo Qingfeng wanted to tell Xia Ruofei that although early, stage golden core cultivators could ride a flying sword, they still needed to practice hard to master the technique of riding a flying sword after just breaking through. After all, sword kinesis flight was a relatively high-level use of vital qi, and it also needed to be used in conjunction with mental power. Whether it was vital qi cultivation or mental power cultivation, it would have a great impact on the user. Even if the conditions were met, the technique of sword kinesis flight was not so easy to master. The balance of flying in the air needed even more constant practice to gradually become proficient. Many cultivators in the early Jidan stage were very careful when they first learned how to ride a flying sword. Their flying posture was also crooked and they looked very embarrassed. After all, this was the true meaning of humans not relying on mechanical means to fly directly into the sky. Since ancient times, humans had not been able to fly like birds. Human genes had a natural fear of the sky and an instinctive fear of flying off the ground. All of these had to be overcome. Only after mastering it would the instinctive fear gradually disappear. Then, cultivators in the golden core stage and higher cultivation could take flying on a sword as a common meal, and it was the most convenient and efficient way of travel. Luo Qingfeng felt that Xia Ruofei had just broken through to the early stage golden elixir realm, and he wanted to try sword kinesis flight over such a long distance. Furthermore, he spent most of his time flying on the sea. One could imagine the difficulty and psychological pressure he would face. However, when he thought about how Xia Ruofei was able to complete the construction of the vital qi vortex in a few hours, he realized that he could not be judged by common sense. Hence, he hesitated for a while and did not say anything. Xia Ruofei told Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Then, without waiting for Li Yifu to send him the address, he left the Yanhuang building with Luo Qingfeng. The two of them headed straight for the core of the formation on the west side of the island. With Xia Ruofei leading the way, they were naturally unobstructed. No formation would affect them. Luo Qingfeng had a deep impression of the cement room at the core of the array. Back then, he had been defeated by Xia Ruofei, who had not broken through the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage, with the help of the array. He had even been taken in as a soul slave by Xia Ruofei. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had used that battle to break through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage, which laid the foundation for him to break through to the beginning stage of the golden elixir realm. Luo Qingfeng could not help but feel a little emotional when he saw the cement room that contained the core of the array again. However, he did not have any resentment towards Xia Ruofei. Other than the use of the soul seal, Xia Ruofei had treated the soul slaves well. He did not really treat them as chess pieces that could be sacrificed at will and at his beck and call. He even gave them basic dignity, which made him feel deeply grateful. Xia Ruofei pointed at the empty space in front of the cement house and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Qingfeng, this place has the highest concentration of spirit qi on the entire island. You continue to meditate and regulate your breath here, and try to recover all of your vitality. Our journey today is still very long, so we should take advantage of the fact that the spirit qi here is denser than the outside world and absorb as much as possible." 2889, flabbergasted. 3. Yes. Master. Yes. Qingfeng Luo said respectfully. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, you, Xia?" Ruofei smiled and said, "I have to practice sword kinesis flight first." He didn't try it after his breakthrough yesterday. He couldn't just fly right away. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if you fell into the sea? Luo Qingfeng was dumbfounded. After a while, he asked, "Master, you haven't tried to ride a flying sword after your breakthrough?" Generally speaking, when A cultivator broke through to the golden core stage. They could not wait to try flying on a sword. After all, flying had been the dream of all humans since ancient times, including Luo Qingfeng. After he had completed the construction of the vital chi vortex, he was still a skeleton. He could not wait to sneak out of his closed door cultivation and began to learn how to fly on a sword like a child who had just gotten a new toy. Luo Qingfeng thought that Xia Ruofei must have tried it after his breakthrough last night. Otherwise, why would he fly so far today, just to get a batch of supplies from the secular world? Xia Ruofei shrugged. I went back to rest after breaking through last night. I was busy this morning too. I didn't have the time to try it out. Luo Qingfeng could not help but be speechless. He thought to himself, isn't Master's heart too big? He thought for a moment and said tactfully, Master, you should get familiar with the operation of sword kinesis. Flight first. If it really doesn't work, we'll delay our departure for a few days. In Luo Qingfeng's opinion, it was already a genius to be able to master the technique of sword kinesis flight in a few days. Xia Ruofei smiled. Thank you for your reminder. I'll give it a try. If it's too difficult to master, we'll delay the departure time. Qingfeng Luo was secretly relieved. It seemed that Master was not a stubborn person. Look, Master was very good at sword kinesis flight. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out the blue traveling immortal sword that had been nurtured in his dantian. The blue immortal sword was like a nimble fish, dancing nimbly around Xia Ruofei. This flying sword had been nurtured for a long time and was now very compatible with Xia Ruofei. He could control it as if it was his own arm. Luo Qingfeng was not in the mood to cultivate and regulate his breathing. He stared at Xia Ruofei without blinking. Luo Qingfeng had witnessed the power of this flying sword long ago and had a deep impression of it. At that time, Xia Ruofei had just broken through the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage and had used the power of the array to kill Luo Qingfeng with this flying sword. Now that Xia Ruofei was already in the early stage golden core realm and was going to try sword kinesis flight. For the first time, Luo Qingfeng naturally did not want to miss any details. In the second level of the Great Tao Arts, in addition to the cultivation method, there were also various techniques that matched the various stages of the golden core stage, including the construction of the vital chi vortex. At the same time, it naturally also contained the very important skill of the golden core stage, sword riding flight. The sword control technique recorded in the second level of the Great Tao Arts was naturally unique. In fact, every cultivator's sword control technique was different. Because the level of exquisiteness of the technique was different, everyone's speed and energy transformation efficiency when controlling the sword were different. Xia Ruofei silently reviewed the sword control technique recorded in the Great Tao Arts, then confidently released his spiritual power to explore the blue immortal sword. 2890 You don't understand the world of geniuses You don't understand the world of geniuses. The blue travel immortal sword trembled slightly and obediently floated half a foot above the ground. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He leaped up and landed on the blue immortal sword deftly. At the same time, he poured his vital chi into the flying sword and combined it with the blue immortal sword through a special technique. Instantly, a net-like vital chi structure was formed on the body of the blue immortal sword. With the help of this special net of vital chi, the blue travel immortal sword only sank slightly and immediately stabilized. Xia Ruofei was like a child who had come into contact with a remote, controlled toy for the first time. With a trace of curiosity and exploration, he stepped on the blue travel immortal sword and felt it. He found that it was quite stable standing on it. It was actually in a state of floating half a foot above the ground, but he did not feel shaky. Although it was slightly different from stepping on the ground, it was not as unstable as he had imagined. Besides, Xia Ruofei also realized that as long as he used the sword control technique, the vital chi web could change its range at will and even extend upwards, to include himself. Xia Ruofei knew that it would be useful when flying at high speed. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to ride a flying sword in such a strong high altitude wind. There was no comfort to speak of. Luo Qingfeng had been watching from the side for a long time. When he saw that Xia Ruofei had not moved after stepping on the flying sword, he thought that he was afraid. This was also very normal. When cultivators in the early Jidan stage tried to ride a flying sword for the first time, many people were trembling with fear. This was because the vast majority of Jidan stage cultivators had not experienced the highly developed era of science and technology, and had no experience of flying in the sky at all. Even if they had a Qingfu technique, it was a completely different thing from flying. However, Xia Ruofei was different. It was very common for modern people to travel by plane. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had undergone strict training in the army. There were even plane landing and parachute landing courses in the special forces. They were all high-altitude courses, so Xia Ruofei did not have a fear of heights. He decided to try it out for the first time after feeling the feeling of flying in the air. Xia Ruofei silently circulated the sword, controlling technique, and poured vital chi into the blue immortal sword. The vital chi he poured in traveled through the previously formed vital chi net and was constantly accelerated. Finally, it spurted out at the end of the flying sword. Under the effect of this force, the blue immortal sword immediately moved forward smoothly. Xia Ruofei realized that the principle of sword kinesis flight was similar to that of a rocket. They both used a backward force to push the flying sword forward. The only difference was that sword kinesis flight actually didn't consume much energy. A wisp of his vital chi, after being accelerated by a special technique, could give the flying sword a very strong kinetic energy. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the sword kinesis flight was very agile. Just by slightly changing the direction of the vital chi jet, he could easily control the flying sword under his feet to rise, fall, turn, and so on. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei was only controlling the blue travel immortal sword to move it parallel to the ground at a height of half a foot. Although he had already familiarly memorized the sword control technique, this was his first time actually controlling it. However, after a short period of familiarization, Xia Ruofei felt that he could control the flying sword more proficiently, so he began to try some more complicated movements. Under the effect of the vital chi net, his feet seemed to be stuck to the flying sword. Under his control, the blue travel immortal sword began to rise in the air, then turned and descended. Luo Qingfeng's eyes widened when he saw that Xia Ruofei was getting more and more skilled in the control. Was this really his first time controlling a flying sword? Why wasn't there any delay? Other than the time when Xia Ruofei was standing on the flying sword in a daze, no one could tell that he was a newbie who was controlling a flying sword for the first time in his life. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had already controlled the flying sword to fly around the area several times, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Xia Ruofei was no longer satisfied with the simple controls. He smiled and released the vital chi under his feet. The blue immortal sword suddenly made a sharp turn at a height of more than 10 meters from the ground. Then, it shot straight into the sky. As it ascended rapidly, it flew above the sea outside the cliff. The speed of Xia Ruofei's flying sword suddenly increased, and he suddenly made a difficult move, which shocked Luo Qingfeng. He subconsciously thought that Xia Ruofei was unfamiliar with the control and had caused the flying sword to lose control. Ah! Luo Qingfeng could not help but scream and quickly chased after him. The next moment, Qingfeng Luo, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, opened his mouth wide. He did not even notice the fishy smell of the sea wind that was pouring into his mouth. In front of him, the sword light danced. Xia Ruofei controlled the blue travel immortal sword to ascend at high speed for a while, and then dive down at high speed. He would also change direction suddenly at an extremely fast speed from time to time. Xia Ruofei was trying to control the flying sword to perform some of the stunts that he knew. What was the cobra maneuver? What was the falling leaves? He treated himself and the flying sword as a stunt plane and flew out easily. He was having a lot of fun. It took Luo Qingfeng a while to come back to his senses. He could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, geniuses could not be measured by common sense. His master was clearly a rare genius. Even Luo Qingfeng himself might not be able to perform these frightening flight controls proficiently. However, Xia Ruofei had easily achieved it on his first day of sword kinesis flight. Wasn't this infuriating? 2891 You don't understand the world of geniuses, too. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not just showing off. Luo Qingfeng was also very envious of Xia Ruofei when he saw that he could control the flying sword to complete so many incredible movements. The reason was very simple. Sword kinesis flight was the most commonly used skill for cultivators at the golden core stage and above. Even in battles between cultivators above the golden core stage, they often directly stepped on the flying sword to fight in the sky. At this time, whoever had the more precise control of the flying sword and the more incredible flight trajectory would naturally be able to seize the first opportunity in the battle. Therefore, these stunts were actually very useful. Just as Luo Qingfeng was shocked by the speed of Xia Ruofei's sword control technique, Xia Ruofei finally ended his test flight. He controlled the flying sword and it streaked across the sky like a shooting star. When it reached the edge of the cliff, the flying sword suddenly stopped. It went from a very fast speed to a standstill without any buffer. However, Xia Ruofei still stood firmly on the flying sword and was not affected at all. Xia Ruofei jumped down from the flying sword and kept the blue travel immortal sword in his dantian to continue nourishing it. He said to Luo Qingfeng with a smile, "Qingfeng, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to recover as soon as possible?" Luo Qingfeng quickly said with shame, "Master, this old servant was frightened by you. If I had known that you were so talented in sword control, I wouldn't have reminded you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's my first time flying too. I'm still not familiar with some parts. It's not as good as you say." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. "You're so good at this, yet you're still not skilled enough? How heaven-defying would you be when you're proficient in it? Do you still want me to live?" Xia Ruofei continued, "It's my first time riding a flying sword. I'm a little high. I've also used up a lot of vital energy just now. Let's recover together. After you've adjusted your condition, we'll set off immediately." Li Fu had already sent him the address and location of the person Xia Ruofei had contacted with the Hong sect in Mexico. Xia Ruofei only needed to rush over as soon as possible and bring back the firearms. Yes. Master. Yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly responded. The master and servant sat cross-legged near the core of the formation and absorbed the spiritual energy in the Taishu Xianqing formation to recover. Xia Ruofei did not use any origin crystals either. On one hand, he was not in a hurry. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Taishu Xianqing formation was not too bad. He just needed to spend a little more time. On the other hand, it was also because sword kinesis flight didn't consume too much vital qi. He didn't lose much vital qi in his dantian, so there was no need to use origin crystals to recover it. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not know that different sword controlling techniques would consume different amounts of energy. He and Luo Qingfeng controlled their flying swords at the same time. For the same distance, Luo Qingfeng's energy consumption would definitely be much greater than his. The technique Xia Ruofei used to control the sword was a set of the Great Tao technique, especially the Vital QI network. There were actually many clever ideas, and ordinary sword techniques could not compare to it. The difference in cultivation techniques was all round. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not particularly talented. It was just that he cultivated the Great Tao Sutra, which Luo Qingfeng could not catch up with no matter how hard he tried. Even if he was more talented than Xia Ruofei, the result would be the same. In the end, he would be left far behind by Xia Ruofei. Similarly, Xia Ruofei was regulating his breathing and recovering. He quickly replenished the vital qi that he had just expended. While Luo Qingfeng was still meditating, Xia Ruofei did not disturb him. Instead, he took out his phone and studied the flight route. Flying on a sword was different from flying on a plane, where one had to strictly follow the route. Basically, flying on a sword would allow one to fly as close as possible. After all, the sky was so big, and there wouldn't be tens of thousands of cultivators flying in the sky at any time. Peach Source Island was located in the South Pacific Ocean, so the fastest route to Mexico was naturally to fly northeast. Although they had passed by the ocean, it did not affect cultivators like Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng at all. The handover address provided by Li Yifu was Coatzacoalcos Port, located in the southwest part of Mexico. This was one of the main ports in southern Mexico. The shipping company operated by the Hong sect had a large warehouse near the port of Coatzacoalcos. The batch of arms had been transferred and stored in the warehouse of the shipping company. Xia Ruofei retrieved the location information from his phone and entered it into the map app. The GPS module was now standard on mobile phones, so it could search for satellite signals even in the air. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not use the map software to navigate all the way there. He only needed to fly in the direction of Mexico, and it would not be too late to navigate when he reached Coatzacoalcos. After a while, Luo Qingfeng finally finished regulating his breathing. He opened his eyes and saw Xia Ruofei looking at his phone in boredom. He quickly stood up and said in embarrassment, "Master, this old servant has already adjusted my breathing." Luo Qingfeng knew that he must have been a burden. Xia Ruofei had already recovered. Xia Ruofei smiled, stood up and said, "Then let's go." Wherever they flew, they would stop and rest when they were tired. This time, there was no rush. Don't force yourself. If you don't have enough yuan qi, you have to tell me. Yes, Master, Luo Qingfeng said. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng summoned their flying swords. Soon, 2 sword lights flew out of the Peach Blossom Island and into the sky above the sea. Then, they drew an arc and flew toward the northeast of the island. The two of them were flying at an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. It was much colder at high altitude than on the ground, but it had no effect on cultivators. The wind from the high altitude during the flight was also blocked by the protective barrier formed by Yuanqi. The two of them stepped on flying swords and flew 2,000 meters in the air. They were like immortals. It was Xia Ruofei's first time flying at such a high altitude. In the past, he had taken planes many times and flew at much higher altitudes than this. However, he still found it novel to fly at such heights without any means of transportation. Not to mention anything else, this kind of flying method was simply invincible in the field of vision. There was number 360-degree panoramic view. And no dead angle. No matter how good the viewing angle of the plane was, it was impossible to see such a scenery. The blue sky and white clouds were overhead, and there were some lower clouds under his feet. There was also a deep blue sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was very magnificent. The reason why Xia Ruofei had called Luo Qingfeng along was that he did not know if he could master the technique of sword kinesis flight in a short period of time. On the other hand, he did not want to be too bored on the road. He could find Luo Qingfeng to learn more about the cultivation world on Earth and some knowledge about the Golden Core stage. As the two of them flew at high speed, they communicated via Yuanqi voice transmission. After chatting for a while, Xia Ruofei thought of the auction that they had talked about last time. He asked, "By the way, Qingfeng, you said that there would be an auction for cultivators on Peach Source Island in the near future. What's the situation now?" "Master," Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "I've already confirmed the auction's location. It's now confirmed that the auction will be held in Shuangqing City. Our Star Caesar sect has also received an invitation letter. At most 3 people can go. The auction is on the 5th of next month, so there's still 10 days left." Xia Ruofei nodded. "You said that a storage ring might appear at the auction. Is that accurate?" he asked. Luo Qingfeng said, "Master, this auction is held once a year, and it has been held dozens of times. The rules are similar every time. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, the specific items to be auctioned will only be revealed on the day of the auction. However, some news will leak out every year, but it is difficult to tell whether the news is true or false. This time, a friend of this old servant told me about the storage ring. Although I trust him, this old servant is not completely confident, so I don't dare to make any guarantees with Master." 2892, It's fate, Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Luo Qingfeng was careful with his words. He would not dare to say anything that he was not 100% sure of in front of Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei did not care too much about this and was just having a casual chat. He had already decided to attend this auction. If a storage ring appeared at the auction, he would try his best to get it. If there wasn't, it was fine. He would just treat it as a chance to broaden his horizons. Although Xia Ruofei had already cultivated to the early stage golden elixir realm, which was not considered low in the current cultivation world, he did not know much about the cultivation world. Most of the limited information he knew was told to him by Luo Qingfeng and Lu Qingfeng. This auction was a rare opportunity to meet many cultivators and get close to them. Xia Ruofei would naturally not let this opportunity go. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng chatted as they flew northeast on their flying swords. In fact, such a long distance flight was very boring, especially when they were flying above the sea most of the time. After the initial sense of novelty passed, the scene in front of them was always the same sea. There was no end in sight, as if there was no end to it no matter how much they flew. This was especially true for this route, where they would not pass by any islands along the way, which made it even more monotonous. To be honest, sword kinesis flight consumed very little vital qi. Even if Luo Qingfeng's sword kinesis was not as advanced as Xia Ruofei's, he was also an early stage golden core cultivator and could still rely on his own vital qi to carry out sword kinesis flight for a long time. The two of them set off in the afternoon, and they were flying in the direction of the Earth's rotation, so the sky quickly darkened. Without them realizing it, the fiery red sun slowly sank below the sea level behind them. As the sun set, the sky above the sea quickly turned dark. Cultivators had a strong sense of direction. Besides, Xia Ruofei had the phone's GPS to confirm his location. Hence, the poor visibility did not affect their flight. However, flying in the same direction like this was really boring. At least Xia Ruofei still had Luo Qingfeng to chat with. He thought of how Luo Qingfeng had flown to Peach Blossom Island overnight and flew alone. One could imagine how boring it must have been. Although the two of them had not consumed much of their vital qi, Xia Ruofei had only used a little less than half of the vital qi in his dantian, and Luo Qingfeng had at least half of his vital qi reserves. Xia Ruofei still decided to rest for a while. In any case, the matter of transporting weapons and equipment itself was not particularly urgent. If it wasn't for the fact that the shipping time was too long, and he had just broken through to the early Jidan stage and hadn't tried long-distance sword riding, he definitely wouldn't have personally been a porter. However, the guards of Paradise Island were not in place yet, so it didn't matter whether the weapons arrived a few days earlier or later. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not need to rush with all his might. Hence, he slowed down his flying speed. Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him, saw that Xia Ruofei had slowed down and quickly did the same. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingfeng, are you tired? Do you want to go down and rest for a while?" "Master, I'm feeling fine. I still have at least half of my yuan qi reserves. I can still fly for a few more hours." Luo Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to tire yourself out. Our mission this time is not urgent. Even if you're not tired, I'm feeling a little tired, mainly because I'm too bored. Why don't we stop and rest for a while?" Naturally, Luo Qingfeng did not have any objections to Xia Ruofei's suggestion. However, after thinking for a while, he said hesitantly, "Master, right now we're all in the ocean. Why don't this old servant first look for any nearby islands, and then ask Master to move over to rest?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. Let's go. Let's go down and talk." With that, Xia Ruofei controlled the flying sword under his feet and began to descend. Luo Qingfeng followed Xia Ruofei, full of doubts. He thought to himself, could it be that Master wants to control the flying sword to float above the sea to rest? What was the point of this? Maintaining the floating state of the flying sword consumed yuan qi, and with his mental power constantly controlling it, he couldn't achieve the goal of rest at all. And since they were all floating, why lower their altitude? Wasn't it the same at an altitude of 2 to 3,000 meters? Luo Qingfeng could not figure it out, but he still followed Xia Ruofei closely and did not ask Xia Ruofei controlled the blue travel immortal sword and descended to a height of 3 to 4 meters above the sea. Even a slightly bigger wave could surge to such a height. However, the two of them were standing on the flying sword and had a yuan qi protective shield on the outside. Hence, even if the sea water churned, they would not be wet. Qing Feng, stand further away, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Luo Qingfeng was even more confused. However, he still controlled his flying sword and flew more than 10 meters away, looking in Xia Ruofei's direction. What happened next left him dumbfounded. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and a 10-meter-long yacht appeared out of thin air above the sea. It landed on the sea and swayed with the waves. 2893 Its fate, too. While Luo Qingfeng was still in a state of shock, Xia Ruofei had already flown over on his flying sword. He stopped above the deck of the yacht, jumped off the flying sword, and kept it in his dantian. He waved at Luo Qingfeng and shouted, "Qingfeng, come over. Come up and rest for a while." Only then did Luo Qingfeng come back to his senses. With a look of disbelief, he flew over on his flying sword. Even when he landed on the deck of the yacht and felt the yacht swaying with the waves, he still felt a strong sense of unreality. Naturally, Luo Qingfeng could tell that Xia Ruofei had stored the yacht in his storage treasure. Besides, Xia Ruofei had said before he left that there was no need to worry about the storage treasure not having enough space. This meant that Xia Ruofei must have brought a storage treasure with enough space. However, Luo Qingfeng was still a little dumbfounded. The strange-looking iron ship in front of him was more than 10 meters long, but Xia Ruofei's storage artifact could actually fit it all in. There was obviously a lot of spare space. Xia Ruofei had to transport a large number of supplies this time and also relied on this storage artifact. How big was the storage space of this storage artifact? In comparison, the space in Luo Qingfeng's own storage ring was pitifully small. The difference was like the difference between a thatched house and a luxurious manor. This yacht was the Asmu Atlantis 34 that Xia Ruofei had placed in the spirit map space. This yacht was considered to be of medium and small size among the Asmu yacht series. It was a sports yacht and was not suitable for use in the distant sea. However, Xia Ruofei only took it out to rest, so there was no problem. There was a flying bridge on the deck. Xia Ruofei did not need to drive the yacht, so he sat on the sofa on the deck. He looked at Luo Qingfeng, who was standing there in a daze, and said with a smile, "Qingfeng, what are you doing? Come sit down and rest for a while. Aren't you tired after flying for half a day?" Luo Qingfeng seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your understanding, master." Then, he walked to the seat opposite Xia Ruofei and sat down. Xia Ruofei sat comfortably on the soft sofa and looked up at the starry sky. He enjoyed the rare tranquility. Although the sound of the waves could be heard from time to time, it only served to enhance the quietness of the environment. The last time he had this feeling was when Xia Ruofei sailed the bigger Asmu yacht out to sea. Qingfeng Luo did not dare to speak as he was afraid of disturbing his master. He sat quietly to recuperate. Even though the spiritual energy in the air was very thin and impure, as an Aurus core stage cultivator, he could still absorb it directly, but the efficiency was very low. However, Luo Qingfeng had the idea that it was better than nothing. He wanted to recover as much as possible so that he would not be a burden to his master. In the following flight, time passed by quietly. Xia Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes and looked confused. he asked. Qingfeng did. You notice? Luo Qingfeng came out of his cultivation state and asked with a blank face, Master, what did you find? Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. He had released his spiritual power to check the surroundings out of habit. In the end, he realized that at the edge of his spiritual power sensing range, there was a luxury yacht floating with the waves. That yacht was much bigger than the Asmu Atlantis 34 that Xia Ruofei was on now. Even the bigger Asmu yacht that Xia Ruofei had been on the last time he went out to sea paled in comparison to the yacht he had just discovered. According to the feedback from his spiritual power, the yacht was about 160 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. It was obviously a super luxury yacht that could sail in the distant sea, and its endurance was much better than the Asmu yacht he docked at the yacht club dock. The super luxury yacht was about 10 kilometers away. Xia Ruofei did not expect that there would be other ships nearby. When he was just looking for a place to rest. The sea was vast and boundless. The probability of this was almost like winning the lottery. However, Luo Qingfeng did not notice anything. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. It seemed that Luo Qingfeng's spiritual energy sensing range was smaller than his own. Xia Ruofei said to himself. The position of the super luxury yacht was basically at the edge of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power sensing range. If Luo Qingfeng could not sense it, it meant that it was already out of the range of his spiritual power. 10 kilometers. To our north. That's about 20 miles. There's a ship. Xia Ruofei chuckled. This is too much of a coincidence. Luo Qingfeng was taken aback. His eyes widened as he asked, Master, your spiritual power can cover an area of 20 miles? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, if I use all my strength, I should be able to go further. However, 25 miles should be the limit. This is also because after breaking through to the early Oris core stage, my mental strength has also improved. Otherwise, the range would be even smaller. Luo Qingfeng was speechless. Xia Ruofei's tone did not sound very satisfied. This was already very heaven-defying, okay? Luo Qingfeng was too embarrassed to say that his spiritual power could cover less than 15 miles. Compared to Xia Ruofei's 25 miles, it was a huge gap. They were both cultivators in the beginning stage of the Golden Core realm, and Xia Ruofei had just broken through yesterday. Why was there such a big difference between them? Luo Qingfeng was starting to doubt his life. After Xia Ruofei discovered the yacht, out of habit, he focused his spiritual power in that direction and investigated it in detail. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he muttered to himself, interesting. Then, Xia Ruofei took out the blue travel immortal sword and said, Qingfeng, you stay here to recover your energy. I'll go and take a look. Master, Luo. Qingfeng said subconsciously, I'll go with you. If there's anything, we can look out for each other. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, there are only a few ordinary people on that ship. What could have happened? I'll be back soon. Don't go back and forth, just rest here and recover. By the way, there should be some drinks in the refrigerator in the small kitchen at the stern. If you're thirsty, you can take them and drink. Yes. Thank you, Master. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had already made his decision, Luo Qingfeng naturally did not dare to say anything more. He quickly nodded and agreed. Xia Ruofei leaped up and steadily stepped on the flying sword. Then, he activated his spiritual energy and vital qi at the same time. The blue immortal sword immediately soared into the sky and brought Xia Ruofei to the north at an extreme speed. At this time, the super-luxury yacht, which was about 10 kilometers north of Xia Ruofei's Asmu Atlantis 34, was floating quietly on the sea. There was a circle of light blue atmosphere. Lights around the waterline of the yacht, dyeing the surrounding seawater a dreamy light blue. The entire yacht was brightly lit, and the four-story deck was brightly lit, but no one could be seen. On the second floor of the yacht, a white man in his 40s was sitting on the ground with a pale face. His back was against the railing of the deck, and his eyes were intertwined with despair, fear, and anger. In front of him stood a white man who looked similar to him, but a few years younger. The white man held a large, caliber pistol in his hand, and 4 big men stood behind him. The 4 men were all wearing waiter uniforms, but their white shirts were stained with blood. Of course, these were obviously other people's blood. The 4 men were unscathed. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and looked at the middle-aged white man in front of them without saying a word. "Davis, it's no use even if you kill me." The middle-aged white man gritted his teeth and said, "According to the federal law, after I die, all my assets will be inherited by my wife and child. You won't get a single cent." 2894 Quarreling between brothers. 1. My dear brother, you're too naive. Davis revealed a sinister smile and elegantly took out a piece of paper from the inner pocket of his suit. He slowly spread it open and said, "Charlie, did you forget that you signed a will a year ago? Once you die, all the shares under your name will be inherited by me?" It turned out that this middle-aged white man, Charlie, and Davis, who was holding a gun in front of him, were actually brothers. What was happening now was obviously not brotherly respect, but a quarrel between brothers. Charlie was stunned for a moment before he shouted angrily, "Davis, when did I sign such a will? You're crazy about money." Davis's expression didn't change as he calmly said, "You'll sign it soon, and the time of signing was a year ago. Is there a problem? My dear brother." Charlie suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes were burning with rage as he glared at Davis and roared, "You want to forge a will? In your dreams? I'm about to die, why should I cooperate with you to sign this bullshit will? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way." Davis smiled and lightly said, "Charlie, you'll definitely cooperate. In your dreams." Charlie gritted his teeth and said, "Just kill me. Don't be delusional." Davis laughed and said, "Don't be anxious. The moonlight is so bright tonight, I don't want to send you on your way so early. Why don't you listen to what this will is about?" After saying that, Davis ignored Charlie, who had his eyes closed and was seeking death, and continued to read, "I, Charlie Coe, am now under the witness of my personal lawyer Mr. Jenkins, making the following will." Charlie's eyes snapped open, and he roared with anger, "You scoundrel! You even bribed Jenkins." Even if a will was signed by him, it could still be invalid if there wasn't a qualified lawyer present to witness it. Davis wrote the will like this to make sure it was safe, and obviously, he had also bribed Mr. Jenkins. Jenkins was Charlie's personal legal counsel, and he had been working for Charlie for more than 15 years. Basically, all of Charlie's major legal problems were all handled by Jenkins, including some of the more shady ones. From this, it could be seen how much trust Charlie had in Jenkins. Clearly, even Jenkins had betrayed him, which made Charlie even more furious. Davis seemed to be enjoying the sight of his brother's emotional breakdown. A bright smile appeared on his face as he said, "Charlie, my dear brother. You're just too impatient. Jenkins is just a small fry, and I haven't even finished reading my will." After that, Davis continued to read, "If I die, all the assets under my name, including but not limited to my family business, group shares, all real estate, and cash, $100 million will be inherited by my wife Anina and son Luca. The rest will be inherited by my younger brother, Mr. Davis Koch." Davis finished reading the will, then patiently folded it and put it in his pocket. He then smiled and said, "Charlie, did you hear that? I've left $100 million for my dear sister-in-law and nephew. To be honest, I'm really a soft-hearted person. This will is too beneficial for you." After listening to it, Charlie also completely understood that the reason Davis had taken out this will without fear and was certain that he would sign it was because he had completely taken the initiative and understood his mentality. It was true that if he insisted on not signing, he would be dead tonight. According to the federal law, his wife, Anina, would be the first in line to inherit his property. However, Charlie knew very well that if he were to pass away, Anina and Luca would be left behind. Even if they inherited all of his inheritance, what ability would they have to keep it? Davis only needed to make the mother and son disappear without a trace like he did to him, and he would be able to rightfully inherit these assets. Of course, Charlie had already seen through Davis's thoughts. The reason Davis had taken out such a will and left Anina and her son with $100 million in assets was not because he was soft-hearted and would not kill his own brother. How could he be soft-hearted to his sister-in-law and nephew? Davis was completely considering his own interests. First of all, if Charlie's family of 3 were to encounter accidents and die one after another, then Davis, the vested beneficiary, would definitely be questioned. Although it was difficult for others to find evidence, Davis was not willing to lose his reputation, so he was willing to spend some money to buy this reputation. Second and most importantly, if Anina and Luca inherited the inheritance and died in an accident, and Davis inherited the inheritance as a relative, it would be equivalent to paying 2 taxes. The taxes in the United States were very heavy, and $100 million was nothing compared to that. After all, the famous Koch family was one of the few big families in America. The Koch family's assets had already reached more than $300 billion. As the current head of the family, Charlie had more than 70% of the shares in the family group under his name, and his net worth was at least $200 billion. 2,895 quarrels between brothers. 2. Spending a mere $100 million to smoothly inherit hundreds of billions of assets was simply a good deal. Davis looked at Charlie with a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything to disturb him, allowing his expression to fluctuate. Charlie disappointedly discovered that even if he could see through all of Davis's thoughts, he had no way to stop it from happening. After a long while, Charlie opened his eyes and stared at Davis, asking, "How can I be sure that after you get my signature, you will still fulfill your promise and pay Anina and Luca $100 million? And never hurt them? You could have gotten the money and then exterminated them at the root." Davis revealed an exaggerated smile and shrugged. "My dear brother, why would I ruin my reputation for a mere $100 million? The reason I'm doing this is so that things don't get complicated, right? Besides, Anina and Luca don't know anything about what happened today. They're not a threat to me, so why would I kill them?" Charlie couldn't help but shut his mouth. He had to admit that there was some truth in what Davis said. According to Charlie's understanding of Davis, if he really succeeded this time, then in order to maintain his good image, not only would he not lay a hand on Anina and her son, but he would also appear to be full of love in front of outsiders and gain a good reputation for taking care of his deceased brother and widow. If Charlie had really signed this will, he would definitely have died in the sea, and his property would definitely have been taken away by his younger brother Davis. However, for Anina and Luca, it really was the best choice after much thought. After all, regardless of whether he signed it or not, he would definitely lose his life and his assets. As if he could read minds, Davis timely said, "Charlie, you should really think about Anina and Luca. At the very least, you wouldn't want to see both of them quickly follow in your footsteps to see God, right? If you don't sign this, even if I'm soft-hearted, I'll have no choice but to make a move on my dear sister-in-law and nephew. If things really end up like this, it'll be too sad." Charlie could not help but shiver when he heard that. He knew that there was no turning back after what Davis had done today. Davis's ultimate goal was the $100 billion in assets. If he did not sign, not only would he not be able to help Anina and Luca obtain more assets, but he would also bring about a fatal disaster for them. Although Charlie was not 100% sure if Davis would fulfill his promise and pay the $100 million after he signed it, Charlie was 100% sure that if he did not sign it, his wife and children would soon die, choosing the lesser of two evils. Moreover, if Davis could pay the $100 million as promised and show some leniency to Anina and Luca in the future for the sake of his reputation, then Anina and her son would be considered to have escaped a calamity. Thinking of this, Charlie finally made up his mind helplessly. He let out a long sigh and said, "Bring it over. I'll sign this." Davis couldn't help but whistle in excitement, and then said, "I knew you would make the wisest choice, Charlie." After that, Davis took out the will and the signature pen, turned around, and handed it to a big man in a waiter's uniform. He said, "Take it to my brother for him to sign." Davis then turned to Charlie and said, "Today is really a memorable day, so please sign the date on today, a year ago." Charlie nodded silently. He expressionlessly took the printed will and signature pen from the burly man who disguised himself as a waiter. He then looked up at Davis and said with a hint of ridicule, "Davis, you're being a bit too cautious." Davis knew that Charlie was saying that he didn't dare to deliver the will personally, but had instead given it to the big man. He shrugged and said, "I won't forget, Charlie. You were once the champion of free combat at MIT. Although you're not young anymore, the dawn of victory is right in front of you. I won't allow myself to take any risks." While reading the will carefully, Charlie said without raising his head, "You're indeed cautious and patient enough. I've never noticed your wild ambitions." Charlie still found it hard to accept this reality. In his eyes, Davis was just an ignorant and incompetent wastrel, just like countless rich kids in the United States he could live a carefree life with his family's wealth. No matter how he squandered, he would never run out of money. It had been 100 years since the Koch family had made their fortune. During this time, the Koch group had snowballed and grown. It had become a giant consortium with businesses in many industries, including industry, energy, finance, and the internet. Not only was the Koch family successful in their business, but they were also involved in United States politics. In the 1980s, the current head of the Koch family even ran for the position of President of the United States. Of course, his run ended in failure. Since then, the Koch family had changed their strategy. They used the family's wealth to continuously make arrangements, not hesitating to spend a lot of money to support the candidates. For decades, the Koch family had become one of the biggest investors in the U.S. election. After the candidate was elected, they naturally had to return the favor and give the Koch family sufficient political resources. In addition, the Koch family had been working hard to cultivate underground forces for the past few decades. Among the underground forces in the United States and even the world, the Koch family had a pivotal position. It could be said that the Koch family had strong connections in both the American political and business world. They also had a great influence in the underground. The wealth that such a family could earn was unimaginable. It wasn't an overstatement to say that, for example, when Davis signed a check on a whim and gave a sports car to a young model he met last night, the money the Koch family earned was far more than the value of a sports car in the short time he signed the check and flirted with the young model. In such a family, how could he squander all the money? In fact, Davis was like the vast majority of rich young masters, spending money like water. Every day, he would be filled with high-status friends. And he would frequently appear at all kinds of high-end parties. However, there was one thing about him. He had never shown the slightest bit of ambition. It was as if living a life of drunkenness and dreams was his life's pursuit. In this generation, the Koch family only had the two brothers Charlie and Davis. The rest of them were branch families who held very few shares and were mainly dependent on the main family to survive. According to the rules of the Koch family, Charlie, who had become the head of the family, held the majority of the shares, while Davis only had less than 10% of the shares. Of course, even if it was less than 10%, he wouldn't be able to spend all the dividends every year. Not to mention that the value of these shares itself was already more than $20 billion US. It wasn't that Charlie didn't have any security measures, it was just that he didn't specifically take precautions against Davis, because Davis didn't reveal any ambition to seize the family property. This time, Charlie was on his super luxury yacht out to sea. The security measures were actually relatively tight, but it couldn't stop Davis's schemes. Davis had obviously been planning this for a long time. The super yacht, which was more than 160 meters in length, had first-class safety features. In addition to the bulletproof function of the master bedroom, there was also a high-speed escape boat and even a small submarine. In addition, in order to maintain the normal navigation of the yacht, the entire team, including the captain, sailors, chefs, waiters, bodyguards, and so on, had more than 80 people, but Davis had infiltrated many positions without anyone knowing. He had planted his trusted aide. Charlie didn't even know when Davis had sneaked into the yacht. 2896, the Great Savior _ the super luxury yacht cost more than $1.5 billion US to build, far more expensive than the average private jet. It was one of the most expensive yachts in the world, and its safety performance was almost the first at that time. Even if it encountered a storm at sea, it had a high probability of surviving it safely. Therefore, Charlie was very relaxed on the sea. He was on vacation in Hawaii this time, and then he went out to sea with two Hollywood female stars who had just made a name for themselves. For him, this was just a normal relaxation in his busy daily work. In the past, he often took the super luxury yacht to sea, and nothing had ever happened. However, just as he was at his most relaxed, Davis's men suddenly attacked. There were more than 10 people that Davis had planted in different positions. they suddenly attacked at the same time and killed Charlie's best bodyguards at the first opportunity. Caught off guard, the bodyguards did not even have a chance to resist before they were shot and died. The rest of the crew were all ordinary workers, and they had no room to resist the well-equipped Davis and the others. They were captured in the shortest time possible. At the time of all this, Charlie was in the most luxurious master bedroom on the entire yacht with 2 Hollywood newbies. The good soundproof environment made him completely unaware of what was happening outside. When Davis, who had been hiding in the cruise room, appeared in front of Charlie, Charlie was still in a state of confusion. Everything was under Davis's control. The super yacht seemed to be impregnable, but once the interior was infiltrated, all the security protection did not work, and it almost collapsed instantly. Davis forced the crew to drive the yacht away from Hawaii and to the high seas, far away from the traditional sea route. Under the cover of the night, a tragedy played out in front of Charlie, making him feel like his eyes were about to burst. Davis took everyone on the yacht, except for the people he had arranged to infiltrate, and Charlie, to the second-floor deck and knelt in a row. Then, the few burly men he brought followed his instructions and killed all of them one by one with pistols. The 2 Hollywood rookies were not spared either. Charlie watched helplessly as the 2 stunties, who had just been in bed with him, revealed a look of collapse and despair when faced with Butcher's muzzle. Then, the pistol equipped with a silencer emitted a weak tongue of fire. After the deep sound of the gunshot, the 2 stunties fell to the deck like gunny sacks. After twitching a few times, they returned to silence. At this time, the second-floor deck was really a river of blood. Davis looked at the corpses of the innocent crew members he had ordered to be slaughtered, lying all over the ground. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he also felt a bloodthirsty pleasure. Of course, it was more of the pleasure of the big plan he had planned for 10 years. Finally succeeding in one fell swoop, and soon he would receive $100 billion in inheritance. Who said that one would not want more money if they could not finish spending it? They were all born from the same mother and were all core members of the Koch family. On what basis did Charlie possess the majority of the family's wealth and the powerful social status that the Koch family had brought to him, while he, Davis, could only sit around and wait for death with the dividends that seemed to be incalculable to ordinary people? These dividends, and a small number of shares, in Davis's eyes, were just some leftovers that were leaked out from the gaps between Charlie's teeth. It was a kind of charity to his super reincarnation ability. Davis had never lost his ambition, but he had hidden it well before he launched an attack, and finally succeeded. He ordered his men to put all the bodies into bags, tie them to heavy objects with steel wires, and then push them into the sea one by one. This area of the sea was far away from the mainland of the United States and the Hawaiian Islands. Traditional sea routes did not pass through here, so no ships would pass by here. In the vast sea, these corpses would never be found if they were thrown away. Charlie watched helplessly as the bodies of these staff members were thrown into the sea like dumplings. His heart was filled with despair because he knew that he would be the next. Davis had brought the yacht to the open sea, so he obviously didn't intend to let the yacht return. He must have thought of a way to leave. Maybe his ship was following him outside of his field of vision. When he left the yacht, he would blow up the sea palace worth more than $1 billion and go back to the United States to seize his family property. What Charlie didn't expect was that Davis found it too troublesome to directly seize the family property, and the taxes were too high, so he actually concocted a will. What made Charlie even sadder was that he really had no choice. Even if he knew that he would die after signing, he could only sign it obediently. At the thought of this, Charlie couldn't help but feel sad. His hand holding the pen trembled and hesitated for a long time. After a strong confrontation in his heart, his reason finally triumphed over his hatred. With tears streaming down his face, he signed his name on the will and wrote the time according to Davis's request to be 1 year ago. Davis took the will from his confidant. After confirming that there were no problems, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and laugh. On the other hand, Charlie's face was ashen as he slumped down on the deck, his heart in complete despair. 2897 The Great Savior After Davis laughed, his gaze slowly fell on Charlie, and he slowly said, "Charlie, you know what? Just because I was born a few years later than you, all the glory was concentrated on you. Since young, you were raised as the successor of the family, while I was like a pet in captivity. God, that feeling was terrible. I swear you've never experienced it before. It's a good thing that I've been waiting for this day. Do you know how it feels?" As Davis spoke, he walked up to Charlie and loaded the large caliber pistol in his hand. Even at this time, Davis was still extremely cautious. He always kept a safe distance from Charlie. Davis slowly raised his gun and aimed it at Charlie's forehead. Then, with a cruel smile on his face, he said, "Charlie, what I feel now is the sky is finally bright." Davis looked up at the dark sky as if he was looking at a bright future. He said, "Charlie, my brother, let's bid farewell." Charlie slowly closed his eyes. He no longer had any hope of getting lucky. He knew that his head would be shot into a pulp like a watermelon in the next moment. At such a close distance, he might not even be able to hear the sound of the gunshot before he was hit. Then, his consciousness would fall into eternal darkness. At this moment, Charlie was filled with the fear of death and the unwillingness to accept his fate. As a formidable person with hundreds of billions of assets, what kind of enjoyment could he not get? He didn't expect that his life would end in such a tragic way when he was only in his 40s. At this moment, a chuckle was heard. The laughter wasn't loud, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. It was extremely clear. Davis's expression was ugly as he turned around and shouted, "Who is it? Who's laughing?" Davis had just been brewing his emotions, enjoying the most carefree moment of his life, so who was it that would spoil the mood and laugh? Are my words so laughable? Davis's confidants looked at each other in dismay. They also heard laughter. But it didn't come from any of them. Other than the few of them, there were only Davis and Charlie. On the deck, Charlie had already closed his eyes to welcome the arrival of death, while Davis was venting all the grievances he had suffered for the past 20 to 30 years. Naturally, they couldn't laugh like this. Who else could it be? Everyone suddenly recalled that just half an hour ago, they had killed dozens of yacht staff on this deck and threw their bodies into the sea. Could it be? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but shiver, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. If they were on land, they wouldn't have suddenly made such an association. After all, even if the probability was very low, there was still the possibility of uninvited guests. But this was the vast sea. Moreover, it was a remote sea area, far away from the traditional sea route. Other than a few people on duty in the cockpit, all the living people were here. The cockpit was more than 100 meters away from the second floor of the deck, so the sound from there would not reach them no matter what. Even if it did, how would his subordinates have the guts to laugh at Davis? Davis also noticed the strange expressions on his confidants' faces. Clearly, they hadn't opened their mouths just now. Davis couldn't help but be startled. Who was the one who laughed just now? Was he hearing things? Did you guys hear that? Davis asked. Boss, are you talking about laughter? One of the burly men quickly said, we heard it too, but this isn't, I know. Davis said impatiently. Although Davis didn't believe in ghosts and gods, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, this place was like a charaba. The desperate wails of the staff, before their deaths, echoed in his ears. Now, strange laughter came from the vast sea. It was really too strange. Charlie had also opened his eyes. A gurgling sound came from his throat as he revealed a terrifying smile and said, Davis, I heard that laughter too. It must be the vengeful souls of Hesselin and the others. Hathaway was one of the two new Hollywood stars who had gone out to sea with Charlie this time. The two new actors had thought that their future would be very smooth since they had managed to get close to Charlie, the head of the Cove family. Even though they knew that they were only Charlie's playthings, a big shot like Charlie would be able to live a life of luxury and wealth if they could even get a little bit of it out of his fingertips. The two young actresses would never have dreamed that on this super luxury yacht supported by a mobile palace on the sea, there was actually a fatal killing intent brewing. Their dream of becoming stars had just begun, but it had already been destroyed. It was not hard to imagine how unwilling these two actresses were before they died. You shut up. Davis shouted madly, I'm not afraid even if they're alive, they're just a bunch of ants. Now that they're all dead, why would I be afraid of them? But your face is already filled with fear. Charlie said immediately. He didn't have any hope of survival, so he was going all out, not afraid of angering Davis. The veins on Davis's face bulged. He suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Charlie. He gritted his teeth and said, then I'll let you see God first. No. It was to see Satan. Go and be with your Hesselin. With that, Davis pulled the trigger madly, and Charlie had already anticipated this. His whole body trembled, and he closed his eyes to welcome the arrival of death. However, after waiting for a few seconds, Charlie did not hear any gunshots, nor did he feel any pain. Could it be that I'm already dead before I can even feel it? This thought emerged in Charlie's mind. However, he did not have the legendary near-death experience. He did not feel light all over, nor did he feel the holy light that was like heaven. He could even feel the sea breeze blowing on his body. Charlie tried to open his eyes, and he immediately saw a strange scene. Davis was pulling the trigger with a ferocious expression, but the trigger seemed to be cast in iron. No matter how much force he used, it wouldn't move. At this moment, Charlie had even forgotten the fear of death. He looked curiously at Davis, who was like a gust of wind, and wondered what kind of game he was playing. Was the trigger of that pistol that heavy? Davis was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He didn't know why the gun seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't buckle it at all. What was even more terrifying was that when he wanted to throw the gun away and change it, he found that the gun seemed to be stuck to his hand with superglue, and he couldn't shake it off, no matter how hard he tried. Could it really be a ghost coming to claim his life? A thought came to Davis's mind as goosebumps rose all over his body. Being blown by the sea breeze, he shivered all at once. Xia Ruofei was the one who had led the way. Actually, when Xia Ruofei found the yacht, Davis's men had already finished the massacre and were throwing the bodies into the sea. This scene caught Xia Ruofei's attention. While he was flying on his sword towards the luxury yacht, he had heard the conversation between Charlie and Davis. This conversation gave Xia Ruofei a general understanding of the whole situation. So this was a feud between brothers in a wealthy family. Xia Ruofei didn't know much about Charlie and Davis, so he couldn't be sure who he was leaning towards. However, in his heart, he naturally would not acknowledge Davis. After all, Charlie had not treated Davis unfairly. The Koch family had always been like this, focusing on nurturing a successor so that the other members of the same generation would not have to worry about food and clothing, and could live an extravagant life. And Davis wanted Charlie's life, that was his brother. It could be seen that this person's mentality had been completely distorted. Besides, Davis had killed dozens of innocent people. Such a brutal act would naturally arouse Xia Ruofei's disgust. 2898 The Eastern Immortal. 1. The distance of about 10 kilometers was very close to Xia Ruofei's sword kinesis flight. Hence, Xia Ruofei had actually arrived long ago. However, he did not appear immediately. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation level, even Qi refinement realm cultivators or beginner golden core realm cultivators wouldn't be able to detect him if he wanted to hide his aura, let alone the ordinary people on the ship. Naturally, Davis, Charlie, and the rest were completely oblivious. They had no idea that on the left side of the yacht, a Huaxia golden core stage cultivator was standing on a flying sword and floating above the sea. The yacht was very big. The water surface was more than 10 meters high. Xia Ruofei stood on his flying sword and floated quietly in the air on the left side of the yacht. To the people on the second deck, they would not be able to see Xia Ruofei unless they stuck their heads out and looked down. And in this dark night, on the boundless sea, who would be so bored as to look down from the deck railing? The clouds were very thick today. After the sun had set, the visibility on the sea was very low. Even if they looked down, they couldn't see anything, not even the value of admiring the scenery. Xia Ruofei only laughed when Davis was about to make his move on Charlie. He originally wanted to show up immediately, but Davis and his subordinates began to be suspicious. He had indeed done something wrong. Xia Ruofei continued to step on the flying sword with interest, waiting to see the reaction of Davis and the others. When Davis was finally angered by Charlie's words and was about to shoot at Charlie, Xia Ruofei made his move. How could an ordinary person like Dai Weiqi possibly escape from the restraints of an early Jiedan stage cultivator's spiritual power? So no matter how hard he pulled the trigger, almost breaking his finger, the trigger didn't move at all, and even the pistol seemed to be stuck to his hand. The veins on Davis's face bulged as he roared, "What are you guys doing? Immediately kill Charlie." Originally, the few big men were confused when they saw Davis's performance, but after hearing Davis's words, they seemed to wake up from a dream. They quickly pulled out the guns from their waists and aimed them at Charlie. As a result, these big men were also in a tragedy. Like Davis, no matter how hard they pulled the trigger, they couldn't pull it. They also couldn't shake off the pistol no matter how hard they tried. Charlie's face was full of surprise as he looked at Davis and the few big men. Could it be that the spirits of Hesselin and the others had really appeared? Charlie wasn't afraid of Qingqing at all. He had already escaped from the gates of hell. Could there be a worse outcome than that? If Xia Ruofei knew that Charlie had treated him like a ghost, he would definitely give him a good slap. "You're the ghost. If I didn't appear in time, no one would respond to you in this vast ocean. And your whole family would become ghosts. After Xia Ruofei had enough fun, he activated the blue immortal sword under his feet. The blue travel immortal sword lifted Xia Ruofei up slowly. Xia Ruofei had already altered his appearance to a certain extent. He was now the young man named Xia Tian from the time he went to Italy. Soon, Davis and the others saw a scene that they would never forget. A young Chinese man in casual clothes with a relaxed smile on his face slowly emerged from the left side of the yacht. Then, his body slumped and he didn't move at all, as if he was on an elevator. But it was the fucking ocean outside. There might not be a ship passing by here for years, and the second deck was at least 10 meters above the sea. Where did this person come from? Xia Ruofei's body continued to rise, and Davis and the others widened their eyes. They saw that Xia Ruofei was floating in the air. There was nothing under his feet. The flying sword itself was not an ordinary object. It could be kept in the dantian to be nourished as long as Xia Ruofei willed it. Ordinary people would not be able to see the existence of this flying sword. So, to them, Xia Ruofei seemed to be floating in the air and was still rising. Could this be magic? The same thought appeared in the minds of Davis and the others. How could a magician suddenly appear in the vast and remote sea at night? Besides, magic tricks relied on props. Even the best magician couldn't do what this young Chinese man in front of him did. It was natural for people to be afraid of the unknown. Especially Davis, who had done something wrong. The fear in his heart could not be any greater. As for Charlie, he wasn't the least bit afraid that Ching would die at the worst. He wouldn't face a worse outcome. The appearance of this young Chinese man was undoubtedly a variable. No matter what the result of this variable was, it was a profit for Charlie. At least he lived for a few more minutes, didn't he? Moreover, the strange behavior of Davis and the others was clearly related to this young Chinese man. In other words, it was this magical young Chinese man who stopped Davis from killing him. In that case, he might be able to survive. Charlie's heart was suddenly filled with a strong sense of hope. Eastern deity, Charlie blurted out. When he was in university, he had chosen to study Chinese culture. At that time, he was only in his 20s. He had long yearned for the immortals in Chinese mythology. In the myths and legends of Huaxia, those immortals could ride the clouds and even move mountains and fill the seas. They had all kinds of magical powers, which made people even more fascinated. 2899, the Eastern Immortal, 2. Hence, when he saw Xia Ruofei's dazzling appearance, Charlie recovered from his shock and his first thought was that he had really met an Eastern deity. That was the only explanation. Not to mention, riding the clouds and flying in the sky were the standard of Chinese immortals. Xia Ruofei glanced at Charlie with great interest and asked in Chinese, "You know about the Eastern deity?" Xia Ruofei's voice carried a trace of spiritual power. Even though his tone was calm and his voice was not loud, it was deafening in the ears of Charlie, Davis, and the others. Everyone felt that Xia Ruofei's voice was directly ringing in their ears with a special rhythm and was filled with magical power. Charlie had studied Chinese culture before and naturally had some knowledge of Chinese. He stuttered, I have read the classic of mountains and seas, and the God-searching record, may I ask? Are you an Eastern immortal? Xia Ruofei had a mysterious smile on his face. He didn't Answer Charlie's question directly, but looked at Davis and the others. When Xia Ruofei appeared, Davis and the others wanted to run away instinctively because everything seemed to be out of their control. Even though the yacht was in the middle of the vast ocean and they had nowhere to run to, they still subconsciously wanted to stay as far away from Xia Ruofei as possible. However, Davis and the others sadly discovered that not only were they unable to pull the trigger or shake off their guns, their legs seemed to be nailed to the deck, unable to move an inch. Xia Ruofei's gaze was very calm, but when Dai Weiqi and the others were swept by his gaze, they felt as if there was a dagger on their backs and goosebumps all over their bodies. Xia Ruofei looked at Davis and said in Chinese, "For your own benefit, you even wanted to kill your own blood brother. This is a crime that cannot be punished." Davis could not understand Chinese, but he was afraid of Xia Ruofei. He asked in English, "Excuse me, what can I do for you, sir?" Charlie's face was full of hatred, and he took the initiative to translate for Davis. "Davis, this Eastern deity said that you tried to kill your own brother for your own benefit, and he sentenced you to death." Xia Ruofei could not help but smile. Charlie's translation was correct. Although unforgivable did not mean the death penalty, from Charlie's point of view, since the Eastern deity had said that Davis unforgivable, then Davis was dead for sure. The deities in Chinese legends all had absolute power. Davis's expression changed and he cried out in horror, "No. He's not a judge. Even if I've committed 100 first-degree murder cases, I'll still be sentenced to death by the federal judge." Xia Ruofei could understand English, but he did not say anything. He only looked at Davis with interest. Charlie sneered, "Davis, have you forgotten what you just said? This was international waters, and it was a competition of whose fist was tougher. The Federation's laws can't control this. Since the Eastern deity has sentenced you to death, you're dead." Just now, Charlie really had no response at all. He didn't expect that karma would be so bad. Just when he was about to lose his life in the sea, an Eastern immortal suddenly appeared from the sky, and it seemed that the immortal was on his side. It was simply a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. "Eastern deity," Davis said hurriedly, "please don't kill me. I have a lot of money. My net worth is more than 100 billion US dollars. I can contribute all of it to you. If you kill Charlie, the entire wealth of the Ko family will be yours." Charlie's face changed slightly, but he thought about it and realized that the Eastern deity probably wouldn't understand Davis's words, so he felt a little more at ease. "Davis, stop struggling," Charlie said. "The hundreds of billions of dollars you said is mine. That was illegal. Besides, I'm not dead yet. The Eastern deity saved me, so my life is his, not to mention my property. If anyone wants to contribute their assets, I should be the one contributing." "What does it have to do with you?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He had thought that Charlie would think that he didn't understand English and deliberately hide Davis's words. After all, some people were willing to sell their lives for tens of thousands of yuan, let alone hundreds of billions of dollars. There were many people who wanted money more than their lives. Xia Ruofei was satisfied with Charlie's performance. Although he would not covet the Koch family's wealth, at least it seemed that this guy knew how to repay kindness. Charlie immediately said to Xia Ruofei in Chinese, "Great Eastern deity." Davis had just said that he was willing to use $100 billion to buy his life. But I told him that the $100 billion of assets were all mine. In order to thank you for saving my life, I'm willing to give all my assets to you, Master Immortal. And not in his name. Xia Ruofei replied in fluent English, I can understand what you're saying. Davis and Charlie were both stunned. Charlie thought about it. That's right. The moment this Eastern deity appeared, he didn't even ask any questions, and immediately knew that Davis had murdered his brother. He must have heard their conversation. How could the Eastern deity not understand English? Charlie was also secretly feeling a lingering fear. If he had been feeling lucky just now, thinking that this Eastern deity didn't understand Davis's words and was hiding something, then everything would be over. Fortunately, Charlie was full of respect for Xia Ruofei. From the bottom of his heart. After tonight's incident, the ecstasy of finding a way out of a desperate situation made him look down on money. When he said that he would offer up all his assets, he was not faking it. It came from the bottom of his heart. Davis didn't think so much. He saw that the other person could understand English and hurriedly said, Sir, I have no enmity with you, so why must you kill me? As long as you can let me live, I'm willing to turn over a new leaf and never have any other thoughts. As long as my brother gives me a little money to live, I'm willing to leave the United States and never appear in front of him again. Following that, Davis anxiously said to Charlie, Big brother. We're blood brothers. I know I was wrong. Please help me beg this gentleman to spare my life for the sake of my parents. Charlie. Have you forgotten that when I got into trouble when I was young, you would always plead for me in front of my father? I still remember that time when I scratched my father's favorite sports car. At that time, my father was furious, and it was you who spoke up for me, so I didn't get beaten up. Davis was very smart and knew that he had to use his emotions to win. He saw the situation very clearly and understood that the key to this matter was actually Charlie. As long as Charlie was willing to let it go, this so-called Eastern deity who was passing by would not care so much. Although he still could not understand how this person could fly out of thin air and appear in such a remote sea area. Hearing this, Charlie hesitated. Davis had indeed brought back his childhood memories. When they were both children, they were still very harmonious. As an older brother, he was also very protective of his only younger brother, Davis. And their brotherly relationship had always been very good. Xia Ruofei looked on coldly and revealed a playful smile. Although this Davis had hidden it well, he could not hide it from Xia Ruofei's eyes. When Davis had said those words, his eyes had flashed with hatred, which Xia Ruofei had already noticed. He was certain that if Davis had escaped this time, he would have done everything he could to get rid of Charlie. He would have even used money to open a path, trying to find him and kill him at all costs. Even though Xia Ruofei was a cultivator and was not afraid of Davis's revenge, he was not used to letting a venomous snake escape. Since he could solve the problem once and for all, why would he waste so much time? Of course, Xia Ruofei did not use a simple and brutal method to kill Davis. He had an idea in his mind. Xia Ruofei looked at Charlie and asked with a faint smile, Charlie, I've decided to give you the right to choose. In other words, the lives of Davis and the others are in your hands. Before Charlie could come back to his senses, Xia Ruofei jumped onto the deck lightly after finishing his sentence. Then, the blue immortal sword let out a long cry and flew out like a dragon. 2900 decisive killing, 1, Dai Weishi, and the others didn't even have the chance to react, before they felt a flash of sword light before their eyes, and several parts of their bodies simultaneously felt cold. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, completely not knowing what had happened. After a long time, Davis and the others felt a heart-wrenching pain in their wrists and ankles, followed by blood lines slowly appearing on their hands and feet. The blue travel immortal sword was so sharp that they didn't feel anything when it cut the wrists and ankles of Dai Weishi and the others. Moreover, the wounds were very thin. After a long time, blood began to slowly seep out of the wounds under the pressure. Davis was the first to scream like a pig being slaughtered. At this time, he discovered that his body had already regained its freedom, and the invisible binding force had suddenly disappeared. However, his hands and feet were completely powerless. He couldn't even hold the heavy pistol, and it fell to the ground with a clatter. The other burly men were in the same situation. The guns in their hands fell to the ground. However, they were after all people who lived on the edge of a knife and licked blood for a living, so they were a little tougher than Davis. Davis was already rolling on the ground in pain. In that instant, Xia Ruofei's blue travel immortal sword had cut off all the tendons in Dai Weishi's hands and feet. Charlie was dumbfounded at the sight. He was already convinced that this Chinese young man in front of him was the legendary Eastern immortal. Otherwise, how could there be such a godly method? In the face of such absolute combat power, even the speed of a gun could not compare. There was also the mysterious weapon of the Eastern immortal. He had vaguely seen a sword light just now, but it had flashed under the night sky and then disappeared. Could this be the legendary sword immortal? Charlie couldn't help but have such a thought. When he was learning Chinese, he had read the legend of the swordsman of Mount Shu. The description of the legendary flying sword was simply fascinating. Taking the enemy's head from 1,000 miles away, that was how domineering it was. Xia Ruofei's face was still calm. He said indifferently, "Charlie, they don't have any power to resist now. It's up to you how you want to deal with them." Xia Ruofei and Charlie had met by chance. However, he felt that it was fate for him to encounter such a thing, even though he had just landed in the sea to rest. That was why he had saved him. If Charlie's compassion overflowed and he decided to let Davis go, he wouldn't have any objections. If Charlie was really willing to spare Davis' life, there was still hope for Davis to reattach the tendons in his hands and feet. After all, the Azure Immortal sword was really sharp. Xia Ruofei's operation was even more exquisite, so the incision could be said to be very smooth and there was no other injury. As long as a good surgeon was found in time for the operation, it was unlikely that he would recover completely. At most, it would be a little inconvenient for his movements. He would not have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Of course, if Charlie really made such a choice, Xia Ruofei would be a little disappointed in him. However, it was just a little disappointment. After Xia Ruofei said this, he stepped onto the blue immortal sword that Charlie could not see and was ready to leave. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was about to leave, Charlie quickly called out, "Daoist immortal, please wait." Xia Ruofei had already flown a few meters in the direction of the sky on the blue travel immortal sword. He stopped the flying sword and turned around to ask, "Is there anything else?" Charlie quickly said, "Mr. Deity, Davis has several accomplices on duty in the cockpit. They all have guns in their hands. If you don't mind, I'm definitely not their match. As the saying goes, save a man to the end, send Buddha to the west. Please save me, Mr. Deity." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. Your Chinese is pretty good. He actually knew how to send Buddha to the West. However, if you are talking about the 5 people in the cockpit, then there is no need to worry. They are now like Davis, without any ability to resist. You can say that they are at your mercy. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could cover an area of at least 15 kilometers. Although this yacht was one of the largest yachts in the world, its overall ruler was only about 160 to 170 meters long. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power scanned the entire yacht, and he was clear about the condition of the entire yacht. Before he arrived, Davis had already killed all the crew members, bodyguards, and other staff members on the yacht. Those who were left were naturally Davis's accomplices. Furthermore, the few guys chatting in the cockpit could not escape Xia Ruofei's detection. By comparing the two, these people's identities were confirmed without a doubt. Hence, when Xia Ruofei released the blue Travel Immortal sword, he first cut off the tendons in the hands and feet of Davis and the others, then drew a beautiful arc and flew directly to the cockpit. To Xia Ruofei, this was as easy as blowing off dust. Although he still couldn't behead people from 1,000 miles away like the legendary sword immortals, within the range of his mental power, he could accurately control the position more than 100 meters away without any difficulty. This was done in a flash by Xia Ruofei at a very fast speed. Moreover, this place was at the other end of the yacht, more than 100 meters away from the cockpit. The sound from the other side could not be heard, so Charlie did not notice. Of course, Charlie did not doubt Xia Ruofei's words. He could not help but widen his eyes and mumble, long, range flying sword control. Could it be that Sir is the legendary sword immortal? 2901 Decisive Killing. 2. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. You know quite a lot. However, I'm not a sword immortal. Alright, I've stayed here for a long time, so I'll leave the rest to you. With that, Xia Ruofei willed the blue Travel Immortal sword to carry him away from the yacht. Charlie quickly dug into his pocket as he shouted, Divine Immortal, this is my contact information, please accept it. Charlie will never forget the kindness of saving his life. I hope that in the future, I'll have the honor to share the burden with you, Taoist Immortal. Charlie was thinking that this Eastern Sword Immortal probably didn't care about worldly things like money. However, if the great Divine Immortal had some troubles in the secular world that he didn't want to deal with, then he would have the opportunity to share the burden with the great Divine Immortal. From Charlie's point of view, it was an extremely rare opportunity to be able to establish a connection with such a magical Eastern Immortal. Not to mention that he had received such a great favor today, even his life was saved by the Divine Immortal. He also sincerely hoped that one day, he could repay the Divine Immortal in an appropriate way. However, Charlie found that after he finished speaking, Lord Divine Immortal's figure had become very small. It was obvious that he had flown so far away in an instant. He had to open his eyes wide to see the flying figure in the sky with the faint moonlight. Charlie held a business card made of pure gold in his hand and stood in the cold wind, feeling lost. At this time an invisible force came and rolled up the name card in his hand, flying in the direction where the Divine Immortal had left. At the same time, Charlie heard the voice of the deity from earlier. I'll keep your business card. I'll contact you if I need it. Charlie's dejection turned into ecstasy. He quickly shouted, yes. Thank you, Taoist Immortal. You take care. In the end, he really didn't know what to say. In his agitated mood, he finally forced out the two words, take care. The Taoist immortal no longer made any sound, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night. Flight, telekinesis, long-distance flying sword. All of these mystical techniques shook Charlie's heart. Before today, he had never thought that the magical immortals in Huaxia's myths and legends actually existed. In reality, seeing all of this with his own eyes today had truly exceeded his understanding. Charlie stood in front of the deck railing and looked in the direction where Xia Ruofei had disappeared. After a long while, he gathered his thoughts and turned to look at Davis. Davis' pain had been slightly alleviated, mainly because of his strong desire to live. He couldn't care about the pain in his wrists and ankles for the time being. When Charlie looked over, Davis quickly revealed a pitiful expression and pleaded, "Charlie. Brother. I beg you to let me go. I've already become a cripple, and I can no longer pose a threat to your position. For the sake of us being brothers, you." The men didn't dare to say a word. They knew that their lives were in Charlie's hands, and the most effective way was naturally to beg for Davis's mercy. As long as Charlie was willing to let Davis go, they would naturally have a chance of survival. Other than that, there was no other way. A few minutes ago, they were as strong as bulls. Although the powerful large-caliber pistols were right next to them, they didn't even have the strength to hold them. After the tendons in their hands were broken, it was impossible for them to raise the guns, let alone aim and shoot. It could be said that they were now completely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Charlie stared at Davis, a strange smile on his face. He asked back, "Brothers?" "Davis, when you pointed this gun at my forehead and pulled the trigger, did you ever think about us brothers? Did you ever think about our parents in heaven?" As Charlie spoke, he walked over and squatted down to pick up Davis's gun. He played with the gun in his hand and glanced at Davis with a playful look. Davis begged with tears and snot, I was really possessed, I was just confused. Charlie, please don't hold it against a cripple like me. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Charlie couldn't help but burst into laughter. He pointed his pistol at Davis's forehead and said, "You're flexible, you're my good brother. Why didn't I see it before?" "Oh. Right, you always act like you're not scheming at all in front of me, and you're also very hot-tempered. You can explode at the slightest disagreement, and you're completely the image of a brainless rich, second-generation heir. Which one is the real you?" Davis couldn't help but be at a loss for words. He had indeed disguised himself very well in the past, so much so that Charlie basically didn't have his guard up against him. Based on his previous personality, even if a gun was pointed at his head, he would not have begged for mercy like this. Charlie stood up and picked up a rope from the deck. He looked at the rope that they had used to tie up the corpse. There were still a few left. Davis quickly moved his body in vain, trying to distance himself from Charlie. He shouted, "Charlie, what are you doing?" Charlie easily tied Davis's legs together and at the same time tied them to the deck railing as he said, "Don't be afraid. Even if I want to kill you, now is not the time," he said. After saying that, Charlie did the same thing and tied up the few big men. They did not have any ability to resist and could only watch as Charlie tied them up like rice dumplings. Charlie picked up 2 guns from the ground and said, "Please wait patiently. I'll go to the cockpit to take a look." After that, he walked to the cockpit at the other end of the yacht with the gun in his hand. As he walked, he removed the silencer from the gun and threw it on the deck. As they walked up the ramp to the third floor of the deck, Charlie turned around and smiled at Davis. The smile made Davis's hair stand on end, and he could not help but shiver. After a while, Davis and the others heard a few muffled gunshots from the cockpit. Every shot seemed to hit their hearts, making them tremble. The few big men were especially dejected. It was obvious that Charlie had already shot the few of their accomplices in the cockpit, so they would definitely be next. If it was said that Davis, as Charlie's brother, still had a chance to save his life, then these burly men, who had personally killed so many crew members, had the same status as the few people on duty in the cockpit. Since Charlie had killed the people in the cockpit, there was no reason to keep him alive. After a while, Charlie's figure appeared on the third floor of the deck. In the eyes of Davis and the others, the current Charlie was simply the embodiment of Satan. Perhaps it was the fear in his heart, or perhaps it was because Charlie had just killed someone, but in the eyes of Davis and the others, Charlie's body seemed to have an additional bloodthirsty and bloody smell. Charlie walked down the ramp briskly and came to the second floor deck. "Mr. Charlie, please spare me." One of the burly men could not hold back the fear in his heart and could not help but beg for mercy. Charlie did not say anything. He raised his gun and killed the burly man who was begging for mercy. The shot was very accurate. The burly man only grunted and then stopped breathing. "Looks like I didn't pay the membership fee for the shooting club for nothing," Charlie said with a smile. Then, under the despairing gazes of the remaining few burly men, Charlie killed them all, one by one. "This scene is so similar." Charlie sighed. "Half an hour ago, this was how you treated the innocent staff and the lovely Heatherlyn." After saying this, Charlie turned his gaze to Davis. 2902 Ambitious and Ruthless Chapter 1581, The Great Tang. Davis was already so scared that he couldn't speak. His whole body was shaking like a sieve. His strong desire to live made him move away from Charlie in vain, while begging for mercy in a trembling voice. "Charlie, don't kill me. Don't kill me. We're brothers, real brothers. You can't do this." A faint smile hung on Charlie's face the entire time. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move, and only walked step by step towards Davis. Charlie didn't say a word, but Davis felt a mountain-like pressure. In a moment of desperation, he quickly said, "Charlie, those people just now all deserved to die. They were the ones who killed the crew members." I didn't kill anyone," Charlie finally sneered and said, "Davis, do you think I'm a child who hasn't grown up yet? You didn't do anything, but shouldn't the blood debt of these people be counted on you? And the person who was about to kill me was you, wasn't it?" "I was wrong. I was wrong." Davis cried out loud, "I won't dare to do it again. Please spare my life." Charlie ignored Davis and walked up to Davis in 2 steps. He reached into his pocket and took out the will, unfolding it to take a look. The sea breeze blew the will, but Charlie held on to it tightly. He had just signed his name on the will. All he could think of now was the scene of him signing his name under Davis's pressure. He would never forget that feeling of despair. The stronger this feeling was, the deeper his hatred towards Davis grew. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Xia Ruofei, his savior, who had descended from the sky. The reason why Charlie took out this will was to make his killing intent more resolute. After all, Davis was his brother, and Davis's bitter tears and repentance reminded him of his childhood. To be honest, he was a little hesitant. However, when the will was presented to him again, his heart turned as cold as iron. He clearly realized that Davis was no longer the younger brother he had taken care of when he was young. Now Davis was a hungry wolf, a venomous snake, and he would never be able to raise him well. Letting him go might eventually bring him a disaster. What happened tonight was a good example. With this in mind, Charlie tore the will in his hand into pieces without hesitation. Then, he stood by the deck railing and waved his hand. The will that had given him an unforgettable experience was blown by the sea breeze and quickly disappeared without a trace. Following that, Charlie ignored Davis's tearful begging for mercy. He walked in front of him and squatted down. He carefully checked the rope tied to Davis's ankle and fastened it again. Charlie. What are you doing? Davis tried his best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Charlie smiled and patted Davis's shoulder. Don't be anxious, just wait for me for a while. Then, Charlie began to slowly deal with the bodies of the burly men, including the bodies of the few people in the cockpit. He threw them all into the sea. After a round of hard work, Charlie returned to the second floor of the deck. In Davis's eyes, Xia Ruofei was like a devil. He screamed, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Charlie threw the things he had found from the cockpit onto the deck. It was a bundle of rope about 20 to 30 meters long and a heavy iron anchor. One end of the rope was firmly tied to the iron anchor. Charlie picked up the other end of the rope and walked to Davis's side. He squatted down and very patiently tied the rope together with the rope that had been used to tie Davis up. In order to ensure a secure connection, he even fastened a few rounds of the outside with an iron wire and tightened the iron wire with a pair of pliers. Davis felt that the blood in his legs had completely stopped flowing, but the fear of death made him unable to care about this. He kept begging Charlie to let him go, and occasionally let out a desperate wail. However, he did not have the slightest strength to resist and could only watch as Charlie tied the long rope. Davis had already guessed what Charlie was going to do. He kept pleading, "Charlie, don't be like this. For God's sake. Don't be so cruel to me. I beg you." Woo-woo, there was a smile on Charlie's face the entire time. He tugged at the rope and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad, you're tied up quite tightly." Then, Charlie lifted Davis up and said, "Davis, you should be on your way." "No." Davis cried out in despair and continued to struggle. However, Charlie's body was very strong to begin with, and he had been persevering in various kinds of training. Moreover, the tendons in Davis's hands and feet had been severed, so he could not exert any strength at all. Thus, his struggles were in vain, and it was completely useless. Charlie carried Davis to the left side of the deck and easily lifted him over the railing. As he screamed madly, he threw him directly into the sea. Davis was thrown down from the deck, which was more than 10 meters high, and fell into the sea with a splash. Because the long rope was tied to Davis's ankle, it also quickly fell. However, because the rope was long enough, a part of it remained on the deck when Davis fell into the sea. 2903 Ambitious and ruthless Charlie unhurriedly picked up a high-intensity light that he had prepared earlier and turned it on, shining it towards the sea. At this time, Davis had just emerged from the sea, desperately breathing. Although his hands and feet were injured, he had been good at swimming before, and the buoyancy of the sea was relatively large, so he did not sink. Of course, this was only temporary. Davis was illuminated by the strong light, and subconsciously closed his eyes. Then he immediately shouted, "Charlie, don't kill me. I beg you. Please pull me up." As soon as the wounds on his body were soaked in the sea water, he felt a piercing pain. But he didn't feel it. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to beg for mercy. He was too afraid of death. Charlie looked at Davis, who was struggling on the surface of the sea, with a complicated expression, and shouted, "Davis, everyone has to be responsible for their own actions, and you are no exception. So you'd better personally repent to God." After saying that, Charlie took a few steps forward and picked up the heavy anchor. The anchor had been connected to Davis by a long rope. Davis endured the pain as he stepped on the water and tried hard to look up. When he saw Charlie once again come to the deck railing with the big iron anchor in his hand, he couldn't help but wail in despair. "No. No. Charlie, you should just shoot me." This way of dying was too terrifying and too painful. The fear in Davis's heart was growing wildly. Charlie was unmoved. He only coldly looked at Davis, who was struggling in the water, and muttered, "Farewell, little brother." With that, he threw the anchor in his hand out. Charlie was very strong. The iron anchor flew out with the rope and fell into the sea with a plop. Daiwasi's eyes revealed endless despair and hatred. He cursed out loud, "Charlie, you won't have a good death. I won't let you go even if I become an evil spirit. I curse you forever." Gugugugu. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the sea by the sinking iron anchor, and then he sank to the deep sea involuntarily. With a strong light in his hand, Charlie watched as Davis was pulled into the sea by the iron anchor. Only a few bubbles emerged, and the sea surface quickly returned to calm. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. He felt the joy of revenge, but also a trace of loss. His only blood-related younger brother in the world had been dealt with by his own hands. Charlie held on to the deck railing with both hands and kept taking deep breaths. Of course, to be able to control one of the top super consortiums in the United States and even the world for so many years, Charlie was naturally a fierce and ambitious person. His killing decision was unimaginable to ordinary people, and his psychological endurance was by no means comparable to ordinary people. He quickly calmed down and began to calmly deal with the follow-up matters. He couldn't drive such a super yacht back alone, but he didn't plan to drive it back at all. Before getting rid of Davis and the others, Charlie had already thought about what to do. He gathered his emotions and walked to the first deck with ease. There was a lifeboat hanging on the side of the yacht. He lifted the tarpaulin on the lifeboat and climbed inside to check the emergency supplies. Then, he returned to the deck and began to arrange the various cabins. Charlie had already made up his mind to give up on the yacht, even though it had cost him more than $1 billion to build this super luxury yacht, and it was also his favorite yacht, so many people had died on it. He would definitely not be able to use it in the future. Most importantly, so many crew members and staff members were dead, and even their bodies were sunk into the sea by Davis's men. Then, Davis and his men were killed. The only survivor was Charlie, and he would not be able to explain himself if he went back. Therefore, his only choice was to sink the yacht and get into a lifeboat to ask for help. After being rescued, he naturally announced to the public that he had encountered a sea disaster and that he was the only one who had escaped with his life. Although this situation was somewhat unreasonable, with Charlie's status, as long as there was a valid reason, no one would hold it against him. As for Davis, he naturally never appeared on this yacht. Davis had snuck into this yacht, and no one knew except for a few of his trusted subordinates, who had participated in the operation, so Davis ended up missing. Davis was not married and had no children. In the end, the small number of shares in his hands would be inherited by Charlie. This luxurious yacht was well equipped. Charlie liked this yacht the most and often went out to sea on it. Therefore, he was very familiar with the structure and some special functions of this yacht. He quickly packed up the things he needed to bring along. The lifeboat then found a few pieces of TNT with timer devices from the small armory of the yacht and placed them in several key positions on the yacht. When he first bought the yacht, the seller specifically emphasized to him that these positions were relatively weak. In case of special circumstances, if he wanted to abandon the ship but did not want to leave the yacht to the enemy, as long as he blew a hole in those positions, the yacht would sink soon. Charlie set the detonation time to 20 minutes, then hurriedly released the lifeboat. He quickly got into the lifeboat and left the yacht far away. This lifeboat was the type that had power. Charlie drove it a few hundred meters before stopping the lifeboat. He looked back at the yacht that was still brightly lit in the distance with a complicated expression. After a while, there were a few dull explosions in the distance. Charlie saw the yacht shake a few times. Then, a large amount of seawater probably poured into the cabin, and the yacht began to sink slowly. The process of sinking was quite fast. After a while, the yacht was completely silent. After a few splashes, the sea finally returned to calm. Charlie heaved a long sigh of relief, then took out the satellite phone from the emergency equipment bag of the lifeboat. He found the built-in 24-hour helpline for the yacht company and directly dialed it. After Xia Ruofei left Charlie's yacht, the short distance of 10 kilometers was covered in a blink of an eye. He returned to his own small yacht. Master Luo Qingfeng quickly stood up and called out. Master. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you can continue to regulate your breathing. Let's rest for an hour and then continue our journey. Yes. Master. Yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly responded. Xia Ruofei also sat cross-legged on the deck of his yacht. As he circulated the Great Tao Sutra to recover, he also split a bit of his spiritual power to pay attention to Charlie's situation. Xia Ruofei had already given the decision to Charlie. No matter what decision he made, Xia Ruofei would not interfere. However, if Charlie let Davis go, Xia Ruofei would be more or less disappointed in him. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, this was undoubtedly a woman's benevolence. What Charlie did not know was that the Eastern deity had not gone far. After that, his every move had been monitored by the deity. Xia Ruofei saw how Charlie dealt with the murderers decisively and even ended Davis' life in a relatively cruel way. He could not help but nod and think, this guy was indeed a formidable person. He was so cruel to his own brother. Xia Ruofei had thought that Charlie would at most kill Davis with one shot. He did not expect Charlie to choose such a cruel way to die for Davis. After that, Charlie began to make arrangements for the follow-up. Xia Ruofei was no longer interested in it. He retracted his spiritual force and started to concentrate on recovering his elemental energy. As the consumption was not huge, Xia Ruofei did not even use origin crystals or spiritual crystals. Instead, like Luo Qingfeng, he directly absorbed the spiritual qi in the air to replenish his own losses. 2904 Receiving the military arms. 1. The two of them regulated their breathing for a while. Suddenly, a few muffled explosions came from the north. Although the two yachts were more than 10 kilometers apart, for early-stage golden core cultivators like Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, they could still clearly hear the explosion 10 kilometers away. They could even feel the weak fluctuations caused by the shock wave after the explosion. Luo Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Xia Ruofei also stopped cultivating and spread his spiritual power to the north. Qingfeng Luo's spiritual power could not cover such a long distance, so he did not know what had happened. He asked respectfully, "Master, do you want this old servant to go and investigate?" Xia Ruofei had already investigated Charlie's situation. He smiled and waved his hand. "No need. What's happening over there has nothing to do with us. You can continue to adjust your breathing." Charlie's pure gold name card was still in the spirit map space, but Xia Ruofei felt that he would not have much contact with Charlie in the future. To him, this was just a chance encounter. Since they had met, it meant that they were fated, so he decided to help him out. "Master," Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "I've recovered most of my vital qi. I can set off at any time." In fact, Xia Ruofei had almost fully recovered. The remaining half of the journey could basically lead them to their destination. Since Luo Qingfeng had said that he had almost recovered, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "All right then. Let's continue our journey." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said. Then, he immediately summoned his flying sword, leaped onto it, and rode it to the outside of the yacht. As Xia Ruofei was still on the yacht, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to fly too high. It would be disrespectful to the master. He controlled the flying sword and floated close to the sea. Xia Ruofei also took out the blue immortal sword and flew up. Then, Luo Qingfeng saw Xia Ruofei wave his hand and the 10-meter-long yacht disappeared into thin air. It was obvious that Xia Ruofei had stored it in his storage treasure. Not only did this mean that Xia Ruofei's storage treasure was big enough, but it also showed that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was very strong. Using the storage treasure to store items was the same as using the spirit map space. The size and heavier the item, the more spiritual power was required. Xia Ruofei could store such a big yacht with ease, so his spiritual power was obviously strong. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, even if they had a top-notch storage ring, it would be useless because they could not use it at all. Ordinary people's spiritual power had not been trained. Only a few people were born with strong spiritual power, and most people were very weak. Even those who were born with strong spiritual power did not know how to use it. At most, they would show some extraordinary abilities, such as people with various special abilities. Most of them were people who were born with stronger spiritual power than ordinary people. After Xia Ruofei kept the yacht, he called out to Luo Qingfeng. The two of them continued to fly on their flying swords towards the northeast direction of the American continent. On the other side, after calling for help through the satellite phone, Charlie Coke patiently waited for rescue on the lifeboat. The lifeboat that the yacht was equipped with was extremely advanced. It could send out location information 24 hours a day. Furthermore, it had stored enough food and drinking water. As long as his luck was not particularly bad and he did not encounter a huge storm, Charlie could live comfortably on the lifeboat for at least 10 days. As the lifeboats were also Equipped with advanced satellite equipment, Charlie could even connect to the internet on the vast sea. Therefore, he was not very worried about his own safety. However, he had just killed his own brother, so he could not completely calm down for a while. Charlie drove the lifeboat towards the north for a short while before his yacht sank in these waters. There were so many corpses that had sunk here. Even an atheist would feel a little terrified if he were to stay alone on the dark sea. Moreover, he did not want the rescue team to discover any clues in these waters. Therefore, the only way was to get the place where he was rescued as far away as possible. There was also a satellite navigation system on the lifeboat. He was prepared to drive in the direction of the mainland for a few hours and then wait in place. Under normal circumstances, the rescue team should have arrived faster. They were far away from land, and the helicopter couldn't reach them. They could only use the fixed wing aircraft to investigate and search for the rescue. At the same time, they would send a ship to search for the location signal sent by the chip on the lifeboat. However, large rescue ships were also equipped with helicopters. So as the ship moved in, the helicopter would also fly into the sky and search the nearby waters. It would only return to the rescue ship to replenish the fuel when it was almost used up. Therefore, Charlie estimated that the rescue force would arrive here by tomorrow evening or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng kept flying towards the northeast direction. In a short while, Charlie's lifeboat's position had already exceeded the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual sensing. Xia Ruofei turned around and looked at Charlie. He said to himself, "You're on your own now. If you can't even survive this, or if you encounter a storm at sea, you can only blame your own bad luck." 2905 Receiving the military arms, 2 Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng were flying at high speed under the night sky. The sea breeze was blocked outside the Yuanqi protective barrier. The two of them stood on their flying swords with a calm and composed look. When the first glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, Xia Ruofei finally saw the outline of the land near the horizon. After flying over the ocean for more than 10 hours, all he could see was the boundless ocean. The sight of the sea and the sky being the same color was indeed very spectacular, but if he had seen this scenery for more than 10 hours in a row, it would actually be very boring. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief when he finally saw land. In the future, it would be best to avoid such long-distance flying as it would be too tiring. If it wasn't an urgent matter, he would rather take the plane, even if it was slower than flying on a sword. Xia Ruofei took out his phone to check the GPS and found that his flight route was more or less correct. There was not much deviation. He found the location of Kwachakuro's port, slightly adjusted the direction of the flight, and took Qingfeng Luo straight to the destination. It was almost impossible to look at a mountain. In fact, it was almost the same as looking at the coastline. The land was clearly in sight, but with the speed of the sword kinesis flight, the two of them still flew for more than half an hour before they finally arrived above the land. After entering the land, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng flew even higher. They were basically flying above the clouds. Of course, this was to avoid shocking the world. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had deliberately avoided the vicinity of the civil aviation routes. If he were to scratch the plane, it might cause a big problem. Xia Ruofei had always been suspicious. There were so many planes in modern society. It could be said that there were thousands of planes flying at the same time at every moment on the route. If cultivators above the Golden Core stage were flying on Swords, why had no one ever seen these immortals? He had also never heard of any news of an inexplicable collision between planes. He had asked Luo Qingfeng about this on the way and found out the whole story. First of all, when humans entered the age of flight, the cultivation environment on Earth had begun to deteriorate, especially in the next 20 to 30 years. Therefore, the lifespan of golden core cultivators was actually getting fewer and fewer. The life expectancy of golden core cultivators was about 300 years at most. The spirit chi on Earth was poor, and they could not cultivate to a higher realm. Naturally, they slowly withered. Although the major sects could barely cultivate chi, refining cultivators, they could not break through to the golden core realm in such a barren environment. This was simply a fool's dream. Thus, the total number of cultivators above the golden core stage had always been reduced. In addition, even the existing Jindan cultivators were mostly old or close to the end of their lives. How would they have the leisure to ride their flying swords and fly around? Therefore, in this era, there were very few cultivators who could ride flying swords. In addition, cultivators who could ride flying swords had stronger spiritual power. For example, although Luo Qingfeng was much weaker than Xia Ruofei, his spiritual power could also cover more than 10 miles. With the spiritual power warning function, he could avoid accidents in most situations. Xia Ruofei had a general idea. Although cultivators and the secular world were inextricably linked, they were essentially two different groups from ordinary humans. They were even on a different level of life. Hence, cultivators would try their best to avoid unnecessary interactions with the secular world. The two of them flew for about an hour, crossed the Mexico border, and finally arrived at the Gulf of Mexico on the other side. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng found a secluded place near Huachicuro's port to descend and put away their flying swords. Master, Luo Qingfeng asked, "Where are we going next?" Xia Ruofei took out his phone and said, "Give the contact person here a call first." "Oh right, the Hong sect members here are all Chinese too, so don't call me master in front of others, just call me Mr. Xia." "Yes. Master." "Yes." Qingfeng Luo said respectfully. "Also, do you want to change your appearance?" Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Ruofei had just changed his appearance to look like Xia Tian. Luo Qingfeng was very impressed by Xia Ruofei's ability to change his appearance at will. Even for cultivators, it was a very novel technique. "I don't need it," said Luo Qingfeng. "Master, I've been cultivating in the sect all year round and rarely come to the secular world. It doesn't matter even if I show my true face." "Sure." Xia Ruofei nodded. What Qingfeng Luo said made sense. Xia Ruofei had to change his appearance because he had to appear in public as the chairman of Paradise Corporation from time to time. Qingfeng, on the other hand, did not need to change his appearance. For example, this time, if Xia Ruofei had appeared in Mexico with his own appearance, he would definitely have left a record in the various surveillance facilities. The customs did not have his entry and exit record. If someone with ulterior motives noticed him, it would be troublesome. While Xia Ruofei was talking to Luo Qingfeng, he had already found the number that Li Yifu had given him and dialed it. This phone was not the one that Xia Ruofei usually used. He had bought a phone with an anonymous card and international roaming. He would use this phone when he appeared as Xia Tian. The call went through very quickly. After 5 or 6 rings, the other party picked up. Xia Ruofei first heard a yawn, then a tired voice asked, "Who is it? You're calling so early?" The other party was speaking Spanish with a heavy accent. However, Xia Ruofei had spent some time learning Spanish from the Spanish club, so he could understand it easily. The official language of Mexico was Spanish, but Xia Ruofei could tell that this man's Spanish had a Chinese accent. So, he asked in Chinese, "I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Is this Mr. Zhang Chao?" The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment before he spoke in Chinese. "I'm Zhang Chao, and you are?" "Oh. My surname is Xia, and Mr. Li Fu asked me to look for you. He should have told you about receiving a batch of goods, right?" Xia Ruofei said. Zhang Chao was indeed sleeping just now. It was about 7 a.m. local time. Many people who were used to sleeping late were still in bed. However, when he heard Li Fu's name, he quickly sat up from the bed and said, "He did. He had said it." "Mr. Xia, are you in America or Mexico?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "We've arrived at Coatzacoalcos port. Mr. Zhang, are you free today? We would like to hand over the goods as soon as possible." "So fast?" Zhang Chao was very surprised, and then he quickly said, "Yes. It was convenient. I'm free anytime." "Mr. Xia, could you tell me your exact location? I'll immediately send someone to pick you up." Xia Ruofei looked around and said, "We're near Coatzacoalcos port. This place should be called Port Road. There's a Calda shipping company next to it. I know this place." Zhang Chao quickly said, "Mr. Xia, please wait here for a moment. I'll get someone to pick you up immediately." "Alright, I'll have to trouble Mr. Zhang then." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh. Right, there are two of us. We're all Chinese. I'm wearing a beige casual suit and my companion is wearing a dark blue long-sleeved shirt." Alright. Alright. Zhang Chao quickly said, "Please wait a moment." "Oh, Mr. Xia, you can call me Little Zhang or Zhang Chao." "Thank you. Zhang Chao," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng waited by the side of the road for about 10 minutes. A business car drove over. A young man with a Chinese face looked at the two of them through the window, then quickly opened the door and got out. He jogged over and asked politely, "Are you Mr. Xia?" 2906, Mexico Freemasonry, 1. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "It's me." He and Luo Qingfeng were both Chinese, and Luo Qingfeng's long robe was so eye-catching, so it was impossible for the other party to have mistaken him for someone else. Xia Ruofei could tell that the young man's voice was different from Zhang Chao's, which meant that it was not Zhang Chao. Xia Ruofei asked again, "Brother, what's your name?" The young man quickly replied, "Mr. Xia, you're too polite. My name is Lu Chunfeng, you can just call me Xiao Lu. It's Brother Chao who asked me to come and pick you up." "Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. We're all brothers, and Mr. Xia is also adopted uncle's special envoy, so you don't have to be so polite." Lu Chunfeng quickly said, "Please get in the car." After Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng got into the business car, the car turned around and drove out of the port. Lu Chunfeng, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned around and explained, "Mr. Xia, Brother Chao lives quite far away. He was afraid that you would wait for a long time, so he asked me to come and pick you up first. Please forgive me for my negligence." "What Are you saying? I've already troubled you a lot. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Coatzacoalco's port was very large. The car drove for about 10 minutes to reach their destination, but they were still in the port area. Xia Ruofei saw that it was a 5-story building. The signboard read Huafeng Shipping Company in traditional Chinese. Behind the building, there was a huge warehouse connected to it. It should be the shipping company's warehouse. The car drove directly into the yard of the shipping company and stopped. Lu Chunfeng quickly got off and led Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng into the shipping company. He took them to a reception room on the first floor, asked someone to serve hot tea, and then said, "Mr. Xia, Brother Chao is on his way from home. You may have to wait for a moment." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay, go do your thing. We'll be fine after resting here for a while." Lu Chunfeng scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. Before Brother Chao comes, my mission is to receive the two of you." "Mr. Xia, are you from the United States?" The United States bordered Mexico. According to Zhang Chao, Xia Ruofei was helping Li Yifu this time. Most of Li Yifu's assets were in the United States, and the company's headquarters was in Los Angeles, so Lu Chunfeng thought that Xia Ruofei must have come from the United States. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This might not be convenient, I understand." Lu Chunfeng quickly said, "I understand. Mr. Xia, it's all my fault for being a busybody, please don't take offense, I won tea. Xia Ruofei said, "It's just that the matter we're going to do this time is a little sensitive, so it's not convenient for us to reveal too much." Yes. Lu Chunfeng quickly said, "Please have some tea. Please have some tea. I know the rules. It was all my fault for talking too much just now." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door, "Feng. Are you asking all sorts of questions again?" Lu Chunfeng was so scared that he trembled and quickly retreated to the side. Xia Ruofei heard the voice and immediately stood up with a smile. This must be Mr. Zhang Chao. For a practitioner, they would never forget a voice that they had heard once. Although Zhang Chao had said something, Xia Ruofei knew that it was the same person who had answered the phone. The man was naturally Zhang Chao. He strode in and said with a smile, "Mr. Xia. I rushed here after receiving your call. I didn't expect to be one step late and neglect our honored guest. I'm so sorry." Lu Chunfeng, who was on the side, could not help but secretly click his tongue. He knew that Zhang Chao's place was at least a 40-minute drive from here. When they received Zhang Chao's call, they rushed directly to the place where Xia Ruofei had been waiting for the car. After picking up Xia Ruofei, they did not delay and returned immediately. The round-trip time was only about 20 minutes. Even if Zhang Chao had rushed to the shipping company immediately after putting down the phone, it was only possible for him to arrive so quickly because he had been speeding all the way. After Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng entered the house, they had just drunk a few mouthfuls of water and chatted with Lu Chunfeng for a while. Zhang Chao had already arrived. This was basically just a matter of time. How much importance did Zhang Chao place on these two? Although Lu Chunfeng already knew that the two people in front of him were sent by Li Yifu, he did not know more inside information. In fact, when Li Yifu called Zhang Chao, he had specifically and formally instructed Zhang Chao to be polite to Xia Ruofei and not neglect him. His tone was full of admiration and even a trace of respect for Xia Ruofei. Li Yifu was an elder of the Hong sect, and he had super financial resources. His position in the Hong sect was very high. Zhang Chao was only a small person in charge of the Hong sect's branch in Mexico. The difference between the two could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. How could he dare to slack off when Li Yifu had entrusted this matter to him seriously? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "What are you saying? We've caused trouble for Mr. Zhang." Zhang Chao quickly said, "Mr. Xia, please don't say that. The world's Hong sect was one big family. Furthermore, Uncle Li is an elder of the Hong sect, a senior that everyone respects. His matters are our matters. How can you say that you're causing trouble?" Zhang Chao looked at Lu Chunfeng and said, "Mr. Xia, this kid Ah Feng is good at everything else, but he can't control his mouth. And whether he should know or not, he likes to ask around. If he has offended you in any way, please be magnanimous and don't stoop to his level." 2907 The Mexico Freemasons, 2. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. We haven't even thanked Mr. Liu for his warm reception." "Why would I blame him?" Only then did Lu Chunfeng secretly heave a sigh of relief. He realized that his back was covered in sweat. When Xia Ruofei said that it was inconvenient, he realized that he had spoken too quickly again. Although this person looked friendly and harmless, he was a person close to the Hong sect's big boss, Li Yifu. These big shots were all in charge of big things. It was taboo for him to ask about it without knowing the immensity of the world. Fortunately, the other party was magnanimous and did not get angry because of this. Lu Chunfeng also secretly said to himself, he really should control his mouth in the future, otherwise he might really cause himself big trouble. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xia Ruofei said, "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li should have already coordinated with you, right? The two of us are here to take the goods away." "No problem," Zhang Chao said readily. Uncle Li had already given the order. "Mr. Xia, this must be your first time. Mexico, right? What do you think about this? Let's have lunch together. I'll be the host." Xia Ruofei said tactfully, "Mr. Zhang, there's no need to eat. We're in a hurry. We'll leave as soon as we receive the goods." Zhang Chao said, "No matter how busy I am, I still have to eat. The two of you have come to Mexico arrived in Coatzacoalcos. If my adopted uncle finds out that I didn't even keep you for a meal, he will definitely blame me. I know you're in a hurry, so I won't keep you. Let's just treat this lunch as a welcoming banquet and a farewell banquet. You see, it's almost 8 o'clock now. It's almost time for dinner, isn't it?" Xia Ruofei did not plan to stay for dinner. His plan was to take the things and fly back with Luo Qingfeng. If everything went well, they would be back to Peach Garden Island at night. There was no need to waste half a day here. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew that if he insisted on taking the things and leaving immediately, Zhang Chao would not force them to stay. If there was no other way, he could ask Li Yifu to call Zhang Chao and the problem would be solved. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to continue to decline, a young man in a black leather jacket peeked in and took a look. He hesitated for a moment but still walked into the reception room. He went straight to Zhang Chao's side and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhang Chao's eyebrows raised slightly, but he quickly regained his calm and said, "I know. I'll go over and handle it in a while." "Yes, Brother Chao." The young man quickly bowed slightly and left the reception room. Zhang Chao then smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, even if you're in a hurry, you should at least check the goods, right? There's quite a lot of this batch of goods, and I estimate that it's almost time for lunch after I've finished counting them. Can you give me the honor of being a good host? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zhang Chao was overjoyed and laughed. It's our honor to have Mr. Xia here. Mr. Xia, how about this? I'll get someone to bring you to inspect the goods. Now, I still have some things to deal with at the company, so I won't be able to accompany you. Two for now. I'll make a few more toasts to the two of you during lunch. No problem. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, the guest should do as the host wishes. Zhang Chao nodded. He waved to call Lu Chunfeng over and said, Feng, take the two guests to the warehouse to inspect the goods. Uncle's goods are all in the same container. This is the container number. As he spoke, Zhang Chao handed a note to Lu Chunfeng and continued, remember, you led Mr. Xia and the others to the container, open the lead seal, and leave immediately. Don't disturb Mr. Xia's inspection. Lu Chunfeng knew that this batch of goods must be a little sensitive, and it was not convenient for him to be present. He quickly said, I understand. Brother Chao, don't worry. Just leave it to me. Zhang Chao nodded. Then excused himself from Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng and left the reception room in a hurry. Under Lu Chunfeng's lead, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng passed through a long corridor on the first floor of the shipping company and came directly to the warehouse at the back. The warehouse was very large. At a glance, there were at least thousands of containers. The warehouse also seemed very empty. If it was full, it could probably hold thousands of containers. Lu Chunfeng was very familiar with the situation here, and he also had an impression of the container that Zhang Chao mentioned. The container that was sent 2 days ago was very heavy, and yesterday, it was about to be shipped away by the ship, but it was suddenly stopped. Lu Chunfeng remembered the general area of the container. He took Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng through the warehouse and found the dark blue container in a short time. The other containers were stacked together, but this one was placed alone. There were no other containers in the nearby area, so it was very easy to find. Lu Chunfeng asked the worker in charge of the warehouse to find some tools to open the lead seal of the container. He did not open the door and said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, if you want to inspect the goods, you can just open the door and go in. That Brother Chao has instructions, so I'll take my leave first. Xia Ruofei smiled. All right. Thank you. Lu Chunfeng took the worker who came to open the lead seal and left quickly. He also specifically told the management staff here not to approach the area of the container. No one was allowed to disturb them from checking the goods. After Lu Chunfeng left, Luo Qingfeng immediately asked in confusion, Master, why don't you just take the goods and leave? Luo Qingfeng was really confused. What was there to be polite to these people? As for Zhang Chao's words that it would take time to inspect the goods, it was not a problem for a cultivator. Moreover, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was so strong that he could clearly see what was in the container with just a slight sweep. He did not need to spend time checking. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I wanted to leave directly, but Zhang Chao seemed to have run into some trouble. He did help us, and he has a good relationship with my adopted husband. Since we've run into him, we can't just stand by and do nothing. So, I decided to stay and see what's going on. Xia Ruofei had heard clearly what the young man in the leather jacket had whispered to Zhang Chao in the reception room. He knew that Zhang Chao was in trouble. Just like what he had told Luo Qingfeng, the firearms purchase was handled by the Mexican Freemasons. Now that they were in trouble, it would not be appropriate for him to just leave. Coincidentally, Zhang Chao had warmly asked them to stay for dinner, so Xia Ruofei decided to stay here first. If Zhang Chao could solve the problem himself, then Xia Ruofei would pretend that he didn't know about this. He would take the goods and leave after lunch. If Zhang Chao couldn't handle it, Xia Ruofei would help him in an appropriate way to return the favor. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng came to a sudden realization and said, "So master has other plans, this old servant has not thought it through." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "It's nothing. You've rarely lived in the secular world. You might not be so clear about the ways of the world. This is normal." "Yes. Master, what do we do next?" Luo Qingfeng asked respectfully. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the container. "Of course it's to inspect the goods. At least put on a show." In fact, in this short period of time, Xia Ruofei had already scanned the entire container with his spiritual power. He knew the exact number of weapons and equipment in it. After comparing it with the purchase list that he had personally drawn up, everything was clear. The Mexico Freemasons were indeed very efficient. There was no mistake in the number of firearms, not even a single bullet. All the equipment was packed up and stacked neatly in the containers. 2908 Huafeng Shipping's trouble. 1. There was no need to open the box and check it personally, but Xia Ruofei had said that it was just for show. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, "Yes, master." He then ran over and opened the container door. Boxes of guns, bullets, grenades, bulletproof vests, and other auxiliary equipment appeared in front of them. These equipment were arranged in a very orderly manner and were all secured with straps to prevent them from slipping during the transportation process. It was also Qingfeng Luo's first time seeing a container. He finally had an intuitive impression of the volume of this batch of goods. He was also secretly speechless. Fortunately, the owner had a storage magical treasure with sufficient space. Otherwise, this big iron box would not be able to fit in with his shabby storage ring. Xia Ruofei led Luo Qingfeng into the container. He opened a few boxes and played with the weapons and equipment inside. This time, according to the request of the old company commander and a deputy, Xia Ruofei had equipped the guards with American-style equipment. When he was serving in Lone Wolf, he had the opportunity to come into contact with such equipment. After all, Lone Wolf was a special force. The tip of the knife. Although such American-style equipment would not be included in Lone Wolf's standard equipment, the members of Lone Wolf had to undergo training in using, dismantling, and assembling so that they would be able to use it in the future if their equipment was damaged or they ran out of ammunition and food. And when there was an opportunity to seize the equipment used by the enemy, the members of Lone Wolf could also use it skillfully. Xia Ruofei was holding an M4 submachine gun, the most commonly used weapon in the U.S. military, and skillfully disassembled it into a pile of parts. With Xia Ruofei's professional eyes, he could tell that this batch of equipment was brand new and of good quality. It seemed that the smuggler's price was high, but the goods were reliable. Xia Ruofei put the gun back into the box and opened the box to check the equipment. This batch of equipment could be said to be a dazzling lineup with a wide range of categories. In addition to the M4, there were professional digital helmets, shoulder-mounted individual computers, U.S. military, standard night vision, SR-47 assault rifles, M82A1 anti-armor rifles, some advanced anti-armor weapons, wall detection devices, miniature drones, and so on. Of course, it also included the latest bulletproof vests, combat suits, and combat boots. It could be said that this batch of equipment and weapons was enough to arm a 100-man guard to the teeth. It would not be a problem to complete a normal island defense mission. When Xia Ruofei was serving in the army, he liked to study the equipment of foreign armies. In the batch of equipment today, there were some of the latest standard equipment that had been updated in the past 1 or 2 years. Even Xia Ruofei had not tried it himself, so he was interested in fiddling with it. Luo Qingfeng was puzzled. He did not know why his master, a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, would be so interested in weapons from the secular world. Although the weapons developed by the secular world were indeed very powerful, for cultivators, their own strength was more important. Cultivators had a common understanding that relying on external forces was always a small way, and only when one's own strength was strong could one be truly powerful. As a cultivator who had been cultivating in the sect all year round and living a life of isolation, Luo Qingfeng found it hard to understand the true thoughts of Xia Ruofei, who had been living in the secular world all this time. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not completely immersed in the fun of the new toy. In fact, he had been keeping his mental power in a state of radiation. On one hand, it was to prevent people from accidentally entering. After all, this batch of firearms was enough to equip a company. If news of such a large number of firearms piled up in the warehouse spread, it would definitely bring trouble to the Mexico Freemasons. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was mainly monitoring Zhang Chao's situation with his spiritual power. The warehouse was huge, but Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could cover an area of 10 kilometers. At his limit, he could barely cover an area of 15 kilometers. Hence, the building of the shipping company in front of him was naturally within Xia Ruofei's monitoring range. Zhang Chao did have a headache. To be more precise, this problem had been bothering him for a long time and had not been solved. Today, the special envoy sent by Li Yifu was handing over the firearms, and things happened to come to his door again, making him very angry. Zhang Chao's troubles were actually very simple. Someone was interested in the Huafeng shipping company he was in charge of. To be precise, someone was interested in the land and warehouse of Huafeng Shipping. Huafeng Shipping was a business owned by the Mexico gangsters. In a sense, Zhang Chao was just a professional manager. However, the Hong sect was different from other companies. Zhang Chao, who was a disciple of the Hong sect, in the middle level of the Mexico branch, had a high degree of loyalty. He would not sit by and watch the Hong sect's business be taken over. But the problem was that the person who had his eyes on this piece of land was a bit influential. The other party was the famous Mexico drug lord gang, the Bay Group. Mexico was a strange country. In terms of combat power, the strongest wasn't the army or the police, but the big and small drug lord groups. The level of military and police equipment in Mexico was considered relatively advanced among third world countries, but it was still a little inferior compared to drug lord groups. These drug lord groups were basically all equipped with American equipment. This was also the reason why Li Yifu had chosen to buy arms from smugglers in Mexico before. It could be said that American equipment was really rampant on this land. 2909, Huafeng Shipping's trouble part. The Gulf Group was one of the most powerful drug lord gangs in Mexico. In order to fight against the military and police, the Gulf Group even set up a branch called Las Citas. Las Citas could be called the Gulf Group's quasi-military force. They were well equipped and had very advanced tactical concepts. Even the Mexico Special Forces were not their match. In fact, all the drug gangs in Mexico could easily destroy the Mexican army and police, especially when driven by profit. The government was also very corrupt, and many officials took the initiative to protect the drug gangs. To exaggerate a little, the Mexico gangs had the ability to replace the government and become the president. The reason why they didn't dare to do so was nothing more than worrying about the intervention of international organizations, especially with the powerful neighbor, the United States, watching covetously. Once an external force intervened, Mexico's drug trafficking industry would suffer a heavy blow. It was for this reason that the Mexico government could still survive until now. The big drug dealers would rather spend a lot of money bribing senior officials to maintain their drug chain than to replace them. The most pitiful ones were undoubtedly the military and police who were fighting drug lords on the front lines. These people's salaries were very low, but their work was extremely dangerous. According to statistics, since the rise of the Mexico gangs, tens of thousands of military and police had died at the hands of the gangs over the years. The number of murders in Mexico started in the tens of thousands a year, which showed the rampant power of the gangs. It was the Qingqing Bay Group, one of the top forces in the Mexico drug gang, that had their eyes on Huafeng Shipping. Although Mexico close to the United States and the Hong sect, whose headquarters was in the United States, had some power here, they still had a lot of legitimate businesses, such as Huafeng Shipping. Compared with the drug lord groups that were unscrupulously engaged in the drug industry, the Hong sect's military strength was definitely much weaker. What's more, the Gulf Group's power was spread all over Mexico, and many senior officials were their targets of bribery. As for the larger number of middle and low-level public officials, there were even more who acted as their umbrella. Of course, the Bay Group, which was as rich as a country, naturally wouldn't think much of a small shipping company. The one who really wanted to take over the land and warehouse was the branch of the Bay Group in Coatzacoalcos. Even so, Zhang Chao was still under a lot of pressure. In fact, the Coatzacoalcos branch of the Gulf Group was interested in Huafeng Shipping mainly because the location of the land was very good. It was just right from the port and the surrounding terrain was also very suitable. They wanted to take it down and use it as a drug transfer warehouse. If it was a normal market acquisition, perhaps Zhang Chao would have agreed considering the huge power of the Bay Group. After all, it was just a change of location to start a company. Although it was a little troublesome, there was no need to fight with the other party over this matter. It was not worth it. However, the other party's appetite was huge. He wanted this piece of land, but he didn't want to pay an equal price. To put it bluntly, it was seizing by trickery. The other party's offer to Huafeng Shipping was so low that it was outrageous. That little money could not even buy 1/10 of the land, not to mention that there was a huge warehouse and other ancillary buildings on the land. Zhang Chao would definitely not agree to such a forceful purchase. After he rejected the unreasonable request of the other party, he immediately used the Mexico and United States Hong sect to mediate, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. However, the Gulf Group didn't give them any face at all. The entire Mexico was their home base, and they had the final say in this country. Not to mention, the management of Huafeng Shipping was all Chinese. Although the entire company had an United States capital background, the shareholders were also some Chinese Americans, so they were even more unscrupulous. Zhang Chao's coordination had no effect, and since he rejected the other party's offer, Huafeng Shipping continued to encounter various troubles and difficulties. The Gulf Group had already bought over the entire Mexico government. It would be easy for them to get rid of a small shipping company with a Chinese background. All kinds of inspections came unexpectedly, and in just a week, Huafeng Shipping received several tickets. Moreover, the company's ships had also encountered various difficulties when they docked and resupplied. Zhang Chao was in a terrible fix. Today, when he was talking to Xia Ruofei, his subordinate told him that the person in charge of the Bay Group in the state of Vilacru, Arata, had personally come to negotiate with them and would be arriving at the shipping company soon. The pressure on Zhang Chao doubled. Coatzacoalcos was a city under the state of Veracruz. In the beginning, the various means of the Coatzacoalcos branch had already made Zhang Chao tired of dealing with them. Now, even the head of the state branch had come in person, which showed that the other party was determined to win, and it was obvious that they were using their power to oppress him. Zhang Chao had no choice but to hand Xia Ruofei over to Lu Chunfeng to receive him. He walked out of the reception room quickly and was ready to go out and welcome him. As soon as Zhang Chao went out, the young man in the black leather jacket immediately greeted him. "Chang, where are they now?" Zhang Weiwei asked, with a frown. The young man in a leather jacket, Chang, quickly said, "Brother Chao, we've already passed the port road when we received the call. We should be here soon." Zhang Chao nodded and quickly walked out of the building. Just then, a flashy fleet of cars drove into the shipping company's courtyard. In addition to the bulletproof version of the black extended Rolls-Royce, there were at least 7 or 8 black Hummer off-road vehicles, as well as some black cars of ordinary brands with government license plates. Zhang Chao saw Metal, the head of the Bay Group's Coatzacoalcos branch, get out of the extended Rolls-Royce, walk quickly to the back door, and open the door politely. A middle-aged white man in a black trench coat got out of the car. He had a high-nose bridge and a gloomy face. He looked around the courtyard of Huafeng Shipping. At this time, the bodyguards and the Hummers also got out of the car and quickly formed a protective circle around the two. Looking at the situation, Zhang Chao knew that this white man in a black trench coat was most likely the head of the Bay Group's Vilacru State Branch, ERAD. At this time, the people in the accompanying official cars also got out of their cars. Zhang Chao glanced at them and couldn't help but feel his head throb. These people all had extraordinary bearings. Zhang Chao knew some of them and had never seen some before. Among the people he knew were Sanchez, the female deputy mayor of Coatzacoalcos, and Fernando, who he often saw on the TV news, the state senator of Veracruz. So many officials and councilmen were obviously on the Bay Group's side. Zhang Chao couldn't help but worry, but since they had already come to his door, he could only brace himself and greet them first. Mater, the head of the Bay Group's Coatzacoalcos branch, stood beside ERAD like a pug, while officials like Sanchez and Fernando also stood behind ERAD with great respect. The Bay Group's main business was in the drug business, which was almost an open secret. Sanchez, Fernando, and the others represented the government, and now they were standing behind ERAD, with their hands down like ERAD's subordinates. This scene looked somewhat ironic. However, Zhang Chao didn't have the mood to laugh at the integrity of these officials. He was no longer a hot-blooded young man. In his eyes, there was nothing funny about this scene. Instead, it made him feel like a mountain of pressure was coming at him. 2910, who can't be tolerated _Madel, who had dealt with Zhang Chao a few times, looked up at him and said, Mr. Zhang, today our respected Mr. Arata has come to talk to you in person. I hope you can give us a satisfactory answer. Sanchez, the female deputy mayor of Coatzacoalcos, also said with a reserved expression, Mr. Zhang, the harbor group under Mr. Arad's name is an important investor in our Coatzacoalcos city. I hope that this meeting can reach a satisfactory result for both sides. Of course, this is only my personal wish and does not represent the city government of Coatzacoalcos. The so-called harbor group was just a shell, and the mastermind behind it was the notorious drug lord gang, the Bay Group. This port group was in charge of some of the Bay Group's business in the state of Veracruz, and the nominal boss was ERAD. This was something that almost everyone in Mexico knew, but Sanchez, as the deputy mayor of Coatzacoalcos, could still say those words with a serious face, as if the harbor group was a clean company. The state councilor of the state of Veracruz, Fernando, who came with him, just glanced at Zhang Chao indifferently without saying anything, but the pressure he gave Zhang Chao was not small at all. When Zhang Chao saw the other party's formation, he knew that they were determined to win today. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Chinese were already a vulnerable group in Mexico, especially when the opponent this time was one of the largest drug lord gangs in Mexico. It seemed that it would be difficult to keep the foundation of Huafeng shipping today. Zhang Chao squeezed out a smile and went up to him. Everyone, please go to the reception room. Let's sit down and talk. At this time ERAD, who had not said a word since he got out of the car, finally opened his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Chao, saying, Chinese. I heard that you're not willing to transfer this warehouse? Zhang Chao forced a smile and said, Mr. ERAD, it's not that we don't want to sell it. It's just that the price you gave is too low. It's far lower than the market price. If we sell it at this price, our many years of foundation will be equivalent to being lost. Arad's brows furrowed slightly, and he tilted his head and asked, Madeline, how much did you offer them? Madel quickly smiled and said, Mr. ERAD, we bid $500,000. In fact, this price is already very high. The land at the port is not worth much, and their warehouse is very old. It's about this price. These damn Chinese people are too greedy. When Zhang Chao heard this, his lungs were about to explode. Madeline was completely lying. With his eyes open. Just the shipping company building and the land alone were worth more than $500,000. The warehouse behind covered a vast area. Even without the value of the building, the value of the land alone was almost $5 million. If Huafeng Shipping's industries were sold at a price of $5 million, buyers would definitely rush to the door to trade. What's more, Huafeng Shipping didn't want to sell it at all. It was Madeline who took a fancy to this land and wanted to use it as a transit and storage base for drug trade. That was why he used his power to oppress people. It was obvious that he wanted to force the purchase. Metal, $500,000 is indeed a little inappropriate, Arad said after a moment of silence. When Zhang Chao heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that this drug lord leader still had a little conscience? Or did he think that the price was so low that even he could not bear to look at it? In any case, Zhang Chao was more or less relieved to hear this. However, What Erad said next made Zhang Chao's heart fall to the bottom again. The corners of Erad's mouth twitched slightly. And he said, "This price is really too high. Madal, as the person in charge of the Kwachakuros branch, you must be careful when you spend every penny. You can't squander it at will. Don't you understand this logic? You actually want to buy such a broken place for $500,000? Is it because the company has too much money and has nowhere to spend it?" "It's my fault, Mr. Erad." Madal quickly lowered his head and said, "I also want to complete the transaction as soon as possible and hope that these Chinese people will agree to this deal as soon as possible by giving them a certain amount of interest. I just didn't expect these people to be insatiable and want more money." Zhang Chao was so angry that he almost couldn't control himself and started cursing. Could he be more shameless than this? This was a complete lie. However, in the end, reason still triumphed over impulse. Zhang Chao knew that once he fell out with Erad, he would definitely be the one to suffer in the end. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect the shipping company, but even the personal safety of his people would not be guaranteed. Although the Hong Sex branch in Mexico had a certain level of combat power, how could they compare to the drug lord group that was armed to the teeth? It was no exaggeration to say that once he had a falling out with these people, the entire Huafeng shipping company might be massacred tonight, becoming one of the tens of thousands of murders in Mexico every year. There were countless murders and firefights in Mexico, and people died every day, but only a few cases could be solved. 2911, who can't be tolerated Zhang Chao, could only suppress his anger and said humbly, "Mr. Erad, the market value of these industries of Huafeng shipping is at least $5 million, and there is a demand but no supply. $500,000 is really too low." Erad just glanced at Zhang Chao, then slightly raised his chin, looked at Zhang Chao with eyes that looked down on all living beings, and said indifferently, $450,000. You have 3 days to move. Zhang Chao's face changed slightly, and he said, "This is impossible. We can't afford such a huge loss, $400,000. Erad's face sank, and he lowered the price again. "I hope that you will take the initiative to disappear from here today. Otherwise, I will make you disappear." Zhang Chao fell silent. He looked up at Sanchez, Fernando, and several other government officials who had come to help behind Erad. He found that these people were all looking up at the sky, as if they had not heard Erad's naked threat at all. Erad's words were already a death threat. He had said it without any scruples in front of so many government officials and public servants. It could be said that he was extremely arrogant. Zhang Chao knew that things would not end well today. He had two choices. One was to swallow his pride and accept this humiliating and unfair deal. The second option was to go all out and use the Hong Sex power in Kwachakuros to fight them. The first choice was very humiliating. Perhaps he wouldn't even get the $400,000 in the end and would just have to get lost. However, Zhang Chao knew that if he accepted these conditions, his personal safety could basically be guaranteed. The second option was relatively more courageous, but it would only be a momentary pleasure. The outcome would be quite tragic. Not only would he not be able to escape, but many of his brothers would also lose their lives. This was beyond doubt. Erad looked at the struggling Zhang Chao with interest and said meaningfully, "I'm from China. And the US $400,000 offer is valid for 5 minutes. I might lower the price again if it's more than 5 minutes." Zhang Chao took a deep breath and said, Mr. Erad, I'm afraid I can't make a decision. I'm just a professional manager, and I need to consult the board of directors for such an important decision, so I hope you can give us more time. Erad wagged his index finger and said, I've never accepted bargaining. You have 4 minutes and 40 seconds to consider. Zhang Chao secretly gritted his teeth and struggled madly in his heart. He knew very well that the decision he made would likely affect the fate of a large group of brothers. The disciples of the Hong sect were all hot-blooded people. If Zhang Chao had been in the past, he would have slapped anyone who spoke to him in this way. However, he was now the person in charge of Huafeng shipping. He couldn't just care about his own happiness and put so many brothers in danger. Zhang Chao gritted his teeth and frowned as he struggled with his thoughts. Chinese, do you know which 2 creatures I hate the most? Erad asked. Zhang Chao raised his head and looked at Erad in confusion. Erad obviously didn't want to wait for Zhang Chao's answer. After asking, he immediately said, I hate rats and Chinese people the most. Zhang Chao's face changed drastically when he heard this. A rush of hot blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned red. In an instant, Erad looked at Zhang Chao with interest and said with disdain, there's one thing in common between the Chinese and rats, and that is that their reproductive ability is too strong, so much so that they can't be killed. No matter how humans exterminate the rats, there are still endless rats on Earth. Aren't you Chinese the same? Now, the whole world can see Chinese people everywhere. It's really hard to be happy. Zhang Chao's chest heaved up and down violently. At this moment, all of his reason was burned out by anger. His blood, red. I stared at Erad as he spoke word by word in Spanish, gritting his teeth, Erada, fuck, your mother. The smile on Erad's face suddenly froze, and his gloomy face revealed a strong killing intent. He narrowed his eyes and said, Chinese monkey, can you repeat what you just said? Before Zhang Chao could speak, a young voice came from the small building of the shipping company behind. He just said that he wanted to fuck your mother. To put it simply, he wanted to have sex with your mother. This young voice was also speaking Spanish, and it was much more accurate than Zhang Chao's. Zhang Chao's expression changed when he heard the familiar voice. He could tell that it was Xia Ruofei's voice. He couldn't help but complain. Just now, he was so hot-blooded that he completely forgot that there were 2 special envoys sent by Li Yifu in the shipping company today. It was fine if they fought to the death with the RAD. At most, they would die. However, that Mr. Xia and the old man in the long shirt who did not speak from beginning to end were his uncle's people. If anything were to happen to them here, how was he going to explain it to his adopted uncle? Moreover, didn't I just ask Liu Chunfeng to take them to the warehouse? Why would Mr. Xia appear here? Damn Liu Chunfeng, he dropped the ball again at the critical moment. Zhang Chao said angrily in his heart. However, it was too late to stop him. Not only did Xia Ruofei make a sound, but his voice had already appeared at the door of the building. Xia Ruofei walked to Zhang Chao's side step by step. He stared at Erad's disgusting face and said, "You know what? In my eyes, a racist piece of trash is worse than a rat. At most, it's a pile of stinky dog shit floating in the sewers." Zhang Chao was almost scared out of his wits when he heard this. He thought to himself that he was really done for this time. This Mr. Xia looked gentle and elegant, but he was actually so angry. It must have been Arad's insulting remarks about the Chinese that had angered him, so he walked out without a care. However, even though it felt good, the result was extremely serious. Arad was famous for his ruthlessness among the middle-level leaders of the Bei group. Even Zhang Chao had heard of this drug lord. Over the years, more than 200 people had died directly under his gun. If those who were killed indirectly by him were counted, there were countless more. In Zhang Chao's opinion, this Mr. Xia was completely seeking his own death. Zhang Chao didn't regret his impulsiveness just now. Arad had insulted the Chinese in front of him. Even if he could turn back time, he would still choose to scold him. He would never back down, even if he had to pay the price with his life. However, Zhang Chao regretted that he did not consider Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. They were Li Yifu's men, and he had to be responsible for them since they came to Mexico. This was equivalent to Li Yifu handing them over to him. If anything were to happen here, how could he face Li Yifu? Zhang Chao quickly stopped Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, please don't interfere in this matter. This is an internal matter of the Freemasonry." Immediately after, Zhang Chao immediately said to Erad a little nervously, "Mr. Erad, I take back my rude words. This gentleman is my friend, not a shipping company's staff. He just came from the United States and doesn't know much about Mexico. He didn't mean to offend you. I hope you can forgive him." Xia Ruofei's sudden appearance and the words he had said had even caused Arad's thoughts to freeze for a moment. In all these years, very few people had dared to say such things in front of him. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, Arad finally came back to his senses. The killing intent on his face became more and more intense. And he said with a grim smile, "Yellow-skinned monkey, do you think, Pa?" A crisp slap was heard. Xia Ruofei, who was more than 5 meters away from Erad just now, suddenly flashed when Erad started to speak. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and Xia Ruofei's figure directly appeared in front of Erad. Those intimidating-looking bodyguards were completely non-existent. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei raised his hand and slapped him. Without any hesitation. 2912 Destruction, like Rottenwood. Arad's head tilted to one side after being slapped by Xia Ruofei. Naturally, he was interrupted. Of course, Xia Ruofei had held back in this slap. Otherwise, Arada's head would have been smashed. However, this was only relative. In reality, this slap was even heavier than an ordinary person's full-strength slap. Arad's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his molar was broken. He felt his head buzzing, and stars appeared before his eyes. He was in a state of dizziness and couldn't recover for a long time. The politicians of Huachicuros, as well as Madel and the others, were all stunned. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Who would have thought that someone would actually dare to beat the fierce god Arada in his face? And today, they came to Huafeng shipping with a huge lineup from the Bei group. Not only were there officials on the stage, but there were also more than a dozen bodyguards escorting them. They didn't expect these bodyguards to become decorations. The other party lightly came in front of Arada and raised his hand to slap him. Zhang Chao was also stunned. He already knew that Xia Ruofei was a very tough person, but he didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so good at fighting. The speed at which she jumped out just now showed that she was a martial arts practitioner, and one who was very skilled at it. Of course, this was only Zhang Chao's understanding. In fact, it was very difficult for ordinary people to reach this speed when practicing martial arts. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't use his full strength. He only relied on his body's physical quality. He leaped forward with a stomp of his feet, and his speed was already frighteningly fast. After the slap, the entire courtyard fell silent. Zhang Chao was the first to come back to his senses. He shouted, "Mr. Xia, come back." "Brothers." Zhang Chao shouted, "Get your weapons out here. We'll fight them to the death today." Xia Ruofei didn't hold back at all. Zhang Chao realized that things would not end peacefully today. He wasn't a coward and had made a decision in the shortest time possible. He would die here today. However, no matter what, he had to protect Xia Ruofei. At least, he had to get Xia Ruofei and his companions out of here. The Hong sect still had other forces in Mexico. As long as his men could escort Xia Ruofei out of here, the Hong sect would have a way to send him back to the United States. As long as she went back to the United States, she would be safe. Even now, Zhang Chao still thought that Xia Ruofei had come from the United States. Xia Ruofei looked relaxed as he returned to Zhang Chao's side. He smiled and said, "Brother Zhang Chao, I didn't intend to get involved in this matter, but just because you said fuck his mother. You're a man. Then I can't just ignore it." Zhang Chao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, please take your companions and leave this place." Zhang Chao thought, so this young master still thinks he's in America. You've never seen the cruelty of these drug lords. So what if you can fight? If they pulled out their guns without saying a word, and more than a dozen bodyguards shot at them, you wouldn't be able to withstand it even if you had a few lives. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Calm down. They're just a few clowns, they can't do much." Zhang Chao was going crazy. He said in a hurry, "Mr. Xia, you must leave immediately. This man is an important leader of Mexico's largest drug lord gang. Each of them is extremely evil, and they all have guns. You've completely angered them just now, and they'll really kill you." Just as the two of them were talking, Arad finally recovered. One of his cheeks was completely swollen, and his eyes had narrowed into a line. However, the killing intent in his eyes was so strong that it was almost tangible, making his swollen face look even more ferocious. He roared, "Are you all blockheads? Kill him." As a few of his teeth were broken, and his face was swollen, Arad's voice was a little funny, but the bodyguards didn't find it funny at all. Each of their hearts trembled, feeling that a disaster was imminent. Today was really strange. Although they felt that the safety level in the yard of this Huaxia shipping company was very high, and they weren't particularly careful, but more than a dozen of them were surrounding Erad. Even if they were careless, it was impossible for them to directly rush in front of Erad and give him a slap. With such a heavy blow, Arad would definitely vent his anger on them. He might even kill a few of them to vent his anger when he returned. This was completely possible. However, these bodyguards also knew that whether they could keep their lives or not would depend on their performance. If they could quickly kill the young man in front of them, they might have a chance of survival. The bodyguards shivered and took out their guns. At this moment, Arad shouted again, "Don't kill him all at once. I want him to suffer. Break his limbs first, then slowly torture him." "Yes, Mr. Erad." The bodyguards responded in unison. At this time, the people in Huafeng Shipping Company also heard Zhang Chao's words and rushed out with their weapons. However, the Hong sect couldn't be compared to these drug lords, so they couldn't prepare a large number of firearms. Xia Ruofei's firearms were handled by Zhang Chao alone. No one knew that there was a container of firearms in the warehouse. Even if they knew, the warehouse was so big and the container was quite far away, so they would not have time to retrieve it. 2913 destroyed as easily as rotten wood. The brothers were holding all kinds of weapons. There were switchblades, steel pipes, and some people holding a shotgun. This was the strongest firepower. Some of them even rushed out with the leg of a stool, looking like a ragtag army. Brother Chow. What do we do? Let's fight it out with them. Brother Chow. Everyone shared the same hatred for the enemy, and they were completely going all out. At this time, the bodyguards had already raised their guns. They had a sinister smile on their faces, as if they had already foreseen the one-sided slaughter. Indeed, such a ragtag group of soldiers did not even have decent weapons. How could they compare to these well-trained people? Zhang Chao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, "Let's rush up together. Even if we die today, we must kill them all. Ah Chang, Ah Hua, you two protect Mr. Xia and retreat from the back door." Yes. Brother Chow. Everyone's eyes were red as they gritted their teeth, looking like they were going to fight for their lives. At this moment, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Qing Feng, take care of these bastards. Don't take their lives, or they'll bring trouble to our brothers in the Hong sect." Zhang Chao was stunned for a moment. He even thought that Xia Ruofei had gone crazy. However, just as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, they heard an old voice respectfully reply, "Yes, Mr. Xia." Then, a blue figure flashed out of the Huafeng shipping building. It was even faster than when Xia Ruofei had slapped Yurade. No one could see who it was. Then, it was as if everyone was watching a scene from a kung fu movie. It was a scene of Yu Yu charging into the group of bodyguards at 4 times the normal speed. No one could see his movements clearly. In at most 7 or 8 seconds, the strong bodyguards were lying all over the courtyard, and their guns were all twisted into fried dough twists and thrown to the ground. The bodyguards didn't even have the time to shoot. The speed of the opponent was too fast for them to see clearly. If they shot randomly, they would probably hurt their teammates by mistake. If they hesitated, they would have no chance to shoot at all. It was not until all the bodyguards had laid down that Zhang Chao and the others could see clearly that the blue figure was the old man in the blue robe who had come to the company with Xia Ruofei today. Zhang Chao and the others' mouths were so wide open that a light bulb could be stuffed in, but they didn't even realize it. The shock in Zhang Chao's heart was extremely strong. When Luo Qingfeng and Xia Ruofei came to Huafeng shipping today, they had been very low-key. They just followed Xia Ruofei and did not even say a word. Cultivators were different from those who practiced martial arts in the secular world. Qingfeng Luo's body looked very thin, and he did not look as energetic as a martial artist. In fact, this was equivalent to returning to the original in martial arts. In the eyes of the people in the secular world, Qingfeng Luo was just an ordinary old man. Zhang Chao could never have imagined that the skinny old man that Xia Ruofei had brought with him was so powerful. This was the rhythm of a human-shaped Gundam. The Mexicans across the street were also frightened. No matter if it was Arad or Matal, as well as the state councilmen and city government officials who had come to help boost the momentum today, all of them were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Qingfeng Luo, a golden core stage master, dealing With a few ordinary people with guns was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He did not even sweat a drop and had already settled it. Qingfeng Luo did not think that his actions were impressive because he knew that if his master had acted on his own, he would definitely be faster than him. It was just a few ordinary people, not worth mentioning. After he was done with the bodyguards, he walked up to Xia Ruofei and said respectfully, "Mr. Xia, I've knocked them all out. They're not dead, but I think they'll need to rest for a while before they can get off the bed." "Good job." Xia Ruofei nodded. Then, he turned his gaze to Erad and strode towards him. Erad's entire body quivered. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a look of horror, "Don't come any closer." Erad was really scared now. He had never seen a person with such heaven-defying martial strength. He could even ignore firearms and directly crush them in a one-sided manner. Erad's skills were quite good. He had even killed several Mexico police officers with his bare hands. However, compared to the old man in front of him, he felt that he was a weakling who couldn't even truss a chicken. He couldn't even handle one of the man's hands. The bodyguards were also lying down. He had no help at all. Obviously, the situation had been reversed. At least for now, in this yard, he was the meat on the anvil, while the other party was holding a knife. "If you try to pull out that gun, I guarantee that your wrist will be broken before you can shoot," Xia Ruofei said calmly. Erad always carried a weapon with him because he didn't trust anyone and he had too many enemies. He had indeed wanted to take out his gun when Xia Ruofei was not paying attention. For a ruthless character like Erad, he would never give up on the idea of fighting at any time, but the premise was that the opponent was not prepared. Now that Xia Ruofei had exposed him, he naturally did not dare to make any small moves. He had seen the terrifying speed of Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng with his own eyes. He knew that he had no chance to take out his gun and shoot when the opponent had already noticed him. Therefore, Erad's hand, which had been stretched out halfway, immediately stopped, and he obediently took it out. His hand was naturally empty. He slowly raised his hands and said in Spanish, "Sir, please calm down. I won't attack you." Xia Ruofei walked over slowly, and Luo Qingfeng followed closely behind him. Although he knew that Xia Ruofei did not need his protection, it was his duty as a servant. Xia Ruofei stared at Erad coldly for a few seconds and did not say anything. The atmosphere became extremely tense. At this time, Fernando, the state parliament member, said in a trembling voice, "Sir, any form of violence is illegal. Please remain calm." Sanchez, the deputy mayor of Coatzacoalcos, was shaking with both legs. She gathered her courage and said, "If you kill someone here, you can't leave Mexico. The police will never let go of a murderer." Xia Ruofei's face revealed a mocking expression as he said, "The words of the two of you are really righteous. In any other country, these words might have some credibility, but in Mexico, hee. There had been more than 20,000 murders last year. How many had the police solved? Also, speaking of murderers, this Mr. Erad in front of me is one of the biggest murderers. Aren't you guys close to him?" Sanchez's face turned red and he said guiltily, "That's all hearsay. The Mexico police have always been committed to social security, and Mr. Erad is the chairman of the Harbor Group. He is a law-abiding businessman, not a murderer." "Shut up," Xia Ruofei scolded. Sanchez trembled in fear and couldn't help but take a step back. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not particularly fierce, but the cold aura that he exuded was terrifying. Especially the moment Xia Ruofei told her to shut up, it was as if a huge pressure had hit her face. It made her feel that the harmless-looking young man in front of her had suddenly turned into a fierce beast, making her shudder. Xia Ruofei did not bother with these politicians who had no moral integrity. He went straight to Erad, looked down at him, and asked indifferently, "Do you know how we killed your bodyguard?" "I don't." "No," Erad said, trembling with fear. "Then let me tell you." Xia Ruofei said coldly, "Chinese Kung Fu." "Chinese Kung Fu. Have you heard of it?" 2914 A stray dog. 1. A normal person would not be able to withstand the spiritual pressure of a golden core stage powerhouse. Even though Erad was extremely brutal and his hands were stained with blood, he could not help but tremble in fear when he faced Xia Ruofei. It was as if he was facing a legendary ancient demonic god. His upper and lower teeth involuntarily trembled, making a gurgling sound. He said in a trembling voice, I've heard of it." Xia Ruofei withdrew his spiritual force with a look of disdain. Only then did Erad feel the pressure on his body relax, as if the sun had returned to the earth. Only then did he realize that in just a few seconds, his clothes had been drenched in sweat, and he looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, "You dare to look down on the Chinese? I'm telling you, you're not even fit to carry the shoes of the Chinese." "Yes. I was wrong," Erad nodded repeatedly. He had been completely crushed by Xia Ruofei. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and helplessness. He had lost the arrogance of a drug lord's backbone leader. The only thought in his mind was to leave this place as soon as possible. He did not want to stay for another second. However, Xia Ruofei did not say anything. He did not dare to run. He could not even move his legs. Of course, he also knew that even if he ran, he would not be able to escape. The other party's speed was like a ghost. Even if he were to fly 100 meters, he would definitely not be able to outrun the other party. Xia Ruofei looked down at Erad and asked, "Speak. Do you want to live or die? Don't put your hopes on those garbage politicians. I can kill all of you in a minute and then leave Mexico, do you believe me?" On the side, Sanchez, Fernando, and the others' faces turned red and white. They were very embarrassed, but they did not dare to say a word. "I believe you," Erad quickly said, "Sir, I want to live. I don't want to die." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "You want to live? Simple. Just an apology will do." "Yes, yes, yes," Erad hurriedly replied. "I apologize. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to all the Chinese." Xia Ruofei said impatiently, "Shut up. I haven't even finished, why are you interrupting?" I'm sorry." Erad was so scared that his neck shrank back, and he quickly said. Xia Ruofei glanced at Erad and said, "In China, the most sincere apology is to kneel and kowtow. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. There are 18 Chinese people here today. Kneel down here and kowtow 18 times. With each kowtow, say, 'I'm wrong,' and I'll let you off this time. By the way, let me remind you again. In China, we pay attention to kowtowing loudly. You must hear the sound when you kowtow. The louder the sound, the more sincere you are. How was it?" Please consider it. Arad's face alternated between red and white, and his heart was filled with humiliation. Kneeling wasn't just a Chinese etiquette. It was a body language used all over the world. Kneeling on both knees meant that one had completely surrendered and had thrown away all their dignity. Arad had walked into this courtyard in an insufferably arrogant manner, but now he had to kneel and beg for mercy in exchange for his life. This was really too difficult a choice for him, especially since there were more than a dozen bodyguards here, as well as Madel, the head of the Kwachakuros branch, and the politicians he had brought with him. Now, Arad regretted bringing so many people with him, especially these politicians. They were usually very flattering in front of him and couldn't wait to kneel and lick his boots at any time. To be precise, they would kneel and lick his money. If he knelt in front of so many Chinese people today, would these people still have any respect for him? However, when Erad saw the guns that had been twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist, his heart couldn't help but tremble. How much strength did he have to do this? His own hands and feet were not as hard as a gun. In his mind, there was an intense struggle between the positive and negative sides. For a moment, he did not know whether to choose to bow and kneel or to decisively admit defeat. Sanchez, Fernando, and the others were even more regretful. They felt that they had been out of their minds today to follow Erad into this mess. If he really saw Arad kneel down and apologize to the Chinese, would he have a good time in the future? Maybe Erad would turn around and send people to kill everyone who saw this scene today. People died every day in Mexico, and the brains of government officials were not harder than ordinary people. As for Yared's subordinates, Madel, and those bodyguards, they were even more scared out of their wits. If Sanchez and the others were still a little worried, they were completely in despair, because Yared would never let them live. Otherwise, what prestige would Yared have in the organization? This was especially so for Madel. Today's incident was completely caused by him. It was because he had his eyes on the land of Huafeng shipping that he began to operate to seize it by force. It just so happened that Arad was on vacation in Kwachakurakos these 2 days, so he urged Erad to come over. He originally thought that with Arad's identity and fierce reputation, this group of Chinese people would instantly admit defeat and easily solve the problem. He did not expect that the development of the matter had completely deviated from their expected track, and now it was out of control. Zhang Chao and the others were also dumbfounded. They had yet to recover from their shock. 2915 A stray dog, too. After the negotiations between the two sides completely fell apart, Zhang Chao had been mentally prepared to die here today. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. It was too much for him to take in. When Xia Ruofei said that he wanted Erad to kneel and kowtow an apology, Zhang Chao did not stop him because he knew that no matter what, they had already formed a grudge with the Bei group. And they would not rest until one of them was dead. China was a country of etiquette, but gentleness, frugality, and humility were also important. To a drug lord who killed without blinking an eye, there was no need to be gentlemanly and thrifty. Today, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had used absolute force to suppress their opponents. Otherwise, all the Huaxia people here would not have had a good time today. Being shot to death might not have been the worst outcome. Just like what Erad had shouted just now, many people might have suffered and been tortured to death. In order to intimidate others, this was not the first time that these drug gangs had done such things. So, since he had already offended the other party, what was the point of forgiving the other party now? After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he looked at Erad quietly and said, I forgot to remind you that this offer is only valid for 1 minute. If you don't make a decision within 1 minute, the conditions might be even more demanding. Erad pulled a long face. Why did these words sound so familiar? It was as if he had just said something similar to Zhang Chao in a very pretentious manner. This was really karma. In the blink of an eye, the other party had returned the same words to him. Erad's heart was struggling. His pride made it difficult for him to accept kneeling and kowtowing to the Chinese. However, in the face of death, dignity didn't seem to be that important. Did he want his life? Or face? He had to give an answer within a minute. Xia Ruofei put his hands in his pockets and looked at Erad calmly. You have 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 9. 8. I accept your offer. Finally, Erad could not bear the heavy psychological pressure and shouted, I'm willing to kneel and apologize. After shouting out these words, the pressure on Erad was finally released. Although his dignity was about to be trampled on, he felt relaxed all over, because he no longer needed to choose to retreat. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and made a gesture of invitation with one hand. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and quietly waited for him to kneel. Erad's knees slowly bent, and he finally knelt on the ground with a face full of humiliation. At this time, Matel, Sanchez, Fernando, and the others all turned their heads. They didn't dare to watch the scene of Erad kneeling and kowtowing to the Chinese. Although it was meaningless for them to do so, because Erad wouldn't think that no one knew about it just because they turned their heads and didn't look. Erad's usual fierce reputation was really too scary. They also subconsciously turned their heads away. Zhang Chao and the others couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts. They couldn't help but clench their fists and stare at Erad without blinking. Erad finally bent down and kowtowed for the first time. When he straightened his body, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, again. The sound was not loud enough. Is this how sincere you are? At this moment, Erad no longer had any dignity to speak of. However, his heart was like a surging volcano. It was just that. It was suppressed and could not erupt at this moment. His hatred for the Chinese had long reached an extreme degree. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he gritted his teeth and kowtowed heavily. His forehead hit the cold concrete ground with a bang, making him feel like his head was buzzing. The pain on his forehead was nothing. The greatest pain was the trampling of his dignity. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, let's follow this standard. Counting the one just now, there were still 17 more. Hurry up. Everyone's busy, so let's not dawdle. How could Erad not want to end this nightmare-like experience as soon as possible? He gritted his teeth and started to kowtow. The entire courtyard was silent, and the sound of Erad's forehead hitting the concrete floor was particularly loud. To Madeline and the others, this sound was like a knock on their hearts. Every sound would make their hearts tremble. At the same time, this sound was like a death knell that rang for them, making them feel as if they were seeing their end. Erad finally finished kowtowing 18 times, each one extremely loud. After kowtowing, Erad's forehead became bruised and swollen. And with his swollen cheeks, his face had completely changed shape, like a pig's head. He didn't stand up immediately. Instead, he knelt on the ground and looked at Xia Ruofei. It could be said that he was extremely humble. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "He's flexible. He's quite a character. You can get lost now. However, before you leave, clean up the trash in this yard." The yard of Huafeng shipping was cleaned by someone every day. Although it was not spotless, there was no garbage. Xia Ruofei was talking about the bodyguards who were lying on the ground. Arad got up from the ground as if he had been pardoned. He glared at Metal and said, "Get all these people into the car. Hurry up." Madeline trembled and quickly organized the bodyguards to help each other into the car. Fortunately, the drivers did not come out. Otherwise, with so many cars, even the drivers would not be able to gather together. This was because almost all the bodyguards had lost their ability to move and could not drive at all. Since Xia Ruofei had spoken, Erad didn't dare to get into the car before the garbage was cleaned up. It wasn't until all the bodyguards were stuffed into the car that he bowed to Xia Ruofei and walked to his car. He didn't pay attention to Sanchez, Fernando, and the others during the whole process, which made the politicians even more nervous. During this process, it was not that Erad did not have any evil thoughts. More than once, he thought of suddenly pulling out his gun and firing a few shots at Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. As long as he could kill Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, the remaining Huaxia people were nothing to be worried about. However, on one hand, he was really scared out of his wits. On the other hand, he felt as if someone was staring at him, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He did not dare to act rashly. He had already endured the humiliation of kneeling and kowtowing, so he didn't dare to risk it again. In the end, Arad restrained his killing intent and got into his car obediently. No one greeted the politicians, but they were not stupid. They all got into their cars. When they came, they had made a big scene, all of them high and mighty, but when they left, they ran away like stray dogs. The courtyard of Huafeng Shipping Company was quiet again. Zhang Chao and the others still felt like they were in a dream. It was not until the last car drove away in a hurry that Zhang Chao came back to his senses. He quickly arranged, "Ah Chang, immediately organize an evacuation. Don't bring anything, just pack up the cash and important documents in the safe and leave. We can't stay here any longer." Then, Zhang Chao said to Xia Ruofei in a hurry, "Mr. Xia, thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid none of our brothers would have survived. However, these drug lords are very brutal. We have completely offended them today. Their revenge will come very quickly, and it will definitely be a destructive revenge. That's why we have to leave immediately." He did not wait for Xia Ruofei to speak and said, "Urgently, we happen to have a truck as a tow truck. Let's move your container first, and you can check the goods when we reach a safe place. At that time, we'll think of a way to send the two of you out of the country. We'll be completely safe then." Zhang Chao was indeed very anxious. He knew that as soon as he stepped out of this door, Arad would definitely make a crazy call and order all the armed forces of the Bay Group in Quachaquarcus to gather and wipe out Huafeng Shipping as soon as possible. So, the ferocious militants could appear at any time, and every second of delay would put his life in danger. 29:16 Sending Buddha to the West. 1. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at Zhang Chao, who was constantly giving orders to his brothers, with amusement. Of course, Xia Ruofei understood Zhang Chao's feelings. Although they had just survived a disaster, if they reacted a little slower, they would still be killed. At least from the perspective of an ordinary person like Zhang Chao, that was indeed the case. Zhang Chao anxiously shouted at Chang, "Where's Lu Chunfeng? Where did that kid go?" Zhang Chao did not know if he should blame or thank Lu Chunfeng. He asked Lu Chunfeng to accompany Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng to inspect the goods, but Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng ran to the front, while Lu Chunfeng himself was missing. This was obviously an absence without permission. However, if Xia Ruofei and the others had not come, they would have been shot to death today. No matter what, after ERAD had insulted the Chinese, Zhang Chao would definitely not be able to stand it. The situation of falling out was inevitable. It was because of this that Zhang Chao did not blame Xia Ruofei for teaching those bodyguards a lesson or for humiliating ERAD. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Xia Ruofei. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved his life. According to the rules of the Hong sect, from this moment on, the lives of the 10 or 20 brothers who were left at the shipping company today belonged to Xia Ruofei. He should still be in the warehouse, Chang said quickly. I've already sent someone to inform the brothers over there to quickly come to the front and evacuate with everyone. Hurry up. Zhang Chao shouted, don't pack up. We'll leave with the cash and documents. At this moment, Xia Ruofei finally got a chance to interject. He said to Zhang Chao, brother, don't rush. You're giving up on such a huge family business just like that? Mr. Xia, Zhang Chao said with a bitter smile. We don't want to abandon our family business. Madeline gave us a lot of pressure before, but we've been holding on because we don't want to give up so easily. But now that he had completely offended them, there was no room for negotiation. And if we stay and fight those drug lords head on, it's no doubt like hitting a rock with an egg. There's no hope of winning at all, and we'll only lose our lives in vain. Zhang Chao quickly explained, Mr. Xia, please don't misunderstand. I'm not blaming you. We're really grateful that you and this old man helped us. And before you made your move, I already had a failed negotiation with that ERAD. If it wasn't for you and this old man, I'm afraid that Huafeng shipping would be covered in corpses now, so, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to explain. Brother Zhang Chao, are these drug dealers really so arrogant? You might not know much about the situation in Mexico, Zhang Chao said with a bitter smile. I'll put it this way. The Bay Group could be said to be one of the top drug lords in Mexico. How powerful were they? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if they wanted to, they could even overthrow the Mexico government at any time. They were only willing to maintain the current situation because they were worried about the interference of the international community. You've just seen it, whether it's the state government or the city government, those officials are simply Arad's dogs. The Gulf Group's armed forces are much stronger than the Mexico military and police, and they are well equipped. To put it bluntly, they are an elite force. Zhang Chao didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. Although the Hong sect's power was spread all over the world, it was just a loose organization like a gang. The result of a gang against the army was obvious. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, since that's the case, you guys should get ready to evacuate. I'll think of another way to help you solve this problem. Although it was Zhang Chao and the others who got into this mess, and before Xia Ruofei came out, Zhang Chao had already fallen out with him, so the situation had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. However, considering that Li Yifu was the leader of the Hong sect, there must be some fate between him and the Hong sect. Since he had encountered it, there was no reason for him to stand by and do nothing. When Zhang Chao told Xia Ruofei to solve this problem, he was actually hoping that the Qingqingbei group could do whatever they wanted in Mexico. Even if the headquarters of the Hong sect stepped in, it would be almost impossible to solve this situation. No matter how good Xia Ruofei was at fighting, he was only a young man in his 20s. What power did he have to solve this problem? However, since Xia Ruofei did not object to their retreat, Zhang Chao did not say anything more. He could not possibly say something like, "I don't think you can do it. Don't waste your time, right?" Out of courtesy, Zhang Chao said, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Xia. But when Ah Cheng and the others are done packing, you must immediately evacuate with us. While coordinating with us, you must also ensure your own safety. If anything happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to Uncle E." "No problem," Xia Ruofei said readily. He knew very well that it was impossible to stop Zhang Chao and the others from evacuating Huafeng shipping. No one believed that he could deal with a huge and terrifying drug lord gang like the Bei Group. Zhang Chao and a few core employees of Huafeng shipping were nervously preventing everyone from boarding the truck, including Xia Ruofei's entire container of goods. They were hoisted onto the head of a truck that happened to be left in the company. 2917 Sending Buddha to the West, too. In just a few minutes, Zhang Chao had organized the staff. As for the things here, they didn't have time to move them, so naturally, they didn't want them. "Mr. Xia, this old man, please get in the car." Zhang Chao came over and said respectfully. There was still a trace of apprehension in his heart. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would not leave due to his young age and would stay to fight to the death with the other party. If that was the case, the brothers of Huafeng shipping would not have abandoned Xia Ruofei and escaped on their own. This was not in line with the rules of the martial arts world. Besides, Xia Ruofei had saved the lives of Zhang Chao and the others. If Xia Ruofei insisted on staying, they might have to risk their lives to accompany him. This was really risking his life to accompany a gentleman. In Zhang Chao's opinion, staying meant losing his life. There would be no second result. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was easy to talk to. He nodded and said, "All right." Then, he brought Qingfeng Luo to the business car that Zhang Chao had specially prepared for them. The car was bulletproof and was relatively safer. In Mexico, many rich people rode in bulletproof cars. After all, it was too dangerous outside. They might even encounter gangsters on the road, and one stray bullet could kill them. After Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng got into the car, Zhang Chao waved his hand. And a fleet of more than a dozen cars, including the big truck carrying the firearms container, drove out of the shipping company's yard. Zhang Chao sat in the front passenger seat of Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng's car. This business car was sandwiched in the middle of the convoy and quickly drove out of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei realized that after the fleet of cars left the gate, they quickly drove on different roads and left. He nodded in his heart. It seemed that Zhang Chao and the others were well trained. No one could guarantee that the people from the Bei Group were not monitoring them nearby, so it was naturally the best choice to disperse and evacuate. Zhang Chao didn't dare to stay in Huachicuros and had his brothers lead the port city in different directions. Fortunately, the Hong sect had some influence in Mexico. Zhang Chao decided to let everyone go to the nearby Isvatlan first. The two cities were very close to each other, almost connected. It was about a 40-minute drive. Zhang Chao's plan was to take his brothers and hide in a safe house of the Hong sect in Schwarten. Then, he would find an opportunity to let everyone leave the country in batches. As for whether they would return to China or go to the United States, he would decide later. After all, they definitely could not stay in Mexico. While Xia Ruofei was in the car, he was thinking about how to help Zhang Chao solve this problem. He ruled out the idea of asking Li Yifu to do it. If the Hong sect had a way, Zhang Chao could also ask the higher-ups of the Hong sect to do it. But now it seemed that Zhang Chao had given up on that idea. In other words, if Xia Ruofei were to look for Li Yifu would definitely not refuse, but it would definitely put him in a difficult position. He might even have to personally deal with the people from the Bei group. Rather than this, Xia Ruofei might as well do it himself. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than Li Yifu's. Xia Ruofei's second plan was actually simple and brutal. He would simply wipe out all the executives of the Bei group, including ERAD, who had to endure humiliation to escape today. At that time, the Gulf group would be in a mess, and ERAD was already dead. Other forces would definitely take advantage of the chaos to gain benefits and even divide the power map. How would they have the time to deal with Huafeng shipping? This plan was the simplest and most effective one. For Xia Ruofei, it was not too difficult to do. No matter how arrogant these drug dealers were or how powerful they were just a group of ordinary people. With Xia Ruofei's current cultivation and power, he could kill them without them noticing. However, this method was a little cumbersome and time-consuming. To be honest, it was not impossible, but Xia Ruofei found it troublesome. Of course, there was a simpler way, which was to find the highest leader of the Bei group, control him, and make him a sole slave. Since boss had become Xia Ruofei's servant, Zhang Chao and the others would not have any trouble. However, Xia Ruofei's soul seal had a limited quota. To put it bluntly, not everyone could become a soul slave. Xia Ruofei felt that it was not worth it to waste a slot for such a small matter. Along the way, Xia Ruofei had been thinking about what solution he should use to solve the problem. It would not be too troublesome and would solve the problem once and for all. All of a sudden, Xia Ruofei had an idea. He thought of the American called Charlie Ko, whom he had casually saved from the sea last night. Xia Ruofei had no interest in investigating who Charlie was. However, he had overheard most of the conversation between Charlie and his brother when he was hiding beside the yacht yesterday. So, he had some understanding of this guy. At least one thing was for sure, and that was that Charlie was extremely rich. A yacht that cost more than $1 billion was nothing, but according to the conversation between the two brothers, Charlie's assets were in the hundreds of billions of dollars level, which meant that he was one of the top super-rich people in the world. Of course, having money didn't mean that one had enough influence to solve problems, especially when the opponent was a Mexico drug lord. But one thing was for sure, the person who could solve this problem couldn't be poor. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to give it a try and find Charlie. It would be best if it worked, but if it didn't, Xia Ruofei wouldn't lose anything. At most, he would be in a bit of trouble, but it would solve the problem. In short, Xia Ruofei felt that he could not just leave them be. This was against his principles. Therefore, Xia Ruofei immediately took out the pure gold business card that Charlie had given him from the space. His movements were very small, and he took it out with a flip of his hand. Zhang Chao, who was sitting in the front row, did not notice it at all. Luo Qingfeng, who was beside him, already knew that he had a large storage magical treasure, so there was no need to hide from Luo Qingfeng when he took things from the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed the only number on the card. After the call was dialed, there was no response. For a long time, he did not hear the other party's ringing sound, and no one answered. Just as Xia Ruofei thought that there was something wrong with the number and was about to hang up, the phone finally rang. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, why is this American's phone so slow? What Xia Ruofei did not know was that Charlie was still in the middle of the ocean and his phone had no signal. It was just that Charlie's phone number had been specially processed. If it was turned off or there was no signal, it would be automatically transferred to a satellite phone dedicated to him, similar to a call transfer function. No matter where Charlie went, there would be a staff member in charge of carrying the satellite phone. This also ensured that no matter where he was in the world, as long as the satellite signal was not blocked, he would not miss any important calls. The number printed on the business card he gave Xia Ruofei was only known to very important or close people. There were less than 15 people in the world who had this business card and knew this number. Once someone found him through this number, it must be an important call. Since the other party's phone was already ringing, Xia Ruofei naturally would not hang up. He put the phone to his ear and waited patiently. The phone rang 5 or 6 times. Just as Xia Ruofei was starting to get impatient, the other party finally picked up. 29:18 Race against time, 1. The call went through, but Xia Ruofei could hear loud noises coming from the phone. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. He thought to himself, this American is a billionaire. Why is his phone so lousy? However, he didn't have the time to care about that. He asked in English, is it Charlie Coke? Hoo-hoo. It's not convenient right now. Hoo-hoo. Answer. Wait. Later. Hoo-hoo. For you to come back. Hoo-hoo. Intermittent sounds came from the phone, mixed with the loud noise of the wind. Xia Ruofei could barely hear what the other party was saying, but the other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He wanted to try and see if he could take a shortcut, but he did not expect this American to be so bad. After all, he was his savior. You're not going to admit it? It was a good thing that Xia Ruofei did not tell Luo Qingfeng and Zhang Chao about this before he called. Otherwise, it would have been even more awkward. Since this Charlie was not reliable, Xia Ruofei gave up on the idea of taking a shortcut. He secretly decided to find a quiet place to store the firearms in the realm after reaching Isvatlan. Then, he would bring Qingfeng Luo along to investigate the Bay Group's situation and wipe out their higher-ups once and for all, solving the problem once and for all. Hence, Xia Ruofei kept his phone, leaned back, and closed his eyes. At this moment, near the sea where the yacht had sunk last night, Charlie Coke had just been hoisted onto the first rescue helicopter that had arrived at the scene with the help of rescue personnel. After the rescue team confirmed his identity, they were all very excited. He was a billionaire. After receiving his message for help last night, a large number of rescue forces began to rush to the sea area. On the one hand, this person's identity was too prominent, and all parties attached great importance to him, afraid that he would die at sea. On the other hand, everyone also knew that whoever saved him first would mean a super generous reward, and who knew they might even become successful in the future. And now, they could already confirm that their rescue team had taken the lead. Several professional rescue ships set off at the same time last night, but the sea was too far away from the United States, so even after a night's journey, not a single rescue ship arrived at the coordinates where the distress signal was sent. However, the rescue ships were equipped with advanced rescue helicopters, which could greatly expand the search radius. Although there was a signal transmitter that continuously sent out coordinates, the coordinates could only confirm a rough range. In the vast sea, to find a small lifeboat like the target actually required some luck. The luck of this rescue helicopter was clearly not bad. In their first flight, they actually managed to find Charlie Koch. Even they themselves could not believe it. It was only when the rescue team descended and brought Charlie Koch onto the helicopter that everyone could confirm that they had indeed saved him. The captain of the helicopter immediately sent a message to the rescue ship through radio. After all, there were several rescue forces at sea at the same time, and at least 6 or 7 helicopters were searching the nearby waters. Now that the person had been rescued, the other rescue forces could naturally return. The rescue ship that the helicopter belonged to had to make full preparations, including the medical staff and psychologists on board. There were also some living security facilities that had to be prepared in advance. Charlie's mind was actually quite calm. To be honest, he didn't have the ecstasy of surviving a disaster, because this ecstasy had already appeared last night. And he had long since recovered his calm. As for floating on the sea to wait for rescue, Charlie was actually very clear that it was a high probability that the rescue team would find him. The only difference was just a matter of time. The resources on his lifeboat were enough to support him for many days, so it was not a big problem for him whether he was able to find him earlier or later. What Charlie was thinking about now was how to deal with the curiosity of the public and the media after returning to the United States. After all, everyone except himself had lost their lives on this trip to the sea. It could be said to be an out-and-out tragedy. After sitting in the rescue helicopter and fastening his seat belt, Charlie thought of the satellite phone call he had received when he was being lifted up from the lifeboat to the helicopter with the help of the rescue team. At that time, he was hanging in the air with a helicopter hovering above him. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind and he couldn't hear the voice on the phone at all. However, he knew that the person who could make this call was probably someone close to him, so he told the other party that he would call back when it was convenient for him. After that, he hung up ringing. After all, he couldn't hear what the other party said at all in that situation. Now that he had settled down in the helicopter, the pilot had already flown the helicopter back. Soon, he would be able to board the rescue boat and return to the United States. It could be said that he was basically safe now. Charlie relaxed a little, so he picked up the satellite phone and was ready to check who had called just now. The satellite phone showed that the call was transferred through his personal phone, which meant that the other party was calling his personal phone and was automatically transferred to the satellite phone because there was no signal. 2919 Every second counts, too. Even fewer people knew her private phone number. Charlie naturally paid more attention to it. He looked at the number recorded on the satellite phone, only to find that it was a completely unfamiliar number. It was not even a common number in the United States. When Charlie saw the number, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he quivered and thought of a possibility. He quickly used the satellite phone to dial a number. It was the cell number of his trusted aide, Peter. "God. Boss, are you all right?" Peter asked excitedly after picking up Charlie was not in the mood to talk nonsense with Pierre and said, "I'm already on the rescue helicopter. There's something I need you to do right now. It's extremely urgent. Please give me your orders, boss." Pierre quickly said. "I can't connect to the internet at the moment. Can you help me check the origin of a phone number?" Charlie said. "No problem. Could you please give me your number?" Peter said. 8613. Charlie suddenly stopped and said in a serious tone, "Pelter, remember, don't check anything about this number. Just confirm the origin. Also, don't tell anyone about this number." "Understood," Pierre said without hesitation. Only then did Charlie report the phone number he had just recorded to Pierre. In fact, when phone numbers in the Huaxia mainland dialed an international number, it would display the international dial code starting with 86. However, this was a long string of numbers connected together. Moreover, Charlie was busy every day and would not remember the Huaxia dial code, so he could not confirm it. He had asked Pierre to check it first. After reporting the numbers, Charlie said, "Check it now, don't hang up." "Boss, I'm already looking it up," Pierre said as he turned on the search engine on his laptop. "I found it. Boss, this number is from the Huaxia mainland. Only when an international long-distance call is made from the Huaxia mainland will the international dial number 86 be displayed in front of the number." God, Charlie couldn't help but mutter after hearing it. Pierre was shocked and quickly asked, "Boss, what happened?" "I'm fine. We'll talk about it when I'm back." Charlie said, "Remember, you must keep the number I asked you to check a secret. It's best to forget it from now on." "I know, boss," Peter said. Charlie hung up the phone in a hurry and immediately searched for the number that Xia Ruofei had just called. He called back immediately while holding his forehead and mumbling to himself, "Damn it. I actually hung up on him, damn it." The rescue team member sitting across from him was also shocked. He thought that Charlie was feeling unwell and quickly asked, "Mr. Ko, what was the problem? Do you need my help?" Charlie Koch hurriedly waved his hand and placed his index finger on his lips, signaling for the rescue team to keep quiet. He had already heard the other parties' phone ring. Xia Ruofei was still on his way to Ixhuatlan. When his phone vibrated, he took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. The long string of numbers looked very strange. He had just called the number Charlie had left for him, but Charlie had used a satellite phone to call back. Xia Ruofei's number was rarely used. He would only use it when he was using Xia Tian's identity. Most of the time, his phone was turned off, so very few people knew this number. Hence, his first reaction was that it was a harassment call. After all, this number looked like an information station number that had been changed by a software. However, after thinking for a while, he still picked it up. "Hello, who is this?" Charlie was sitting in the rescue helicopter. At this time, he had already connected the satellite phone to the helicopter's noise-canceling headphones, so he could hear it very clearly. He was almost certain that this young voice was the voice of the Eastern deity, who had descended from the sky and saved his life last night. "Hello, I'm Charlie Ko. Are you the Eastern?" Charlie could not help but ask in a trembling voice. At this point, Charlie stopped abruptly because there were still several rescue team members in the cabin. He definitely could not reveal the matter of the Eastern deity. Just as Charlie was in a dilemma, Xia Ruofei said directly, "It's me, you're right. Is it inconvenient for you to talk now?" Xia Ruofei asked immediately. I'm fine. Charlie quickly replied. He was fine. If you have any orders, please tell me. Although the rescue team member sitting opposite him could not hear Charlie's words, clearly due to the loud noise. In the cabin, he could see Charlie's reserved and respectful posture. He could not help but secretly marvel at the influence of Yu, who had a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars in America. He was definitely a top boss. Who else could make such a big shot act so humbly? Charlie looked at the rescue team members opposite him and subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. He did not want these people to see the shape of his mouth. In fact, it was indeed a little inconvenient for him to speak now. After all, outsiders could never know about the Eastern Immortal. Otherwise, he was not sure if the Immortal would be unhappy. However, the other party had taken the initiative to call him at this time. It was obvious that there was something for him to do. It was not appropriate for him to say that it was not convenient to talk now and that he would contact him later. In front of a god, he didn't dare to show any neglect. However, Xia Ruofei could hear it. He smiled and said, Charlie, I heard a lot of noise next to you. You must have been rescued. And are on the rescue plane now? Yes, I am. Charlie replied respectfully, I can't hide anything from you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, all right then. I'm not in such a hurry. I'll wait for your plane to land. You can find a place with no one around and call me back. Charlie's heart relaxed slightly and he quickly said, no problem, but I'll have to trouble you to wait. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei said with a smile and then hung up. On the rescue helicopter, Charlie held the satellite phone and was silent for a few seconds before he gradually calmed down. He switched the noise, canceling headphones on his head to the cabin level communication mode and said, Mr. Captain, please speed up. I have something urgent to deal with as soon as I land. All right, Mr. Ko. The captain quickly replied. I'll fly at my highest speed as soon as possible. How long is it expected to reach the rescue ship? Charlie asked. It'll take about 45 minutes if we fly normally. The captain replied, if you're in a hurry, I can try to arrive within half an hour. Very good. Charlie Ko said, if you can be faster within half an hour, I will give you $1 million for every minute that you arrive earlier. Mr. Captain, please fly back as much as you can. The captain was stunned for a moment, then immediately said with some excitement, no problem. Mr. Ko, please fasten your seat belt. The comfort level might decrease for the rest of the flight. Okay. Charlie Ko said. Then, he felt the head of the helicopter sink slightly, and then the speed suddenly increased. For the rest of the voyage, Charlie Koch clutched the satellite phone in his hand tightly. He would look out the porthole almost every few seconds, trying to see if the rescue ship had appeared in his field of vision. Every second that passed, he felt the pressure increase, because the Immortal was waiting for his call. It's a sin to let the Lord Deity wait for one more second. Finally, after flying for more than 20 minutes, Charlie Koch saw a rescue boat appearing not far below the plane. The H logo on the white helipad on the deck was already clearly visible. 2920 Charlie's strength underscored the people on the rescue ship were very surprised that the helicopter had returned so quickly. According to the positioning system, after the helicopter rescued Charlie, it would take at least 40 minutes to arrive. However, it had not even been half the time yet, and the commander had already received the helicopter's landing request. The helicopter soon appeared in everyone's field of vision. Next, the helicopter's landing operation was also very flamboyant. To everyone, it looked like the fuel was about to run out. The pilot was burning with anxiety and couldn't wait to land the plane. From a professional point of view, this landing was a bit rough. In the rescue helicopter, the captain proudly high-fived the co-pilot and then excitedly said through the headset, "Mr. Co, the plane has landed safely. It took us 25 minutes. Very good." Charlie Co replied. "My assistant will transfer $5 million to your account as soon as possible. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Koch," the captain said excitedly. Charlie Co was not in the mood to talk to the pilot. He took off his headphones and hung them on the wall of the cabin. Then, he unbuckled his seat belt and stood up. He refused the help of the medical staff and walked to the cabin door with weak steps. The stewardess had already opened the cabin door and lowered the accommodation ladder. Charlie Koch was the first to step down from the rescue helicopter. Although the helicopter's engine had been turned off, the rotor wings were still spinning rapidly under the influence of inertia. The wind blew Charlie Koch's hair into a mess. He bent over and quickly left the area where the helicopter had landed. Good, the captain of the rescue ship had received the news and was already waiting on the deck with medical experts. When Good saw Charlie Koch appear at the cabin door alone, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Charlie had not even waited for the rescue personnel on the plane, and had quickly walked out on his own. It was not until Charlie walked over that Good came back to his senses. He quickly walked up to Charlie, braving the wind. "Mr. Koch." "Hello there," Good said eagerly. "I'm the captain of the NOAA rescue ship, Good. It's an honor to be at your service." Charlie's footsteps did not stop as he said anxiously, "Captain Good, please find me a private room immediately. I have important things to deal with." "Mr. Koch, you'd better get a medical examination from a professional first," said Good quickly. "We have to be responsible for your health. Also, there are a few reporters on the ship, including CNN and BBC." Charlie Koch impatiently interrupted Good's words and said, "I'm not interested in meeting any reporters, and there's nothing wrong with my body. Did I not express it clearly? I have something very important to deal with, and I need a private and undisturbed room. I need it immediately." "Yes," Good quickly replied. "No problem. No problem. Please follow me." With that, Good hurriedly led Xia Ruofei forward and waved for the medical staff to step aside. The crew on the ship naturally listened to Good's instructions, but the reporters on the ship were not so obedient. They all swarmed around him. "Mr. Koch, may I ask what happened? Why did the Proud Sun suddenly sink?" The Proud Sun was the call for the super-luxury yacht that Charlie Koch had personally blown up last night. "Mr. Koch, are there any other survivors? Mr. Koch, how's your body? Will it affect your work at the Koch Group?" "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything now," Charlie said with a gloomy face. "And I have something very important to deal with, so please make way. I will hold a press conference when the time is right to announce the news to the public." On one hand, Charlie was not in the mood to deal with these reporters. He was a little unhappy that they were blocking his way. On the other hand, he was also deliberately acting like he was in a bad mood, in preparation for his next step of announcing the news according to the plot he had designed. The photojournalist faithfully recorded Charlie's words into the camera. Seeing that Charlie was in a bad mood, the reporters tactfully made way for him. Although they were known as the uncrowned kings and often criticized the air, this depended on the person. A super big shot like Charlie Koch was not someone a few small reporters could afford to offend. Furthermore, they were reporters from big media outlets like CNN, not paparazzi. Even if it was an ordinary interview target, they couldn't chase after him. Good led Charlie Koch through the crowd of reporters and directly arrived at the captain's cabin. "Mr. Koch, this is the captain's cabin. No one will disturb you. You can use it as you wish." Good said eagerly. "The computer on the table can connect to the internet directly through the satellite. You can go online as soon as you turn it on." "Thank you very much." Charlie Koch's expression became a little more amiable. "Captain Good, when you return to United States, you will receive the Koch Group's gratitude." "Thank you, Mr. Koch." Good said excitedly, "Please come in. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be waiting outside at any time. If you need anything, just tell me." "All right," Charlie said. He then quickly walked into the captain's cabin and locked the door. Charlie picked up the satellite phone and looked for the number Xia Ruofei had just called. He immediately called back. 2921 Charlie's strength _ Xia Ruofei had just settled down in a safe house in Aswatlan. Zhang Chao was about to discuss with him about the next step of the evacuation and the transportation of the container of firearms when his phone rang. Xia Ruofei saw that it was the number that Charlie Koch had just called and said, "Brother Zhang. I'm sorry, I have to take this call." Zhang Chao heard this and immediately said, "Mr. Xia, I'll go and settle my brothers first. I'll come back to you later." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "All right." After Zhang Chao left, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone. As soon as the call went through, Xia Ruofei heard Charlie's excited voice. From the other end of the phone. "Taoist Immortal. I'm Charlie Koch, sorry to have kept you waiting." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Charlie. In Huaxia, people call us cultivators. We are not gods. In my opinion, you are an immortal of the East. They look exactly like the immortals described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and the Swordsman of Shu Mountain." Charlie said. "I didn't expect you to have read these books." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh right, you should be saved now, right? You didn't leave any traces behind when you sank the yacht last night, did you?" Charlie was stunned at first, thinking, how did the immortal know about these things? He had already left when I blew up the ship. However, Charlie immediately changed his mind. This was a god. He definitely knew everything. Although he wasn't at the scene, he knew that he had blown up the yacht. It was nothing strange. Thinking of this, Charlie quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern. In the vast ocean, a ship usually doesn't leave any traces after it sinks. What's more, I'm going to announce to the public that my yacht was attacked by an explosion in the outer seas and sank in a short time. Even if the yacht is found and recovered in the future, the traces of the explosion won't arouse anyone's suspicion." Xia Ruofei nodded to himself. He felt that Charlie was quite a meticulous person. Combined with the ruthless methods he used against his own brother, he was undoubtedly a formidable character. Charlie immediately asked. "Again, Lord Immortal, you're looking for me. Is there anything I can do for you? Please just say it, you're my savior, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said in Chinese, the word immortal is too hard to pronounce. My name is Xia Tian, so you can call me Mr. Xia from now on. Yes. Mr. Xia. Charlie Ko's standard of Chinese was pretty good, so he quickly replied, Mr. Xia, if there's anything you need, please feel free to tell me. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Xia Ruofei nodded. Charlie, I do have something that's a little troublesome. Although I can handle it myself, it's a waste of time. Please give me your orders. Charlie quickly replied. I'm honored to be at your service. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Charlie, I believe you have a lot of influence in America. How's your influence in Mexico? Charlie was stunned for a moment and could not help feeling a sense of defeat. He had thought that everyone in the world knew of a big shot of his level, but after hearing the words of the divine immortal, it turned out that he did not know who he was at all. However, on second thought, Charlie realized that the other party was a god-like figure. How could she care about the affairs of ordinary people like them? Even if he was the world's richest man with influence all over the world, the other party probably wouldn't even take a fancy to him. These thoughts flashed through Charlie's mind. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and said, Mr. Xia, Mexico borders the United States, and I have many friends in Mexico. There's basically nothing that can stump me. If what you want to do is in Mexico, just tell me, and I'll definitely do it well for you. Xia Ruofei was a little hesitant. He really did not know Charlie Ko's identity. If it was as this guy had said and he only had a few friends in Mexico, he probably would not be able to complete today's task. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Charlie Ko was being modest in front of him. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked again, if it's about the Gulf Group in Mexico, can you do it? Mr. Xia, if it's just those drug-dealing kids, it's definitely not a problem. Charlie Ko smiled and said. Although I'm not as powerful as you, those drug dealers don't dare to not give me face. If you have any needs, please tell me, and I can pass the message to them. As a Chinese saying goes, if I tell them to go east, they will never dare to go west. If I tell them to catch dogs, they will never dare to catch chickens. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Charlie Koch, a foreigner, had said a Chinese saying that was full of rustic flavor in a serious manner. It was indeed very funny. However, since Charlie dared to pat his chest and make such a guarantee, it meant that this fellow should indeed have the confidence to do so. Charlie Ko heard Xia Ruofei's laughter but didn't say anything. He thought that Xia Ruofei didn't believe him and quickly said, Mr. Xia, you might not understand my situation. My family has been in the U.S. for more than 100 years. In my generation, not only have we accumulated hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, but our family also has a great influence in the U.S. political and military world. Although the drug lords in Mexico are very scary in the eyes of ordinary people, in fact, they are nothing in front of a real family with real power. If you need, I can even coordinate the U.S. SEALs to enter Mexico in disguise and carry out a clean-up operation against the head of the Gulf Group. They are also very clear about this, so they would definitely not dare to be arrogant in front of me. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that the person I saved so casually would be a super big shot. Charlie Ko hurriedly replied in a terrified manner, Mr. Xia, I don't dare to call myself a super big boss in front of you. If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your lackey in the future. If there are some things that you can't handle, you can leave them to me. Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, that's not necessary. However, it's a little troublesome for me to handle this matter myself. If it's not difficult for you to coordinate, please help me handle it. Just take it as returning the favor last night. Charlie Koch was slightly disappointed. After seeing Xia Ruofei's godlike abilities, he naturally wanted to befriend Xia Ruofei. He had completely lowered his status. On one hand, he wanted to repay Xia Ruofei's kindness. More importantly, he realized that Xia Ruofei's strength was beyond that of ordinary people. This was something that no power in the secular world could compare to. Hence, he hoped to establish a closer relationship with Xia Ruofei. But now, it seemed that Xia Ruofei did not have such thoughts. He even used his life, saving grace last night as an equivalent exchange. Naturally, Charlie was very disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood because he knew that he could not make Xia Ruofei unhappy. No matter what. Furthermore, no matter what Xia Ruofei asked him to do, he had to do it beautifully. He had to satisfy Xia Ruofei. That was the only way. The next time Xia Ruofei had something that he found troublesome, he would be the first one to think of. Charlie knew very well that with Xia Ruofei's strength, it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to not be able to solve any problems he encountered. The reason why he came to find Charlie was definitely because he found it troublesome. In that case, Xia Ruofei would probably encounter similar situations in the future. As long as he could perfectly help Xia Ruofei solve these small problems each time, based on his understanding of the Chinese, they would definitely return the favor. This was the principle of the Chinese. At the thought of this, Charlie Koch immediately said, Mr. Xia, please give me your orders. I'll do my best to help you. 2922 The soul is gone. 1. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, my local Chinese friend in Mexico has had some disputes with the Gulf Group. I hope you can help to mediate and ensure the personal safety of my friend. After that, Xia Ruofei briefly explained the conflict between Huafeng Shipping and the Bay Group's Coatzacoalcos branch. Then, he emphasized what happened after the head of Bay Group's Villacricol State, ERAD, arrived at Huafeng Shipping today. In the end, Xia Ruofei said, I happened to be there this morning and taught this ERAD a lesson. The other party must be holding a grudge. I'm worried that the Gulf Group will retaliate against Huafeng Shipping. They might even hate the Mexico-Chinese and cause the deterioration of the living environment of the entire Chinese community. Now, my friends in Huafeng Shipping Company have evacuated to Ixhuatlan as soon as possible because they are worried about revenge. They are very worried about their personal safety. So, if it's convenient for you, please help me solve this problem as soon as possible. When Charlie Koch heard this, he was first very shocked, because he had keenly captured a key piece of information in Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei had appeared in Coatzacoalcos Works this morning. Xia Ruofei had just saved his life at sea last night, and the accident site was at least 300 to 400 nautical miles away from Coatzacoalcos, which was 600 to 700 kilometers away. Even if Xia Ruofei rushed to Mexico immediately after saving the people, it would only take him 7 to 8 hours at most. This speed. He was like a human-shaped aircraft. As expected of an Eastern deity. Charlie Koch was shocked, but at the same time, he was extremely angry. He urged Arad to publicly discriminate against the Chinese in front of Xia Ruofei. He had even insulted Xia Ruofei. This was a huge offense to him. This was an unforgivable act for Charlie Ko. Moreover, the threat of ERAD and the Bay group behind him to the safety of the Chinese had already made Xia Ruofei feel anxious. This made Charlie Ko feel very uneasy, and at the same time, he was very angry with the Bay group. Mr. Xia, the Bay group's actions are unforgivable, Charlie Ko immediately said. Don't worry. I'll deal with this matter immediately and give you a satisfactory answer. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Xia Ruofei said gently. You're too kind. It's always been the biggest honor for me and the Karash family to be able to help you solve your problems. Then I'll be waiting for your news. Goodbye. Xia Ruofei said. Goodbye. Mr. Xia. Charlie Cole waited until the busy tone came from the phone before he dared to hang up. The first thing he did was to give his trusted assistant, Peter, a call. The moment the call went through, Charlie Kohler said in a serious tone, Pelter, I'll give you 10 minutes to find the leader of the Mexico Gulf Group and contact him. Tell him I want to talk to him personally. The faster the better. No problem. Pierre replied without hesitation. Boss. Just give him my satellite phone number. Charlie Ko said, remember, the faster the better. I'll be waiting by the satellite phone. It was the first time that Peter had seen his boss so anxious. His heart trembled and he quickly said, I understand. Boss, I promise he'll call you back in 10 minutes. For ordinary people, the leader of the Gulf Group was an unattainable existence, especially in Mexico, where the Gulf Group controlled more than half of the drug trafficking channels in the country and had more military and armed forces than the government. However, in the eyes of the huge Koch family, these gangs that relied on drug trafficking and assassination were only small characters. Especially since Mexico had to rely on the United States, the Mexican drug trafficking gangs were not worth mentioning in front of the American aristocratic Koch family. When the Koch family's channels and power were all activated, the efficiency was quite shocking. Pilter only made 2 phone calls, and it took him 5 minutes to contact the leader of the Bay Group, Goodman. Goodman was having a vacation in a private manor by the Caribbean Sea. He was lying on a recliner by the pool and smoking a cigar. He was in a very good mood. The Bay Group's drug sales had reached a new high this month. This huge drug trafficking group was creating huge profits for him every second. By right, he would never be able to spend all his money no matter how he squandered it, but the pleasure of wealth and the power to control life and death brought him was incomparable. At this time, his personal assistant quickly walked over with his phone. He bent down beside him and said in a low voice, Boss, Mr. Peter from the Koch family in the United States is calling. Pierre? Goodman was stunned. It wasn't as if Goodman didn't know who Pierre was. In fact, although Pierre wasn't a member of the Koch family, his position in the family was higher than the average corps member. He had a role similar to that of a butler and was Charlie Koch's most trusted confidant. So, Goodman naturally knew Pierre's name. What surprised Goodman was that the Koch family had a century-old heritage, and their influence in the U.S. political scene had been growing over the years, so the Koch family actually cherished their reputation. Why would the core figure of the family, Pierre, suddenly contact a drug lord like him? 29-23 The soul is gone, too, however, despite his doubts, Goodman did not dare to neglect Pierre. He quickly gestured for his assistant to bring the phone over. After the assistant handed over the phone, he immediately retreated to a distance. Goodman said with enthusiasm, "Dear Mr. Pierre, how are you?" "I'm Goodman. Mr. Goodman, the head of the Koch family. The respected Mr. Charlie Koch wishes to speak to you directly." "Are you free now?" Pierre said seriously. Goodman was even more surprised when he heard that. He was already very surprised that Pilter had contacted him. He did not expect the head of the Koch family to talk to him in person. The status of the two could be said to be as different as heaven and earth. To make an analogy that was not particularly appropriate, it was like in the football world, Messi suddenly wanted to talk to an unknown player in the Chinese second division in person. After a short moment of shock, Goodman quickly said, "Convenient." It was convenient. "Mr. Pierre, I'm free anytime." "Then please record Mr. Koch's satellite phone number," Pierre said with satisfaction. "Right now, Mr. Koch is waiting for your call." "All right. All right." As Goodman spoke, he gestured for his personal assistant to come over and make a record gesture. He then said to the phone, "Mr. Peter, please speak." Pilter gave the satellite phone number of Charlie Koch to Goodman, who quickly jotted it down and passed the number to him. Goodman then checked with Pierre to make sure the number was recorded correctly. "Mr. Goodman," Pilter said, "Mr. Koch seems to be looking for you urgently. I hope you can call him back as soon as possible." "I'll call Mr. Koch right away," Goodman said quickly. "I'll have to trouble you then," Peter said. Although he spoke rather courteously, his tone did not have the slightest hint of gratitude. On the contrary, it carried the reserved manner of a superior. Where? I should," Goodman said. After he ended the call with Pierre, he immediately dialed the number that he had just recorded and waited for the other party to pick up. At this moment, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Soon, a steady voice came from the phone. "Hello, I'm Charlie Koch." Goodman quickly said, "Mr. Koch, hello. I'm Goodman from the Mexico Bay Group. Your assistant, Mr. Pierre, just said you were looking for me?" Hearing this, Charlie Koch snorted and said, "Goodman, your Bay Group has been getting a little carried away, hasn't it?" Goodman's flattering smile froze. He shivered as if he had been doused in a bucket of cold water. He quickly said, "Mr. Koch, we don't know if we have offended you in any way. Please tell us. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." "Humph, did you have a conflict with a Chinese shipping company in Coatzacoalcos?" asked Charlie Koch coldly. "I heard that. It was your people who wanted to take over the other party's property, and even had some conflicts with them." "Ah? I don't know about this," Goodman said, confused. Originally, this matter was only handled by the Bay Group's Coatzacoalcos branch, and the person in charge was Maddel. Even Erad was involved because he just happened to be in Coatzacoalcos for business, and he was tricked by Maddel. Such a small matter, as the leader of the Bay Group, Goodman naturally didn't need to ask or understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything all day long. He wouldn't be able to finish listening to the reports from his subordinates. However, since Charlie Koch personally asked about this matter, it meant that it was definitely true. Otherwise, why would a super big shot like him have nothing better to do and come looking for you? He was the one who could really earn millions of dollars in a second. Where would he find the time? Hence, Goodman immediately said, "Mr. Koch, I'll immediately order a thorough investigation of this matter. Punish those who are responsible. Goodman, your Bay Group is really famous now," Charlie Koch coldly said. After my Chinese friend had a conflict with you, he didn't even dare to pack up and ran away. I'm thinking. Should I bring them to the United States? I wonder if my friends will be assassinated by the people you sent if they hide in the Koch family? These words were a little harsh. Goodman's back was drenched in cold sweat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Goodman could hear the strong resentment in Charlie Koch's words. It was obvious that Charlie Koch cared a lot about his Chinese friend, and now his friend was being threatened by the Bay Group. With that thought in mind, fear appeared in Goodman's eyes. Mr. Koh, you're being too serious. How would we dare to go against the great Koch clan? The matter you're talking about, it must be that the people under you don't know the rules and offended your friend. I will definitely find out who was so bold. And I'll give you a satisfactory answer. If it were any other billionaire, Goodman might not have been so scared. The Koch family was really too terrifying. This family's influence in the U.S. political and military circles was quite shocking. Goodman had no doubt that as long as Charlie Koch wanted to, he only needed to make a phone call to get the U.S. military to send elite troops across the border to Mexico and eliminate the entire Gulf Group's upper echelons. Although the combat power of the Gulf Group was also very high, that was only in comparison to the weak military and police of Mexico. If the armed forces of the Gulf Group encountered a powerful UA military, especially the special forces of the UA military, they would not be able to hold on for long. In other words, with just a word from Charlie Koch, the Bay Group could be annihilated. How could Goodman show any disrespect to such an existence? He even wished he could worship her. Of course, with such a huge difference in their levels, they would not have any interactions usually. Hearing this, Charlie Koch's tone became slightly gentler. He said, since you don't understand the situation, then maybe it was done behind your back. Yes. Yes, I am. Goodman quickly said, Mr. Koch, it must be the people below who made the decision. Don't worry, I'll find out soon. Your friend will not be in any danger. I hope your way of handling things is to my satisfaction. Charlie Koch said, by the way, my friend said that your people from the Bay Group also committed racial discrimination in their shipping company and verbally attacked the Chinese people. I want to know that our Koch family has a very friendly attitude towards China. Many of my good friends are Chinese. Your people's mouth is too dirty, it makes me very angry. Although Charlie Koch did not curse out loud, his words were actually very heavy. Goodman shuddered in fear and apologized again. He promised that once he found out who the culprit was, he would punish them severely. Mr. Koch, Goodman said, from now on, the Gulf Group will treat all Chinese in Mexico with the best attitude. Of course, I can also guarantee that the Chinese will be safe in Mexico. When they are threatened, they can directly ask any of our Bay Group's branches for help. I'll pass on the message as soon as possible and have all the branches place the Chinese's request for help as the highest priority. Charlie Koch was finally quite satisfied after hearing this. He nodded and said, Goodman, I hope you'll keep your word. Please settle it as soon as possible. If there's any progress, no matter what time it is, you must contact me immediately. I'll keep the satellite phone with me until this matter is finally settled properly. 2924 Chicken flying and dog jumping. 1. Godman's heart trembled at Charlie Koch's words. The importance that Charlie Koch placed on this matter had far exceeded his expectations. As the clan leader of the Koch family, even calling him personally To ask about this matter had already given Godman immense pressure. Now, it seemed like the other party placed far more importance on this matter than that. Based on normal logic, Godman's level was not even close to Charlie Koch. At most, Godman would have to report this matter to Pierre. However, Charlie Koch had to follow up personally and bring a satellite phone with him at all times to wait for the results. This made Goodman even more nervous. He quickly replied, "Understood. Mr. Koch, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." Charlie Koch did not say anything more and directly hung up the phone. Goodman heard the busy tone from the phone. He waited for 2 seconds until he was sure the other party had hung up before carefully hanging up. Goodman's clothes were drenched in sweat. He even felt a dull pain in his chest. He had been scared out of his wits. After ending the call with Charlie Koch, Goodman's body relaxed a little, but it was quickly replaced by a burning rage. Orders were sent out from the luxurious manor on the edge of the Caribbean Sea. At the same time, feedback was quickly collected from various places to Goodman's manor. Right now, the entire Bay Group was in a very tense atmosphere, especially in the direction of the state of Veracruz. Several consecutive orders for a thorough investigation were directed to the state of Veracruz. The head of the Bay Group's northeast region, Menino, was in a terrible fix. He was in charge of all the operations in the northeast region of Mexico, and his jurisdiction included the state of Veracruz. Goodman was in charge of such a large drug trafficking kingdom, so he naturally could not get to the bottom of it. He directly asked Coatzacoalcos or the state of Veracruz, so all his anger was poured out on Menino. On the other hand, Menino was also dumbfounded. It was just a small matter of stealing a warehouse of a shipping company. No one had reported it to him in advance, and there was no need to. Menino hurriedly called the person in charge of the state of Veracruz, ERAD, and this time, he finally found the person in charge. The ERAD were still in Coatzacoalcos, and they fled back to the Bay Group's branch in Coatzacoalcos. Like stray dogs. Arad was sitting in Madeline's office. Madeline and Arad's bodyguard team leader, Juan, were standing in front of the desk in fear. They were in extreme despair. They felt that they had stirred up such a big mess this time and even caused ERAD to suffer great humiliation in front of the Chinese. They were definitely going to die. Arad's face was as dark as water, and after a long while, he said fiercely, "Madeline, I'll put this on the tab. If you make any mistakes next time, let's settle the old and new scores together." Hearing this, it was as if Metal had heard heavenly music. He was so excited that he almost cried. "Yes," he quickly replied. "Mr. ERAD, thank you for your forgiveness. From now on, I'm willing to be your most loyal servant, willing to risk my life for you. Going through fire and water." Arad waved his hand impatiently. He wasn't in the mood to listen to Metal's loyalty. In fact, Arad wanted to tear Metal into pieces. If it wasn't for Metal's urging, how could he have stepped into today's muddy water? In terms of hatred, Arad's hatred for Madeline was probably second only to Xia Ruofei's. However, he had no choice but to let Madeline stay. The reason was simple. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. The flames of revenge were about to burn him to ashes. In Coatzacoalcos, the armed forces of the Bay Group were all under the control of Metal. Although in theory, he also had the power to command the armed personnel here, Metal had been in Coatzacoalcos for many years and had planted many confidants under him. If he really killed Madel, the armed personnel under him might riot. Even if he could barely suppress it, he could not expect to command the people here. Arad didn't want to mobilize people from other places in the state of the Lacris. He couldn't wait for even a second. He wanted to send people to flatten Huafeng shipping now. Therefore, in a fit of rage, Arad still chose a temporary solution, which was to spare Madeleine's life. After he had taken his revenge, he would take Madeleine's life. Yes, Arad said. Madel, whether you can atone for your crime and make a contribution will depend on your performance next. Madeleine was not a fool, and he naturally knew what Erad wanted to do. He quickly puffed out his chest and said, Mr. Erad, I'll immediately mobilize all the armed personnel of Coatzacoalcos to blow up that Huafeng shipping company. Arad gritted his teeth and said, first, send people to surround this company. Then, he would directly use the rocket to blow it up. I don't want this company to have a complete building and a living creature after our attack. According to Arad's temperament, he hoped to arrest everyone in Huafeng Shipping Company and use all the means of torture to let them die in extreme pain. Only then could the hatred in his heart be slightly alleviated. However, he was frightened by the individual combat power of Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. He was worried that if the armed men attacked, it would be a suicide mission. So, he chose the safest plan, which was to surround the shipping company and bombard it with heavy firepower. Arad felt that no matter how powerful the two Chinese were, could they withstand the power of the rocket explosion? As long as there was enough firepower, it would be difficult to find even a complete brick in the entire shipping company. Both of them were made of flesh and blood. How could they survive an attack of this level? Although the thrill of revenge would be greatly reduced in this way, at least he could kill them, and his biggest goal would be achieved. In order to achieve this goal, Erad didn't want to cause any trouble. Understood. Madeleine quickly replied. Mr. Arad, I'll personally lead the team over. Go. Arad said with a dark face, I'll wait for your news here. After Madeleine left the office, Arad turned his gaze to the uneasy bodyguard, Captain Juan. Huan, you don't need me to say anything else, right? Arad said indifferently. Huan's body trembled slightly, and he said with a complicated expression, Mr. Arad, I'll take action personally. I guarantee that no one will be left behind. Arad nodded his head lightly and said, Go. After you're done, come back and report to me. Yes. Juan bowed slightly to Erad, turned around, and left the office. His mission was to get rid of the bodyguards who had come with Erad to Coatzacoalcos. These people did not play any role. Instead, they saw the worst side of Erad, kowtowing to the Chinese people and begging for mercy. Naturally, Arad would not keep them. Juan was also very clear that it did not mean that he was safe just because Erad had asked him to carry out this mission. Although Juan had followed Erad for many years and had even taken a bullet for him when Erad was being shot, Arad was a cold person by nature, and it was still uncertain whether he would let Juan live. However, Juan didn't dare to take the opportunity to escape because he knew Erad too well. If he took this opportunity to escape, he would face Arad's endless pursuit even if he ran to the end of the world. With the strength of the Bay Group, the possibility of him escaping was too small. Furthermore, he still had his family to worry about. If he dared to run, his family would definitely end up in a very miserable state. Therefore, Huan's only choice was to listen to his orders and gamble that he still had a certain value to ERAD, so that ERAD would let him go. After dispatching Madeline and Juan, Arad let out a long sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair to rest. The throbbing pain in his knees and the burning sensation on his face were a constant reminder of the humiliation he had suffered today, making him unable to calm down for a moment. Arad only closed his eyes to rest for a short while, then immediately picked up his phone again. He couldn't wait to know how Madeline's operation was going. However, before he could find Madeline's number, another call came in. Arad looked at the caller ID and saw that it was his boss, the person in charge of the Bay Group's northeast area, Menino. He quickly picked up the call. Mr. Menino. Arad. Your men had a conflict with a Chinese company in Coatzacoalcos? Menino asked urgently. Arad was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Menino to be so well informed. His visit to Huafeng shipping today was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. It was not a big deal, so there was no need to report to Menino. After he had returned in defeat, his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge. He wanted revenge as soon as possible, so even though he had mobilized almost all the armed personnel on Coatzacoalcos' side to do something big, he had not had the time to report to Menino. But ERAD didn't expect that Menino would take the initiative to call and ask about this. Arad's first reaction was that Menino had planted spies around him. This was a common practice. He would also place people in his subordinate organizations in order to better control and command them. However, what made him wary was that he didn't notice it at all. While ERAD was thinking that he would have to investigate this matter thoroughly after this matter was over, he said, Mr. Menino, I was just about to report to you. This Chinese company is too arrogant. I went to deal with it personally, but I was beaten up by them. Now, only explosions and blood can declare the authority of the Bay Group. I've already asked the person in charge of Coatzacoalcos, Madel, to gather the armed men and teach those damn Chinese a lesson that will leave a deep impression. Mr. Menino, don't worry, Bay Group's dignity will not be trampled on by anyone. After Menino heard this, he was so scared that he almost dropped his phone. Hot blood rushed to his head, and he could not help but curse. 2925, cleaning up the house. 1. As the person in charge of the Bay Group's region, Menino was not a good for nothing either. He quickly controlled his emotions and said calmly, ERAD, stop all operations for now. This matter is rather complicated. Menino knew ERAD too well. Once this dangerous guy got angry, he would not recognize his family. If Menino were to severely reprimand him at this time, he might lose his mind and destroy Huafeng Shipping Company first. If such a thing really happened, then Menino could forget about being the person in charge of the region. Therefore, what he had to do now was not to condemn them, but to stabilize ERAD first. After hearing this, Arad said in confusion, Mr. Menino, this company is looking down on the authority of the Bay Group. If we don't punish them severely, who will respect us in the future? The most common tactic used by the Bay Group in the past was to deal a heavy blow to their opponents and those who had offended them. The greater significance of this was to deter others and make those who wanted to go against the Bay Group in the future think twice. From this perspective, there was no problem with what ERAD did today. ERAD, I didn't say we're not taking any action, Menino said with a pleasant expression. I just asked you to stop for a while. Things are a little complicated, and I can't explain it in a few words. But if we delay any further, they might all run away. Arad argued. Then we'll monitor and follow them first. Menino said impatiently, in short, without my authorization. You are not allowed to take any action. Arad, this matter is very important. I have to remind you that this is an order from the Fire Manor. You just have to follow it unconditionally. Fire Manor was the favorite vacation manor of the head of the Bay Group, Goodman. He spent most of his time there, and the middle and senior members of the Bay Group were all familiar with the place. Many of them had been to the luxurious manor on the Caribbean. Arad's heart trembled when he heard this. He would at least dare to explain or argue when he felt that the orders of his immediate superior, Smenino, were inappropriate. However, he did not dare to question Goodman's orders at all. Even if he knew it was wrong, he did not have the courage to resist. In the eyes of the middle-level leaders of the Bay Group like Erad, Goodman was like a god. Understood. Arad quickly said, Mr. Menino, I'll call a halt to the operation immediately. Stay in Quachacuros and wait for my next order. Menino said, remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to do anything to the Chinese. This is what Mr. Goodman personally ordered. All right. Mr. Menino, Arad said, somewhat dejected. However, he didn't have the guts to go against Goodman's will. After hanging up, he immediately called Madeline and reluctantly called off the emergency operation. However, Arad was definitely not willing to let the Chinese go just like that. He also ordered Madeline to monitor the outside and try not to alert the Chinese people inside. Arad did not know that Zhang Chao was very decisive. After they were chased away by Xia Ruofei, they left Huafeng Shipping Company without any hesitation. Even if Menino didn't call to stop them in time, they wouldn't be able to hurt the Chinese employees of Huafeng Shipping. At most, they would raise the buildings there to the ground. What Erad didn't expect even more was that his superior, Semino, gritted his teeth and cursed after hanging up the phone. Then, he immediately picked up the phone and mobilized his troops. In an instant, all the armed personnel in several cities near Quachacuros were mobilized. It only took 30 to 40 minutes to drive from Ixhuatlan, which was the closest to Quachacuros. At the same time, Menino took a helicopter and rushed to Quachacuros. At the same time, he called to report to Goodman, who was waiting anxiously at Fire Manor. After Menino and Erad finished their call, they basically figured out what had happened. There was no doubt that Erad was the one who started it. After listening to Menino's report, Goodman was silent for a few seconds. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Erad can't be kept. You go and execute it personally. The entire process had to be photographed and recorded. I have to give them an explanation. Menino didn't know what kind of pressure Goodman was under to the point that he wanted to clean up his own family. Although there was still a gap between Erad and Goodman, Goodman had always admired Erad. This guy was ruthless and didn't recognize anyone. He could be said to be the most fearsome subordinate of the Bay Group. Getting rid of Erad was also a big loss for Goodman. However, Goodman only needed a few seconds to think before making a decision. This meant that he was under a lot of pressure and didn't have time to think. This was just Menino's basic judgment. He was not stupid enough to ask Goodman. At a time like this, feigning ignorance was the best choice. To Menino, all he had to do was to carry out the orders. Furthermore, while Goodman admired Erad, Menino didn't like Erad. The reason was simple. Erad was too domineering. He relied on the contributions he had made to the group over the years. Sometimes, he would obey Menino's orders on the surface, but disobey them on the inside. Although he still respected Menino on the surface, he was actually doing things his own way, which made Menino very unhappy. If not for this incident, Erad would have been promoted to the person in charge of the region in the next few years. By then, he would be on the same level as Menino. Moreover, Erad dared to fight and kill. Once he became one of the people in charge of the region, he would definitely pose a threat to Menino's position. It was even possible that Menino would be forced to move away from the northeast region, which was the most lucrative area, in order to move Elard. Therefore, when Goodman made the decision to get rid of Erad, Menino was secretly happy. "All right, Mr. Goodman," he quickly replied. "I'm already on the plane to Quachicuros." On the phone, I was worried that he would do something desperate and pose a threat to the safety of the Chinese people, so I stabilized him first. The armed forces I've mobilized from a few cities near Quachicuarcos are also rushing there. Don't worry. When I get there, I'll catch him off guard and take him down. And I'll personally execute it. Let's do this. Goodman said, "You have to end the battle quickly and give me feedback as soon as possible. There's an honorable sir waiting for my reply." 29-26, personally taking action. 1. Menino's heart trembled slightly. He thought to himself, "It's just as I've guessed. Goodman must have been under pressure from the outside world to make such a decisive decision. He basically sacrificed Erad without any hesitation." However, Menino did not dare to ask. He quickly said, "I understand. Mr. Goodman, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Menino urged the helicopter pilot, "Why are you so slow? Increase the speed." In fact, the helicopter was already flying quite fast, but the pilot didn't dare to explain much. He quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Menino." Then, the pilot controlled the plane to speed up a little more within the range of the safety margin. The plane carried Menino and rushed towards Quachicuarcos at high speed. Like a trapped beast, Erad paced back and forth in Madel's office. Today, Menino's order came at the right time. If it had been a little later, Madeline's men would have done it, and the higher UPS would not have said anything. After all, according to the rules of the Bay Group, there was nothing wrong with this matter. However, just as he sent his men out, Menino's phone call came. The main thing was that this was Goodman's order, and even if Erad had more guts, he wouldn't dare to disobey. Besides, if the higher-ups were to investigate this matter, it would be impossible to hide it. There were so many people involved in the operation, and all Menino had to do was check the time of the operation, and everything would be revealed to you. So, despite Erad's unwillingness, he still called a halt to the operation at the first moment. Now, Madel had surrounded Huafeng shipping with his men and closely monitored it. However, they were all waiting for Erad's orders. Without his command, no one dared to move. And as time passed, Erad's heart became more and more irritable. Menino's call was a little strange. In his opinion, a few Chinese people were insignificant. In fact, the status of the entire Chinese community in Mexico was not particularly high. Why would the higher-ups of the group pay attention to such a small matter? Erad had a bad feeling about this. He thought about calling Menino again to ask, but then he remembered that he didn't get along with Menino. Even if he asked, Menino wouldn't tell him the truth, so he decided not to ask for trouble. Time passed by slowly. Arad sat in Metal's office with a gloomy face and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were a little too quiet. He also had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. This was an intuition for danger that he had developed after many years of living on the edge of a knife and licking blood. This intuition had saved his life more than once. However, he was now in the Bay Group's Quachicus branch, which could be said to be very safe. In this port city, the other drug gangs were not particularly powerful, and he had no enemies here. Why did he suddenly feel this sense of danger? Just then, Arade heard the roar of a helicopter. He stood up at once, walked to the window and looked out. A helicopter was slowly descending from the helipad in the distance. When he saw the helicopter, Arad's hanging heart was put at ease again. This was a helicopter from the Bay Group. There was an eye catching paint on the body, and he could see it clearly even from a distance. Arad didn't realize at all that the danger he sensed was actually coming from within the group. It wasn't that Erad wasn't vigilant enough. It was impossible for him to think that dealing with a small Huaxia shipping company would cause such serious consequences. Not to mention that he didn't take advantage of it at all. Instead, he was humiliated by the other party. Therefore, even if there were any problems in the handling of this matter, even to the extent that it had alarmed the group's higher ups and even Goodman who had personally spoken, Arad still felt that at the worst, he would just be reprimanded. He had never considered the more serious consequences. After all, although Erad was only one of the many mid-level leaders in the entire Bay Group, he was one of the most promising mid-level leaders, and he was also a favorite of Goodman's. The higher-ups would usually be more lenient towards capable people. Therefore, Arad never thought that he would lose his life because of such a small matter. He stood by the window and watched. Soon, the helicopter landed steadily on the ground. Menino quickly got off the helicopter with a few bodyguards. Arad muttered in his heart, "Why is he here? This bastard wouldn't take the opportunity to deliberately mess with me, right?" At this time, Arad was a little vigilant in his heart, but he was more concerned about the internal personnel struggle of the group and did not think too much. After getting off the plane, Menino went straight to the building where Erad was. What Erad did not know was that 10 minutes ago, the armed men Menino had gathered from several nearby areas, about 100 to 200 of them, had already arrived near the Quachicuros branch. However, they had followed Menino's orders and did not immediately assemble, but had instead hidden themselves. As Menino led his men into the building, the armed men guarded the entrances and exits as planned. Some of them followed Menino into the building. Arad didn't see the armed men, who sneaked into the building from the back door. He saw Menino walk into the building and sit down at his desk, still thinking about how to deal with Menino's possible suppression. After a while, the office door was pushed open, and Menino walked in with 5 or 6 bodyguards. Arad first raised his head to take a look, then pretended to have just discovered it, revealing a very surprised expression. He got up and said, "Mr. Menino, why did you come here personally? How can I trouble you with such a small matter?" Arad's tone was extremely polite, but Menino was still the same as before. He could not hear any respect in his voice. Instead, he saw the playfulness in Arad's eyes. However, this time, Menino was Not angry at all, because he had no reason to be angry with someone who was about to die. In fact, from the moment the armed men surrounded this building, Arad was already dead. No matter how good he was, it was impossible for him to escape from here. Of course, Menino had never seen Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng in action. If he and Erad had experienced the same thing that happened at Huafeng shipping this morning, he would not be so confident. After all, no matter how tight the encirclement was, it was only targeted at ordinary people. For cultivators like Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, even if there were 10 times more people, they would not be able to do anything to them. Of course, Arad was just an ordinary person, so he was dead for sure. He looked at Erad and said in a business-like manner, "Erad, I'm here on Mr. Goodman's orders to deal with this matter. From now on, I'll be in full command." Of course, Arad had already guessed Menino's intentions, but he was still very surprised. He also realized that things were much more complicated than he had imagined. However, Arad didn't panic too much. He smiled and said, "Of course, you're my superior, it's only right for you to command." "Did the operation stop after I called?" Menino asked calmly. "Where are the armed men you sent?" "They didn't attack Huafeng shipping, did they?" This was actually what Menino was most worried about. If Erad didn't care about it and sent someone to destroy Huafeng shipping first, Menino would be in deep trouble. He didn't do well on Goodman's orders, and Goodman was likely to be under great pressure. He would be the one to take the blame. "The operation has been suspended, but our personnel are still near Huafeng shipping," said Erad. "I ordered them to only monitor. Even if someone leaves, they'll only follow him and won't act casually. Since Mr. Goodman has spoken, how can I disobey?" Menino heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that bringing up Goodman had worked. In that case, the next thing to do was to kill Erad and then inform the armed forces to retreat. Menino had brought 1 to 200 men, so he could keep Arad's life no matter what. But wouldn't it be better if he didn't have to waste a single bullet? Not to mention that he was right in front of Erad. If the two sides really clashed, Arad would be in a life and death struggle, and he would be in danger, wouldn't he? Therefore, Menino still followed his plan and said calmly, "Mr. Goodman asked me to find out what happened first. I was going to ask someone from the Quachacorcos branch, but since you've experienced it yourself, it's even better. I'll ask you directly." "No problem. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." Arad shrugged and said. Menino was just doing business, and so was he. "I don't believe that you can make a big deal out of such a small matter. Let's go to the meeting room," said Menino, nodding. With that, Menino left Erad behind, turned around, and walked out of the office. Seeing this, Erad couldn't help but be stunned. Was there a need to be so formal? He was very angry, and felt that Menino was deliberately putting on airs and questioning him in the conference room as if he was interrogating a prisoner. He knew that he was in trouble this time, but before he figured out what the problem was, he decided to stay the same. So, he shrugged and walked out of the office. The meeting room was diagonally opposite Madeline's office. When Erad walked out of the office, he saw that Menino had already entered the meeting room, and 2 bodyguards were standing guard at the door. Arad secretly pouted and also walked over. However, at the door of the conference room, the 2 bodyguards reached out their hands in unison to block Arad's path. "What's the meaning of this?" Arad asked with a frown. I'm sorry, Mr. Erad. One of the bodyguards said, before you go in, you must hand over your weapon. When Erad heard this, he was furious and cursed, impudent. Who do you think you are? You dare to take my gun? We're just following the rules. Please cooperate with us. The bodyguard said. Neither humbly nor arrogantly, Mr. Erad, this is the rule, and everyone must abide by it. In fact, the bodyguard was scared to death. He had heard of Erad's fierce reputation. He was really afraid that Erad would directly pull out a gun and shoot him in anger. This possibility really existed. After all, Erad had to show some respect to Menino on the surface, but he didn't need to feel any psychological burden when it came to a bodyguard. 29-27 Execution 1. Erad's heart thumped wildly. He knew that things were bad, and he subconsciously reached for his waist. Only then did he remember that he had handed over all his weapons at the door. Erad quickly stepped back. He was standing at the door of the meeting room. If he took a step back, he would be able to come to the corridor outside, hide in the blind spot of the bullets, and have a chance to grab his pistol from the bodyguard. However, before he could take a step forward, he felt a gun at the back of his head. The cold muzzle made his heart turn cold. It was the two bodyguards who had pointed their guns at him. Menino had already planned this out. The moment Erad walked into the meeting room, the outcome was already decided. Ira, take 2 steps forward, then slowly raise your hands above your head. Menino said coldly. I know. You're good at fighting, so you'd better not play any tricks, or I'll shoot you immediately. Menino saw that the bodyguards behind Erad were too close to him, and he was worried that something might happen. If Erad snatched a gun, the few of them on his side would be in trouble. Erad's face was dark as he carefully took 2 steps forward and slowly raised his hand as Menino had asked. Mr. Menino, he said angrily. What are you doing? Menino's gun was still pointed at Erad. He shrugged and said, I'm just carrying out Mr. Goodman's orders. This is impossible. I didn't do anything to let Bay Group down. Why would Mr. Goodman suddenly want you to deal with me? Erad shouted, you must be using this matter to deliberately eliminate dissidents. Menino, you're jealous that I have more room for development in the group than you. You're afraid that I'll climb above you in the future, right? Erad, I'm not as dirty as you think. I don't care if you do well or not, Menino said calmly. As long as you work for me, I won't make things difficult for you. Believe it or not, this has nothing to do with me. I'm just following orders. I hope you don't blame me. Humph. Are you lying to a kid? Erad sneered. After I was in charge of the business in the state of Velacris, my performance was booming, and I soon became one of the best in the Northeast region. You're trying to suppress me because you're afraid that I'll threaten your position. I want to talk to Mr. Goodman. I'm going to expose your shameless lies. Menino could not help but feel sad for Erad when he saw that he still did not understand the situation. However, Erad had never been one of his people from the start. The two of them only had a working relationship, and Menino was not interested in explaining too much to Erad. He gestured to one of the bodyguards behind him, and the bodyguard immediately nodded. He quickly took out a handheld camera from his bag, turned it on, and stood to the side to record. Seeing this, Erad couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. He knew all too well what the bodyguard's actions meant. He had done it more than once. Every time he wanted to kill someone and Needed to record the video for the higher-ups to record, he would get someone to record the whole process. The Gulf Group was rampant in Mexico, was not worried that the video would be leaked as evidence of murder. Of course, the Bay Group's internal management was also very strict, and this kind of information was highly confidential. The possibility of it being leaked was very low. What are you doing? Arad finally panicked a little. Even if Menino had pointed a gun at him, Arad had never thought that the corporation would carry out an internal purge on him. He believed that the most serious situation would be him being locked up by Menino, or even being tortured to a certain extent so that Menino could obtain a statement that was not beneficial to him. It was only when the bodyguard took out the camera and started recording that Erad realized that Menino was going to kill him directly. Menino loaded the gun and said, "Erad, I've said it before, I'm only carrying out Mr. Goodman's orders. I don't know anything about it, so there's no point in you asking me." "No. Wait a minute." In front of the shadow of death, Arad was so scared that he shouted, "Menino, you dare to lie to Mr. Goodman? Do you know what the consequences are for killing me without permission? Don't do anything stupid. It's none of my business whether you believe it or not. I've told you, this is an order from Mr. Goodman." Menino raised his gun and aimed at Arad's heart. "I'm not telling you this to fake Mr. Goodman's orders. I just hope you don't blame me. Of course, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. If you have any grievances, you can talk about it after you see Satan." "No," Arad shouted. "I want to talk to Mr. Goodman. Even if you want me to die, let me die with an understanding. I want to know, I'm sorry, Mr. Goodman doesn't have time to talk to you," said Menino. His finger was already on the trigger, and he was slowly pulling back. Arad was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and his heart was filled with despair. At this moment, Menino's phone rang. He glanced at Erad, thought for a moment, and handed the gun to another bodyguard. "Keep an eye on him. Don't even blink. If he makes any strange movements, don't hesitate and shoot him to death." "Yes, Mr. Menino," the bodyguard quickly said. Menino picked up his phone and saw that it was from Goodman. He picked it up immediately and said, "Mr. Goodman." Goodman was a little impatient. "How's the matter?" "I have him under control," said Menino quickly. "I was just about to execute the plan." When Erad heard Menino's words, he knew that it was Goodman on the phone. He quickly shouted, "Mr. Goodman! Mr. Goodman! I'm Erad. Menino said you ordered him to kill me. This must be a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding." Arad's strong desire to live made him try to make a final struggle. But he was also afraid that the bodyguard would really shoot, so although he shouted, his body did not move. And he still stood in place with his hands raised. "Menino," Goodman said unhappily, "hurry up and take care of him. Then send me the videos and photos." "All right, Mr. Goodman," Menino replied. Just as Menino was about to hang up, Goodman hesitated and said, "I won't be talking to Erad. Tell him that he has offended someone he shouldn't have, and he must use his life to calm the other party's anger. However, since he has been risking his life for the group all these years, after his death, this matter will end here and his family will not be implicated." "Understood. Mr. Goodman, you're too kind," Menino said. "Hurry up and execute it," Goodman said, then hung up. Menino casually threw his phone on the conference table, then took the pistol from the bodyguard. He shrugged and said to Arad, as you can see, Mr. Goodman doesn't want to talk to you. However, he asked me to pass you a message. It was as if Erad had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, and he quickly asked, what did Mr. Goodman say? Did he order you to detain me first? Menino looked at Erad with a hint of pity and said, stop dreaming. Listen carefully, Mr. Goodman's original words were, you've offended someone you shouldn't have, and you must use your life to appease the other party's anger. However, since you've been risking your life for the group all these years, I'll let this matter rest after you die, and I won't harm your family. After hearing this, Arad's entire body went limp, and he muttered with listless eyes, Why? Why is it like this? Arad really couldn't accept such an ending. This morning, he had come to Kwachakuros in high spirits to inspect it, which was to help Madal trample on the weak Chinese people. He didn't expect that he would first suffer the greatest humiliation of his life in the hands of the Chinese, and then the group actually wanted to carry out an internal purge of him, even losing his life in Kwachakuros. When Erad set off today, he definitely didn't think that he had already embarked on a road of no return. Menino did not say anything more to Erad. He raised his gun again and aimed at Arad's heart from a few meters away. Under Arad's eyes that were intertwined with fear, pleading, and despair, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Arad's eyes suddenly widened, and he clutched his chest as he slowly fell to the ground. Then, he twitched a few times, and then completely stopped breathing. Beneath him, a pool of blood was silently spreading. Holding the gun in one hand, Menino carefully walked up to Erad. He reached out and touched his neck, then opened his eyelids to observe his pupils. He finally confirmed that Erad was completely dead, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Arad's mobility was very strong, and although Menino was very confident in his marksmanship, he was still afraid of the unexpected. Originally, he definitely wouldn't do this kind of thing by himself. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. However, the entire internal purge mission was recorded, and Goodman was waiting to see it. He had to do it himself, even if it was dangerous. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Menino stood up and threw the gun to one of the bodyguards. He then took out a silk scarf from the pocket of his suit and wiped his hands elegantly. He said to the bodyguard, "Go take a few photos, then immediately release the video and photos." "Yes, Mr. Menino." The bodyguard quickly came to the side of Arada's body and took a few photos from different angles. Then, he also extracted the video he had just taken from the camera and saved it on his laptop. Menino took the laptop. He was a little hesitant. At first, he wanted to edit out the video from the time when Goodman called, but on second thought, he felt that the video couldn't have any traces of editing. It had to be original. Even if he wanted to edit it, it would be up to Goodman. So, he compressed the photos and videos and sent them to Goodman through an internal email account of the Bay Group. After sending the email, Menino quickly called Goodman and respectfully reported the situation on his side. He also told him that the video and photos had been sent. "Very good," Goodman replied. "Menino, you stay in Kwachakurakos to clean up the mess. Also, you must protect the safety of that Chinese shipping company." "I understand, Mr. Goodman," Menino said hurriedly. 2928 Lowering your stance. 1. Goodman noticed that the phone rang and Charlie accepted the call. This made Goodman's heart skip a beat. Obviously, Charlie Koch had been waiting beside the phone. Although Goodman was in a hurry to deal with this matter, and the entire Bay Group was in a mess, it had taken him nearly 2 hours from the time he started setting up to Menino's execution of ERAD and the interrogation of Metal. This was already a Godspeed. For the past 2 hours, Charlie Kohler had been waiting by the phone, all for an answer. It could be seen that Charlie Kohler had placed an exaggerated amount of importance on this matter. Of course, Goodman didn't know that Charlie Koch was still on the rescue ship. Although the rescue ship had immediately turned back to Hawaii after picking him up, and Charlie Koch had planned to take a plane back to United States from Hawaii, the location of the accident was quite far from Hawaii, so the flight was expected to take at least 6 to 7 hours. Charlie Koch had occupied the captain's lounge, and he had no place to go on the rescue ship, so he could only stay in his room. Normally, with how busy he was, he would not wait for 2 hours just for a phone call. Goodman didn't know the details, so he was even more nervous. When the call went through, he quickly said, "Mr. Koch, I'm Goodman. The matter has been investigated clearly, and we've also carried out the preliminary handling. I'll call you to report the situation." "Go ahead," Charlie Koch said in a reserved manner. He had already made up his mind. If Goodman's decision didn't satisfy him, he would launch all his family's power when he returned to the United States and give the Gulf Group a heavy blow. One must know that this was the first time the Taoist immortal had given him a task, so of course he had to handle it beautifully. "Mr. Koch," Goodman quickly said, "according to our investigation, this incident was started by the Bay Group's Coatzacoalcos branch. But our person in charge in the state of Veracruz, ERAD, is the main person responsible." Following that, Goodman gave a concise report of Menino's findings to Charlie Koch. "In the end," he said, "I've already ordered the person in charge of the Bay Group's northeast area to personally come to Coatzacoalcos. Now that ERAD has been executed by our internal department, we'll deal with all those involved in this matter in the next few days. Mr. Koch, there are also some local politicians involved. If we kill them all at once, it might, you guys handle it well." Charlie Koch had no interest in listening to Goodman's explanation. Besides, the main culprit, ERAD, and the instigator, Metal, had already been executed. As for those trashy politicians, it didn't matter if they lived for a few more days. In fact, what Charlie Koch was more concerned about was how the Gulf Group would obtain the understanding of Huafeng shipping. He felt that this was what the immortal was more concerned about. Otherwise, the immortal could kill small shrimps like ERAD and Metal with a wave of his hand. Why would he go through so much trouble? But Charlie Koch didn't take the initiative to mention anything. If Goodman couldn't even think of this, then the Bay Group deserved to be destroyed. Goodman was obviously not a brainless person. He knew how to show his sincerity, so he immediately said, "Yes. Mr. Koch, we will get rid of all the people involved in this within the next week." In addition, at this point, Goodman pondered for a moment, then continued, "In order to express our apology, in addition to the preferential treatment of our Chinese friends in Mexico and the protection of our Chinese people, our Gulf Group is also ready to pay Huafeng shipping $50 million in spiritual compensation." In fact, before Goodman made the call, he was planning to pay $25 million in compensation. After all, Huafeng Shipping's real estate value was only a few $1,000,000, and they didn't have any substantial losses. Giving $25 million was already a very good show of sincerity. However, because Charlie Coe had picked up the call at the first moment. Goodman felt that Charlie Coe had placed an unusually high amount of importance on this matter, so he had doubled the compensation amount at the last minute. Of course, for the Bay Group, which controlled a huge amount of drug trafficking resources, $50 million was only a small amount. If this matter could be settled, Goodman wouldn't feel the pinch at all. After hearing this, Charlie Coe did not say anything. Seeing this, Goodman quickly added, "Mr. Coe, if you feel that this amount is not suitable, you can name it. We will do our best to satisfy your request." Charlie Coe muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "I will convey this to my Chinese friends. As for whether they accept it or not, it's not up to me to decide." Hearing this, Goodman's heart skipped a beat. He had always thought that even if Charlie Coe personally came out to handle this matter, the Chinese would at most have a very good relationship with him. However, from his tone, it seemed like his position was even higher. Although Charlie Coe was helping to handle this matter, he couldn't make the decision. What kind of super big shot was this? Goodman couldn't help but shudder. In his memory, there shouldn't be such a powerful person in China. Even the second and third generations who were extremely impressive in the eyes of ordinary people were in fact nothing in the eyes of the old United States families like Charlie Coe. Those people might have a lot of influence in China, but when it came to the international scene, not many of them were really tough. 2929 Lowering your stance, too. As for the big entrepreneurs in China, they were rich, but in terms of influence, none of them was more impressive than Charlie Coe. The more Goodman was puzzled, the more terrified he became. As he thought of this, he quickly said, "Mr. Coe, $100 million US. As long as your Chinese friends are willing to understand, our Bay Group is willing to pay $100 million US in compensation. Also, I promise that from now on, there will be no racial discrimination against Chinese people in Mexico. We will publicly announce that any racial discrimination against China will be severely cracked down by the Bay Group." In just a few minutes, Goodman had doubled the compensation of $25 million. He was really shocked. It doesn't matter if it's 50 million or 100 million. Money is never the most important thing. My Chinese friends don't care about this small amount of money, so you don't have to keep raising the price. No, no, no. Mr. Coe, of course, I know that you and your friend are not short of money, but money is also a way to express an apology. The amount of compensation also, in a sense, represents the sincerity of our Bay Group. Goodman quickly said, "I hope this $100 million US can show our sincerity to our Chinese friends. Please help us convey the goodwill of the Gulf Group. Black sheep like ERAD are the minority, after all. Our Bay Group has always been kind to our Chinese friends." Charlie Coe couldn't help but find it a little funny when he heard that a drug trafficking gang actually said such words and described ERAD as a black sheep. Could it be that the other members of the Bay Group were all pure white lotus flowers? In the entire Bay Group, apart from Goodman, who had not had blood on their hands? Didn't Goodman know how every cent of their extravagant lives came about? However, Charlie Coe was not the embodiment of justice, and he had never been interested in eliminating all evil and maintaining world peace. On the contrary, he was a fierce patriarch rarely seen in the Coe family for decades. As long as it was beneficial to the family, he would not care whether the means were black or white. Hence, Charlie Coe only gave a faint smile and said, "Okay. I'll pass on your words. Thank you." Thank you. Goodman quickly said, "Oh right, Mr. Ko, when we executed Arad, we recorded a video. I also recorded a video myself. I wanted to apologize in person, but I wasn't sure if your Chinese friends would be willing to see me, so I recorded a short video first to express my apology and make some promises. If it's convenient, I hope you can help me transfer it to them." "No problem." Charlie Ko readily said, "Contact my assistant, Peter. He'll give you his email address." All right. Goodman quickly said, "Thank you, Mr. Ko. I won't disturb you any further." In fact, what happened today made Goodman break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he was more or less looking forward to it. If he could use this opportunity to build a relationship with the Koch family, the Gulf Group would be able to have a smoother time in Mexico in the future. Of course, he also knew that an old and powerful family like the Ko family would definitely not have any connections with the notorious drug trafficking gang on the surface. However, it was still possible for the two sides to cooperate in private. To put it bluntly, they were just taking what they needed. If this matter could be handled well, perhaps the crisis could turn into an opportunity. In comparison, the cost of paying $100 million in compensation for the death of ERAD, as well as saying a few words of goodwill without wasting any money, including the protection of the Chinese in Mexico, was quite low. It was not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of Goodman. After hanging up, Charlie Ko carefully dialed the number that Xia Ruofei had given him using the satellite phone. In these 2 hours, Xia Ruofei had also stayed in Eswatlan. Zhang Chao settled his brothers, who had evacuated from Huafeng shipping, in a safe place, and together with the Hong sect brothers from Eswatlan, they came up with an evacuation plan. They were also prepared to see the situation first. Huafeng shipping was definitely out of the picture. In Zhang Chao's opinion, Huafeng shipping might have been razed to the ground by the Bay Group. They mainly wanted to see how serious the Gulf Group's pursuit of Huafeng shipping's employees was. If they were really wanted all over Mexico, then they needed to find a safe way to leave the country directly. Although most of these people had lived in Mexico for a long time, and the foundation of their careers was here, nothing was more important than their lives. If it really came to that, they would have to escape decisively. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had been arranged to stay in the same room by Zhang Chao. The conditions here were limited, and they might be on the run again today, so naturally, there was no way to arrange a single room for them. Compared to Zhang Chao's anxiety, Xia Ruofei was calmer. After Charlie Ko patted his chest and promised, he was no longer worried. However, there was no further news from Charlie Ko, so he did not tell Zhang Chao. Even if he did, Zhang Chao would not believe him. After all, in the eyes of Zhang Chao and the others, a behemoth like the Bay Group was simply impossible to defeat. Although the conditions here were average, there was Wi-Fi in the room. Xia Ruofei was bored, so he took out a tablet from the space and started to browse the news and Weibo to kill time. When Charlie Ko called, Xia Ruofei was engrossed in the celebrity gossip on Weibo. His phone rang. Xia Ruofei glanced at the caller ID and put his tablet aside. He answered the call. "Charlie." "Mr. Xia." "Yes." Charlie Cole respectfully said, "As per your instructions, I have mobilized the power of the Cole family and expressed strong anger and criticism to the Bay Group as soon as possible. They have also carried out an urgent investigation and preliminary treatment. Are you free to answer the call now? I'll report the situation to you." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course. All I have now is time. My Chinese friends have already escaped to Ishwatlan with me. Before we are sure that it is safe, they won't let us go anywhere. We can only hide in the house and prepare for the next step of our escape. I'm sorry, I'm not in the US, so I can only give orders through the phone." "It's a little inefficient," said Charlie Ko quickly. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Charlie, I'm just joking. You're already very efficient. Alright, let's talk about serious matters." "Yes, Mr. Xia." Charlie Ko said, "I directly spoke to the leader of the Bay Group, Goodman." Then, Charlie gave a detailed report to Xia Ruofei about how he had handled the situation, including the information that Goodman had given him. When Xia Ruofei heard that ERAD and Maddle had already been internally cleaned up by the Bay Group, he was actually pretty satisfied. What he cared about was the personal safety of the Mexico Hong sect brothers. As long as Goodman wasn't stupid, he wouldn't make things difficult for the Chinese. The most unstable factor was ERAD. Even with Goodman's restraint, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be blinded by hatred and do something to the death. Since ERAD had already gone to see Satan, there was no problem with his safety. Charlie Ko then emphasized on Goodman's friendly attitude towards the Chinese, including his protection of the Chinese in Mexico in the future, and the suppression of racial discrimination against the Chinese, as well as the $100 million compensation that Goodman offered. After saying this, Charlie Ko carefully asked, "Mr. Xia, do you have any opinions on the Bay Group's solution? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know. I'll make them change."